We are using Matt's account for today. Tina, I appreciate you for the superpower. And specifically speaking, Matt, thank you so much for allowing me to use your account. Anyways, for everybody tuning in here, for the first 400 of y'all, make sure that you were double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live as well. Matt is too nice for y'all. To y'all, I know, for real, Matt is so incredibly nice, but don't worry, guys. I got him a good deal on the back end. Matt is such a real one, and I'm so thankful for him. Anyways, for everybody tuning in here, make sure that you were double tapping away on that phone screen. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that comment section right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hop in the queue as well. Make sure if you're just tuning in that you say what's good right now. But it is so good to see you all. Who the fuck is Dean? So real, quite frankly, so real. We already have a couple guest requests here, so honestly, we're not going to waste this. So everyone just give us 1 minute to get our first guest up in the box. All right, they automatically dropped. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, Sonic, here, y'all. Everyone do double tap, do share. What's up, Sonic? Are you voting for Dabidan?
What's up, guys? Still undecided, but
I appreciate you for coming up. I am just looking to talk to people who are voting for Trump, but given the fact that you are undecided, I hope that you are able to tune in, watch some more of the stream, and feel free to reach out to me privately if you'd like to, have a good conversation with me. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Everyone just give us a minute to get our next debate up in the box, y'all. So everyone just do be patient. For the first 800 of y'all in here, welcome into the live. What's up, Jay? Are you voting for the tyrannical dictator on day one? Otherwise known as Dabidan, otherwise known as Donald Trump, otherwise known as concepts of planning to plan?
Fuck, you got me already, yes.
Okay, all right. So why are you voting for Trump?
Can you give me 1 second?
Okay, 1,000, quite frankly.
All right, got it. I'm voting for Trump because I believe he's anti-establishment, and I think the establishment's against him. I think the establishment's very dangerous for the American people. I think it can result in a future, 50 years down the line that's going to be very ugly.
Okay, so what's the establishment?
I think the establishment is kind of the machine that's behind the government, right? So
the deep state. Oh, he's anti-deep state. So remember, folks, if you ever want to run for president, just go out and do some of the most morally atrocious things known to mankind. And when the media and our criminal justice system begins to hold you accountable, just call it the deep state and convince your supporters that they're attacking you and that you're truly their savior. No, the deep state, the establishment, the swamp, in other words, is Donald Trump, okay? He's the guy that tried to steal the election in 2020 from Joe Biden. He's the rapist, he's the sexist, he's the misogynist, he's the racist. He is the swamp, sir.
I disagree.
Okay, what necessarily do you disagree with there?
Literally everything you said. It's so obvious.
Wait, you disagree that Donald Trump is a racist?
Yes, I disagree that Donald Trump is a racist as well.
Would you say that denying opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin is racism?
No. I'm sorry. I don't think he did that, right? I'm sure.
So in 1973, he denied housing opportunity to black individuals. All right, specifically because they were black individuals, the DOJ held him accountable for this. He also popularized the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that because Obama's black, that means he wasn't born in America, which means he must not be able to run for president. He's also said that laziness is a trait of black people. And I could go on and on and on and on. Would you disagree with me when I say that every single thing that I just named off there is definitely racist?
Well, the establishment has spread so much propaganda about him. We don't know what he said, what he believed. Everything's taken out of context, of course.
Oh my God, Jay, you're delusional. This is coming from Trump. Trump, at his own word of mouth, said that laziness is a trait of black individuals. In 1973, long before he was ever running for president, the DOJ came after Trump for not renting to black people. You understand that these are things that have occurred, right? And your denial of them?
The Department of Justice?
Yes.
Right. The thing that has been weaponized against Donald Trump.
Can you give me any reason to believe that the DOJ has been weaponized against Trump?
Sure. How about, are you familiar with the Seventh Amendment?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. So you talk about the Grape case a lot, right?
Yeah.
And how he was held civilly liable?
Yes.
So in civil cases, typically, because the Seventh Amendment, it gives you the right to a jury trial in civil cases.
And a jury concluded that he had violently sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
There was no jury.
That's okay. You're lying. There was a jury.
Well,
hey, buddy Jay, I want you to do something. I want you to look up. No, I'm talking now, Jay.
Okay,
so Jay, you're obviously on your computer. Look up jury verdict form Trump v. Carroll. You will find the verdict form from the jury.
Well, I'm on CNN right now. Their website. It says it's not entirely clear whether Trump would have been entitled to a jury trial under New York law.
Okay, he got a jury trial. Please look up the jury verdict form from Trump v. Carroll. Go on Google right now, type in jury verdict form Trump v. Carroll. You will find the verdict sheet from the civil court case.
Okay, 1 second here.
You could literally read the verdict of the 9 jurors.
Okay, right. And many of those jurors came out after the verdict.
Wait, I thought you just said that there had been no jurors, but now you're saying that there were jurors and they came out and said something? So which one is it? Were there no jurors or were there jurors? Which one?
I was mistaken. I believe that he was, in the beginning, he was being forfeited a jury trial, correct?
No, incorrect.
Well, why is CNN have a whole article about it? Why
CNN was seemingly writing about how he wasn't entitled to it given New York state law. However, he was given one.
Okay, so he's not entitled to it to New York state law.
Doesn't fucking matter. He was given a jury.
Okay, the state that is trying to prosecute him, right? The state that is extremely left wing.
Well, now you're pivoting. I want you to stay on the claim that there was no jury within the civil court that held him liable for sexual abuse. You cannot keep your story straight.
No, I admit that I was mistaken. At first.
So then, what would your evidence be of specifically the DOJ unfairly prosecuting a political opponent?
Well, the jury. Would you agree that jury trials are often skewed through bias?
I'd say that it's often the case that jurors have bias. However, the goal of jury selection isn't to find people without bias. The goal of jury selection is to find people who can set their bias aside and operate on the facts as presented within the court case.
Right.
And specifically speaking, that's what these jurors did. Right. But if you contest the findings of the civil court that held him liable for rape, I just ask you what piece of evidence you reject and why.
Well, what I'm trying to explain. So, would you agree? And I'm not trying to pivot. I'm trying to give you an example. Okay. What's the difference between giving an example and pivoting? I'm trying to allude, so we can stay on topic.
One could be conceptually related. One would not be conceptually related. But here's the question I'm asking you, because you're seemingly denying the findings of the jury and you're making the argument that the jurors were biased. Well, you making the argument that the jurors were biased would be predicated on you not believing that Donald Trump is a rapist. However, right, what I'd say is that the evidence submitted by the prosecutor to the court, right, specifically demonstrated beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that yes, Donald Trump is a rapist. So the question I'd ask you here is, what is your reasonable doubt to the evidence, right, that the jury accepted to prove Trump guilty of rape?
Can I ask you a separate question that's definitely related to the topic, so it's not pivoting, right? So do you believe that African Americans are disproportionately prosecuted for the crimes they do? Right. That's through what, in your opinion? That's racial bias, right?
Over arrest rates, racial biases in the jury.
Yeah. And there's many great organizations trying to disrupt that racial bias, and oftentimes prosecutors are the problem. And they use such vicious tactics, right, to get these African Americans jailed, correct? So
I asked you a very crystal clear question. If you do not answer my question, I'm going to kick you, right? Because what you're saying here is that the civil court was incorrect with its ruling of Donald Trump being a rapist. You're saying that the jury was biased. Please tell me which piece of evidence submitted to the court to prove Trump guilty of rape that you reject.
Let's see. So the evidence that I reject would be.
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted to the courtroom?
Yeah, let me. Can I think for 1 second? So the evidence she has medical records allegedly, right? That she was.
What were the medical records?
That she was sexually assaulted.
What were the medical records?
Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying.
Because you've just heard me say medical records on a live before, and now you're running with it. See, this is my issue with all these Trump supporters.
1 second.
You don't know your damn right from your damn left. You have not researched the findings of this court case, but you are so willing to contort reality insofar as accepting a rapist into the Oval Office that you will pull the, this billionaire rich white man is being treated very similarly to victims of systemic racism card. Like, I can't even do it with you. You know what I mean? It is so absolutely absurd how far you will go to be apologetic to a rapist and how far you will go to shame a victim.
Super simple, actually. It's not absurd. It's super simple. I'm saying that the civil cases don't always result in the truth due to racial bias, and especially with African Americans. Do you think that maybe there's some sort of a political bias with Donald Trump, or you think that everybody's fair, seeing it super?
So what we'd say here is that civil courts as well as criminal courts can be incorrect with their judgments in some cases. But what we'd say is that this would be atypical, right? So it is typical that civil and criminal courts are correct with their rulings.
Do you
mind if I go ahead and finish?
Sure.
Okay, I need you to listen. We'd say that it would be atypical for juries to rule incorrectly, so you'd have to provide me with the overwhelming reason to believe that this jury particularly ruled incorrectly, right? And I attempted to ask you for that reason by asking you which piece of evidence you reject that was used to prove Trump guilty, and you couldn't name a piece of evidence. You don't know the evidence submitted in the court case, yet you know that the deep state is unfairly attacking Donald J. Trump. It's a mess. Do you accept his 34 counts of felonies?
No, of course not.
What were the 34 counts of felonies?
Financial fraud, correct?
Incorrect. No. Falsification of business records with an intent to sway the outcome of an election. It's a Class C felony in the state of New York. How can you say that you reject his felonies while not knowing what the felonies were for? And how can you say that you reject the civil court that held him liable for rape when not knowing one piece of evidence the jury used to hold him liable?
Well, it really doesn't matter, right? It's a witch hunt. We know that. It's very obvious and clear to our side. The side that you guys.
And I appreciate you for the DJ glasses. No,
guys-
actually, it does matter. Yes, the evidence that both of these courts used to convict Donald Trump, as well as what they convicted of him in the criminal court, is very relevant. Because how can you say that it's a witch hunt and Donald Trump has not done these things, given the fact that you're not aware of the evidence for the idea that Donald Trump has done these things, and given the fact that you didn't even know what they accused and convicted Donald Trump of doing for his felonies? This is like me living in a box in the middle of Colorado in the middle of Colorado here at home in America all my life, and then saying it's a bad day out in Australia. I just simply lack the necessary knowledge to come to the conclusion that it's a bad day out in Australia. Very similarly, when you don't know his felony convictions, you lack the essential knowledge to come to the conclusion that he didn't do what he's been accused of, because you don't know what he's been accused of. And when we're talking about the civil court case that held him liable for grape, you lack the essential knowledge to come to the conclusion that he's not a rapist, because you don't know the evidence that was upheld by the jurors to convict him of rape. Like, you understand that you are actively engaging in delusion.
You are. It's the exact opposite. It's very obvious that.
Are you trying to fucking gaslight me?
No, I'm not.
No. Okay, you're going to say that I'm delusional? Tell me how you know that Donald Trump didn't commit those 34 felonies when you don't even know what the felonies were for.
I mean, it's very obvious, right? That an entire.
It's obvious? It was obvious to people 200 years ago that the earth is flat. Try again.
Bro, the entire establishment has been trying to slap anything they can on him, and nothing has stuck. And it's for a reason. It's because he's squeezed.
Nothing has stuck? You're, once again, Delulu. 34 felonies stuck. Grape stuck.
Not
And you're
even
acting
bullet-
like this is the establishment slapping on him. No,
bullet
Eugene Carroll was a
evidence-
private citizen from the state of New York, not the establishment. Now I want a direct answer to my question. How do you know that Donald Trump didn't commit the 34 felonies that he was convicted of when you don't even know the 34 felonies?
Well, it was the most unique case in history. No.
What was unique about it?
Well, let me tell you. So judges have never applied that law like that, right? It has.
Wait, how do you know that judges have never applied the law that he was convicted of? When, specifically speaking, you didn't even know what he was convicted of.
Well, I said financial related crimes, and you said something.
Actually,
right.
I appreciate you for that. I had a mustache.
And then you came back at something like, no, it's actually the business thing. Were there no financial?
You said financial related crimes. A financial related crime can go from stealing and scamming a grandma for $1,000 to having insider information on a stock trade. That is such a broad category. So you're essentially saying here that you have no clue what Donald Trump was convicted of, but you don't know that he did it. I have a question. How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Antarctica, Africa, Australia, North America, Europe. How many am I at?
I thought you were keeping track.
Okay, let me keep track. Antarctica, Africa, North America, South America.
You were at 5, buddy. Dude, I can't do it today, man. For the 2.2 thousand people that have joined us in here today, I appreciate y'all for coming in. I can't do it today, dude. This is craziness, guys. This is craziness. We have literal conspiracy theories loading up into live. If you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that queue right now. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We have literal conspiracy theorists loading into the live today. Literal conspiracy theorists. What's up, Jocelyn? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you? Okay, that's a fetus. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just do give us a minute. We get our next guest loading in as we speak, y'all. Let's go and get our next guest, Steven or Jacob, up in the live for the 2.4 thousand people hanging out with us. Make sure that you're double tapping. What's up, Jacob? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Jacob's not here. Steven, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Steven left. Guys, please make sure if you are in the queue that you are here, you are ready, and you are present to debate, y'all. And let me know in the chat right now if you do want to come up. I'm going to start inviting people from the chat as well. Hey, what's up, man? How old are you?
I'm about to vote Trump because Trump, I think.
Okay, you didn't tell me how old you were. Appreciate you for coming up. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, Evan. Everyone do give us a minute, y'all, and make sure that you're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes here. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Rob, I did get you with an invite there. What's going on? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Let's just get some L's for the stage fright. All these guests have stage fright today. They all have stage fright today. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box right now. WV Jeep Guy, I'd love for you to hop in the queue. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here literally right now, folks, so everyone just do remain patient while we accept our next guests up. What is going on? Jenna and JVM, are y'all voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, JVM, hop back in the queue. So, Jenna, why are you voting for Trump?
Not voting for the Biden administration, well, Kamala, to continue in office, as their administration has been infringing on our First Amendment right by censoring the American public.
How has the Biden-Harris administration infringed upon your First Amendment right?
Well, we already know that they were censoring COVID content because Zuckerberg came out and admitted that they were pushing Facebook to do so. We
Okay,
also
if I tell
know
you that you can't slur on my live, if I censor you from slurring, am I infringing upon your First Amendment right?
Were they censoring slurs? I don't think they were censoring slurs. They were just censoring anybody that was putting out contrary information about the COVID vaccines and things, or had
I don't think
differing
the content
opinions
that was
from
being
the
censored on
narrative.
the content that was being censored on the platform isn't relevant here. We could just
How's
replace
it-
slurs with anything. If I tell you that I'm going to kick you and remove you from my platform if you engage in COVID misinformation, am I infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech?
They couldn't even prove that it was misinformation. And if you read any of the
Jenna,
documentation,
listen, this is one so easy. I don't even need to name the specific category of speech. If I just tell you that I have certain rules and regulations for my live, if I tell you that you can't say the word fuck, and if you do say the word fuck, I will remove you from the live, am I infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech?
no, but that's completely different.
It's actually the exact same. So it's the exact same because this is my private platform, okay? This is my private
Okay, well,
platform
that's
in which
also
I can,
this-
one moment, Jenna,
Okay,
in
sure.
which I could set the rules and regulations insofar as who can operate inside of my business. Very similarly to private social media platforms. All private social media platforms have particular rules and regulations in which they can uphold and deny service to particular individuals in which would infringe upon those terms of service. And
Okay,
the
and there
government
was
entity,
no-
one moment, Jenna, I need to finish. And the government entity, the White House, making a recommendation to Meta to specifically reduce the push of particular misinformation regarding COVID to save life is not infringing on your First Amendment right to freedom of speech because your First Amendment right only applies in our criminal justice system and within our legislation.
Okay. Well, Facebook never had anything in their guidelines prior to the Biden administration deciding that they wanted to silence that information. But that's also just one example of how they're censoring people. RFK.
Wait, I just made it incredibly clear, right? So when we're talking about Meta, that doesn't pertain to our criminal justice system or our legislation. Your First Amendment right to freedom of speech is a legal right, okay? It does not apply to private businesses. But if you want to talk about infringement upon our First Amendment right in the context of our legislation and our criminal justice system, Trump is advocating to put people in jail that burn the American flag when a court ruled in 1986 that that was strictly protected under the First Amendment right. The only genuine, immediate, and real threat to your First Amendment right given the U.S. Constitution is Donald J. Trump because he actively wants to infringe upon individuals' First Amendment right to freedom of expression that burn the American flag.
Yeah, I mean, now you're just diverting topics. I wasn't finished on my point. They also, RFK Jr. currently has an injunction against the Biden administration for censoring his entire campaign. So how do you justify them censoring all of his campaign content? That's something that the American people should have been privy to in a fair and free election. So
So
how do
you're
you
seemingly
prevent
pivoting
that?
around the first point you made, right? So I don't mind talking about multiple points here with you, but you're seemingly
This is the
pivoting around
same point, though, because they're censoring the American public.
So, Jenna,
They're
we can talk-
censoring malinformation, which is a new term that they coined because it's just information that's not actually factually incorrect. It's just inconvenient to their narrative.
Yeah, so Jenna, we could talk about RFK and his campaign and the censorship that would apply to his campaign after you can agree and concede that, specifically speaking, right, advocating for a policy change in the terms of service of a private entity such as Meta, Facebook, Snapchat, etc., is not infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech, as that would only apply within our criminal justice system and legislation, not private companies.
Yeah, I'm not going to concede to the fact that it's okay for the government to censor people's voices on any platform.
That's not the government censoring your voice on Meta. That's the government making a recommendation to Meta to update and change their terms of service to better regulate misinformation about COVID.
It wasn't a
once again, if I tell you,
recommendation.
yes, it was. If I tell you that you
No,
cannot
it
slur,
wasn't.
it was a recommendation. Did they threaten legal action?
That's why Zuckerberg came out and said that they were pushing them to do this when it was not. They
Did the
even
government
pushed back
tell Meta that
against
they were
it.
going to close Facebook and threaten legal action to shut Meta down if they didn't take their recommendations? No.
I'm not
No, they
sure if
didn't.
that's
In
what they
fact, the
did.
White House even put out a press release about it, saying that they recognize and uphold respect for private companies to hold their own terms of service, yet they're still going to advocate against harmful misinformation that causes unnecessary deaths. But if you're going to hold to the claim that, yeah, terms of service of a private company can infringe upon your First Amendment freedom of speech, well, okay. So when I tell you that you can't slur my platform or you will be removed from my platform, am I infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech?
No.
But okay, so then why would Meta be infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech if they say you can't spread misinfo about COVID?
Yeah, it's different if Meta comes
What's the
out
difference?
and says, yeah, there's a regular, we are putting in these guidelines now that we no longer are going to
Can you
allow
tell me
this
the- can you
speech
tell me
on
the
our
relevant
platform.
difference?
It's different for the government to get involved and come out and be like, yeah, we're going to tell Facebook that they have to censor this particular content around this topic.
So it's only a First Amendment right if it's recommended by the government. So if Kamala Harris were to come to me tomorrow and recommend that I remove people from my platform if they slur, would I then be infringing upon people's First Amendment right if they come on my platform and slur?
Yeah, you're still just not acknowledging the overall point.
I am acknowledging your point
They
here.
are
This is a
infringing on our
conceptual
First
analogy.
Amendment
Please answer my
rights.
question. No, you're absolutely pivoting right now. If Kamala Harris
I'm not
were to come to
pivoting.
me,
I've been with
if
the same
Kamala
thing
Harris,
the entire
hey
time.
Jenna, with all due respect, if Kamala Harris were to come to me tomorrow and tell me that I should remove people from my platform if they slur on my platform,
I'm sure
and
she
then I
probably
take her
would because I'm sure
recommendation.
she's paying you to make this content.
Okay, what evidence do you have that I'm getting paid by the DNC to come on here and do these debates?
I have no evidence. It's just suspects.
So it's okay to believe in people that reason?
influencers out here that are being paid to make content for the
Name one
Democrats.
influencer that's getting paid by the DNC to make content.
I don't know. I don't follow influencers that are.
Wait, but you just said that there was plenty. You just said that there's so many.
I
You
scroll
can't
through
name
my
one?
feed and I see it every day. So
Like, name one.
I don't know. I don't follow these influencers, so I wouldn't. You're just trolling.
So many of them.
You have
so
names?
many of them are getting paid. Now, do you need a Kleenex? Do you need a binky?
What? You're so disrespectful on your own page.
Do you
Like,
need a, hey, Jenna, do you need a baby bottle?
She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way,
you still didn't answer anything that had to do with the censorship around the Kennedy campaign. So how do you justify that?
Because I'm first asking you to agree and concede that your first point was null, okay? And I've seemingly explained it to you as best as I can, but you're still not getting it. So I've given you one last example. So where we left off on was you saying that it was infringing upon the First Amendment right of Facebook users, as it was a recommendation from our government to Meta. So if the government recommended to me tomorrow that I censor people or remove people from my platform that engage in the use of slurs, thank you for the DJ glasses, and then I kick someone for engaging in the use of slurs, would I be infringing upon individuals' First Amendment right to freedom?
Again, you keep saying it's slurs. There were no slurs that they were censoring. They were just censoring people that had any views that were controversial or questioning the mainstream narrative of, oh, let's wear a mask, even though it's not
So
scientifically
the actual
based.
stupid question is irrelevant. It's called an analogy.
Okay, well, you keep referring to it as slurs as if...
Colin, thank you for the
they were-
$5 on Venmo. Harrison Waltz 2024. Trump lost the debate, voting blue. Let's go, Colin. Thank you for the $5. So do you mind engaging in my question and answering it?
My entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows
No, you're
that.
not gonna answer my
These
question
stories
because you
should
got
again
dunked on.
divide and
Did someone get
distract
dunked
from the
on?
reality,
Did someone
which
lose
is
a
it is very
debate?
well known that Donald Trump is
Did
weak
someone
and
lose
wrong on
a
national
debate?
security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said
Jenna,
of Putin
where we at?
that
I'm
he
here,
can
yeah,
do
dude.
whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known.
Okay,
that
are you
he
running
said
away?
when
Bye, Jenna.
Russia
Bye.
went into
Bye.
Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un.
Oh, let's get
And
some
it is
runner emojis in the
absolutely
chat.
well known
We're gonna go ahead and get our
that
next guest,
these
Timothy, up in here right now. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio. We're having a good day today. Massive running emojis in that chat. Let's fucking go. They always run. They always run.
And that is
Oh, what's up,
why
Timothy? Are you voting for Trump?
so many military leaders who you have worked with
Hi,
have
I'm
told
Mr.
me
Timothy
you are
Stumbo. You on the live?
That is
Yeah, I can
why
barely hear you.
We understand that
Okay,
we have to
I mean,
have
do you
a
hear me
president who is
enough to be able to talk?
weak and wrong on national
I believe
security,
so.
including
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
and
Yes, I am.
Lena, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Pretty sure that's Lana. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lana. That is LANA. Thank you for the $10. So why are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
That's the only good choice we have.
So why is the felon, fraudster, rapist, racist, misogynistic, sexist, religious persecutor that tried to do our government and steal an election from Biden the best option we have?
Because when he was first 4 years, we had him, the country done great.
Okay, all right. So was the country doing so great when we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020?
We didn't have the highest unemployment. And
We certainly did.
it was because of
because they're weak and they're
your,
ineffective.
whatever
And
you guys
Biden, by the
started.
way, gets paid a lot.
Oh, okay. So now you're gonna say that all the good things that happened in the country while Trump was president was caused by him, but all the bad things were caused by the Democrats. And then very similarly, all the bad things that happened in the country while Biden and Harris were in office were caused by them, but all the good things were caused by the Republicans. That seems a little bit illogical.
When
break real quick. Ladies and
Trump was
gentlemen,
in
this is sure
office,
interesting.
that's when
Unless anyone else wants to take it
very
away.
interesting,
everyone.
I got this. Everybody was getting sick.
start off. Right now, Kamala Harris
Everybody was allowed to work.
I'm not even gonna engage with that argument, chat. I'm not not
line
even
with
gonna
Joe
lie.
Biden. It
I'm
is
not
where
even
we're
gonna
seeing an
I'm not
old
even gonna
man,
engage
lack
with that
of memory.
argument, bro.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're seeing
Hey, what's up? Are you
a
voting for Trump?
strong, independent
All
woman
the way,
absolutely
buddy.
dismantled
Oh, dear
Donald
God,
Trump
why?
on his history.
What?
of
Why?
violent
Because
sexual
of
abuse towards women,
he had our
of
country
undermining
booming
the integrity
before
of
Okay,
our
so-
elections. and
So
trying
what's
to overthrow our
what's one piece
government.
of policy he
Appreciate the naughty
influenced to
ticket.
get
Thank you so much.
passed
And
that
caring
caused the
more
country to
about
boom?
rich people.
You're gonna have to
and large
repeat that. You were
corporations
stuttering
caring
like
about
crazy.
workers'
What?
rights in this country.
I'm sorry, I do have a
That's what
slight
she's called
stutter.
out.
I've
She's
worked
called
it out
out
of
him
like
on
majority of my
every
speech, but sometimes
facet
it still
of his
like
beliefs.
shows.
Now, I
But
think
the
she's
question I
absolutely
asked you
dismantling
was
him,
if
and
you
I think
could
this is
name
going
one
to lead to a
policy
huge
that
bump
Trump
in the polls.
influenced to get passed
Right?
that caused the country to
At
boom.
least 1% under my view.
Sure. What about the child
Yeah,
care
okay. Whoa,
tax
holy
bracket or
shit.
tax credit?
She has been
Heidi, I appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Massive W's for Heidi down below. So the increase in the child tax credit, first, that happens every 10 years, always has. And then secondly, that was included within his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Hold on. It don't have to happen. Donald Trump made that happen. It didn't have to happen. He didn't have to do that.
Okay, what we also made happen was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act as a whole disproportionately favored rich people. I just have a quick question for you. Would you agree with spending $1.6 trillion on
What? Would I want to spend? How much?
$1.6 trillion?
I mean, if we can justify where the money came from, sure.
No, we don't really have a clue where the money's coming from. It's just more debt.
I mean, under Trump, he was bringing in a lot of money under the tariffs.
Okay, do you mind answering my question?
What was your question?
Oh, would you be okay with spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all, insofar as this just being more debt-related spending that we don't really know how to pay for?
I mean, didn't Trump pass a $3.2 trillion tax relief for the middle class? I'm pretty sure he did.
So I'm going to go ahead and... So I'm not talking about anything that Trump passed right now. I'm asking you a
I'm
very
telling
clear
you.
question.
No, I did answer the question. I said, if we had a legitimate way of paying for it, then yeah, sure, give everybody health care.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and repeat the question one last time. Okay, would you support spending $1.6 trillion on healthcare for everyone, but we don't really know how we're going to pay for it?
No, not if I didn't know how we were going to pay for it. No.
Okay, so then how come you support Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy when we had no fucking clue how we were going to pay for it? And why do you support another 10 years of that same Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that is estimated to cost $3.9 trillion by the Congressional Budget Office when Trump has absolutely no plan how he wants to pay for it?
I'm pretty sure he had a plan on how to pay for it, though.
Okay, so how does Trump intend to pay for the $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending associated with another 10 years of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Tariffs.
Okay,
The
tariffs. Tariffs. So tariffs are regressionary. Tariffs make life harder on the low and middle class. Tariffs destroy American-owned businesses, and tariffs destroy the low and middle class. So you're going to pay for a bill that disproportionately benefits the ultra-wealthy and the corporations by destroying the low and the middle class?
How do you say that tariffs helped American citizens?
False.
What do you
Tariffs
mean?
hurt American citizens? Right? And
No,
I can tell you how.
No, we charge China. We were making China pay. China was having to pay us billions of dollars.
Okay. Yeah, but then it impacts us as well. So, like, particularly Trump's tariffs on China's destroyed American farmers because every single time we've increased tariffs on China, U.S. agricultural exports have decreased. Tariffs also
Wait, hang on. He made China buy stuff from. He made multiple different countries buy stuff from our farmers. That was part of the deal with China and other countries like Brazil. He made Brazil buy our beef. I'm pretty sure Turkey. He made Turkey buy our products. Or he made China buy millions.
Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
That's true. It's true. You can look it up.
Okay, so then why did Trump have to pass a $28 billion bailout bill to subsidize American farmers because he bankrupted them with his
because of Obama. He had to do that because Obama bankrupted them.
How did Obama bankrupt farmers?
George Bush and Obama completely destroyed everything that the farmers had going.
How did Obama bankrupt farmers in the middle of Trump's term? How did Obama bankrupt farmers in the middle of Trump's term?
I told you. Also COVID happened too. You can't forget COVID happened.
Yeah, this was before COVID, smarty pants. Listen,
know, I
here's the thing
understand.
about
I'm just
tariffs.
saying,
I'm gonna
because
go ahead and give you a little bit of a lesson here. So first of all, you're just completely clueless. Second of all, so tariffs specifically serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class because tariffs are inflationary, right? And there's two ways that we can consider this as a fact. So first of all, when we impose tariffs on the importations of goods from other countries, specifically speaking, the supply curve, right, the supply of a good will go down. Then with a consistent demand, that will drive equilibrium price up, right? As well as the fact that that tariff is passed off as a tax to the consumer. So those are the two predominant inflationary effects of tariffs that make our goods more expensive, right? And they're also regressive in the sense that the low and the middle class spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the bare necessities to survive. So you're really saying here that we are going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt-related spending associated with giving more tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy by making life harder on the poor.
if he was making life harder on the poor, like I said at first, why did he double the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000?
The doubling of okay. Also, $1,000 to $3,000 is not doubling. Second of all, that was
No, it was
included in the
1,000 to
TCJA.
2,000. It was 1,000. Yeah, it was 2,000. 1,000 to 2,000.
Yeah. So the doubling of the child tax credit was included within the TCJA that disproportionately benefited rich people, right? So would you be able to name one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed that disproportionately benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
I mean, yeah, I just said one. He gave the middle class and poor people $1,000 extra on their tax credit.
So the name of the policy that increased the child tax credit was a TCJA, where 83% of those tax cuts went to the ultra wealthy. So that disproportionately favored.
It was a
rich people.
CTC. It was the child tax credit. CTC is what it was called.
That passed under Biden and Harris, right?
The CTC? No, that was under Trump.
Okay, well that occurred within the TCJA. So I'm still asking you to name a policy that disproportionately benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people.
Well, he did that. I'm pretty sure. Would you consider federal workers middle class?
Like a predominant amount, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he signed a law for them to get 12 weeks paid parental leave.
Yeah. So what was the
So
specific name of the bill, and how did he influence it to get passed?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know the name of the bill, but I do know that he had it passed.
But see, like I could also name the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act. Biden and Harris specifically intended to benefit the average working class American. Meanwhile, Trump doesn't. That's why when we reflect upon their policy, we have no reason to favor Trump over Harris. Okay, Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. She wants to further increase the child tax credit. She wants to introduce a first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed land. She wants to introduce a $50,000 subsidy to new business owners, right? And there's so much more that we could reference.
Okay,
She wants to limit the cost that any American could ever pay for prescription drug prices through expansions with the ACA. Meanwhile, Trump, what does he want to do? He just wants to cut taxes further for the ultra wealthy. His tax cuts are estimated to cost $4 trillion. Kamala Harris's tax cuts are estimated to cost $2.4 trillion. Kamala Harris knows exactly how she's going to account for that $2.4 trillion. Trump doesn't have a damn fucking clue.
Okay, let me ask you something then. If she is going to do every bit of this, why hasn't she done it in the 3.5 years that she's had power and a voice to do these things?
Because congressional tax policy is reformed every 10 years. You can't get congressional support outside of those confines. The TCJA expires next year. That'll be the next time that tax reform is up to debate and influence in Congress.
Okay, how come all the things, like, first of all, like, she said, she used to say she was against fracking. Now, all of a sudden, she's for fracking.
Yeah, J.D. Vance used to say that Trump was America's Hitler. What's he doing today?
J.D. Vance is a freaking moron. I don't care about J.D. Vance.
Oh, wait, so you're saying if you flip-flopper like that, you're a moron. So Donald Trump's a flip-flopper. He used to be a pro-choice Democrat.
Yeah, then he saw the light.
Oh, so why couldn't Kamala Harris have just seen the light?
Because she didn't. It's all lies. She's a communist liberal.
Oh, wait, you just said what's communism?
Communism? I mean, look at Russia. Look at China.
No, define communism. Yo, Sarah, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sarah. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's go. And AB with the $20 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sarah and some W's in the chat for AB. And yo, RTP, I appreciate you for the raid, man. You're awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat for RTP. Honestly, RTP, feel free. If you ever want to co-host one of these days, feel free to request up. Massive W's in the chat for Sarah, AB, and RTP. And RTP, if you're in here once again, feel free if you ever want to request up to co-host for a little bit. Anyways, Reckless, please tell me, define communism?
Communism? Like what China is?
No, China's not communist, right? So I'm just asking you, can you define that term, or do you have no fucking clue what it means? And the only reason you call Harris a communist is because Daddy Trump tells you to.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I know the exact definition.
Oh, see, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. What is one policy that Kamala Harris wants to pass that will introduce a stateless, classless, moneyless society?
Well, I don't think she really wants to pass anything. I think she just wants to keep everything the way Joe Biden has it.
Okay, so you just have objectively not read the policies on her website. I have a question. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman?
I don't believe in the court systems acting fairly. So, I mean, you can't really ask me that.
So if Donald Trump was criminally convicted of child rape, you'd still vote for him because you wouldn't believe that the court system was fair?
Child rape?
Yeah. Also say grape.
Oh, yeah, grape. Yeah. I mean, if there was proof that he had done that, then, in his motion of discovery or something, then I would, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to support him.
Okay. So how come you wouldn't support Donald Trump if he was held liable for raping a child, but you would support Donald Trump if he was held liable for raping a woman?
When did he rape a woman?
In 1996.
1996. Come on, buddy. Then why didn't she say
if Donald Trump raped the little girl in 1996, would you still vote for him?
That's a completely different concept.
Oh, no, it's not. So seemingly the date that it happened is relevant when it's about an adult woman, but it's not relevant when it's about a little girl. So essentially all that you're telling me here is that you just simply don't think that it is severe enough, right, or bad enough for Donald Trump to rape an adult.
Is this adult woman you're talking about? Is she, does she do movies? Nude movies, I guess you can call it.
Oh, no. We're not talking about Stormy Daniels. See, you're confusing Trump's convictions. Okay. You're talking about his felony convictions. I'm talking about the civil court that I'm liable for rape. But specifically speaking, right, you told me that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, but you would if he was held liable for raping an adult woman. What that tells me is that you're not rejecting, right, the authenticity or the accuracy of the court here. You're not rejecting the standard of evidence that it's been proven to. You're merely rejecting the idea that Donald Trump raping an adult woman isn't bad enough, right?
Why didn't she stand up and go to the law, go to the cops? Hey, this guy just did this to me. Why wait this long to do that?
So 62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime because men like you exist. We shouldn't be blaming one that waited 23 years. Social pressures, right, from rape culture, the thing that you uphold, the thing that you perpetuate, the thing that you empower is why we see victims waiting so long to come out about these things. I mean, shit, if I was her, I would have probably never came out about it. So I am actually quite proud of her for speaking up at all. She knew that she was going to lose her job. She knew that she was going to be demonized. She knew that she was going to be blamed. And she knew that she was going to be turned into a monolith of the left because men like you exist.
Would she wait 23 years to tell me?
62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime.
Well, then that needs to be fixed. I mean,
and we fix it by reducing the empowerment of rape culture. You are currently upholding it. Okay, you will cause more women to wait longer about coming out about these things because what you are doing is you are taking this man who was not only accused of rape but was proven to have raped a woman inside a court of law, and you're saying that court was a liar. The woman that accused him was a liar. I'm not going to look at any of her evidence. It's all misinformation from the deep state, and I'm going to empower this man into the highest ranking position of power known to mankind. What you are doing is you are reducing the social scrutiny and consequences that we would apply to bad men who partake in these actions. We already know that if there was not consequences for rape, more men would rape women, and you are currently reducing those consequences. What do you think this is going to tell the victims? This is going to tell the victims why would they even speak out about getting raped in the first place, because they know even if they were to prove their rapist guilty in a court of law, that the men around them still aren't going to believe them, and they're going to uphold and accept the rapist and then turn around and blame the victim. It's crazy how you can come on here and tell me that you want to reduce the amount of time that women wait and take to report rape while also perpetuating the system that makes them wait so long, sir.
But wait a second. Ain't Tim Walz the one? I don't really know how to say the word that he wanted to do away with, but he wanted to normalize people raping children. Tim Walz, her running mate, wanted to normalize that word.
Tex, thank you for the corgi. I appreciate you for the love. Okay, should I entertain this guy's conspiracy theories? Just watch this. We'll have fun. Oh, give me evidence.
You want evidence? I mean, it was on the news.
Yeah. Oh, it's on the news. Give me a source.
Fox News.
Fox News. Okay.
That's where I was
from Fox News.
You have to go to Google, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, no evidence.
all
Jocelyn,
right.
thank you for the $2 on PayPal. As an SA survivor, this is exactly why I waited so long. Exactly. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jocelyn, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. And Abby with the $10 on Venmo for absolutely dunking on this guy. Thank you for the love, Abby. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Abby in the chat. Thank you for the $10 for dunking on this grape apologist. Hey, how many continents are there?
What? I've
How many
asked you
continents
this
are there?
before. You couldn't tell me.
What did you ask me?
I asked you this before.
Okay, I'll answer how many continents there are. There's 7. Name them.
Name all the continents?
No, I wouldn't be that hard on you. Just name 3.
Shoot, man. All right. North America. All right. Africa.
Hey, good for you. Good for you for naming Africa. That's the continent that most white men that come up here forget.
Why would I forget that? I got black guys that work for me.
Oh dear God. Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I did not expect the random tokenization there. Jesus Christ. Okay. Devonte, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I'm male and a victim of SA. Took me 6 years to come out with it. Deadass. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Devonte. Thank you so much for the $10. So W's for Devonte in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
I am.
Okay. All right. Why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is sexist as hell.
Well, for a long time, I was a lifelong Republican, a Democrat, and then something
You're
happened.
a lifelong Republican Democrat?
No, just a Democrat for a long time, my whole life. I'm 27 now. And something happened to me which made me change my mind.
Okay. Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, see, I got kicked in the head by a horse.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Everyone, give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. That was pretty funny. If you guys want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's going on? Okay, he automatically left. Moving on to our next guest here. Everyone, just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. Everyone, do be patient. Just give us 1 minute, y'all. Everyone, just.
How's it going, bro?
It's going all right. Are you voting for Dipey Don Man?
Yes, this year I am going to be voting for Donald Trump, and I just wanted to ask you, I want to be like 100% straight up and honest with this conversation. I don't want it to turn into like an angry debate. I just want to have a calm, like normal conversation. So I just want to know, what is your like main reasoning for voting for Kamala Harris this year?
Yeah, great. So there's going to be 2 main reasons, character and policy. She's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a misogynist. She's not a sexist. She hasn't sexualized little girls or boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking or boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect them. All right. Also, she's not a religious persecutor. She didn't try to coup our government, installing herself for a second term like Trump did in 2020. She's not a religious persecutor. She didn't try to ban all new Muslims from entering into the country. And then about policy, she wants to fight for the average working class American. She wants to fight for the low and middle class. She has self-sustainable tax policy that she knows how she's going to pay for, and she has a healthcare plan. Donald Trump doesn't. Donald Trump has concepts of planning to plan to plan to plan for concepts of a planned plan for healthcare, and then tax policy. He wants to disproportionately benefit rich people, costing $4 trillion with no clue how he's going to pay for it.
Okay. I would like to know, have you been financially supporting yourself for these past 4 years, or do you like live at home? Do you live, like, where do you live? Like with your parents, or are you fully financially supporting yourself, sir?
I've been financially supporting myself for 3 years. I moved out when I was 17.
Okay. I'm in the same boat as you. I was kicked out of my house when I was 17 years old and had to fully financially support myself as a 17-year-old living from house to house. And the main reason why I'm voting for Trump is because the prices and the inflation that has gone up in these past 4 years has been very difficult for me to be able to financially support myself as a 18-year-old in college, that I also have to pay for my own college, and I have to pay
yeah, we seemingly have a very similar story, man.
Yeah.
So how do you think the Biden and Harris administration caused inflation?
So over these over these past 4 years, under the Biden policies and the Biden administration, the prices of everything has slowly gone up over the past 4 years.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you is how they caused it.
They caused it by installing their financial policies and their economic policies. That's how it was.
Such as what policy caused inflation?
Their policies. Here, let me get into it real quick.
I don't think their policies caused inflation. I don't think you'll be able to name one, but I'll give you an opportunity to try.
So why do you think that they have nothing to do with inflation?
Because it was global and it was caused by the pandemic. Not to mention the U.S. had the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7.
Well, the U.S. obviously would have the quickest rebound because we're a country that's been around. We've been a financial superpower for the past however many years, and we've always been at the top of the world economically. When one point that Kamala Harris brought up during the debate
would you be able to tell me how they caused inflation through what policy? I'm still waiting.
To be honest, I'm not the most extremely educated in their policies, so I would not want to. I would not want to get up on here and lie and say something.
No worries. I appreciate you for that. So, like, overwhelmingly, all that you're saying is it just happened in the country while they were president, therefore they caused it. So just because something happens in the country doesn't mean the president caused it. For instance, what happened in the country in April of 2020 when Trump was president was the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression. Did Trump cause that?
No, the pandemic caused that.
If a pandemic can cause if a pandemic can cause unemployment, why can't a pandemic cause inflation?
I mean, I guess it would just make more sense to me that if the cost of everything before the pandemic under Donald Trump's policy was made things more affordable and housing was more affordable and it was better to be able to just live comfortably in the country, then why wouldn't it be the same when he comes back in?
Okay, I'm confused on the point that you're making here. The only thing that I asked you was if a global pandemic can cause unemployment, why can't it cause inflation?
I mean, I just feel like they would be able to. Like, if we were able to come back from the pandemic so fast and we were able to get our jobs back so fast, why hasn't it progressed any further? And why haven't they been able to get the economy back to where it was before?
He looks
So it's
upset.
actually
He
been
looks
better than it was
mad. He
before?
looks
We went from
just
30 year lows in
unhinged,
the stock
and he's
market
all
to
over the
all-time
place.
high.
The
We
fact
went
that
from the
he
highest
brought
rate of
up all
unemployment
the
since the Great
conspiracy theory, the
Depression
fact that he
to
did
a
all those
50-year
things, the
low.
things that
We
people
went
told
from
him
economic
not
travesty
to
to a
do,
new recession,
right? Not to
with
do, and
us
he's
going
doing it.
negative in
I
one
think
quarter
this
in
is a good
2022,
debate for her.
to the
I'll do it
quickest
the next 30
economic
minutes
rebound in
hold,
context of
but
GDP
I think
growth out of any
the
other country in the world.
pieces coming
Okay, so we
out
actually
about
have
the
rebound back
debate will
even our
be
rate of inflation. We're
she
currently at
held her own.
2.8%, which was
She
the same
did
rate of
better
inflation
than what
in
she was
2018
thought to have
pandemic Trump era policy.
thought to have
So that's
done.
another fact,
And
right?
Donald
Just saying
Trump.
because some in the country that being 21% inflation over the course of the last 4 years caused by the pandemic, this doesn't negatively reflect on Biden and Harris. Their policy has been astounding. Their policy has been it has served to the low and the middle class. It has served to the average American. Donald Trump's policy while he was president didn't. It served disproportionately to rich people. Not to mention he doesn't have any real plans. He doesn't know how he's going to pay for another 10 years of his tax cuts that are going to cost nearly $4 trillion. He has no health care plan after 9 years. He doesn't know what he's doing. I think he's economically illiterate. I think he's absolutely ignorant to how to run a country, and the only reason he is running for country is to pardon himself from crimes and to install himself with more power.
Okay. I mean, I feel like this conversation has been pretty beneficial for me because I'm not gonna lie, like I basically have just like I'm gonna fully admit to like being like the type of person to just like be educated by just what you see online and like you don't really like see a lot of the facts, and as someone who's like been more busy just trying to work to feed themselves, like it's hard to like be always like looking into stuff. So thank you for that.
I'm going to move on to the next guest here. I hope that you do hang around and listen and maybe learn another thing or two and hopefully switch your vote to Harris. I appreciate you for coming up and having an open, honest discussion. I do really appreciate you for that. Let's get some W's in the chat for the guests. We could always appreciate a good faith guest. We got our next guest loading in right now. What's up, Kathy? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes. Hi. I love you, Dean. And I want to make a statement to all the guys, mainly the guys that are for Trump that just came out and said they don't believe he had said SA because they didn't come out. And I was molested very early in my childhood, and I didn't tell anybody till I was 32. So I just want everybody to know that people do not come out. They're afraid. I just can't believe that. You wouldn't believe that he did that. And he's rich or he was, and they feel entitled that they can do whatever they want and get away with it.
Absolutely. Well, Kathy, I appreciate you for coming up and sharing this. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Kathy. Kathy, you are strong. Thank you for coming up. W's for Kathy in the chat. Hello, Oh the Pain. Are you voting for Trump?
Thank you, Dean. I'm finally up.
Okay. So why are you voting for the Great Best?
We had this conversation a few months back when I dog walked you on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I just came up to ask you a hypothetical question, since you love asking hypothetical questions. Let's say you wanted to move to New York, right? And I was a real estate agent offering you a free apartment on the south side of Jamaica, Queens, or in Coney.
Lame. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Everyone just give us a minute. Unbearable. I dog-walked you. Okay. All right. What's up, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Awesome. Why so?
I just feel like he's the more of the same, I guess, views.
Like, what's one policy that Trump passed while he was president that you agree with?
Just with the border.
Oh, okay. So you like agree with like an open border?
I don't agree with, totally closing the border, but I don't agree with totally opening the border.
No, because Trump wants an open border, right? Because he was the one that shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate from a Republican senator that he endorsed, by the way, right? So seemingly you want an open border. You don't want any effective border policy because that's Trump's view.
I think how he handled the border was just a lot better than how the Biden and Harris administration.
So Trump handled the border great 2 years ago when he shut down and torpedoed the bipartisan border bill, specifically because he didn't want the Democrats to have a win. Did he do that? Was that a good thing he did?
It wasn't the greatest, but letting in 25,000 illegals every day isn't the greatest either.
25,000 undocumented migrants a day is insane. What's your source on that?
You can look at it. I mean, anyway.
No. We're currently at 2,300 encounters, which is illegal and legal means of entry upon our southern border, according to Customs and Border Protection. Secondly, right, if you're going to say that there's been a crisis at the southern border, I'd say Trump partially is causing the crisis because he shot down effective, good policy 2 years ago in Congress that would have solved the crisis. So would you say that Donald Trump cares about the southern border?
More than the Biden-Harris, I would say he does.
I disagree. If your house was on fire and a fire truck showed up to put out the fire and you told him to turn around because you wanted your house to burn down so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about your house? No. So if the border is burning down and there's a crisis and the fire truck shows up bipartisan legislation in the crisis in Congress and Donald Trump tells the fire truck or the bipartisan legislation to turn around because he wants the house to burn down or he wants the crisis to continue so he can claim the insurance money or claim the votes from people after virtue signaling about the crisis, does Trump care about the southern border?
I can see where you're coming from on that, but what about all the Haitian migrants that are here that are eating the dogs and cats?
They're gonna eat the kitty cats and they're gonna eat the dogs. If you vote for Harris, the crisis will continue, and the aliens, E.T. and his buddies will eat your doggy dogs and the kitty cats. They've started at lunch. Next thing you know, they may quite possibly move to dinner too, and before you know it, quite frankly, they'll be eating them for breakfast too. And how do we know they'll stop there? Next thing you know, they may be eating your small children the same way I said they'd be getting operations at school. Next thing you know, they won't even come home from school because all the aliens, E.T. and his buddies, will eat them with the kitty cats and the doggy dogs.
But am I wrong?
Yes.
No, I'm not. There are sources of pictures and videos of people. Like you can laugh, but it's the truth. I mean, the truth hurts. And
oh no, you're referencing a video from 2017 of someone being arrested for unaliving a cat. First of all, that's from 2017. Second of all, how do we know that they're an undocumented migrant? Even if that was from today, how would we know that that is an undocumented migrant?
Have you seen the videos and pictures from Springfield?
How do we know that that's an undocumented migrant? Are you just profiling them because of the way that they look?
Well, I know here wherever I live.
Oh, because the only thing that you'd be able to profile them based upon the way they look in that video, right, is like seemingly being from a Latin American descent. So are you saying that everyone in the country that is of a Latin American descent is not supposed to be here? Are you saying that America is a white country?
No.
Oh, so then why would you profile the individual in the video that you're referencing as being an undocumented migrant that isn't supposed to be here because of the color of their skin?
I'm going based off of what I have experienced here in my town.
Holy shit, you've seen an undocumented migrant eat a kitty cat or a doggy dog?
There are 20 undocumented migrants that live out at like a public hunting area.
So how does that justify the claim that in Springfield, Ohio, they're eating kitty cats and doggy dogs?
Because there's pictures of them holding.
Colin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for barbecuing and cooking and serving them all. I appreciate you for the love, Colin. Once again, going back to the pictures and videos, what is the relevant quality that you see in those pictures or videos that gives you sufficient reason to believe that it's an undocumented migrant?
What gives you reason to think that they are a legal?
Adrian, I appreciate you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Right, yeah, because undocumented migrants are 4 times less likely to commit crimes in comparison to U.S.-born citizens, not to mention the disproportionate amount of citizens in comparison to undocumented migrants here in the country. Obviously, it's going to be atypical for an undocumented migrant to commit a crime, right? So we'd say here that you'd have to provide me with special reason to believe that that's an undocumented migrant. But seemingly you can't, and you're asking me for reason to believe that the negation is true. So can I just pull up a video of anyone committing a crime and assume that it's an undocumented migrant until you prove me wrong? That sounds like virtue signaling to me. That sounds like dehumanization and demonizing of a group of people that you don't like to me. That sounds like racism to me. That sounds like xenophobia to me.
Yeah, you're just trying to put words in my mouth at this point, and it's.
I'm so sorry. Where's the fault in my logic?
You're calling me all these things, but I have nothing.
No, because you essentially just said that if you see anyone committing a crime, you are totally justified in assuming that that is an undocumented migrant unless you can prove that wrong. Is that your argument?
I never said that.
Okay, so then what is your reason to assume that the individual in those pictures and videos is an undocumented migrant?
Because in all of the articles and everything that I've seen, like, it's...
It says it in articles? That's your source? Really? Are you joking?
You go right to the person?
Oh my God, dude! Oh, it says it in articles. You know, so I actually saw. So on TV, Trump said that his evidence for the fact that that's an undocumented migrant is what the people on TV say. Do you agree with Trump's argument there?
No, because I mean you can't.
Oh, so it's not what the people on TV say; it's what the people on Google say.
No, it depends on the source.
Okay, so give me a source that would justify the claim that that was an undocumented migrant.
I don't have it right here with me.
Oh, your sources trust me, bro. Hey, would you ever vote for a racist, misogynist, rapist?
Would I vote for a lady who incarcerated black men? And
Don't say the N word. Don't say the M word.
I said black men.
I said M word, like the name of the drug. But go for it.
I would
ask your question again.
I vote for a woman who incarcerated black individuals off of. And could have released them with evidence she had, but didn't release the evidence. Like, what? Why would I vote for her?
Can you give me any evidence that a prosecutor can prosecute someone without evidence? Is that the claim that you're making? Is that she literally prosecuted people without evidence? What the fuck?
They were arrested, and she had evidence to release.
You're making shit up.
I'm not making that up.
I know what you're talking about.
To see the truth and to see what has been proven is not.
Okay, so you're talking about the person on death row, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, you want to know something funny? So she prosecuted a person for particular crimes that led them to being on death row, and then another judge had argued that there should be further DNA testing. You know what she did? She said that we don't need further DNA testing because this person is guilty beyond all reasonable shadow of a doubt. There's no reason to provide additional funding and resources to further DNA testing. But then the judge ultimately ruled that DNA testing had to be done, and what happened? The DNA testing was done and he was proved guilty for a second time. Not to mention his life was never on the line because California stopped unaliving people through the death penalty in 2006. And then the governor's office launched an investigation into this in 2018 that showed no wrongdoing on behalf of Kamala Harris. Get donked on. Education is very important. Information is needed to vote. But seemingly you're like the Witch of the West in that one movie with the golden road. I throw water on you and you disintegrate. I throw facts and knowledge on you and you disappear. Okay, all right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest here. If you're voting for Trump, let me know in the chat right now. We are gonna go and get our next guest, Hannah, up in the box right now. Everyone, do double tap on that phone screen if you want to support me. My Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Everyone, be patient. Let's go to get him up in here right now. We got Detail loading in. Loading in, ladies and gentlemen, loading in. Hello, Detail. Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, and how old are you, Pookie?
I'm 27.
Okay, so why are you voting for the misogynist racist?
I feel like he's going to better the country more than Kamala.
Okay, what is one policy he's proposed that will make the country better than what Kamala Harris would do?
I'm a little bit on the spot, but I just trust in him a little bit more. I mean, obviously, he's made a lot of mistakes. He's not perfect, but...
Oh my God, name one piece of legislation he influenced to get passed first time he was president that was so great.
One piece of legislation? I mean, like I said, I'm just kind of...
Low info voter. Do you self-classify as a low information voter?
I would say I don't have all the information. No, I just...
You don't have any. Do you just kind of like have concepts of the policy that he would influence to get passed and make the country better?
Yeah, exactly. Like concepts. Basically, like, I feel like he's more on
top. Kind of like his concepts about a healthcare plan?
Like his no tax on tips and
Kamala Harris wants that too?
Yeah, because she's copying everything he does, but...
Oh, wait, so is she copying everything he does and stealing his policy, or is she a communist?
She's basically flipping out on everything she said she wanted. Now she's changed her mind, which is good. I'm glad
Okay,
for
so
her,
Kamala Harris is a communist, and she's copying all of Trump's policy. So Trump's policy is communist?
Is Trump's policy communist?
Mm-hmm.
I would say no.
Okay, then how is she a communist if she's copying his policy?
I just feel like she's tried to copy some of the ideas we've had. Like,
so then how is she a communist?
I didn't say she was a communist.
Trump does.
I mean, everyone's saying she's a communist. The majority agrees she's a communist, but I'm not gonna just say she is. I don't think.
Alicia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying that Pookie Nation are runners. So real. I appreciate you for the love, Alicia. W's in the chat for Alicia.
I would like to address mainly. I honestly requested on here because I would just like to address the wildfires going on in California right now. They're insane.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Don't understand what wildfires have to do with who you're voting for, but I do appreciate you for coming up. For the 6.4 thousand people in here, make sure that you're all double tapping. Let's get more W's in the chat for Alicia with the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Alicia. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Did you just say Alicia?
I did. Okay, did that just make you... Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I think so.
Oh, okay. So why do you care about something that doesn't care about you? Trump is sexist, hates women.
So, I mean, it's rough because unfortunately with like our government today, it has to be one way or another.
Cassandra, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Middle.
Okay, so would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse or rape?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
No, I wouldn't. And
okay, so Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman. Are you still in the middle?
No, I totally get that point completely. And I, support some of, the things that Kamala Harris stands for, but also some of the things that Trump stands for.
What do you support that Trump stands for?
Well, for me, I mean, okay, so I live in Denver, Colorado, dealing with a lot of, immigration, definitely a lot more crime over here. And
how long have you been in Denver?
I've lived here my whole life.
And you think that crime has got progressively worse over the last 4 years?
I feel like it's every single year, no matter who is president. Scott.
No shit. Yes.
Right.
Yes, exactly. So why would you attribute this to the Biden-Harris administration?
No. So my thing is that they're allowing all, these people to come.
Who are these people? What do you mean by these people?
Well, like immigrants.
Okay. So you just don't like immigration? You want to keep America white?
No, of course not. My mom is an immigrant.
Okay. So then why would you say that immigration is bad?
It's unfortunate that, there's people who come over here and ruin it for everybody else. I wish that, everybody had the chance to come over here, but it's that small percentage of those bad people that ruin it for everybody else.
Like who?
What do you mean, like the people who commit crimes?
Okay, so natural-born U.S. citizens are 4 times more likely to commit violent crimes than undocumented migrants, and then it's also the case that you're voting for a criminal.
No, I didn't say that I was voting for him. I said that I'm kind of like stuck in the middle.
Okay, no worries. Let's have a good conversation about it. So are you like referencing like the crimes in Aurora?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you referencing like the quote-unquote Venezuelan gangs in Aurora?
Well, I don't know because I obviously didn't see it in person and I heard that it was debunked. So I really don't know. Also, like the media lies to us constantly. So who even knows what to believe anymore?
Right. Because I also live in Denver. Okay. And I don't know what you're talking about. Right. I don't think that we'd be able to associate any like grave issue caused by like policy influenced by the Biden and Harris administration that specifically give you reason to vote for Trump in this regard. In fact, violent crime rates have been decreasing since 2021 in Denver. Funny enough. So even when you're referencing like rates of violent crime, they've been decreasing. What reason would you have here to vote for Trump?
Well, thank you for telling me that because I did not know that. I mean, I guess the only thing that, I want is I just want to be able to afford, a house or rent. And
okay, so then you should vote for Harris, who wants to give you a $25,000 subsidy for your down payment. You know what I mean? You should vote for Harris, the person that doesn't want to introduce tariffs on all imported goods, causing inflation, making the life harder for the low and the middle class.
Right, yeah. See, and I just wanted to talk because I really do want to hear both sides, because I don't know all the information, but also, who's to say that she's really going to do that? I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, the question is she's really going to implement this policy can be asked about both sides of the aisle, but we have better reason to believe that Harris will implement effective policy than Trump because of her track record with Biden. They implemented some of the most monumental policy in modern U.S. history, some of which Trump said he would but never got done, such as the infrastructure bill. He said it was infrastructure every single week and never got it passed with a better split in Congress than Biden and Harris had, then they got it passed in their first year. But was there anything else that you wanted to go over?
No, that was it. Thank you so much for telling me all of that.
I appreciate you so much for coming up. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being respectful. We are going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now, so everyone do be patient. If you are MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know in the chat literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone just do be patient. Everyone just do give us a minute here. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and they go directly to me in comparison to about 30% here on TikTok. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Mr. Vic3895, are you voting for Trump?
You hear me?
Yeah, I appreciate you so much. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here because I don't know if he could hear me. What's up, Braden? Are you voting for Trump?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay, and why's that?
I think he did overall I think he did a better job. I think
vehemently disagree.
Okay, why, how so?
Because he passed no policy that benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people. Name one, and I'll name 5 of Biden and Harris's.
I think you guys drill into that point. I think he did. I think people give Trump a little bit too much credit for what he did for the economy. But where I'm at, because I consider myself an independent. I was gonna vote for RFK. So him backing up Trump kind of swayed me. I did give Kamala a chance as well. But I think
one policy that influenced to get passed that benefited the average American more than rich people.
No, I'm saying I don't. I think his tax cut was. I don't think it did what he wanted to do, what he thought it was going to do.
Okay, so why would you say that he did a better job than Harris in office?
Well, if you repeat that question,
then why would you say he did a better job than Harris in office? Because we could demonstrate policy that Harris and Biden signed into law that benefited the average American. The PACT Act, investing nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits. The CHIPS and Science Act, investing billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers insofar as we will be producing 30% of the global chip supply by 2030. The infrastructure bill, $1 trillion invested in local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies to create construction jobs to renew their infrastructure. The Inflation Reduction Act, a deficit-reducing multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources. The American Rescue Plan to help us rebound from COVID. See, I could name so much policy influenced by the Biden-Harris administration that served to the average American. I couldn't name one of Trump's.
Again, I like I stated, I think the Biden administration gets a little too much hate from the media because he did kind of dealt a bad hand when it came to COVID. He kind of didn't really get a good starting place. But like if you look at where inflation is now, it's going down. But under Trump, inflation never ever went up. It was pretty steady. COVID, there was no inflation, but that's not what you want. COVID, it killed the economy. That's also not necessarily Donald Trump's fault. But where I'm at, I think when it comes to, I'm not voting strictly based off the economy. And I think Kamala Harris would do, I don't know what she would necessarily do for the economy. I think it would be just around the same best case scenario where Trump was. And that's why also I align with Trump more in other aspects when it comes to the economy. But I do think Trump
inherited Obama's economy. He passed no legislation to fuck it up. I'll give him that. But simultaneously, he passed no legislation that really benefited the economy, right, in any efficient regard. Right?
I think he did a good job creating new jobs. I mean, 7 million new jobs.
Okay.
Which is,
so there's been so what specific policy did he influence to get past that created new jobs?
I couldn't tell you the exact policy, but he created new jobs. You mean
so you're just saying if it happens in the country, then the president is to blame. So in the same way, there was new jobs created in the country while he was president. Therefore, Trump caused that. Well, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020. Therefore, Trump caused that too.
Yeah, but that's kind of a null point. You can't just disregard what Trump did because of it's a different point that I'm making here. You're trying to make it seem like I'm pro one thing just because I don't know. You're kind of playing this wordplay game, which you're a good debater. I've seen your stuff. You do a good job, but I mean that's kind of a null point.
It's not a null point at all, right? Because you're saying that Trump created jobs while he was president, and your evidence for this is jobs were created in the American economy. You couldn't tell me what policy he influenced to get passed that caused the creation of those jobs. You merely just assume that he caused the creation of those jobs as he was president while it happened. So if we reduce your logic down to its bare bones here, your logic is essentially if something happens in the country, the president caused it. Do you dispute that?
Well, you're doing a good job. Can I ask you a question?
Can you answer my question there? Do you dispute that your logic here is that if something happens in America, it's caused by the president? Because you're essentially saying...
No, I agree with you. I agree with you there. I agree with you.
Okay, so that is your logic. So if something happens in America, the president caused it. So the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression happened in America. When Trump was president, what does that tell us?
No, I think it's a fair point you're making. But can you tell me what I kind of lost my train of thought here, but what can you tell me how Trump didn't create those jobs? So you're telling me he didn't create those jobs?
Sure, of course. Right. So yeah, this is a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two variables are associated doesn't mean that one caused the other. You'd require special reason to justify the point that Trump caused the creation of these new jobs, right? But in like a nutshell, right, we could just say that this was a continuation of the reduction in the unemployment rate that we observed during the last 3 years of Obama's presidency. He kind of just rode on Obama's coattails. And I'm fine with you disputing this and saying that no, Trump did cause the creation of these new jobs. Nothing's wrong with you doing that. You just simply have to provide me reason to believe that. Because just saying what happened while he was president is not sufficient reason to believe that he caused it. Because if it was, then we'd say that Trump caused a total net negative loss in jobs under his term and the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020. You're seemingly like cherry picking here. You're saying that some things that happened in the country while he was president was caused by him. Meanwhile, other things weren't, with no reason beyond that. It's just very illogical.
Fair enough. And can I also ask you a question for voters like me? I'm a first time voter. Don't you find it hard to vote for Kamala Harris? Like, considering she's flip flopped so much in the past 4 years from when she was running on her views and stuff like that. How do you feel about that? Like her flip flopping.
Barbara, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. So proud of you. You kicked Kurt's ASS. Let's go for destroying Charlie Kirk. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. W's for Barbara in the chat. And no, I don't find it harder to vote for. In fact, I find it easier. I think that serving as our vice president for the last 4 years has taught Kamala Harris that she either drowns because she cannot figure out how to meet in the middle of the aisle in Congress to pass effective legislation, or that she has to moderate her views insofar as becoming more appealing to both sides of the aisle to get them to work together. I think that's a trait that Kamala Harris has demonstrated. I believe that her views have become more moderated in nature via her excellent work bringing Congress together. And this is something that never happened to Trump. This is why he can never bring Congress together. That's why he had to misappropriate DOD funds to build his wall. And specifically speaking, I like the fact that she's pro-fracking. I like the fact that she's pro-American oil, because what we need to be doing now is producing as much oil as we can to take up as much of the global oil supplies we can, because we uphold EPA regulations and standards that other countries do not, while also focusing on the long term to switching to green energy production. Not only under the Biden-Harris administration did we produce more oil than we ever happened before, but we also made the largest investment in renewable energy resources that we ever happened before. This is what we need. This is what we want. But the question I'd ask you here, if it makes it harder for you to vote for Harris because she's flip-flopped about her beliefs, how about we talk about JD Vance saying that Trump is America's Hitler in 2019, the same year she said that she was against fracking?
I don't really follow the VPs. I don't really care for Tim Walz nor JD Vance. I think they both kind of the vice presidents historically.
Okay, well then we can talk about Trump as well. He used to be a pro-choice Democrat.
Yeah. Back in it was whatever. I mean, his views can change. I don't disagree with you people. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with you there.
If Trump's views can change, why can't Harris's views change?
I'm just looking at it based off Trump said something along the. I saw the interview, saw the clips. That was forever ago. The Trump looks. You can tell he's older. You can tell he looks a lot older. Harris. I mean, she was running against Joe Biden, and Joe Biden would even say some of her beliefs were kind of crazy. Like she had some kind of out there opinions. And I
strongly disagree with that. I think that it's fucking insane that you think her being anti-fracking in 2019 is sufficient reason not to vote for her, but then you turn around and vote for Trump even though he's a racist, even though he's a misogynist, even though he's literally raped a woman and sexualized a little girl, even though he's boasted about grabbing women by the P word and boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, all right, to quote-unquote inspect them, even though he tried to overthrow our country in 2020, the same year that you say Kamala Harris's views were out there. He tried to coup our country. He tried to steal the election for Biden with use of fake votes in Congress. Was that out there? You seemingly ignore all of these things that make Trump one of the worst presidential candidates and literally in American history, and then you turn around because of something she said in 2019 you can't vote for her, but because of what he did in 2020 you can?
I mean, I don't really see why you're getting so kind of like worked up over it. I don't think
because you're saying because she was anti-fracking in 2019, you're not going to vote for her. But regardless of the fact that he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election, you're still going to vote for him.
I asked you a question. You don't know if I'm not voting or voting for Kamala Harris based off her fracking opinions. I asked you a simple question based on her value changes. I don't know why
you specifically said that this makes it hard for you to vote for her. But regardless of all those things that I just named off about Trump, you seemingly don't have that much of an issue voting for him.
I don't have much of an issue voting for Trump. I do not.
Okay, so if trying to coup the country doesn't make it hard to vote for Trump, why should her being anti-fracking
how did he coup
5 years ago make it hard to vote for her?
How did he coup the country?
Yeah, sure, by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to send fake votes into Congress to be certified as real by Mike Pence on January 6th. He attempted to install himself for a second term. But please answer my question. If him attempting to coup the country and steal an election doesn't make it hard to vote for Trump,
well, I don't believe he tried to steal an election.
So he's admitted to these things to the Supreme Court as well as in the January 6 indictments. He accepts that he has partaken in these actions, and he's currently arguing that he should be immune from criminal proceedings due to presidential immunity.
I don't really know what you just said, dude. You're talking really fast, man.
Trump has admitted to these things.
He admitted to trying to start a coup?
Yeah, he's admitted to sending the fake slates of electorates. He calls them alternative slates of electorates. He admits to having them send false and fraudulent certificates of ascertainment into Congress. Yes, he admits to all these things.
I mean, you don't think the Democrats at all do some shady shit when it comes? I mean, Joe Biden got he got more votes than Obama. You don't think they got some? You don't think they did their fair share of doing?
No, I don't engage in conspiracy theory. Right, I acquaint myself with reality. Right, the outcomes of the 2020 election have been incessantly investigated on the local, state, and federal level since 2020. There's been no sufficient evidence of widespread voter fraud to overturn the results of the election. It's even been investigated by Trump's own Electoral Integrity Committee. He invested millions of dollars into paying his people to find any evidence to justify his claims that the election was stolen from him. They came up empty-handed. The claim that Donald Trump won 2020 is fringe conspiratorial hearsay. I see no distinction between the claim that Donald Trump won 2020 and the claim that the Earth is flat or the claim that 9/11 was an inside job.
I mean, dude, but you're also coming up here and saying that Trump touches kids, man. It's kind of a contradiction of what you're saying. Like, I mean, this is just there's no.
I say that Donald Trump has sexualized a little girl because Donald Trump has sexualized a little girl, and he said it on a CBS interview in 1992.
Okay, and Biden kiss little girls on the mouth, dude. Like,
would you be able to give me a clip of Biden kissing a little girl in the mouth?
I mean, no, I'm throwing a hyperbole out there. I don't think actually Biden does. Like, I don't think Biden means to be a little creepy.
Okay, so your best. So I just want to clarify. Your best counter argument against me saying that Donald Trump has sexualized little girls is making up a lie about a man who's not even running for president.
No, it's a bunch of he said. It's a bunch of he said, you said. I mean, dude, there's no factual evidence behind that, dude.
Oh wait, really?
No, there's not. Him touching.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
I mean, dude.
Do we need to hear that again?
You're saying he's touching kids, bro. That's not what you're saying.
No. I said that Trump has sexualized little girls.
I literally heard you say earlier that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Raping kids? That's what you say.
No, he's raped an adult woman.
You're talking about the E. Jean Carroll?
Yes.
So let's go into that then. Let's go into that. Why do you think? What is your state? So you think he did it? Obviously, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm rational. I'm sane. Well, what's one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court case to prove that Donald Trump raped her?
She had DNA. Apparently, she had sperm.
Oh yeah, but that was never submitted into the court case as evidence because Trump literally refused to give us DNA
Trump
to be tested
refused,
against
which is
that. So what's one
right,
piece of
which is
evidence that
right.
was submitted into the court case?
It was a bunch of what's the word? It was a bunch of circumstantial stuff, right?
So can you name one piece of evidence or not, man?
I mean, I couldn't name one specific. I don't have it right in front of me. I'm not,
so you don't know the evidence.
I mean, dude, no, this isn't my job. Dude. You're gonna know more about the case necessarily than I. But I know it was a split jury when it came to the okay. So how did it go then?
All 9 jurors determined that Donald Trump was guilty of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
So why did he only pay $5 million in a civil case?
I don't know why it was $5 million for sexually abusing her. Why is that a relevant question?
Okay, because if he sexually abused her, why isn't he in jail?
Because civil courts determine financial responsibility.
So why was it held civil, and why did they?
Because the statute of limitations had passed for her to bring it to a criminal court.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, would you still vote for Trump if he's held civilly liable of raping a little girl?
If it was civil, I'd have to see the evidence behind it. But
so you'd still vote for him, okay? So if someone was babysitting your daughter and you figured out that they had been held civilly liable for raping a little girl the same age as your daughter, would you allow them to continue to babysit your daughter?
I mean, it's my daughter, dude. It's a simple question. If that was...
So if you want to allow someone held civilly liable for rape to watch over your daughter, why do you want him to watch over everyone's daughter and have everyone's daughter look up to him?
You're saying a hypothetical if he's got a civil case against raping a little child. You're playing this like touching a little child game again, dude. Like I don't...
But seemingly, you'd say that him being held liable for raping a little girl is bad enough to not let him lead the country, but him being held civilly liable for raping an adult woman isn't. I'm just curious on where what red line is for you and why you place the red line where you do. Would you hold to the position that raping an adult woman isn't bad enough?
Yeah, would you not say? No, I'm not going to say in E. Jean Carroll's for sure line. I don't know enough about the case to say that's a factual thing. But would you not say people lied? More people have came out about Trump. Many people have done it before. Would you say all those people are telling the truth?
So what I'd say is that about 2 to 10% of accusations are false, and that percentage would further decrease when we consider false accusations that led a jury to the conclusion that the accusations were accurate. It's incredibly atypical and unlikely for a false accusation to make it that far. So I'd ask you for the special reason to assume that this was particularly one of those atypical circumstances through the use of asking you what piece of evidence she submitted to the court that you'd reject, but you seemingly don't even know the evidence that she submitted to the court that you'd reject. This is literally like me saying that I believe in the flat earth. I just want to let you know that. This is like me coming on live right now and saying that I'm a flat earther, the earth is flat. I don't know any of the evidence for this idea that the earth is flat, and I don't even know the evidence for the idea that the earth is round. I know that it's more likely that the earth is round than it is likely that the earth is flat, but I just choose to believe that the earth is flat because it better fits my preferences. The same way you just choose to believe that Donald Trump isn't a rapist, even though it's incredibly unlikely that the civil court ruled incorrectly while not knowing one piece of evidence they ruled on, because it further suits your preference of voting for him in November, right? It is literal delusion, it's contortion of reality, and it's cult-like behavior.
Fair. And I just have one more question. Why? So Kamala Harris says all the time that she's going to overturn the Roe v. Wade decision. Don't you feel like it's kind of she puts a lot of false promises out there? Considering that it took 50 years for Trump to get it into the states. So you're telling me she's going to overturn that within her 4, or theoretical she could have 8 years to be president.
So Trump has been working to overturn Roe v. Wade since he was 20?
Okay, so how is Kamala going to do it in 4 to 8 years? Like she says she's going to?
Yeah, by influencing congressional legislation. The same way her and Biden influenced congressional legislation on the PACT Act, on the Infrastructure Bill, on the CHIPS and Science Act, on the American Rescue Plan, and the Inflation Reduction Act. The same way Trump wants to influence legislation for no tax on tips or another 10 years of the TCGA. Like what?
So in theory, it took Trump 50. It's going to take Kamala 8.
It did, so I just want to make sure.
That's what you're saying.
I just want to make sure you think that Trump has been working to get Roe v. Wade overturned since he was 20 years old. So then what do you mean it took him 50 years?
Well, I'm just saying it took 50 years for that to flip, right?
It took 50 years before we had a morally decrepit, bankrupt president want to flip it.
I think he just put it into the state. That's somebody. Don't you feel like the state should have more power than they do? It's less power to the federal government.
Would you say that a woman's right to get an abortion should be sent from the president?
Can you answer my question? I'll answer your question as soon as you answer mine.
Brian, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brian. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's down below in that chat for Brian. Thank you for the $20. That is so kind of you. My answer would be no. So I just want to clarify.
So you don't think the state should have more power?
Yeah, not in that aspect.
Okay,
absolutely. So I'm not a Confederate like you. I don't think that human rights should be left up to the state.
I'm not a Confederate. You're just throwing out. I'm being very civil with you.
I don't know. Robert E. Lee might give me a very similar argument. Human rights left up to the state. But I'm going to go ahead and ask you the question that I'm asking you without you interrupting me this time. So specifically speaking, do you think that a woman's right and access to get an abortion should be sent from the federal government to the state government so it places more power in the hands of the individual constituents of each state?
When you put it, I guess no. So
then why should it be passed back down to the state?
Just because the state should have more. I think the state should have. I don't like much of the. I think the state should have a little bit more power than what they do.
Okay.
I think
so you do think that it should be taken out of the hands of the federal government and placed in the hand of the state's government, so it gives more power to each constituent of the state.
Then sure, I didn't understand your question.
So let's just follow this logically speaking.
Okay.
Hypothetically, would you support moving it from the state government to the individual county governments, because that place is even more individualistic power into the constituents of each county?
I wouldn't hate that, I guess.
And what if we send it from the county government to the city government? Then what if we send it from the city government to the household, then from the household to the woman? We put the most power in the hand of each and every single 170 million American women and girls by federally protecting the right to access abortion, which specifically puts that decision solely in the hand of every single woman and every single girl, because they get to make that decision for themselves. When you take that and you put it in the hands of the county, the state, that takes that power away from the citizens, away from the women, away from the girls, and it places that power in the hands of the white men in Washington, D.C.
It's a fair. I just feel like it's unfair for a lot of people to say, Trump, because he's stated his views on it and he stated what he believes, but it's in the power of the states. So I don't really understand why he gets so much. Why?
Dude,
can you explain to me why?
Really, dude, you're so unreal. Of course, Trump is going to be to blame for this. Okay, let's use the use of an analogy. Okay. Robert E. Lee was the leader of the Confederacy in the Civil War. Fun fact about Robert E. Lee. When he came to own his parents' slave plantation, he released all his slaves. He personally didn't want to own any, but he fought for the Confederacy. He led it. So if Robert E. Lee won the Civil War and the right to own a slave was left up to the states, and we had states rule that, yes, our citizens should be allowed to own humans as property, would you say that would be partially to blame on Robert E. Lee, even though he personally didn't want to own slaves?
Can you repeat that last part of your question? So I can
No, literally no. I'm literally not going to repeat that. Douglas, I appreciate you for the $7 on PayPal. Dude, that was so crystal clear. I'm not doing that again. Hey, what's up, Josiah? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Josiah's not here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest, Billy, up in the box. Literally no. Literally fucking no. Dude, please. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's up, Billy? Are you voting for Trump?
Blaming on Robert E. Lee. Requested that. Hey.
Hi, Billy. Are you voting for Trump?
Can I ask you one question, Soldier Boy?
Yeah, is it possible that you could go into a more like quiet room of your house?
I appreciate your request accepted. Why on January 10th, during the debate, Kamala Harris said that the worst thing that happened to democracy was the Civil War. What happened? Hey, today is 9/11.
Oh my God.
Your God. That's your God.
Okay, Billy. So I just want to clarify. You think the debate was on January 10th? No, it was on September 10th. And I want to clarify. You think that Kamala Harris said that the... Billy? Pookie, don't say that.
Yeah, I can.
Billy, Robert, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate you for the love. Oh my God, Billy, Pookie Bear, baby pie. Don't say that. Don't say fuck.
Well, why didn't they fact check that while they was doing it during their debate like they did Trump?
Okay. So you also said that today's 9/11. No, yesterday was 9/11. Arizona, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for standing up for women's rights. I appreciate you for that love, Arizona. W's for Arizona in the chat. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And then you also said that Kamala Harris said that the Civil War was the worst thing to happen to our democracy.
That's what she said.
Is she wrong?
Regardless of what, hey, I might be misconstrued, but
Nicole with a $20 on Venmo. Ha ha ha. Trump said no through debate. He's scared.
Yeah, he's getting clout. How much money are you getting, buddy?
I just got $20 donated from Nicole.
Way to go.
W's for Nicole in the chat. Would you like to thank Nicole?
Put that in the gas tank because you're going to need it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Dean, read his bio. Wish woman would quit being in... Whoa.
Wow.
What does your bio mean, Billy?
What does it mean? It means you won.
So so I just want to clarify. Your bio says... Yo, King, thank you for the $15 on Venmo telling me to look at his bio. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for King. Thank you so much.
You're not getting money. You're just on here, just showing your ass. And enjoy your views.
Okay. So first of all, King did just donate me $15. Tell me to look at your bio. So your bio says, wish women would quit.
Show me a receipt.
Why? Why do I need to show you a receipt of the donation?
Because you can't.
Okay.
Nobody's giving you no money. You're just sitting there talking.
Okay. Yo, Simone, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying best argument is breaking down why a woman needs autonomy. So real. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. W's for Simone in the chat.
Enjoying this.
So I just want to clarify. So you think that someone named King didn't send me $15? Okay. Yo, Rachel with the $20 on Venmo as well. What a fool this guy is. Thank you for the love, Rachel. Let's get some W's in the chat for Rachel. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. So I just want to clarify here. So here's King. Here's King 50 seconds ago with $15.
50 seconds ago.
There, yeah. Yo, Madison with a $50 on Venmo saying show him the receipts. That's crazy. Thank you for the love, Madison with a $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. There's Madison saying show him the receipts with $50. Thank you for the love, Madison with a $50 and Riley with a $10 as well. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Madison right now with a $50 on Venmo. Massive W's right now in the chat. Thank you for the $50.
There you go. You bitch.
I really appreciate that. And Riley with the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Riley. He's so pissed. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Riley, Rachel, Madison, and King. And John with a $5 as well. Kalisto with a $2. Sarah with a $5. I really appreciate you for that love, y'all. So anyways, Billy, there's one thing that I wanted to ask here. So your bio saying that women are to SL...
Brother, I'll tell you the guys on the street.
Hey, one second. Can I talk real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you. Arizona with a $5 with a fake donation. W's for Arizona in the chat. Thank you for the $5. Okay, calm down, buddy.
That's my question.
Okay, calm the fuck down. You're so emotional. God,
No,
win these days. The
of
audacity.
course I am. Because you say that. I don't like you.
Okay.
You shouldn't be on the page promoting bullshit.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask you a question now. Just please allow me.
All right, ask me my question.
Allow me 30 seconds.
I want to answer it.
But before I do, Ryan with the $25 on Venmo for the fake donation. Thank you for the love, Ryan. W's for Ryan in the chat.
$20.
Wait, are you jealous that Ryan just donated me $25 through a fake donation? And Courtney with the $5 as well for the fake donation. Skylar with the $75 on PayPal. Skylar says, tell him to shove this $75 up his ass. Yo, let's get 1,000 W's in the chat for Skylar. Thank you so much for the $75 for him to shove up his ASS on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Skylar. Massive W's for Skylar down below in the chat. I really appreciate that. And Amanda with the $25 on Venmo. Ask Billy which cousin is following list he's married to. That's crazy.
My God.
Thank you for the love, Amanda. Oh my God. Let's go.
Yeah, which Venmo?
Oh, you want to send me money too? DEA?
Yeah, yes, I do. I want to. Yep.
Yeah.
Because you're so good.
DEANWITHRS. Please give me all of your money.
Your way, babe.
Yo, Michaela with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Michaela. Let's go. Teresa with the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you for the love. Chris with the $2.
Bye.
Thank y'all so much for the love. So anyways, Billy, I'm gonna ask you my question now.
Make your money.
I'm gonna ask you a question now. I don't want to mute you.
$20. They only Venmo. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you my question.
You gonna ask me a question? Are you gonna? Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So just allow me a second.
Ask me.
Okay.
I'll quit.
Right. So your bio says, wish women would quit being WHORISH and be their self.
I wish women would quit being so hoarse.
Okay, so men have a higher body count on average than women, and men have drastically lower standards of preference.
Women are they
when it particularly pertains to who they engage in intercourse with. Omar, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the fake donation. So particularly speaking, if we were to make a claim, all right, that one gender is more likely to be WHORISH, right? We talk about the men because they're the pigs with no standards, sir. Yep. Marissa, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Marissa. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Massive W's for Marissa in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the $50, Marissa. Massive W's in the chat for Marissa. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Marissa. What is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so why do you care about something that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist?
Well, I don't believe that he is.
Crystal with the $100 on Venmo. What the fuck is going on? What the actual fuck is going on? I do not deserve this. Thank you so much for the love, Crystal. Let's get some massive W's down below in the chat right now for Crystal with the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Y'all are so kind to me. If you would have told me a year and a half ago that, you know, when I was a scrawny little teenager, like streaming to 30 people on TikTok live in my room in my mom's house, 3.5 years ago, that I would be on live today with as many of y'all supporting me as there are, I wouldn't have believed you. Thank y'all so much for the support. Massive W's in the chat for Crystal. I really appreciate you for the $100. That's seriously insane. Please show Crystal some love down below. Anyway, so you said that you don't believe that Trump is a sexist? All right, so he's boasted about...
He could have been in his past, yes, but currently, no.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I'd say that we haven't seen any, like, character progression or change from Trump. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking, right? He's boasted about going into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect them. He even raped a woman. He's sexualized little girls. He's boasted about the idea that he'd, date his daughter if he wasn't his own daughter. He's even sexualized his own daughter, agreeing with Howard Stern when he called his daughter a piece of ass, right? And then, I mean, what progression have we seen? When does he apologize for any of these things? The question I'd ask you.
I'm not going to say that I have seen him apologize, and I'm not going to say he has not. It's not anything I've particularly seen. But one thing you just said, and you addressed in a lot of your lives, that I really take a particular issue on, is you say that he's a rapist.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think that the only issue you should take with me saying that Donald Trump is a rapist is the fact that you're voting for him. But okay, I'll go ahead and allow you to speak.
Because I know you do this. So could you please pull up the verdict form and show the first question and the answer to it on there?
Yeah, one second. Margarita, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love for the debates. Let's get some W's in the chat for Margarita. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. And Riley with the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Margarita and Riley. So I can't like pull it up, but I know what you're like referencing here. So the first question.
The very first question is, did he grape her? And the answer is no. The very second question is, did he SA her? And the question, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you refer to it in that stance.
Yeah.
And call him a rapist. And it is clearly marked no on the verdict form.
Okay, would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape?
Without consent, yes. But I will also say that her own interview says...
Do you mind if I talk real quick?
Sure.
So that's what they held Trump liable for. So the only reason they didn't legally define what he did to her as grape was because in the state of New York at the time, they only defined a male member entering into a female member as grape, right? But when Trump tried to countersue her for calling him a rapist on live TV, the countersuit was thrown out because the judge ruled that her claims that he raped her were substantially true. Okay, right? And now the state law of New York has since been updated to reflect that what Trump did to her was grape alongside the state law of 36 other states. So yes, Trump did grape E. Jean Carroll with how we colloquially use a word and how the state of New York defines it now.
Okay, I would have to look that up, but I also would think that it's conveniently changed after...
Wait, you said that you agree that this would be considered grape. So you would say yourself that it should be changed, unless you think that conveniently the law shouldn't be changed so we can't label Trump a grapist.
I'm not saying that it shouldn't be changed, but I am saying the timing of it was convenient.
You are literally going so far to contort reality that you will recognize that individuals who get penetrated in the vajayjay by other things rather than a male member are victims of grape, but you think that it's convenient that they're legally defined as such? That's morally abominable. Imagine that we were to say...
In her interview with Anderson Cooper that she did not consider this violent and she was not thrown down and groped. And I have it ready. I could play it for you.
She did say that because grape isn't always violent, dude. And I think that's a realization that a lot of people need to make. And I'm proud of her for speaking up about that. Grape isn't violent in the sense of like getting thrashed around, thrown on the ground, having your legs broken, having your arms tied behind your back, right? And that is what she was referencing there, okay? Because that is how grape is portrayed in the media. That is how grape is portrayed in books and in movies and in television. And that's how it's always been portrayed. And what that does is it silences and it diminishes the true value of what grape can be when it's outside of literally being chained down, okay? And I think that is what she was reflecting upon in her interview with Anderson.
Okay, you think one thing, some other people can think other things.
Hey, wait, I have a question. Do you think that grape always necessarily implies someone being chained down, tied, hog-tied without their consent, being kidnapped from their house in such a obviously violent and extreme manner? Or do you think that grape can exist on a spectrum where we would say that a victim of grape can go through one of the most morally atrocious things known to mankind without being hog-tied behind their back? Or do you want to turn around and diminish the value of what they went through?
I would not agree with you have to be, because I've actually experienced this with a boyfriend, non-consensual, no consent with a boyfriend. So would I consider being chained down? No, I wouldn't. But I do think that you coming on here saying that, and the verdict form very explicitly says otherwise, it's not.
We went over this. You debunked yourself. You said that anything entering into a female's vagina without consent is grape. That's what happened to E. Jean Carroll. That's what the jury held him liable for doing. What's I'm so sorry. What's the contradiction between me calling him a grapist because he virtually penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vajayjay without her consent?
Okay, but that's not your place to replace the verdict form.
Okay, so you only accept grape as it is legally defined. So I just want to clarify, during the times of slavery, if a plantation owner were to chain down and forcefully penetrate an enslaved person against their will, that wasn't grape because the law didn't define it as such? Oh, and that's what causes her to run away. That's what causes her to run away, because that is a defeater to her position. Yeah, go ahead and be sympathetic to the grapist until you absolutely get fucking dunked on. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box right now. If you want to come up and debate, let me know right now in that chat. We are going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, folks, so everyone do be patient. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Emerson, hi, are you voting for Trump? Emerson's not here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a 1v7. I have so much fun with these 1v7s. We're going to go ahead and do it. Spam the chat if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate. We are going to do a 1v7. So we need 7 Trump supporters on this live right now. Hammer, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely, I am.
All right, great. We're going to go ahead and load up the panel, guys. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're going to go ahead and load up the panel. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo. Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Good to know. We're loaded up the panel. Here we go, folks. It's all right. It's 6. Yo, Annie, are you voting for Trump? All right, Annie's not here. All right, yo, what is going on? Are you voting for Trump, Christian? Okay, Christian's not here either. We're going to continue to load up the panel. Spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate. We're going to load up the panel here, folks. Everyone just give us a second. Make sure if you're spamming MAGA in the chat that you are already in the queue, y'all. Let's go to load up the panel. Yo, this is Dean's Euphoria for real. What's going on, No Limits? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Great. Austin, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Awesome. We need 2 more. There we go. We're so close. Let's go. Spam back in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. This is awesome. This is awesome. We need 2 more people. We need 2 more people. By the way, only spam mag in the chat if you're already in the queue. King, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Asking if you can mod for me. I'm not even my account right now. But yeah, you've been watching forever, man. I'll mod you on my account when I'm back on there. What's going on, Eric? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm definitely voting for Trump.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. One more chat. Now we're about to get the debate underway. Cameron, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, we're going to start off real easily. Do you guys think that Kamala Harris is a communist?
Yes,
absolutely. She's the most leftist candidate out of any senator there's ever been, so she's definitely
Great. She's a communist. Okay, everyone thinks she's a communist.
I wouldn't say communist.
Okay, No Limits, you'll sit this one out.
I would not say she's a communist. She has no clue what she's doing.
Okay, so about half the panel. All right, guys, we need decorum. So about half the panel agrees that Kamala Harris is a communist. For the half of the panel that thinks Kamala Harris is a communist, define communism or define socialism.
I can't.
She just doesn't know what she's doing. She has no clue.
Hey, guys, define communism or define socialism?
Communism is a Marxist idealist created from Karl Marx that everyone should be given the same opportunity.
Yeah.
Look at that. There are 7 Trump supporters. There's
complete government control.
Oh, Austin.
That's what it is.
Austin, you think that communism is complete government control?
That's not the specific definition, but communism is where the government takes care of the economy.
Hey, Austin.
The government.
What you're good at is remembering the lies and repeating them.
Here's my issue with you, Austin. You're saying that communism is complete government control? Under communism, there's no government.
Wait, are you a communist?
Under communism, there's no government. No, I'm a capitalist.
Under communism, there is one dictator leader.
You said there's no government under communism?
Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. The fact that you're going to come up here and tell me that communism is government control shows your absolute illiteracy to social and political philosophy. It shows that the only reason that you particularly the reason that you particularly think that she's a communist is because Daddy Trump tells you to.
What's the Chinese Communist Party then? Is that not a communist government?
They're an ideological government that hopes to achieve communism. It's their end goal. It's the same plan that the USSR had. They're not currently a communist nation, as it is the fact that a nation can exist inside of communism, but they want to achieve a stateless society.
Then what do you call them?
I'd call them either quasi-socialism or some type of authoritarian capitalism.
Okay, so socialism is on the spectrum going towards communism. That's the whole point. That's what they're
What do you
trying
think socialism is?
It's literally a spectrum. It's literally a spectrum. Communism. It's all a spectrum. It's
Define socialism.
Exactly.
But why does it matter?
Because y'all call Kamala Harris these things to further demonize people from voting for her because you don't have facts, you only have emotion, and then you turn around and you don't even know what these things are.
What do you call somebody who wants to give the power to the federal government? What do you call somebody who does those things? She wants full power in the federal government. That's not what this country is based on. It's based on states' rights, the ability for states to make decisions. And you want somebody who wants to put the bulk of the power in the hands of the corrupt federal government that has been destroying things for decades. And you think that's a smart way to run the country?
So if you think that federalism is bad and that we shouldn't put more power in the hands of the federal government, well, would you call Trump a communist given your same logic here? Because he wants to put more power in the hands of the federal government to shut down the southern border and to deport undocumented migrants?
You're talking about things that are involving real. He's taking the power out of the federal government, hence abortion, which you're talking about. He's taking it out of the hands of the federal government, and then you're going to argue, women's rights, and you're taking away the rights of people. No, well, how about the rights of the unborn child that you're killing? How about those things? You don't care about those things, though. You want to pick and choose what rights are, and then you assign them to your Democratic Party and say these are the rights that we want to preserve, and you're okay with getting rid of the other ones. It's not fair across the line.
Okay, so yeah, you think that the unborn has the right to life. So what grants the unborn the right to life?
God grants that.
Would you agree that Kamala Harris has more socialistic policies?
Socialistic is different from socialism. She has more socialistic policies.
How about federal funding for sex reassignment surgery for the military pays for?
One moment here, Austin. So Eric, you said that you think that God gives the unborn the right to life?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you think that morality is an extension from God?
Life is an extension from God. God created us. God created you. The fact that you're even on that side is just.
I asked you if morality is an extension from God.
You need to have further education on what's really going on right now.
Of religion.
You got a nice channel. You got a lot of followers, but you're just part of the lie. You're an extension of the left. You've been brainwashed from the media, and you're good at remembering everything. You're like exact perfectly what they want. What they put you through the schooling system, the doctors, the nurses, the pharmaceutical companies. You are an absolute pawn of them. They love people like you because you're an extension of what they want.
Dallas, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Dallas. So Eric, this whole like red pill, blue pill matrix shit is embarrassing. I just want a brighter tomorrow. Nicole, thank you for the subscription. And then second of all, one second, can I speak here real quick, Aaron?
Properly. You don't have an open mind. You just believe what you're told. You don't actually do your own.
Aaron, do you mind if I speak real quick? So I would like.
Yes, go ahead. No,
so Eric.
true.
Yeah, awesome. So Eric, right, you particularly said that morality is an extension of God, and that's why you're pro-life. So I just want to clarify here. So when God said in Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46 of the Christian Bible, that slavery is permissible, and an Israelite could own a non-Israelite as human property for life, even going so far as to say that when the master dies, it could be passed down as property to their children. And then when he said in Exodus 21, verses 20 through 21, that the masters could beat their slaves as long as they recover as their property, you agree with that?
You're talking about a book from thousands of years ago.
I don't even think you're probably AI. You're probably an AI.
Awesome.
You're just really good at remembering all this person. We as humans, we don't need to remember all this shit. We just know the difference between a good life and a bad life. And under the Democrats, we're not having a good life.
Oh, so you want to pivot away from how you think that morality is an extension of God, and that's why you want to infringe upon the rights of women, the same way the evangelical Christians use Leviticus 25 to infringe upon the rights of black people during Emancipation era slavery. What is the logical distinction between you using this baseless, foundationless, faith-based belief in the Christian Bible to justify taking rights away from women, and white supremacists doing the same thing to black people during Emancipation era slavery? Eric, why don't you go and tell me the logical distinction between those two things?
God.
Okay, Gags, you can. And that's why I say that we should not be operating our legislation on the basis of foundationless faith-based beliefs. I have no issue with you having your faith. I have no issue with you practicing that in the confines of your own home. In fact, I have no issue if you being a Christian, if you use the teachings to be a morally virtuous individual. But what I have issue with is you taking that foundationless faith-based belief that is logically on par with the same thing that the white supremacists did during the Emancipation era slavery to influence legislation to restrict the abilities of others. How about you keep that faith to yourself, and you can, advocate for others to hold that same faith, but don't force it upon them.
Why are you turning my mic off? You're turning my mic off.
God,
Nobody wants to be an idiot like you.
Oh, an idiot like me? How many continents are there, Eric?
What? How many what?
How many continents are there, Eric?
There's 7.
Name them.
I don't need to fucking entertain you.
Asia,
North America, South America, Antarctica.
That doesn't make your political view.
Australia. What the fuck does it matter about the fucking continents? We're talking about the people that are running this country.
Can I ask him a question?
You're just a little smart ass
Can I ask him a question real quick?
kid. You're like a 12-year-old with a high. You know a lot of stuff that you remember from the lies that they've been putting in, brainwashing your brain, and you're trying to spread it to everybody else.
Joe, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you. Hey, 1 second, Eric. I'm thinking a donor. Okay, wait your turn. Joe, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joe.
Anymore anyway. I made my point.
Oh, Eric, don't run away. You're running away from conversation because this little snot-nosed 20-year-old is smarter than you.
Dude, you can remember more lies than me. I know life experiences. I could do so much more in life. All you're good at is probably being on here and trying to be smarter, remembering stuff that doesn't even matter to to anybody around the world. Or you remember all this bullshit nonsense about wars, that there's all dinosaurs, that the earth is round. You believe everything that you're told. So you're just like the perfect puppet. You're the perfect puppet for the system. They'll tell you something and you'll believe it all. You'll remember it perfectly. They call that something. I can't remember it now because my memory is not as good as yours.
He's glazing. He's like, Dean, you're so smart. You're so based. You're so knowledgeable. You're so
smart
intelligent.
With remembering nonsense. You can remember.
Ryan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Here's your brainwash paycheck. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ryan with the $10. You are actually glazing me right now, sir. So here's a question I'd ask you. All right, if you think that Trump will be better for the American people, what's his plan for healthcare?
He doesn't. I don't really know if he's got a plan for healthcare or if he doesn't. But you know what? When he was president,
Casey with the $10 on Venmo. Maga saying that I'm brainwashed is the most ironic thing ever. So real. Thank you for the $10, Casey.
You are extremely brainwashed. Either that or you're an AI computer, and we're just looking at some. It's not even real. Because
Abby with a $5 on Venmo. Brian with the $5 as well. Thank you, Abby and Brian. So yes, sir. I'd say that you're brainwashed, right? Because I've acquainted myself.
You can say whatever you want. You got that opinion.
Brian, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the puppet show. Thank you for the love, Brian.
The reality, but I know there's no change in your mind because
Do you mind if I talk real quick, Eric?
Go ahead, man. Go.
Awesome. I have another $20 donation from Joe. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joe. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. W's down below for Joe. Thank you so much for the love. Anyway, here's what I want to say. Right, Eric, I don't think that I'm brainwashed, right? Because
I know
think,
you don't. Brainwashed people don't.
One moment. You don't interrupt me or I'll forcefully put the big
go ahead. I'll let you sleep.
Right, what I'd say here is I've came to the conclusion of who I'm voting for come November based upon objective fact and reality, right? Like, when I'm referencing why Harris's policy is better than Trump's, I will analytically deep dive into the fact that she wants to cut taxes for the average American. Meanwhile, Trump wants to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy, heart thing for the galaxy. Kamala Harris knows how she's going to pay for it. Trump doesn't, okay? We deep dive into their policy, right? Kamala Harris has a healthcare plan to expand the ACA to reduce the amount that any American citizen would ever pay for pharmaceutical drug prices. Donald Trump just has concepts of planning and plan for the concepts of a plan, okay? Then we want to reference character. We know that he's a racist. We know that he's a misogynist. We know that he's a rapist. We know that he tried to coup the country and steal.
No, we don't know he's a rapist. You don't know anything about that. That's all something they put on him. The lady came out. She came out like 50 years later because they pushed her, and and then she was like laughing about it, like, oh, everybody kind of gets excited when they think about that, like it turns them on. I'm like, she doesn't know. She's out of her mind. You know that. She's out of her mind.
So what you're going to be referencing here is her interview on CNN, where she specifically said that a lot of people think grape is sexy, but grape isn't sexy, and that is true. I think that is a big and fundamental part of grape culture, that people have sexualized it and romanticized it. I mean, like we talk about
That's from the news and the media, man. That's in every show, every movie.
Exactly, and that's what she's speaking against there. And so seemingly you'd agree with her here. But I just want to ask you one question. You said that I'm brainwashed. Go ahead and tell me why you reject the determination of the jury that said Donald Trump is a rapist. Go ahead and tell me one piece of evidence submitted by Eugene Carroll to prove that Donald Trump is a rapist that you reject.
See, it's not about the evidence.
It's not about the evidence, and I'm the brainwashed one?
Listen, there's a bigger picture here. There's a bigger
And I'm the brainwashed one? It's not about the evidence, I'm the brainwashed one?
Your whole demeanor is just like, you're like a 12-year-old. You're like a little kid that got a piece of candy and you get excited because you might be a little more articulate than somebody else, and you might remember every detail of everything you've ever read, everything you've ever seen, and you're really good at it. But there's a lot more to life than remembering all the lies, than remembering everything.
So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because if we don't get Trump in here, our America is gone. We are done. Kamala Harris is another. She's
okay,
another.
Why do you call her Camel Toe Harris?
I said Kamala Harris.
No, you didn't. You said Camel Toe Harris.
Oh, I'm sorry. It must have come out wrong.
No, you intentionally meant to say that. Why did you call her that? Thank you for the DJ glasses.
Why did I call her that? I guess it's because she portrays herself in a certain way. That's just
what, like an actual leader?
I don't want to get kicked off this channel for this. So
like 2008 Obama is she portrays herself like an actual leader, unlike the felon rapist one.
She portrays herself like
DJ glasses.
If I say how I really feel, I'm going to get kicked off the channel. I don't want to get kicked off.
Say how you really feel. Say how you really feel. Just censor your words.
No, because you're going to kick me off the channel.
No. Tell me how you feel. We all want to know how you feel.
I want to continue this conversation.
No, I want you to be open, honest, and transparent with us all about how you feel.
You suck dick to get to the top.
Okay. Chris, I appreciate you for the flag battle. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and start off with a very simple question here. So there's a disproportionate amount of male leadership, right, regardless of the industry, including government. Julie, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Tips for tech and make crazy uncle. I appreciate you for the $10, Julie. And that's a fact. Our leadership, right, regardless of the industry, is disproportionately male-led. But if it was so easy,
there's a reason for that.
For one moment, if it was so easy, the reason is that they've dominated the societal power construct and systemically oppressed women. Good job. Anyways, if it was so easy for women to get in these positions of power because they could just sleep their way to the top, why is there not more women in positions of power, silly?
Because men know that women do not. There's certain positions that men are better at than women. Okay, women need to be. Honestly, I'll be straight with you. And America's been, okay, I'm going to back up a little bit. America's been ruined by the media and by these movies and by, it's been 60, 80 years.
So do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Yes, absolutely.
So please tell me what the relevant distinction between men and women is that makes men better at leading than women.
Okay, can a man have a baby?
Can a man have a baby? All right.
Yes.
Well, if you're given your definition of man, you're referencing males.
Can a man have a baby?
Males cannot get pregnant and have a baby now.
A natural born man, he's born, he's a male. And can he harvest a baby in his body and then have it come out of him?
Males cannot have babies, no.
Oh my God, dude, you are just so fucking lost.
Oh no, but bro, I'm trying to have a conversation with you about why you think that men are better at leading than women.
I'm trying to make just common sense conversation here. is a man, okay, I'm gonna rephrase this. If a man is born naturally and he doesn't have any operations and he doesn't do anything weird with his body.
Listen, if you have a PP, you can't have a baby, okay?
Okay, there you go. So women can do amazing things that men can't do. Men can do amazing things that women can't do. Some women can do the same things that men, but no natural born man can do what a woman can do, that's the way God created us, okay?
So do you mind if I ask you a question here?
Men take care of the finances, the hunting, the gathering, and the women take care of the home and the harvest, and then raise the kids, and they take care of that. What's happened in society is it's completely flip-flop, because that's what they wanted. They wanted the women to work so they get more taxes. They wanted to break the homes up, have the kids go to school so the kids get brainwashed by the system, just like you did. You're completely just fucking off the charts brainwashed.
Elsie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the love. I thank you so much, Elsie. Don't worry, I'll cook. Go ahead. I'm going to cook you. I just want to let you know, as soon as you're done talking, I'm going to cook the ever-living hell out of you. But sit back,
I hope you do. I
take
hope
as
you
much
do,
time
man.
as you need. I want to sit back. I want to listen. I want to hear you out. But keep that thought in the back of your mind that as soon as you stop talking, you will be cooked.
Cook me right now. Do it right now. I want to hear it.
Okay, got it. So, I mean, first of all, you're saying that men are better at leading than women because women can't get pregnant. So would you say that infertile women are just as good at leading as men because they can't get pregnant? No, you wouldn't say that because you're a misogynist. So what that tells me is that no, the relevant quality between men and women that makes men better at leading isn't necessarily the fact that women can or do get pregnant, right? We also have to consider here that you'd also say that Kamala Harris, a woman that has never gotten pregnant and doesn't plan to have children, is worse than leading than this man. So that's not your relevant quality here. And I think it's absolutely hilarious that you say that one moment. I'm still cooking. I think it's absolutely hilarious here. Okay, he left. Of course he's going to leave. I'm not done cooking though. I'm really not done cooking. I'm going to continue to cook. It's absolutely hilarious that you say that men are more naturally predispositioned to lead than women are, when it is the case that men are more emotionally erratic than women. They're more likely to self-unalive. They're more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. 95% of violent crimes are committed by men. Men are much more likely to engage in erratic, irresponsible, risk-adverse behaviors such as drunk driving, gambling, or reckless driving. Meanwhile, women have a higher IQ and EQ on average. Women are more likely to do better in school. Women are more likely to get more degrees. Women are more likely to perform better in certain stimulated fields such as surgery because they're biologically predispositioned to deal with stress better, right? So I mean, so at what point would we say that men are better at leading? Are men better at leading because they're more authoritarian, they like to force what they think on others? No, because that leads to suboptimal outcomes. What about World War II? Okay, let's reference Hitler. Was that a good male leader? I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't ask him that question because he left. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey man, I'm not going to take up too much of your time because I enjoy your your show or whatnot, and totally on your side about this. I just want to chime in and say I
appreciate you so much for coming up, man, and I am really sorry for kicking you off. I always feel so bad for doing that. I am legitimately sorry. Mimi, thank you for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for coming up. Y'all please make sure to show the guests some love in the chat. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the subscription as well. And Molly with the $2, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Madison with the $5, and Julie with the $10, and Bride with the $10, and Bride with the $5, and Abby with the $5 as well. Make sure to show some insane love to our donors in that chat. I'm sorry, I was too busy cooking that last guy, so I couldn't necessarily read these off. And then Joe and Cammy, thank you so much for the $10 each on PayPal as well. W's for Joe and Cammy. I really appreciate y'all. Awesome. And yeah, I apologize for kicking that last guy. We are just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump, but let's just get some W's to the chat for that last guest. He sounded really sweet. And Jamal, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Also, I don't understand why so many people in the chat are whining about me having boundaries for who can and can't come on my live, right? Like nothing against that last guest, and more so something against every single person in the chat question why I kicked him. I'm here to debate Trump supporters. There's no issue with you coming up here if you're not a Trump supporter, but unfortunately we will move on. But what's up, Fishing? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay, you're a fetus. Right. But of course, like Trump supporters will whine about me enforcing my boundaries because they like to constantly cross people's boundaries. Yo, Into the Woods, thank you for the work hard. Yo, that's an insane gift. Thank you so much for the love. W's in the chat for Into the Woods. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the work hard. I really appreciate you for that. Let's get some W's down below. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump, Sam?
Yeah, I'm planning on it.
Okay, why so?
Mainly just because gas and groceries were cheaper when he was in office, and that's the main two things that concern me on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, Jamal, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. W's in the chat for Jamal. So how did Biden and Harris cause an increase in the price of gasoline?
Inflation has skyrocketed since Trump left office.
So how did they cause inflation to skyrocket?
I'm not saying they've caused it, but they have not done anything to fix it. That's my issue, that it's been 3.5 years and it still hasn't been fixed.
Okay. So actually, we're at a 2.5% rate of inflation today, which was the same rate of inflation that we saw 2016 to 2017 peak economy pre-pandemic Trump era. Right. So that was a lie. We've also had the quickest response and rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7 through the effective and monumental policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration. So that was a lie.
No, typical groceries are still at over 50% inflation rate right now. Groceries are over 50% more expensive than they were in 2019 when Trump was in office and left.
Yeah, but we fix inflation by reducing the rate of change. We don't fix inflation with deflation because deflation causes recession. And that's also just a lie. Okay, and he left. Awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest because he got ate the fuck up. By the way, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. It goes straight to me. You could even attach your name, a message. I'll read it off and shout at you out on live. I appreciate y'all for the love. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, BD Benny is not here, so we're going to move on to our next guest here. Everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. Everyone, do be patient while we are getting our next guest up in the box right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to see what our next guest does have to say here, so everyone just do give us a minute and do be patient here in the meantime. Let's go to see what our next guest, Chatel, has to say here. By the way, guys, I am on my buddy's account right now, so if you want to follow me, the @ to my main account is in my bio as well. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Right now, that is my current thought. I will say, because of what the guy said previously, the groceries and stuff, like, that comes a lot into.
Okay, I'll ask you the same question I asked him. How did Biden and Harris cause, like, the price of groceries to increase?
I get your informational was informational. Like, I'm in, like, a point where I understand what her, Calma said. And, like, there's some things that are reasonable that she would be benefiting us. But as well, she's, like, doing some things that, like, it's my money, why are you putting that money towards something else? Because wasn't she, like, using our taxes to do something with the immigrants?
No, there's no there's no federal systems that benefit undocumented migrants, no.
No, so she's not going to use, like, our taxes for, like, to support immigrants, like, however, and so whatever.
There's federal systems that support, right, immigrants that come here through legal means of entry, right, that meet state eligibility, income, and residency requirements, but no, not for undocumented migrants.
So, like, I haven't been caught up in the media, but I do want to vote. But I do know you know your information, and I know.
How do you feel about your money going to the ultra wealthy and corporations if Trump is elected? Would you rather your money go to the people that need it the most to support them and their kids, or the billionaires? Because Trump wants to pass another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy. It's going to cost nearly $4 trillion, and that's just debt-related spending that's going to be footed to you.
I get that, but tell me this.
Please tell me where do you rather need your money going? To families that need it the most, or to billionaires?
I'm gonna answer it. Let me answer it for you. What I'm saying is that if I were to, like, decide to be supportive on Trump's side, I would be thinking more of, like, how my money would go into government or so on, so what he would like into, where would you say, would I really like my money going towards that? Of course I wouldn't like it. But at the same time, my hard work, my money, and things that I can be using, it should be going to families and stuff like that I don't even know.
Andrew, you should join up. Okay, bye, Chatel. Sorry, man, you just weren't answering my question. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, and I appreciate you for being respectful as well. Andrew, I did send you an invite up. You should accept that invite. I'd love to talk to you, man. We're going to move on to our next guest. Oh, what's up, Andrew? Andrew, hi, are you here? Andrew, you're on the live. You were just chatting. Could you talk to me here, buddy? Andrew?
Yes.
Hi. So in the chat, you said that I was paid by the DNC. Do you have any evidence?
You were. They even showed proof and paperwork and everything. You have been paid by the DNC.
Okay. Would you be able to show me this proof and paperwork?
I don't have to, dude. It's all over the internet.
Okay. Where is it on the internet?
I don't know. Google it. Why don't you Google it yourself?
Yeah. So when you Google my name, Dean Withers, is that what you want me to Google?
I don't care what you do, dude.
So you find my Instagram and then you find me.
Just let me ask you something, man. How do you feel about a politician that you voted for? You said Biden was the best person for president, but now
we can talk about
backstab him. Hold on. I let you talk. Now let me talk. You backstab him. Now you jump.
Darrell, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for the first DNC payment.
You're a joke, bro.
I just got a payment from the DNC from Darrell. $2 on Venmo.
You're a joke.
No, you are. You said that I was paid by the DNC, that I could find the information.
You are, dude. You're completely paid by the DNC, bro.
I would just.
You're going to tell me that you have not been paid by the DNC.
Yes, that is exactly what I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, you're a joke.
But do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence, Andrew?
I don't even know what you're saying, bro. What are you saying?
Do you think that it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
Do you believe in a politician that was not actually voted in for? She didn't even run against anybody. She was just put there.
Okay.
That's not a democratic process, homie. Are you going to say that's a democratic process? I'm just curious. No, that's not a democratic process, bro. Okay. You had RFK, you had Tulsi Gabbard, you had other people who wanted to run.
Sean with a PayPal from the DNC. I appreciate you for the love. Don't leave, Andrew. Oh, no, he ran away. Spencer with a $2 on Venmo for the DNC Interruptions Fund. Let's go. Thank you, Spencer. He ran away. No, he ran away. No. What's up, Kenneth? Are you voting for Trump?
No, man, but I just want to say kudos for what you're doing. I think you're doing
I appreciate you so much, Kenneth, and I do apologize for removing you. We are just looking to debate with Trump supporters, but thank you so much. Based guest, obvious for Kenneth down below.
Dean,
Peter.
Nah, but what are the boots? I've been asking your comments forever. What are the boots?
Yeah, they're the combat style. What's like the really popular boot brand?
It's the black boots that you wore. Are they 511s?
No. What's a really popular boot brand? Chat needs to help me out here. Why can't I remember? They're like the most popular boots. Doc Martens. It's like the combat style.
Oh, they're Docs? Okay, bet.
There you go, man. Honestly, I'm glad that I could answer that question. They are really sick boots. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Let's go to get Tyler up in the box. Everyone just give us a minute. Yeah, they're combat style Doc Martens. They're really sick. I love them so much. They're like the only thing I wear. Hey, what's up, Tyler? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Why is that?
Mainly just from what everybody else was saying about inflation rates going crazy.
Okay, so how did Biden and Harris cause inflation?
I'm not saying they caused inflation, but while
So if they didn't cause inflation, why would the
rate
inflation that we've seen under the
5.7.
presidency give you reason not to vote for her?
All I'm saying is when Trump was in office, while he was in office, inflation rate was 1.9, and since Biden's been in office, it's I think around 6%. I'm not saying what it is right now, but over his term, it was about 6%.
So if your argument here is, well, the inflation has just happened in the country while they've been president, therefore we could blame them for it, would you be okay with blaming Trump for the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression that happened under his term in April of 2020?
I mean, no, that had a lot to do with COVID. All I'm saying
If COVID can, one moment, let me ask you a question. One moment, let me ask you a question. If COVID can cause unemployment, why can't it cause inflation?
I mean, we weren't in COVID when Biden took over. Like it was already halfway done.
The Alpha, Delta, and Omicron variants, and specifically speaking, the inflation onset during the Biden-Harris administration was caused by COVID. It was the same inflation that was onset in every single country across the planet. And in fact, the U.S. had the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7. So now that you know your facts, can you understand how referencing the inflation that we've seen under the presidency gives you no reason not to vote for Harris?
Okay, well, the other thing I wouldn't vote for Harris about is why she, and I know what you say when back in the day means nothing, but she lies so much about everything. In that freaking, literally up there at the debate stage, she continuously said over and over, I did not say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. And there's videos of her saying it over and over.
So what did she say?
She said she was not against open borders. She does not want open borders. And you see a video. Yes. So I think open borders are a great idea.
Okay,
I don't want to take your guns. I don't want to take your guns. Well, then now I think we do need to do a buyback program. Like,
Hey,
just
Tyler, do you think that
yourself.
J.D. Vance is saying that Trump would be a good president, a good president, even though J.D. Vance said in 2019 that he's America's Hitler?
I don't know nothing about J.D. Vance, to be honest with you.
Tyler, answer my question. Is J.D. Vance a liar when he says that Trump would make a good president because in 2019 he said that Trump wouldn't make a good president?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Trump's that great of a president either. All I'm saying is I'm not going for Harris.
Dude, please. Is J.D. Vance a liar when he says Trump would be better than Harris because J.D. Vance said in 2019 that Trump is America's Hitler?
I really don't even see how those two are even correlated, to be honest with you.
Okay. If you can't see the correlation between those things, we're going to move on to the next guest. Just like low information voter. I'm so sorry. Is that real? Is that like, chat, was that real? Dear God, I can't. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Dipey
Hello?
Hello, are you voting for Dipey
Who?
For Dipey for the dictator on day one?
Is this how the conversation is going to go?
Would you like me to refer to him as Donald J. Trump?
I mean, I just think both candidates are supposed to be respected just a little bit.
Okay, Barb. Would you ever respect a rapist?
And that is not what I'm talking about here.
Okay,
are those court trials done and over with?
Yes.
And he was definitely found guilty?
Yes, yeah. You could look up the jury verdict sheet, Trump v. Carroll. Right.
Okay. And can you tell me what policies you are in favor of with Kamala? And
sure. How many do you want?
I want to know what her policies are, point blank, period, especially after the debate.
Okay, I actually don't know any of her policies. I'm just kidding. I really like her economic policy. I think that her the idea that she wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class by increasing the child tax credit to $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 from anyone from the age of 1 to 5, and then $3,000 from anyone from the age of 5 to 17 is great. I also think that our $25,000 first-time home buyer subsidy for newly developed properties will be great. That will increase increase the incentive for developers to make new houses at more affordable prices. Right. It's also the case that I think your $50,000 subsidy for first-time business owners is also great. I think that our expansions to the ACA, insofar as are advocating for there to be a cap on the cost of any prescription drug price to $2,000 a year for American citizens, is a phenomenal idea. Same thing with her restrictions on corporations from buying single-family homes. I think that those are all great policies. I also really support her wanting to codify the protections offered under Roe v. Wade for women to have federally protected access to abortion. I think that's phenomenal. And I mean, I think that her economic policy especially is going to be great because she knows how much it's going to cost, $2.4 trillion, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. She's going to pay for it by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7%. Treasury estimates that will generate $1.3 trillion. And then the remainder of the $1.1 trillion will be generated by offering Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with prescription drug prices with private pharmaceutical companies, which is estimated to save the federal government about $300 to $400 billion. And then the remainder would come from the introduction of an unrealized capital gains tax and an increase in the realized capital gains tax on anyone with over $100 million in invested assets. Those are going to be some of my favorite policies that she intends to pass if she's elected. And we could also reference some of the policies that she did pass with Biden and Harris that serve the average working class American, such as the PACT Act that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of healthcare benefits, the CHIPS and Science Act that invested billions of dollars, right, specifically into U.S. chip producers, insofar as the idea that the U.S. will be producing 20% of the global chip production by 2030. I also like the Inflation Reduction Act that was a debt-reducing bill over the course of 10 years, while also being the largest multi-million-dollar investment in renewable energy resources
So you're hitting on a lot of things right now, and I want to take things one by one. I wasn't exactly thinking that you were just going to start spitballing just off a screen that you're looking at, but
Would you like me to repeat that all with my eyes closed? How about I go ahead and finish talking about the policies she passed under Biden Harris with my eyes closed? They also passed the infrastructure bill that invested over $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to specifically spur their economies with the economic investments.
Are you just going to keep asking questions without me answering, or?
No, go ahead and take it away. I just wanted to show you I'm not reading off the screen.
No, I watched you look down, but it's fine.
I'm looking down at cards in my hand.
You could easily pick up cards, but anyways, that's not the point.
I'm looking down at cards in my hand.
You can
okay,
have.
Is it okay? I'm literally going to finish the rest of this debate out with my eyes closed.
Okay,
Crystal,
that's
thank you for the $5.
totally fine.
Just go ahead.
Okay, no, I was going to ask you a question. Peacefully, trying to have a normal conversation about this because I would like to know things that I don't know. Where is she getting the money from for the homeowners, and how is that going to affect us?
Awesome, great question. So now I'm going to answer this question with my eyes closed because you think I'm reading off a screen. So yeah, her economic reform as a whole is going to cost $2.4 trillion. This includes the subsidy for first-time homebuyers as well as the increases in the child tax credits and the other things that I listed. So 1.3 of that $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years is going to come from a 7% increase on the corporate tax rate. That means going from 21% to 24%, right? And the Treasury estimates that it'll generate $1.3 trillion. So we still have a remainder of, specifically speaking, $1.1 trillion, right? The CBO estimates that $300 to $400 billion of that is going to be in government saving by allowing Medicare to renegotiate prescription drug prices with private pharmaceutical companies. And then the remainder of that, which is $700 to $800 billion, is going to come from introducing a 25% unrealized capital gains tax on any assets invested over $100 million, then an increase in the realized capital gains tax, right? So this totals to $2.4 trillion, right? An increased government revenue over the course of the next 10 years, making our tax cuts self-sustainable.
So you don't think that that's going to affect what businesses charge people?
For houses specifically?
Not just for housing, for everything, talking economically in total.
Oh, no, like I don't, if you want to reference the corporate tax rate, I don't think that this will drive prices up. I'm going to do the eyes closed thing again since you think I'm reading. So yeah, so when we increase the corporate tax rate, it doesn't cause inflation and it doesn't cause unemployment, right? Historically speaking, we have never seen those trends occur. The question that I'd ask you here is, can you name one point historically speaking where higher corporate tax rates here at home in America has led to higher prices or higher rates of unemployment?
No, I can't answer that, which
because
is
it hasn't occurred.
Asking you questions.
Right, because that hasn't occurred. It doesn't lead to those things, right? Something that's mentioned pretty incessantly is Trump's 50-year record low unemployment rate, meaning that the unemployment rate was good 50 years ago. 50 years ago, our corporate tax rate was 45%.
Okay. I don't understand why it is in the comments that people aren't understanding that I am genuinely trying to ask questions because I need to know these things as a voter. And like my questions weren't being answered in the comments because there's so many of them. So I requested to join. That was just simply what was happening. So
I
for
thought the
everyone,
comment about me reading off a screen was weird, but I appreciate you for coming up here and asking questions.
I don't think that you're not going to have notes. First of all, I feel like it's a responsible thing, but I just feel like you're reading and spitballing.
I'm literally Mike Ross.
Who?
Don't worry about it. Brett, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Crystal with a $5 and William with a $1. And then also Sean with a $10 on PayPal as well. W's for Sean, Crystal, and Brett. I appreciate y'all so much. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I feel like I just gave you very valuable information about Kamala Harris's tax policy. I want to ask you about Trump's. So Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for rich people again. It's estimated by the Treasury and the CBO to cost $3.9 trillion. How's he going to pay for that?
These are things that I don't know, which is why I'm asking.
Okay. So what reason do you have to vote for Trump?
The fact that I am terrified of what is going to happen because I am aware, I am literally a registered Democrat and I don't like Trump. I really don't. And I am just genuinely, this is so sad, but out of fear of these foreign countries, of what they would like say and like think of us with a female president. And that's so sad. But it's like, I genuinely don't know what to fucking expect.
So here's the issue. This is misogyny, and Kamala Harris won't hear this. I mean, she is doing much better things with her time. She will not hear you talking about this, but you know who will? Every single woman and girl in this life. How do you think it sounds to every single woman and girl in this live saying that you will refuse to vote for a woman and women should be systemically limited from positions of power because how the rest of the world will reflect
That is
upon
not
them.
the right
I'm going to go ahead
memo.
and I'm going to go ahead and give you my response to what you said real quick. So I think you have a point. I think that there will be misogynistic world leaders that will look at Kamala Harris in the position of power that she's in and hate it because she's a woman. But guess what? What the fuck will they do when they see this woman sitting in a position of power that they wouldn't be able to achieve in 300 lifetimes, standing in front of the world's largest military, standing in front of the world's most powerful consumer base? As Biden said, America owns the finish line. So if you think that any of these tyrannical world leaders that are misogynistic in nature will try a damn thing against this woman who is standing in front of the most powerful fucking entity that has existed in the history of the earth, you are dead fucking wrong.
Okay, so I don't feel as if my questions or my responses have been aggressive in any means, shape, or way, or have been saying that you have said anything about my character, but I am just also understanding that your people are assuming, and you said that I'm misogynistic. No, I am aware that there's misogynistic people in power, and I'm scared.
Yeah. I just want to let you know. So they may want to look at Kamala Harris, a woman, since they're misogynistic, as the lost little deer in the headlights. They'll want to. Misogynistic men want to do that to women, but they're going to be forced at looking at her like Joan of Arc with a 50 cal. Like, I'm being so fucking for real. Sad Brad, I appreciate you so much. Like, they will piss them off so much, and I cannot wait for that day. Oh my God, they will want to demean and degrade Kamala Harris because of what's in between her legs, 110%. I don't deny that. They'll be forced into not doing so, and that is what I love.
Yeah, I really hope that that is what happens. And honestly, I do appreciate you answering these questions because I feel like my comments were not being read or answered. I genuinely just didn't know anything and I needed to hear it and no one was answering my questions. So
Well, if you have any more questions, feel free to re-request. I appreciate you for coming up. Now, I have about another hour and a half on live. I just wanted to fill y'all in about another hour and a half, folks. So let's go and get our next guest up the box right now, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone just give us a minute here, y'all. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal, they are in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. It goes straight to me. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? All right, he's not here, so we're going to go to get our next guest up in the live. We have Texas Patriot loading in. So everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. What's going on, man? You're voting for Trump. Why so?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, you sound very far away from your phone. Can you come a bit closer to it?
Yeah, it's my iPad, sorry.
There you go. Now I can hear you. So why
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
just
voting
flipping
for
it
Trump?
around. Hang on. I voted for Trump because I'm a constitutional conservative.
I could flip your vote in 5 minutes.
Okay, well, hey, I've listened to you for a long time, first time on here. You know, I'll treat you with respect as long as you treat me with respect. I'm 51 years old.
Yeah.
I'm not here to argue and call names and call Kamala names, call Donald Trump names, call you names. I'm not here to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify.
Okay,
If
but
you are genuinely
my
a good,
main concern.
do you mind if I just talk real quick?
Yeah, sure.
If you are genuinely a good faith constitutional conservative, by the end of this conversation, you won't be voting for Donald Trump, okay? And the reason I say that is because Donald Trump wants to violate your First Amendment constitutionally protected rights. He wants to put people in jail for burning the American flag. In 1986, that was ruled as protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression by our Supreme Court. Donald Trump has said in the past to take the guns first and proceed with due process second. Donald Trump in 2020 tried to throw the Constitution out of the window, literally saying that he wanted to put it on pause or terminate it to investigate the findings of the election. And if you care about our checks and balances, if you care about our democracy as detailed in the Constitution, let's talk about how Donald Trump tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election to steal it from Joe Biden. Any good faith constitutional conservative would not be voting for Trump in this election. What did Mike Pence say? Mike Pence said that he no longer supports or endorses Donald Trump because Donald Trump asked Mike Pence to place himself above the U.S. Constitution.
Donald Trump, just like every other politician, and you can sit here and defend every politician that is a Democrat all you want, but every politician lies. I know that, you know that. They'll flip-flop just to get votes. Donald Trump has done it. Obama did it. Kamala's doing it. Biden did it. Every politician's going to flip-flop on a stance when it comes time to run an election. I know you're young, and I'm not going to demean you for being young. You're very intelligent. I've heard you talk, and
Also
I think
Kamala.
we can both agree on that, right?
It's also Kamala. It's Kamala.
Okay, apologize, Kamala.
So can you please tell me why you as a constitutional conservative would vote for the biggest threat against our Constitution?
My biggest
since the Civil War?
things to me, we've got 3 Supreme Court justices that are at 70 or over 70 years old. If something happened to them, not saying I want something to happen to them, but if something happened to them, either they retired or, they became sick, I would rather a conservative judge be appointed. Also, for my federal judges, I'd rather conservative judges be appointed.
What a shell. What a shell of a constitutionalist. I gave him an opportunity. The reason I kicked him is because I gave him a fair and square opportunity to be a good faith constitutionalist, and he denied that opportunity. Any good faith constitutionalist would recognize how he's a threat to our Constitution and want to ignore every single thing I said about it like he just did. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. The reason why I terminated the conversation hands down right there was because I already knew it wasn't going to be productive. If you're going to call yourself a constitutionalist and then ignore the greatest threat to our Constitution since the Civil War, there's no room for productive conversation. You're driving. We're going to move on to our next guest, Trinware. I'm literally trying to get you up on the live right now. Quit yapping in the chat. Let's go to see what our next guest, Justin Crawford, has to say. It's so sad. It's so sad to see, how far these people are willing to go to contort reality. Justin, hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump, man? All right, Justin's on the live. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Let's go to get our next guest up the box. And you understand, allowing Trump another term to install more Supreme Court justices would further put our checks and balance on the line. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I just think he's clearly the better candidate. I mean, if you saw the debate, you would see that.
Oh no, Kamala Harris' dog walked him in the debate. What's his healthcare plan? Would he be a national abortion ban?
Can you tell what my accent is by chance?
Yeah, I'm asking you what time it is.
I just wish to mention, I don't even live in America, man. I just think Trump's a better candidate.
All right. Well, good thing that your voice doesn't matter at all. Literally speaking, your voice has no weight. Literally speaking. Bro, ever since 1738, where's my constitutional conservatives to correct me if I got the date wrong? 1738. Since 1738, they've been trying to dibble-dabble in American politics. They'll never stop. They'll keep on coming. 1776. Thank you, John. 1776. Thank you. What's up, Kyle? You voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Why is that?
I don't know. I just feel that Kamala's flip-flopped on so many things, and it's just crazy.
Okay,
but
so
I do know that Trump has flip-flops on some things too. I just
I just want to clarify. So Kamala Harris supporting Kamala Harris being against fracking in 2019 gives you sufficient reason to vote for her, but Donald Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020 doesn't give you.
Like I said, I know Trump has flip-flopped on subjects too, but definitely not as many times as Kamala has. Even in the debate, she's like, she's a gun owner and she doesn't want to ban any guns when there's many clips of her saying that she wants to ban, assault weapons.
Yeah, that's something that that's something that she campaigned upon in 2019, and I don't think that her shifting her view on that gives you any reason not to vote for her. If anything, it gives you more reason to vote for her because it demonstrates that she's a good leader. And let me tell you why. I think that working in the executive branch of our government has moderated her views because when it comes to serving as an official of our government, enacting legislation, you either excel or you drown, okay? The way that you drown attempting to influence legislation in our government is by not meeting in the middle of the aisle, not trying to work with the people on the other side, and not trying to moderate your views. That's what Trump did. That's why he had to misappropriate DoD funds to build his wall because he couldn't get congressional legislation passed. How you succeed is by meeting in the middle of the aisle, by talking to people that disagree with you, by moderating your views, okay? And that's what Kamala Harris did, and that's what led the Biden and Harris administration to passing some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. I would say her shifting her views to what is supported by the majority, to what gains traction and makes progress in Congress, gives us more reason to vote for Harris over Trump.
But can I just say that's what Trump was doing all along too? I mean,
no, and in fact, I could give you examples of how that's something he didn't do. He couldn't come together to get Congress together to pass a congressional legislation on the wall, so he half-assed it through executive order. 4 years with a better split in Congress than Biden, never got an infrastructure bill passed. He got it passed in 1 year. Trump couldn't get Congress together, point blank, period.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not saying the government has the greatest people in it either, but another thing is, do you think that the debate was fair? I don't care who you think won or anything like that, but do you think it was a fair debate and that the moderators were fair to both candidates?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that they were being incredibly critical of them both. I think that they were being incredibly critical of Trump and Harris.
Well, they didn't even fact check Harris once, though.
So it's because Harris didn't lie.
She literally said that Trump said that there were fine people on both sides with left-wing medias have confirmed isn't true. You go one more sentence into the clip, but they didn't fact check her on that.
Okay. Right. So, I mean, this would probably just be ABC disagreeing.
Okay. And then another thing, too, is what about this eating animals situation?
Yes. Let's talk about it. Kyle, Donald J. Trump here. Kyle, you should vote for me because
I'm just saying,
if you don't vote for me, you're doggy dogs. One moment. Let the chosen one speak.
Coming out of the pond with ducks and geese dead.
I know. Kyle, let the chosen one speak, sir. Let the chosen one speak. If you vote for me,
well, I'm just saying we go off.
Why won't you? You have to let the chosen one speak. Let the chosen. Who are you? Right, who is this guy interrupting the chosen one? Let the chosen one speak, or I will forcefully put a binky in it. Phenomenal. You must vote for me because if you don't vote for me, your doggy dogs and your kitty cats will be eaten very bigly. All of the aliens, E.T. and his friends, they've started eating the doggy dogs, the goosey goose, and the kitty cats for lunch. But quite possibly, if I do not win in November, they'll start eating them for dinner too. They'll be eating the doggy dogs, the kitty cats, the goosey gooses for lunch and dinner. And before you know it, they will be eating them for breakfast as well. In fact, Kamala Harris will even pay the aliens to eat your doggy dogs, kitty cats, and goosey goose for breakfast. If you don't want your doggy dogs, your kitty cats, and your goosey goose to be eaten by E.T. and his friends, all the aliens, vote for me. And we will close the border and deport all the aliens, send them back to Mars, and E.T. back to Mars.
Right. Is my mic not been working this whole time? I don't even know. Anyway, so you had your tantrum, but I just wanted to get on topics on the debate that are popular topics right now. That way, it's not people that some people don't know knowledge on and everything. Another question I have is Kamala says she wants to hire more border patrol and be more, strong on the border now, right? But there was the HR 2 bill of Trump trying to hire more Border Patrol agents and do better things for the border. And Kamala actually signed the HR 2 bill herself, requesting Trump not to hire Border Patrol agents and do these policies he was trying to make. So what do you have to say on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know her reasons why she determined not to like sign it into law. I mean, like we saw senators on the right and the left reject HR 2. It was predominantly because of other provisions, right? But we know that these are things that Kamala Harris supports because she tried to influence bipartisan legislation in the House and the Senate to achieve these ends while she's been VP. But Trump literally then called the Republicans in the House and the Senate and told them to vote against the bill because he didn't want to give Democrats a win.
Okay.
Right? Like, how do you feel about Trump literally torpedoing a border bill that would have solved the crisis like years ago?
Are you talking about that bipartisan bill? I mean, he didn't even have any political power.
He definitely had political power. Yeah, he's the one that called the Republicans and
you
influenced
say
them to sign the
everybody
bill into
hates
law.
Trump and everybody is against Trump, but then all of a sudden, when Trump needs political power, oh my goodness, now all of a sudden he has it.
Yeah, I don't think that Republicans hate Trump, especially those in Congress, because they wanted his endorsement for the primary. And this is not speculatory hearsay. We know this is a fact. Donald Trump even told you to blame it on him at a rally in Nevada. And Lankford, the Republican Trump endorsed, by the way, that wrote the bill, spoke out against Trump, telling everyone that Trump did torpedo it. Same story with Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz, right? These are facts. These are things that have occurred. And I think your denial of these facts is quite telling of your, absolute...
Well, I'm not denial. I'm just...
Okay, so then you'd agree that Trump...
Everything either.
You'd say that you'd agree that Trump is partially responsible for torpedoing a bipartisan border bill that would have ended the crisis years ago?
I don't know the information on that, so I can't give you an answer.
Okay, well, I mean, you know that sufficiently speaking, he did tell you to blame it on him. I don't understand why you won it. Seemingly, you're just rejecting reality here.
It seems like you're twisting my words, but
So, I mean, no. So the fact is that Donald Trump says that the ongoing crisis at our southern border destroys our economy and destroys our citizens. The fact
does it
is
not?
Donald Trump calls undocumented migrants, no, it doesn't, rapists, P3O, MS-13 gang members that want to harm our women and eat our pets. Okay? So assuming Trump's worldview is true, that immigration causes such a great travesty for the state of our country, how could you vote for Trump knowing that Donald Trump would rather, right, the Democrats look bad than solve the crisis at the southern border under Biden and Harris's term?
he literally is the one who built the Border Patrol wall. What do you mean, buddy? For friggin'...
So I'm going to go ahead and spell this out to you once again. So we had a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate that would have solved the crisis 2 years ago, right? And then Trump caused the bill to be torpedoed, meaning that the crisis continued. And according to Trump, the continuation of the crisis led to more women getting raped, more taxpayer dollars going to people who don't deserve it. So how could you vote for someone that wanted to cause more harm to America because it would benefit him in the polls?
I could easily say that about Kamala. I could easily say she's flip-flopped many times because she just wants to be on her voters' good side. You know, you accuse Trump of all these things. I could say Kamala didn't choose Josh Shapiro as her vice president because he's Jewish and that she's a terrible person who hates the Jews. I mean,
her husband is Jewish, you dumbass. Oh my God. Look at this motherfucker. And then this is speculatory hearsay. Then look at you. What the hell are you saying? What the actual hell are you saying? Like, I can't even believe that you'd say this shit. So then, first of all, you said that she's flip-flop or abused to better represent the people to get their votes. Okay, I accept that. What harm did that cause to the American people? See, when Trump torpedoes a bill in the Senate, according to his own worldview, it causes harm. Okay? And that's what you're not accounting for, right? We have never seen a candidate for president put themselves so far above the country and so far above the people in the country that according to their own worldview, they would
I'm
prefer
not saying
individuals.
Kamala has actually done this. I'm saying you say all these things about Trump in this light. You don't give actual evidence as to why, other than just saying accusations. You
Oh,
say,
no, I have evidence.
No, I'm
Trump
saying
admitted
I
to it
can
at a
just
rally
say
in Nevada.
terrible things about Kamala and not provide any evidence. And
I provided evidence, right? So specifically speaking, Trump said to blame it on him if the border bill fails at a rally in Nevada. And
Okay, but that isn't evidence. That's accusing.
No, that is evidence.
Show
Wait,
me
so-
the footage
oh,
right
wait,
now.
I have a question,
Get on
Kyle.
your phone or something and show me.
Yeah. So you could look up Trump says to blame it on him if the border bill fails. The first source that will pop up is The Hill. You could also reference this from other mainstream media sources. But you're saying that Trump saying to blame it on him if it fails isn't evidence for the claim that he made it fail. So I'd ask you a question. If Trump told you that he's a rapist, would you believe that Trump's a rapist?
I don't know, dude. You friggin' confusing me over here.
So if Trump told you that he was a rapist, you wouldn't believe that Trump is a rapist.
No,
oh
I'm
my
saying
God.
I don't know because, again, I'm not like the biggest Trump supporter either, but I'm saying I like Trump a lot more than I like Kamala.
If Trump told you that he was a rapist, would you believe that Trump is a rapist?
I don't know.
Chad, I'm not doing that today. I'm not doing that today. Okay, I'm not doing that today. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm not doing that today. Hey, would you guys drop Parker's @ in the chat on the account that he's live on? We're gonna go ahead and send him a big fat raid. We're gonna go ahead and send Parker a big fat raid A large, biggie fat raid. The biggest and fattest raid that you've ever seen before, quite frankly. Spam Parker's at, he's not on his main account. I'm still waiting. Parker Get a Real Job. Awesome. So I need you all to head over to @Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok and spam Dean Raid in the comment section, because quite frankly, we're going to be co-hosting with Parker. We're going to have some phenomenal debates. We're going to have so much fun with it. So everyone head over to @Parker Get a Real Job. I will see you all there momentarily. Head over to @Parker Get a Real Job. Get a real job. See y'all there.
What's up, Carol? What's up, David? How you doing? What's up, Brina? What's up, Pinks? What's up, Jordan? Helen, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the roses, everyone, and all the gifts. I appreciate it. We're starting getting some people up here real soon. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024 and you have not been up here before. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. We are just looking for some new people who are debating, y'all. Yo, thank you for the chicken. I appreciate it, Ember. Thank you. Go live with Dean. Dean might be joining up me. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever works with the algorithm today. Because this account was working in the algorithm. It was. So we'll see. Harris raid based. So based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. We have no one new in the guest box. I don't know. It might be a little bit off. What's up, everyone joining in? Joey, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that, Joey. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Dean's been eating all morning. Good to hear. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Kamala did kill it on stage. She's got some good rhetoric. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Yeah, that's the DNC in my ear, by the way, everyone. Just letting you know. That's the DNC. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker? I'm 30.
Are you driving?
No.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
So a couple reasons, actually.
Literally hear this guy driving. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Think of the cap.
Hey, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
I lean more towards him, but I'm still not sure. I kind of honestly came here for if you could convince me otherwise.
Yeah, here would just be like an ethical question. Like, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, obviously not.
Okay, well, Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. You can look up Trump libel essay. A jury of 9 people unanimously determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her vagina against her will.
Ew, that's nasty, but...
Yeah, so that's just like ethical, and then his policy's really bad. He shifts the tax burden from people who are richer, right, to people who are poor, right? He wants to increase tariffs, which are taxes on imported goods. Increasing the prices of these particular goods would more negatively impact lower income people because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods.
So does that mean like it would cost more to buy it in America?
Inflation would go up. So again, inflation wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration, but due to these policies, that would absolutely cause inflation. Because we did see prior inflation globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, all around the world.
So that I just don't understand. Like, I'm not saying that's wrong, but like I don't understand how like inflation wasn't really like.
You cut out. What'd you say?
Sorry, somebody called me. Like I don't.
You're getting a lot of messages.
Sorry.
Okay. They keep getting calls. I apologize. I do apologize. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yup.
Why so?
Okay. I want you to hear me out, okay? So 1, you're the fucking goat. And 2, you cute as hell.
Okay, everyone, I got to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. I appreciate all of you, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
I didn't fall out of the coconut tree like you did.
You just got to exist in the context, bro, and tell me what that means.
I just told you, bro. I didn't fall out of the coconut tree like you did.
Okay, will you like give me an actual like reason why are you voting Trump?
Sure, he has more policies. Harris has none. Harris
Really?
admits
What's
that
his
she was.
healthcare plan?
Harris admits that she was the last one in the room that called
his
the
healthcare
13
plan?
fallen troops.
Hold up, what's the healthcare plan?
What's her housing policy?
I'm asking you, what's his healthcare plan?
What's her housing policy?
Yeah, so $25,000
Who does it
tax
benefit?
credit.
Who does it benefit? Does it benefit you or me?
$5,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers. But tell me what
Does
is
it
his healthcare
benefit
policy?
you or me?
It could benefit me if I buy my
It
house
does
soon.
not. It does not benefit the American people, buddy.
Yes, it does. I just told you it's for
It
first
does
time.
not.
Can you stop touching your mic so much? It's like
It
very
does
loud.
not.
It's very loud.
Let's
Okay.
not. Let's talk about the Minnesota Freedom Fund she supported.
Appreciate this one. Thank you so much. Okay, so do you want to answer my question? If you don't want to answer my question, I'm just gonna kick you and go to the next person. Appreciate the hand art. I'm asking
That's
you
usually
a
what
very simple
liberals do. They
question.
don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth.
What's his healthcare policy? Are you driving? Appreciate the hand heart. Are you driving?
Absolutely, am not. Is that an excuse to remove me?
What's that thing in the background? Are you like a
It's none of your
fucking
damn business.
pilot? What is that?
That ain't none of your damn business, son.
Can you tell me what it is? Why do you have that going on in the background? Desta, thank you for the $5.
Why do you? Why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you sitting behind a computer?
Because I'm having conversations with people on TikTok and debating them. Okay.
But you fell out of the coconut tree, man.
Are
You're
you a
clueless.
police officer?
Are you clueless?
There's the hand art. Thank you. Are you a
No,
cop?
answer yes or no. Are you clueless?
No, I'm not clueless. Are you a cop? Because you still haven't answered what the healthcare policy is. Because it's just concepts, right?
You asked me why I was voting for him. You didn't say you were
Concepts?
going to ask me a bunch of questions.
Do you have concepts?
Hello, you asked me why I was voting for him.
I'm asking you a question. You said, I'm asking you a question specifically. What's his healthcare policy? You said he has more plans and she has no plans. He didn't talk about any of his plans. He was asked specifically what his healthcare plan, and he says he has
But
concepts.
look, I would advise
Concepts.
you.
So what does that mean? Tell me.
I would advise you to go look up Agenda 47.
What are the concepts?
What is hers? Where's hers at?
Expanding the ACA. Do you know what the ACA is?
This is what Harris does. She's like, I'm gonna fix everything, but she's been in there for what?
You still
the last
can't tell me.
3.5 years?
He's been running for president for 9 years.
What is she gonna fix? What
For
she fucked
9
up?
years. He's been running for president for 9 years, and
What
he
is she
still
gonna
doesn't
fix?
have a healthcare policy.
What is she gonna fix? What she fucked up?
Tell me what she fucked up.
I mean, look at us, bud. You can't even go to the store and buy a gallon of milk at a reasonable price.
First, the golden medal.
Like
Thank so
you
much.
get up.
How
here,
did she
you get
cause
up-
inflation?
Hey, you get up here and you say all this
Hey,
right here.
how did
oh,
she
the
cause
president
inflation?
doesn't cause it. The president doesn't cause it. That was
Yeah, how
that's
did
what
how
you
did
say,
she
right?
cause inflation? Can you tell me?
Well, how come it wasn't like that when Trump was in? How come it wasn't like that when Obama was in?
So you said why wasn't it like that when Trump was in office in terms of inflation?
Or
well, because there
Obama.
was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
That's horse shit.
That's
horse
Thank you
shit,
so much,
buddy.
Corn.
Yo, she's got broken promises, man. She's not gonna win. I promise you. I'll be back to watch your live. I want to see you cry.
You're the one that seems very mad right now. You can't engage in
Hey,
any actual substance
by the way, a good friend of mine named Charlie said get smoked.
Charlie got destroyed, bro.
No, you got destroyed. You don't even know what
Can you
X
tell
and
me-
Y
can you tell me
chromosomes
one
are.
point
You
he
don't
beat me
even
on?
know what they are.
I do.
He literally
So
looked
does
at you
God
and
the
said,
Father have XY
You're
chromosomes?
looking at a man.
Hey, does God the Father have XY
But
chromosomes?
he's a spirit. It's a spiritual creature. It's not a human.
So he doesn't have XY chromosomes.
It's a spiritual.
Okay, so no biology,
Spiritual.
yet you still use male like reference. That doesn't make any sense.
What do you
So
mean
are
you
you
use
saying
a
that
male
gender
reference?
is?
It's a
Are you saying
spiritual-
gender is non-biological? Are you saying
It's a
gender is a
spiritual thing.
social
How-
construct?
How can you use gender? It's a
Wait,
spiritual thing.
is gender
man.
biological?
Wait,
If
Parker,
gender is
let me help you-
biological,
let
God
me
can't
help you
have a
understand.
gender.
Let me
If
help you
gender is
understand.
biological,
you
God
cannot
cannot have a
say,
gender.
You cannot compare God as a human. You can't do that. That's what you don't understand. You're using like,
well, yes, you
like
can.
God is a human. No, you're not.
Yeah,
Bro, you
if
can't
you
do that.
if you refer to him as a father, okay, God the Father, he him, you say
It's a
he, okay,
spiritual
you're
being.
using his preferred pronouns, his preferred
Spiritual.
identity as a man, right? Even though he has no biology, right? That you could reference. So you don't base
Right,
gender on
right.
biology. You base it on social constructs.
So
you
prove
debunk your
prove
own
to me
view
that
by
God-
defining gender that way. And when you define gender that way, you can't say that trans people have an invalid view because then you're just saying you feel like it, and you just sound like a bigot.
Look, just tell me, how can you prove that God has XY chromosomes? Wait.
Again, you can't because God is non-physical. God is immaterial. God the Father is immaterial.
Bro, you just said it yourself.
If God the Father is immaterial,
I'm done. You just said it yourself.
you don't know what you're talking about. Listen, if God the Father is immaterial, then it is the case that he has no biological traits that you could identify that he is a father. So that actually debunks your view, and you don't even realize it. You just don't even see it. It's actually
you don't
hilarious.
realize it, bud. You literally just said the answer and you don't even realize it. It's funny.
What?
You fell out of
What is
coconut
it? Are you
tree.
really trying to gaslight me?
You
What is
fell
that?
out of the coconut tree, bro.
He won't answer. Tell me what specifically did I say that helped your worldview? Because I just explained how what you said helped my worldview.
Parker fell out of the coconut tree. Parker fell out of the coconut tree.
Dude, I piss you off, dude. It's so funny, dude. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I annoy people like you, right? Because that means I'm right. It means I'm right. It means I'm right. That's what it means.
Honestly, man, I'll just sit back and record you, and I'll just like play it back, and I'm like, my gosh, where does he even come up with this? Like, how do you sit up on a TikTok live with 1,000 liberals that saying, yeah, let's go Harris, but you think that you're right about it? Like, you even just said God does not have XY chromosomes. Why don't you understand that?
Yeah, God doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet you still consider him a father. You just don't even realize that's what debunks your point. So gender is non-biological.
No.
It's not biological.
That debunks your point, man.
No, it doesn't.
You literally say the answer and you're like, oh, but you call him a father, so what?
If
you
God,
call him a father?
Listen. God, right, doesn't meet his criteria of a man. He said all fathers are men. Okay? If all fathers are men, well, then it cannot possibly be the case that God is a father. You can't say he's the father. You can't use he, him pronouns because he has no XY chromosomes, no small gametes, no male member.
Parker, can I ask you something? Why do you even care about God? You're atheist. You live in California. Why do you even care?
No, I'm just showing out how you're hypocritical.
I mean, but why do
I'm
you?
using
but why do you
your
care?
own commitments. I'm using your own like theological commitments to show that you have no reason to be against trans people. Like that's what I'm just doing. So I'm not saying I care about your religion. What I'm saying is that I can use your religion to show how you have like contradictions within your worldview.
You're
right?
the same kind of.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just showing you that based upon your worldview, it yields a contradiction related to this topic. And you guys can't realize that when I use your worldview, I am still referencing the topic. Because you guys are so
$5 million. I would bet $5 million you're the same kind of person that fell out of the coconut tree that believes the world is flat. Am I correct?
I don't believe the earth is flat, no. You guys believe stuff with no evidence, so you have a better reason to believe that.
Parker, man, have a good day, bro. Trump 2024. You better get back up on
Are
the
you really
coconut
just
tree
gonna
and-
you're gonna run away?
better-
You have
you
no
bet-
argument?
Bro,
This is like the
I
smartest
already
MAGA.
told
This
you.
is like MAGA Supreme.
I already
dude.
told you.
This is MAGA Supreme right here.
Why can't
Sherry,
you
thank
just-
you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ruben, thank you for the $1. Are you really running away? Don't run away.
There's no use in talking, man, because I mean you're set on Harris. Why should I sit here and talk to you? You're set on Harris.
Well, if you give me a good argument, I'll think about it. But you're not willing to listen to other arguments. I showed a clear contradiction.
No,
you
go
just
ahead.
pivoted
Go ahead.
because
say
you
what you want to
just so
say
you're
what you
wrong.
want to say. I'm going to mute. Go ahead.
Okay, you were clearly wrong. You wanted to pivot, and you immediately started just attacking me instead of addressing the argument I gave you. Your boy Charlie got cooked on the substance. You have no response. You can't tell me a single point he won on in any of the conversations we had.
But I can go back and replay everything about that. And there's only one thing that you might have even been halfway right about. Son, you got
Okay,
cooked
so
like
is the
an
Senate
egg in a skillet.
is the Senate a DEI program?
I don't care whether it is
Yes,
or whether
it
ain't.
is. It is. So why
I
is
don't
he
care whether
against
it is or whether
DEI
it
with
ain't.
Kamala Harris, but he's in support of DEI with the Senate and the Electoral College?
Hey Parker, you want to make a wager on who
Why
wins?
is he okay? Why is he okay with DEI when it benefits white men? When it benefits country folk?
Parker, you want to make a wager on who wins?
No, Jose, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I
Yeah,
can't
man,
do
you
that
have a
on
good
live.
day. You have a good day. I'm not gonna waste my time with you.
What?
Later.
You're not
later,
giving
bro.
me any arguments.
Later, bro. Later, bro.
You're so mad. You're a runner. You're a runner, buddy. You're so
I'm not
scared.
mad.
You're
I'm
scared of a
laughing,
liberal.
bro. This is
You're scared
funny.
of talking to a liberal. Look at all these MAGAs. They're so scared
You're
of
just
talking
gonna-
to
you're
liberals.
just gonna ask
Whenever they
me a
have
question
facts
with
and
a
reality
question.
presented to them, they can't acknowledge
just
it. They've
gonna
got to
ask
run
me a
away.
question
They have
with
to
a
run away
question.
from
All right, go
facts
ahead,
because
bro. Go
facts
ahead.
makes them uncomfortable. Right? They say facts over feelings, but whenever they're presented with facts, they can't accept them.
right,
It's
let's
all
talk
facts
about
over
the Minnesota
feelings.
Freedom Fund.
When you're
Let's talk
it's
about
all
that.
facts over feelings, right? When it benefits your view, but it's not facts over feelings when it clearly shows you're wrong.
Yeah, Minnesota Freedom Fund. Let's talk about it. I'll stay. Let's go.
Nice pivot, but we'll talk about it. Go for it. What about it?
All right, so you sit here and you say Trump this, Trump that, but she supported Minnesota Freedom Fund. She tweeted it out. She may
Donald Trump
may
said that
not-
he wants to pardon
wait,
people
wait, wait.
convicted of violently assaulting police officers. The Minnesota Freedom Fund,
Hold on,
she
can I
had no
finish?
clue any person on that would have any violent
Can I
charges. A
finish?
predominant amount of the people that the Minnesota Freedom Fund helped was non-violent individuals who were just protesting.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
Yes, it is. She tweeted it out. She helped them out. She knelt for George Floyd.
And
She
there
didn't
was
show
no-
up for
there was
13
no-
Afghanistan troops.
That's okay. Come on,
these
you're
people-
talking at Arlington. She wasn't invited.
These people.
Trump
that
posted
got
about it
out-
politically
these
speaking, which
people
is
that
against
got out,
federal law.
Parker, These people that got out with the Minnesota Freedom Fund, they unallowed more people. 4 of them did. Parker.
How many thousands of Taliban members did Trump let out? Right, violent killers that Trump let out, right, to be able to set a deal with the Taliban. How many? 5,000 people. Okay, 5,000. Do you
Show me
care
the
about that?
proof.
Do you care
Show me
about
the
that at all?
proof.
That was in
Show
the
me the
deal
proof.
enlisted in the Taliban deal. Look at Trump's Taliban deal. Look up Trump Taliban deal. It was 5,000 individuals.
All right,
5,000.
Show me. You have the big screen.
I'll give you a. I'll give you a title. I can't show you on green screen, but I'll give you a
okay.
title.
Okay.
Look at, you can literally just look up Trump releases 5,000 Taliban.
No, we're not going to call a win or a win here. Because,
So you can
know,
get it
I
on
can't- I can't look
PolitiFact.
it up and fuck
PolitiFact,
off,
it's
right?
yes. It's the PolitiFact is yes. Trump admin worked to free 5,000 Taliban members. That's from PolitiFact. That's the title.
PolitiFact?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that something like the same as AP News or no?
I mean, I think it's a pretty good source. I typically accept PolitiFact. I can give you other stuff as well.
So if
I can give you
stuff about
multiple other
Harris-
news stations, right?
So if I,
was
gave
just
stuff
giving you
about
PolitiFact
Harris
because I
from
think it's
there, you would say it's credible as well, correct?
What? I can give you the Washington Post, right? I can give you the New York Times. I can give you BBC. I can give you NPR. I can give you
What about
any
the
of
deal?
these.
Like, can you show like the deal? Is the deal like, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like government website, anything like that? Is the deal like something big? You know, like can we see
What?
that?
I don't know what you're saying. What
I
did
mean, you're
that even
talking about
mean?
these people, so you're saying the Taliban people were released, but can we go off of something that's you know, in the middle? Maybe not. You know what I'm
PolitiFact
saying?
is in the middle. I don't think PolitiFact
So
is
PolitiFact's
partisan.
in the middle.
Yeah, I don't think PolitiFact is partisan.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is from Romney's claim. Mitt Romney claimed this, by the way. Right? I'm citing Romney too. Your old Republican nominee, remember him? The guy who said he's not going to vote for Donald Trump because he draws a line at sexual assault.
Hold on now. You're assuming I'm a Republican. That's not fair.
Oh, you're not Republican?
I'm an independent,
you're
but I am
just a
voting
MAGA?
Trump. Nope,
Rashid the
I'm an
Hennard.
independent,
No,
but I
you're
am
MAGA.
voting Trump.
You're MAGA,
Nope,
dude.
I'm an independent, but I am voting Trump. You know, let me ask you something.
How are you
Parker.
going to move
How-
on after supporting a guy who tried to coup the country, was literally held liable of, violent sexual abuse? You
know
understand
why I
the
kept-
5,000?
you know why I
The
kept
5,000.
saying-
I just want to let you know the source that I'm giving you from is also from the Congressional Research Office. You can find it from a government website. There's literally a report released right from September 20, or actually updated August 20th, 2024, that indicates 5,000 people that were allowed to leave. Were given to the Taliban, who were literally violent murderers. Okay.
Let me give you a little. Let me give you
Marine,
a
thank you
little
for the
pointers here,
$5.
okay?
Thank you so
If
much.
you want to change people's minds about voting, you should probably try to think of a way that you can change about what they see in their everyday life. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because everyone can see how much groceries are and how much, all this different stuff, man. Everyone can see that. Like, they don't need you up here talking about a policy or something that's just inaccurate.
Actually, you do. I'm not giving anything that's inaccurate. I don't know why you're just assuming it's inaccurate. Again, just because prices have gone up does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Prices went up literally around the entire world.
Okay, so I got a fun one for you, right? I've heard you say this many a times.
This guy mutes like every 5 seconds. Tap that screen, everyone's running up to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well. Get out to more people.
Look, so I've heard you say this a million times before, and you're real big on Trump's an SA what. You know what I'm saying? But you never talk about how was they actually able to file this against them? Can you give us a start of that? Can you give us what they done in New York?
Are you talking about in terms of statute of limitations, which allowed for over 2,500 people to be able to hold their abusers accountable? This happened relative to the Me Too movement
what time frame was
and
this?
the Child Survivors
what
Act.
Time frame?
So there's
And
the
what
adult.
time frame?
Listen, be quiet. There's the adult survivors. Actually, mute your mic. That'd be a lot better. I don't know what the fuck's going on in your background. Bro's like playing as a cop, dude. So there's the Adult Survivors Act and the Child Survivors Act. The Child Survivors Act came first, right? That was specifically related to victims of the Catholic Church, and then the Adult Survivors Act is a predicate of that. Okay, so that's
And the time frame, Parker. Give them the time frame of when this statute was allowed to be able to do this now.
Are you saying that like the act was applicable for a year to allow people to hold their abusers accountable?
What I'm saying is, how come it wasn't 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? How come during this election?
Wait, why wasn't it in 2016?
Yeah,
right.
That's
If they wanted to originally address it, why was it in 2016? Right, because actually, if it was applicable in 2019 when she filed it, you understand that wouldn't have even held him liable if he won until after he was running for president. If he won in 2020, so the idea that they would apply it then rather than applying it,
they already tried.
So applying it then wouldn't make any sense. It would make more sense to apply it earlier. Plus, you wouldn't be able to explain why there are medical records going back to 1996 that indicate that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump. Not only that, but also multiple of her friends that she told at the time that corroborated the story that she referenced as Donald Trump did this. So it's a consistent story over multiple decades, right? That are literally justified by medical records. And you're sitting up here and you're disputing it.
Yeah, what I'm telling you. So give me a minute. I'll literally let you talk. So this is what I'm telling you. You want to come on here and you want to talk about this and that. But the truth is Parker, this happened before 2010, supposedly, correct? So if this was true, why does it wait until this election year? They tried them before for it. It wasn't going to go anywhere.
They didn't try them for this in 2010.
You know that. They did too. Yes, they did. They tried them for it before.
No.
It didn't go nowhere. It went absolutely nowhere.
Eugene Carroll only filed it this time. She filed defamation originally and then had to prove sexual abuse because in order to be able to get defamation, which she proved sexual abuse amongst a jury of 9 people unanimously when the decision did not have to be unanimous. Actually, can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
I can tell you that it's horse shit, and you know it is too.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
And that's another reason why I'll be voting for Trump. Is because you all done this to Trump. The DNC done this to Trump. They also come after RFK.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
Also come after RFK.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
Yeah, I can tell you the DNA that they didn't let him submit because they said it was past the time.
Yeah, so he had 2 years to give up his DNA, and he didn't decide to give it up until after he wasn't allowed.
Could you imagine if someone like yourself had Trump's DNA? I mean, just think about it. Just close your eyes and think about it.
What?
You get on here and you act like you're right when you're wrong, and just imagine someone like yourself with Trump's DNA. Just imagine that.
Any sense.
Yes, it does, because
if I had Trump's DNA, what do you mean if I had Trump's DNA?
If you had a sample of his DNA, you'd probably be out there spreading it on the walls, man.
What?
Exactly, bro.
How the hell would I get a sample of his DNA?
I'm saying if you had it, like if you say if you was like top FBI and Trump had provided his DNA and you obtained it. You know what I'm saying? You would be trying to have a field day with that.
What are you talking about, bro?
It's all right, man. You fell off the coconut tree too hard.
I think you are projecting here, right?
I'm not projecting at all. You just don't want to listen to it, and you want to pivot and turn the other way. I know you understand exactly what I'm telling you.
No? No, do you think that there's going to be like planted evidence or something?
Absolutely, bud.
So what makes you think that? Mags, I appreciate
What
the
makes
galaxy.
you
Thank you
think
so much.
that
I appreciate it.
after 30 some odd years, a girl comes and says, "Hey, Trump's running for president. I'm going to go out here and say he essayed me."
Wait,
But
no, she
one
didn't just
believes
say it
that
then.
shit.
Again, there were medical records from 1986. You didn't know
There's
any
no
of the
medical
evidence.
records, bud.
Yes,
There's
there
not.
are.
No,
yes,
there's
there
not.
are. There
No,
were
there's
therapist
not.
notes seriously from 1996. So she didn't just come out with it now. So how did she know that he was going to run for president in 1996? How did she know?
Why is she so worried about it now if she wasn't worried about
Can
it
you
then?
tell me how she knew?
Why is she so worried about it now if she wasn't worried about it
Are
then?
you saying that she is like fucking omniscient? She's
What I'm
omniscient,
saying
chat.
is why
Eugene
is she
Carroll,
worried
this guy is
about it now?
omniscient and somehow knew Donald Trump was going to run for president literally like 20
Look at
years
him.
before he
Look
did
at him.
so.
Look
Are
at
you
him, bro.
trolling?
This is
Are you
why I was
fucking
gonna
trolling,
drop.
dude?
This is why I was going to drop.
Sassy, I
You
appreciate
turn
the flag
words.
battle. Thank you.
try to turn words. Once again, I'm going to ask you, why is she worried about it now when she wasn't worried about it then?
What do you mean worried about it now? And she was worried about it then. What the fuck are you talking about? She was victimized. How are you going to say she wasn't worried about it? What the hell are you talking about?
Why wasn't he locked up? Why wasn't he handcuffed? Why wasn't he put in jail?
You understand that's because of civil courts, right? Civil courts, they don't
Hey,
lock you up and
Parker,
put you in jail. They
Parker,
force you to pay money
Parker,
because of the
Parker.
statute of limitations for criminal courts. So I agree, he
Parker.
should be in prison. He should be locked up,
Parker.
but he's not.
Parker, I do this on a daily basis, bud. I lock people up all the time. You're law of the wild.
Yeah, I
buddy?
can hear you're a
I've
cop,
done
bro.
I've done run that kid plumb through the fucking drains.
And
You'll probably
apparently,
never see him again.
wait, as a cop, can you tell me the difference between a civil and a criminal court?
Oh my goodness, dude, you're hilarious.
You know what I mean? Like, what a cop,
This
dude.
is what I'm gonna hope for you.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna hope
Here,
that
can I
you
ask
get back on the
can I ask you
racket.
another question? How many
you
branches
climb
of
back up.
government are there? You're a cop. How many branches of government are there?
I bet there's not 3. Oh wait, I think there's 12.
Okay,
Parker.
so what are
Ask
they?
me
What are
something
they?
else, brother.
What are the 3 branches
Ask me
of government?
something else, brother.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Ask me something else, brother.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Parker, are you serious?
Dude, I don't think we should allow you to be a
executive
cop, bro.
legislation. Judicial, executive, legislation. What else you want to ask me?
Legislative, okay?
Exactly. I just said it, bro. I'm trolling
said
you at this point.
legislation.
You're asking dumbass questions. You're acting like I'm some just random TikTok person.
Are
This
you a
is
mul-
why I was going to drop.
Like, thank you for the $10.
This is why
Thank
I
you
was
so
gonna
much.
drop. There's no use in it. There's no use in it. You are... I don't know, bro. It's like that coconut tree. When you fell to the fucking ground and you hit hard. Parker,
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop
and I lost more
Trump-
brain cells than you'll ever have in your life.
Yeah, you'll never regain your brain cells. Yo, I look for you and
I have a lot. I have plenty others, so don't worry.
Hey,
I know you only have like 5, but I have plenty
I know.
others.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
yeah,
honor.
I
Thank you
know.
so much.
You're just a random- you're just a
Trillions,
random
dude.
TikToker,
Trillions.
yeah?
Quadrillions. More than you've ever seen. You know, I have more
There you
brain
go.
cells than any
There you
individual
go.
you've ever seen in your life. I promise you. Tremendous amount of brain cells. Very big, very big, very great. They're so big. They're so amazing. Incredibly speaking.
Hey, listen to this, chat. He likes that, but listen to this. We're gonna send that Indian back where it came from.
What the fuck? What? You racist piece of shit. That's literally that's a cop, by the way, everyone. That's a cop. That was a cop. That was a cop, dude. What the hell, dude? I knew, I fucking had the intuition. I had the intuition, and that person should not be a police officer. What the hell, dude? That is horrifying. That is horrifying. Jeez, chat. Jeez. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Personally, I just think that the way the country's been going the past 4 years hasn't been as good as it was when
when Trump was in office, and I think if Kamala had, I mean, she's already vice president. I think she's had the opportunity to do the things that she says she's going to do, but
Kamala. So did Trump. So does Trump. Trump said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA. What's his policy for healthcare?
I don't know.
Well, he says concepts. He's got concepts. 9 years into running for president of the United States, he's got concepts.
Yeah, wouldn't you? I mean, yeah, okay. What?
He's been president of the United States. He could have done something, but now 9 years into running for president, he's got concepts.
So does that not mean that he has like some sort of idea of what he wants to do? I guess.
No, that means he's got nothing. Okay? If you don't have a listed plan for what you're going to do 9 years into running for president of the United States, why the hell were you guys arguing that she doesn't have a policy proposal website? Right? When Donald Trump literally, he just has concepts. That's it. Like, that's laughable, isn't it?
For healthcare?
Yes.
Specifically for healthcare?
Yes. He's just got concepts. And that was one of his original promises, to repeal and replace the ACA. Raymond, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Raymond. Melissa, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Melissa. I really appreciate it. Lake, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Maureen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Brian, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, and Brian also. Thank you for the $50 earlier. I didn't even see that. Oh my God, can we get some W's for Brian? I didn't even see that earlier. That was like early today. Thank you so much, Brian. I can't click on that for some reason. I'll try to get into it. Yeah, what were we saying?
Let me know if my game is too loud. Also, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Galaxy, thank you so much.
What about you? Why are you voting for Kamala?
Kamala, because she. Because she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't try to overthrow the government by trying to get her vice president to not certify the election results and trying to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when they didn't win. She didn't specifically call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims to enter the country. She doesn't have a racist history of not renting to black people in 1973, specifically calling for the execution of the Central Park five young black boys that have been literally exonerated based upon DNA evidence. When he says they're still guilty and they deserve to be executed. He also popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's actually a birth certificate of him in the United States, born in the United States. Specifically, that shows that he is able to run for president, and he was using it to undermine him running for president of the United States. Continued to today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. So he's denying her identity the same way he did with Barack Obama, the same way he's done with people who are black throughout the context of history, as we've seen of him. He's a racist history, and it's continued today, and he's unapologetic and unrepenting of that.
Okay. That's a lot of reasons. Wait, so you believe that he is like actually racist?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And wait, you're trying to say, well, I haven't seen him say anything that's like actually racist, but I know
I just told you multiple things. Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, the one that you brought up about saying that she claimed to be Indian.
Turn white. Indian isn't a race.
Hold on. Okay, so what was it that she was claiming to be two different, like one race?
You can be black and Indian. She is black and Indian.
Right. So, and because
her father is Afro-Jamaican.
So his point,
her mother is South Asian.
His point was that she was pandering to certain crowds based on
acknowledging. Wait, you wouldn't say this about Joe Biden saying that he's part Irish and part Scottish.
But how is that?
You wouldn't say that. Like what?
He was saying that she was pandering. He wasn't saying that. I mean, and I don't.
No. He said that she turned black, which means that she wasn't black prior.
Even if that is what he said, how is that racist to say that?
Denying the fact that she's black isn't racist.
No, he didn't deny that she was black.
That is denying it. Saying that she turned black is denying the fact that she was black prior.
He said that she said that she was pandering from one crowd to another.
She's just acknowledging different aspects of her background and aspects of her. Like, that's not racism. Or that is racism.
I don't think
Appreciate the little
that's
crowd. Thank you so
racism.
much.
I mean, I don't believe.
Wait, so you don't think denying that someone is black is racism?
He wasn't denying that she was. He was.
That
saying,
is. What does it mean to turn race? To turn.
That's
black?
what he was actually. I mean, he was saying, "Hey,
When you say that she suddenly turned black, that means that prior she was not black, because you cannot turn
that's
something
what-
that you already are. I didn't turn white. I always was white.
Okay, I mean, if someone told me, "Oh, you turned white," if I had told one person that I'm white and then I told another person that I'm Irish, I wouldn't feel like offended.
That wouldn't be contradictory. Exactly.
wouldn't
That's
feel-
not. That wouldn't be an issue. That's not pandering.
I would
Saying
not-
you're Irish and then also saying you're white is not pandering. The same way that she said that she's black and then she's also Indian. That's not pandering.
I would
right?
not feel.
Is it pandering
offended.
for me to say that I have German ancestry and then also to say that I'm white?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel offended if someone said that I was pandering. I mean, I wouldn't feel offended if someone said like.
Do you think I'm pandering by saying that? Oh, I have German ancestry.
Do I think that you're pandering?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah? No, you don't. Okay. So if you don't, then how is she?
Because that's
she
what
has
her-
way more of a tie to being Indian, as her mom is South Asian and Indian, right? Than I do to being German, because my parents aren't from Germany. Okay?
Yeah, I don't think that he was. I don't think that it was racist. Like, I mean, we can agree to disagree.
Okay, so denying the fact that she's black isn't racist to you.
He didn't deny that she was black.
That's literally him denying it. I explained to you how it's him denying it. That's explicitly him denying it.
What I don't know where to go because I don't want to get into like I guess the main reason that I'm voting, well, first is I guess because, well, definitely because I feel, well, first off, dude, the tax proposals that Kamala is saying that she's trying to implement are insane. So I think that that's I don't know specifics right now, but from what I read, her tax proposals is that she's trying to like raise taxes.
She's trying to raise
When it's already
only for people's income over $400,000 a year. So if you don't make over $400K a year, she's not going to raise your taxes, and she's going to decrease taxes for 100 million Americans by increasing the child tax credit, by specifically providing tax credit. Home buyers.
What about like income tax?
Only for income over $400,000 a year. Zid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, I gotta get off here, but it was
All right, appreciate you
it
coming
was
on.
good talking with you, brother. All right, man, have a good one.
All right, let's go to the next individual. All right, what's up, how old are you?
39.
You voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
I vote for a president because of his policies, not his Twitter account.
Policy that you like that he influenced to get passed?
Keystone.
That's not a policy. Can you name me a policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Tax cuts for corporations.
Tax cuts for corporations. Wow, that's you only can mention tax cuts for corporations. That's fucking.
You said name one.
Horrendous. No, the tax
name
cuts
one, but there's many
the
good
name of
anyways.
it, by the way, is Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which includes some taxes for the middle class, but you like the tax cuts for the corporations. You know what I mean?
Trickle down effect.
So can you name me one historical example of trickle down economics working?
Look at the job market now.
Can you name me one
horrible.
historical example?
The job market's horrible the last 4 years.
and we're currently under
People
Trump
have been
tax policy. So, can you name me one historical example of Trump? Trickle down economics working?
So, price of goods go up.
Can you give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working?
Yes, because it benefits the employees of corporations.
Can you give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working?
When companies have less taxes that they have to pay.
Give me one historical example of trickle-down economics working?
I'm trying to. You keep cutting me off.
That's not an historical example.
Yes, it is.
How? That's not like this year in this country, these years it worked when it was implemented.
Yeah, but look, the last 4 years have been horrible. Like, it's gotten worse and worse and worse with inflation, and they have no plan to fix it.
They do have a plan. They do have a plan to work on it, and that's dealt with by the Federal Reserve. And then also, what's Trump's plan to deal with inflation? Increase it?
Well, the other reason why I'm voting for him is I'm worried about America getting into war and all these other wars that are starting, and I feel that he's going to do a good job in stopping the wars that are going around the world.
Okay, so it's not about his economic policy then.
Both of that. There's multiple reasons why I'm voting for him, which is your question.
So do you want to address the economic policy and then instead of fear mongering?
It's not fear mongering.
It is fear mongering for you to say World War III is going to happen.
No, I say to stop wars around the world.
Yeah,
that's what he plans to do.
So yeah, you think that? Come on, you think that wars around the world are going to start because Kamala Harris is president? Can you name me what war specifically?
Well, name me what war started when Trump was president.
Yeah, so his self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
I mean, look at all the wars that are going on now that played a huge impact on economy, trade.
Wait, if there's more conflict that the U.S. was involved in under the Biden-Harris administration, how come more service members died under Trump's administration in conflict? 65 under Trump, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
There was more consecutive days when he got when he stopped the war, and also too they left a whole bunch of they left a whole bunch of stuff.
I want to hear a response to what I just said.
In Afghanistan,
why if there was more conflict again? Actually, no, that's not true. That the only stuff that was left that was U.S. related stuff was stuff we gifted the Afghan military to defend themselves. But you're not answering my question. What was my question?
Your question on war in Afghanistan?
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. No, what did I just ask you?
Wait, which time? Which question are you referring to?
Which one did I just ask you?
No, I'm waiting on you. Ask a question.
Wait, so you weren't listening. That's the point I'm making here.
Are you gonna ask your question, or are you just gonna wait?
Okay. Why, if there were more people that died in service in conflict, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, under the Trump administration than under the Biden administration, 16, right? Was there more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration? How was there more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration if there was more people who died in conflict who were service members under the Trump administration? Is that clear?
What source are you? What source is that?
That's directly from the U.S. military website. Literally, just look up U.S. military members died by year. And I'm actually counting data that they don't get because there was three you can count from news websites because they only count up to 2022. There was 3 since then.
Okay.
So why?
I don't think there has been. That hasn't been brought to my attention, so I have to research that without having to look at it without seeing it and just being stated. I don't know. What I know is there wasn't wars going on with Russia, Ukraine, everything else that we have going on in today's world, and the economy, and with the borders and people, Venezuelans that are taking over apartment complexes in Colorado.
That was proven false.
We didn't have
the Aurora police said they had no evidence of that.
I saw it with my own eyes. There's videos.
You saw it with your own
There's
eyes.
videos of people that are opening doors, that are breaking down doors, asking for rent. They're taking over the whole apartment complex. I saw it with my own eyes.
Give me one source. Because if you
I
literally
saw
look it
it
up,
with
the
my own eyes.
Aurora police
I've seen videos
have no
of it.
evidence of that. Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Not Venezuelan gangs. Like, that's a ridiculous statement.
Yes, they took over that. That's why Hell's Angels was going to go to Aurora and stop it because they weren't doing anything about it. And
Can
also,
you give me the source?
with all of the illegal
What was the
immigrants coming in
source?
right now.
What was the source?
You want me to look it up?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
If you're a Trumper, put it in the comment section right now, and we will get people. Because I can send you an NPR article right now. Aurora police chief says there's no evidence that Venezuelan gang took over an apartment. That's from NPR. So, but yeah, if you're Trump, type in the comment section right now. If you want to come up, we're gonna get some people up here to help him out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Are you voting Trump?
34, Florida. Trump.
Okay.
Trump
why
all
so?
the way. So to answer the question, well, I wanted to answer what he didn't answer for you. I mean, don't you think the reason why there was more deaths under Trump?
Hold on, before you do, can I ask
because
him,
we were.
Jeffrey, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. All right, yeah, so go for it, 9 Theory.
So wouldn't that be because we were in Afghanistan longer during that period?
So yeah, didn't we
That
have
would
like
be
a
the most logical.
Didn't we have like a ceasefire, right, for a while under Trump? And then also, again, you could say that was relevant, but then also you're saying that there was more conflict the U.S. was involved in under Trump's administration. And if there was more conflict the U.S. was involved in under Trump's administration, it kind of breaks the argument that, oh, just because there's more conflict right now, that means it's caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, no. I wasn't saying it was. I wasn't saying it was caused by them. It was just you guys were having that argument about, how many happened under each administration. And I was just saying, that would be the most logical conclusion. But I'm also on board with, what is his name? Scale Up. I do think if Trump gets elected, that, the Ukraine war, what's going on in Gaza, I think that it'll come to an end a lot quicker.
Can you give me any reason to believe that?
I think it's projected power, strength, projecting strength and peace through projection of strength rather than war.
How does he do that?
I mean, part of it is just, if you have a reputation for being somebody that isn't going to take any crap, then people are going to tread lightly. That's known. I mean, that's kind of
$6.66. Thank you so much. So when he believes Russian intelligence over United States intelligence, are you telling me that's like, showing of a really strong president?
I didn't say that.
Because he believed Putin when Putin said, "Oh, we didn't interfere in the elections," and then it was proven that they did interfere.
Yeah, so that I didn't speak on that.
Actually, at that time, he had U.S. intelligence that it was the case that they did interfere.
Right, but you just brought that up, Parker. I didn't say anything about that.
Well, I'm just acknowledging it. So, like, how does that portray strength on a world stage? That portrays bending the knee.
Yeah, so
so Trump bends the knee to dictators, and you think that portrays peace around the world?
I absolutely do not believe that he bent the knee to dictators. I think that they had a healthy fear of Trump. I don't think there's.
Who do you want to win the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
I don't think there's anything wrong with diplomacy.
Who do you want to win the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
I'm on board with Trump. I want it to end. You know what? You know what I personally believe?
Do you want Ukraine to win?
I do not believe Ukraine can win.
Do you want Ukraine to win?
If they could,
the war just needs to end.
Yeah,
doesn't matter about winning.
So you want to give up Ukrainian land, which Ukrainians don't want to do?
It's not our. We got to take care of our people first.
Yeah. So if it's not your land, then why are you the one to dictate? Oh, so you're saying we should? Oh, but you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
The war needs to end, and
What's
also
the Budapest Memorandum?
CBS News. Look at CBS News. Colorado law firm confirms claims of Venezuelan gangs taking over apartments on CBS News.
So what is it? Colorado what?
CBS News, the headlines, if you see Colorado law firm reports claims of Venezuelan gangs that has strange hold on apartments takeover. And it talks about the whole takeover off of
CBS
Whispering
News.
Pines Apartments, 1357 on Helm Street.
Okay. So all right. Let's see. Okay, so it's just someone claiming this? That's not like the police chief, right? We're talking about the police chief.
Parker, what are any reports?
Mark,
like what are any
U.S.
reports?
If the police chief doesn't show that, then why would you say this?
So Parker, you are aware that there are times where officials will lie about things like this going on because they don't want to look bad. I know you know that's true.
So yeah, okay. So I don't see that there was like any of like the police chief or anything like that indicate that there was evidence that this was corroborated by the police in of itself. This just seems like to be a claim from like an attorney.
U.S. attorney, yeah.
So a U.S. attorney.
Marcus
Okay.
Funk.
So a claim from a random Colorado law firm, right, is not the same thing as a source from the police chief. And this is from they said in 2023. That began in 2023. Okay. They literally
so it began in 2023.
Aurora
It also
police
talks
chief
about
indicated
this year
no
too.
evidence. The Aurora police chief in the one I just showed you. This is from September 6, 2024. Indicated no evidence of this. So what you're referencing is something that comes from 2023.
Started in 2023.
Started in 2023.
If you keep reading,
So
it talks about
if it started
January,
in 2023,
April.
if it started in 2023 and there was evidence, why would the Aurora police chief say that there's no evidence to support that the Venezuelan gang took over an apartment?
So if you keep reading, it talks about what happened in April of 2024, and it goes on to it about how the gang members approached property manager and offered to help the manager and they have to pay the gang 50% of everything the property manager collected in rent. So you got to keep reading down.
I will say this.
Yeah, that's again a claim from a U.S. attorney that's not supported by what the police chief indicates.
It's what the property manager said at the apartment from all the
where does it say
eyewitnesses
the property
and the
manager said that?
housekeeper and everybody who was basically everybody who was being investigated.
Where does it say that the
I mean, the news is citing this. So I mean,
no, where did it say that those specific individuals, right, that were there, said that?
Informing that two individuals at the property went to the property, came out large firearms, and were coming to kill them. The property manager said the individuals were apparently past due on the rent. The property manager said these two individuals were arrested. So basically, there was arrest related to this, and they had large firearms. They had, I don't know if they're probably legal firearms.
Yeah, it's a bad look
So
for
again,
any
there's
area.
literally no evidence that it's the
Also, I mean, there's illegals all the time
so,
that
again,
are killing
you can sit there
U.S.
and be quiet.
citizens.
Wait. So okay, listen to this. Do you think that do you think that just because someone dies under the administration, that means that it's the fault of the particular administration?
No,
the administration's not doing anything about it too.
Okay,
it's
so
not
do you know
their
what the
fault.
border bill
What are they
is?
doing to fix it?
Do you know what the border bill is?
Absolutely.
So why did Trump undermine the border bill?
So there were a lot of Republicans that were on board with it, but if you look, there were also Republicans that thought that it wasn't enough. And why did they wait 3 years? And why did they have to go back to that?
You understand the person? They didn't wait 3 years. 2022, 2023 is literally 1 to 2 years after.
Okay, why did they wait 2 years when it comes to election time? And this is the biggest
2 years?
question.
2 years is halfway through the administration.
Parker, this is the biggest question of all. Why, when Biden got into office, did he get rid of remain in Mexico?
Wait, what policy did Trump pass?
Can I finish my question?
What policy did Trump pass?
Why, when Biden got into office, why did he get rid of remain in Mexico, deportation, I'll even say the wall, even though we weren't getting anywhere with it, and then only to turn
He didn't
around.
get rid of the wall.
Only to turn around and have people say, "Oh, you're screwing up," but and then go right back to Trump's policies. It was negligent.
Wait.
Also,
So if you agree that it was Trump's policy, then why do you think that Trump undermined it? And why would Senator Langford introduce a bill that would help Joe Biden?
Langford's support of it and other Republicans
That was
is only
the guy who wrote it. Right?
I'm well
he was
aware
endorsed
of
by
that.
Trump.
I'm well aware of that, but that is only part of the story. There's more to the story than that, which there are Republicans who said it was not enough. And they felt like Democrats were also trying to run on it. I mean, I get it. I know Trump used it as a power
So why did
move.
Langford write not enough?
You'd have to ask Langford that. I don't know.
He was a Trump-endorsed Republican.
Parker, do you ever question your sources? I'm asking you a serious question.
Yes, I do.
Because this is the thing that, I don't care if you're not for Trump and if you are for Harris and Biden, but this is the thing that just irks the heck out of me is when people don't like Trump, they automatically put these, the opposing party up on a pedestal like they're these angels, like they just do everything right, like they do nothing wrong. Anything
I've
they
never
say
said
is
this.
just fact.
You're just saying this to obfuscate from the conversation. I never said they were perfect. Way to fucking dodge the entire conversation and try to portray me as someone who's just partisan when you're voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government, has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, literally is sending most of his tax policy to rich people, has no policy to pay for it, literally doesn't know what his healthcare policy 9 years into running for president of the United States, appreciate the future encounters, thank you so much, denies climate change as it relates to science, appreciate the boxing up, thank you so much, literally brings on people that are like crazy conspiracy heads because he thinks it's going to help them
That's
in the
a big
polls.
stretch.
You think RFK is not a conspiracy head? Appreciate the hand heart. You think he's not? The guy who says that literally vaccines cause autism? That guy's not a conspiracy nut? Are you fucking trolling me? The guy who still says this day that the election was stolen in 2020. That guy's not a conspiracy nut too?
As far as RFK goes, when I listen to all of the candidates, he's the one that sounds like he's the most logical. The one thing about vaccines is the only thing that I've heard him say that's out there.
What are you talking about?
I just told you.
No, so again, you think that that's the only thing that he's like super wild about? Appreciate the Meerkat, thank you so much. Is just vaccines?
Yes.
Hey Parker, I wanted to get back into some of his more
I'll address that, but like, so what about
policies.
him literally not denying the fact that he sexually assaulted someone, saying that he's not a church boy, right? And that he has so many skeletons in his closet that if they could vote for him, he'd win king of the world.
RFK.
What about that? Is that not crazy?
RFK.
Okay.
Are you talking,
so go
about
ahead.
RFK or Trump?
Yeah, I'm talking about RFK.
I don't care about RFK. But back to Trump. Trump is also promising the income tax on Social Security benefits, which would help upper middle class and also seniors a lot.
How is he going to pay for any of these things?
Because he's going to cut government spending, Parker. He's not going
what
to just
government
rely
spending
on
is he going to cut?
taxes.
Is he going to cut Social Security?
I mean,
I thought
no,
you said he's expanding Social Security. So what is he cutting?
Basically, yeah, it's easy. It's how money's being spent right now. So I mean,
So what are you going to cut?
There's plenty of things that you can cut. I think
Go
right
ahead,
now
tell me.
the current administration's spending too much money in the wrong areas.
Tell me what you want to cut.
Okay, you know he's going to
I
extend
think
the individual
tariffs,
income tax
so
provisions for TCJ.
you can have more
know
tariffs.
Tariffs
right?
are an increased tax that shifts the tax burden from people who are rich and from large corporations onto the middle class of this country because it increases the cost of imported goods, which would cause inflation in this country. That's a tax on middle class and lower class individuals to a higher extent than it is rich people because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods than do rich people.
He's going to eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits.
Again, that is literally, they need more money to pay for that. How would you pay for that?
By cutting corporate spending. I just said that.
Cutting corporate what? How do you cut corporate?
Cutting government spending.
What government spending?
You'd have to ask him. It's his policy, not mine.
Okay, he doesn't have any cuts mentioned. He has zero cuts. He's not cutting the military budget. He's not cutting any of that thing. He's not cutting Social Security. You said he's expanding Social Security. He's not cutting Medicare. He's not cutting any of these things. He's going to debt spend.
You can increase the age of Social Security.
Oh, so now you're telling people that they should have to retire later than 65 years old? So what should it be, 67, 70 years old?
It's not even 65 right now, Parker. Do you have a Series 65, a 7 or 6 or anything? Do you know anything about Social Security? So full Social Security benefit is dependent on when you were born.
You can get a little bit before, and it goes till 67. You can get off at 65. And you can also...
No, it depends
you can
on
get
what
off
year
at
you were
different
born
points. You're just talking about the level of benefits that you get. You
Yes.
can cut off earlier, right? But I'm pretty sure it's 65 to get full benefits.
Depending
Okay.
on when you were born. It's there's not a cookie cutter
65
answer.
is depending on when you're born. Do you know what an age is?
Yes. It goes by what year you're born in, depends on when your full Social Security is.
Funny
But
that we
anyways,
don't go
people are
based
living
upon
longer.
conception. Ironically, we
People
don't
are
go
living
based
longer.
on conception.
65 is the new 55. It's not a big deal. My grandmother is 86.
Kamala's eating the cats and dogs. We need to get him out
Also,
of the
Trump says he would extend the tax cuts enhanced in 2017.
That person's trolling.
What? Unless we cut government spending, inflation is going to continue to rise. They can do all these tax
Wait,
cuts.
you're not telling me what they're going to cut.
Because they haven't explained everything but that is what they do. They believe in supply
And
side
actually, effectively,
economics.
if you make
Honestly, I would cut climate change. You don't even spend $1 trillion on climate change.
Hey. If you make the time for Social Security later on, you understand that actually is cutting Social Security. So you want to cut Social Security?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so then what are you going to cut?
Well, my man here made a good point. Climate.
You don't need to spend $1 trillion on climate change. We need clean water and clean air.
On climate change, where in the budget do we spend $1 trillion in 1 year on climate change?
That's what Kamala just said.
That's over
debate.
10 years. That's over 10 years. Kyla, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I hope you know that that's going to affect us in the future. That's going to lead to costs in the future, and it helps us be more energy independent. So I thought you guys wanted to spend money on drill, baby, drill, but you're not okay with spending money on renewable energy when that builds up American manufacturing, builds up jobs in this country, and allows us to specialize according to the future of what the energy is going to look like.
I mean, it's not the end all be all. It's not sustainable.
Yeah,
it is sustainable long run.
No, you got to
Absolutely
have wind
is.
and sun. You don't always have that.
Wait, you understand that you can have nuclear to be able to help in inconsistent patterns, and there's also tidal. Tidal is completely consistent.
I'm good with nuclear energy,
but there's a
nuclear
point.
would
in,
just be to offset the what we don't have with sun and wind.
Yeah, it's just there.
And I'm not
it's
saying
just
ban
so much
fracking.
money.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying right now ban fracking, ban all those types of things. What
Well,
I'm saying
that's
is that
exactly
we should
what your
invest in the
candidate's gonna do.
specialization of these particular types of technologies so that we can adapt to the future before everyone else does, and then sell our technology to the rest of the world. We need to be the head of innovation, the head of excellence in the world. If you don't want to be the head of innovation, the head of excellence for what you know is going to be the future, then you just want to hold on to the past and keep this country behind everyone else. I want this country to progress into the future and to be excellent and to be a terrific place to live. And in order for us to be able to do that, we've got to lead the entire world in technology that is going to benefit our ability to sustainably live on this planet. That is a thing for our children. If you want the American dream, if you want it to be better for our children, this is necessary. You not even acknowledging this, you going out for Trump when he said that it's going to cool, that science just doesn't know it yet, is throwing away the future for our children, our grandchildren, and the people that come here after us. Okay? You're throwing that away for what? What are you throwing it away for?
There's a lot of scientists that aren't in agreement with that. He didn't just bring that
3%
up
of climate scientists, 3%, 97% disagree with the 3%.
But there's so
97%. That 3% is heavily subsidized by fossil fuel companies. You understand that, right? Heavily subsidized by fossil fuel companies.
There's so much that they claim. Why do you do the thumbs down when people give you stuff? What does that mean?
I didn't do a thumbs down.
Oh, it looks like when they do the cowboy hat, you do like a thumbs down or something. I don't know what it is. You point with your thumb down.
This?
Yes.
That's a heart, genius.
Oh, well, it takes a half heart. That's a half a heart. Okay, fair enough. I just couldn't see. You move your hand really quick. I was just wondering. I was like, these people are hooking him up, and he's like saying thumbs down.
Kenya, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kenya. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think he's also going to stop inflation with adding tariffs to all imported goods.
I'm sorry for laughing, but dude, that was the funniest thing someone said all night. Tariffs increase the price of goods coming into the country. That causes inflation.
No, you make them pay.
Dude, no, that makes
That's what
the
tariff
consumer.
is.
Tariffs make consumers pay, and they decrease the amount of supply of goods in the country because tariffs will cause the imported goods to be less desirable. That's how you encourage production, domestic production, but that leads to lower supply, higher prices. So you said that's going to help inflation?
It would reverse. It would reverse some of the progress of the last 2 years.
Anyone who has
most
any
economists
basis,
say.
No, most economists say that tariffs are bad. Left-wing and right-wing economists will agree on this. Okay, this is something that both sides agree on. I have conservatives, right, who are in my comment section are like, oh, Parker is arguing like a right-wing perspective. No, literally tariffs are bad considerably on both sides because they predominantly impact the middle class. If you want to promote American manufacturing, promote the specialization of technology in America. That's what's going to lead to us staying around for the future, not holding on to the past by artificially propping up American business. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. You guys say, oh, don't rely on the government, pick yourself up by your bootstraps, but now you're relying on the government to encourage domestic production instead of specializing here in the United States to encourage domestic production?
So I don't know where the disconnect is because Trump administration imposes nearly $80 billion worth of new taxes on Americans by levying tariffs by thousands of products
I
valued.
hope you know that's only 800 billion over 10 years, and you need 3.9 trillion to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So the tariffs you just mentioned, not only do they not come close to paying for it, they would cause an increase in consumer products good and shift the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor. And then also you have trillions of other dollars that you'd have to debt spend. So is
Tax
that what you want to
Foundation-
do? You want to just like debt spend?
Hold on.
That's what you want to do? You don't
Tax
want to balance the
Foundation,
budget?
TaxFoundation.org valued that from 2018 and 2019 was valued at $380 billion from what he did. Is one of the largest tax increases in decades.
It's a call.
So
I
I'm
appreciate
just
the
citing
$10.
that.
Thank you so much. Okay, so if you're saying it was only over a few years, okay, well, actually, the numbers that I've seen, you have a reduction in the amount of goods that will come into the country, which means you're going to have a reduction in how many, on how much expected revenue you'd have with tariffs. So you'd have to come up with some type of assumption of what would be the decrease in the amount of imported goods to know how much you would make in terms of revenue. So not only would it not pay for everything that you need, but it would also, again, shift the tax burden onto people who are poor.
The Biden administration
Kaya,
kept
thank you
most.
for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The
And
Biden
also,
administration
he's advocating
kept
for
most of
universal
Trump's.
tariffs. He's advocating
kept
for
most of
universal-
Trump's administration
Thank you.
tariffs.
Thank you. He's advocating for universal tariffs, 10 to 20%.
Parker, you are or were a college student, correct?
Yeah, I just graduated last semester.
Awesome, man! Congratulations. So when you see your party say something like, "We're gonna, eliminate all this debt for you guys," and then they don't do it, doesn't that make you say, okay, these guys are kind of full
That was
of
blocked
it?
by the Supreme Court, and they tried to do it.
They make a lot of
You understand
promises.
how
they
that
can't-
works, right? That's the Supreme Court.
It just seems like the Democrats make a lot of promises they can't keep.
Wait,
It just seems like
if they can't keep it, then that's not their fault.
Well,
okay, what about Trump saying he would drain the swamp? What about Trump saying that Mexico would pay for the wall? What about Trump saying he'd repeal and replace the ACA when all he said 9 years into running for president of the United States is that he has concepts?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you on that stuff. I just think that the Democrats more commonly do that. It's like their thing.
Give me multiple examples. I'd love to see.
Do you have kids?
No, I do not.
All right, so you've been to college. You ever had a real job or owned a business?
This is a real job, and I technically do own a business.
No. I'm stoked. Yes, it is a real job. Like when people try to be like, "Oh, you make money." No, dude, it's awesome that you're making money from this. It's great platform. But I'm just saying, have you ever, had to do a 9 to 5?
Well, I do work 40 hours a week. Are you talking about outside of this? Are you just saying a job outside of this?
I just
that was
think
9 to 5. No, I didn't do 9 to 5 because I was in school.
Parker has a great job. It's the definition of capitalism, right? Well, what Parker does and influencers, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the best channel. You make the most money. That's the definition of capitalism. That's how America was founded, right?
Got to debate Charlie Kirk. What?
I thought you guys were pro-capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist. I used to be a socialist. I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm a social democrat. And actually, the Nordic countries in Europe have actually literally more free markets than we do here. According to the Economic Freedom Index, according to the Heritage Foundation, even a right-wing source, they indicate that they are more economically free than here in the United States by far.
Hey, Parker, so you used to be a socialist. Now you're a capitalist. Did that change happen when you started making this money on TikTok?
No.
So you decided before that?
Yeah, it was well before. I originally was like a social democrat, and then I was like a market socialist. So I was even a market socialist even then. So my view, everything I do right now, is not contradictory to even my prior position of market socialism. Because market socialism is about democracy in the workplace, right? I don't have any other people that do this. It's just me. So I make based upon what I do. That's actually one of the most socialist forms of production, is the fact that it's completely democratized because it's only me.
You ever heard the saying? You ever heard the saying? When you're young, if you're not a liberal, you have no heart. But when you're old, if you're not a Republican, you have no brain.
Well, I grew up in a Christian conservative household, so.
But you're
and
an
also,
atheist,
and also
right?
that's ridiculous. Yeah, I am an atheist.
Dude, that whole bit about God's pronouns, dude, that you dropped the ball on that one. That was not a good talking point. God's
you guys have
pronouns.
no clue what you're talking about. So yeah, he, him. Okay, so what I was pointing out is that his notion of gender, he, him pronouns, and God being a father and a man, right, is not predicated off of biology. That's the point I was making. So it was an incredible, a fantastic point.
Right, but humans are.
Okay. So
we are
but
biological
then,
creatures.
You could say that we're biological creatures, but then we're just making a distinction between sex and gender. And
Yeah.
I agree. I don't deny sex. I think sex exists, right? I don't deny biology. But what I'm saying is that gender is not biologically determined.
I know you talk about objective reality, but gender is a social construct, buddy.
Yeah, and that's what I was demonstrating to Charlie, because he was saying a man is XY chromosomes, but God the Father, being a man, because he considers all fathers men, right, is not a man under his view because he doesn't have XY chromosomes. So it's not biologically based. It's what reason does he have to deny trans identity?
Yeah, I get where you're going with that, but I can't get down with that because I mean the Bible was
Also,
written by
he
men.
literally makes jokes laughing at people saying, "Oh, you can't define what a woman is." Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He literally asked me what a woman is. I defined it succinctly, and then he couldn't define to me what a man is. Appreciate the handout.
Yeah,
So it's ironic.
I heard your
It's really
definition,
ironic,
but think about this, okay? Through our evolution and as human beings, we had to label stuff. It's part of our evolution, our language, being able to identify things, label things. At some point, we made a determination that the human beings that have reproductive organs, those ones that have children and look a little different than men, we name those women. And then now all of a sudden, out of the blue, it's like, well, a woman is just anybody that says they're a woman. It's like,
No. We're
dude.
saying they have a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms. So someone can be lying to you about what their desires are, but again, they wouldn't have met the criteria because they were lying, right? They didn't have a desire to be in accordance with those particular set of social and cultural norms. So my definition gets around the whole like false claiming thing. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Not only does it get around the false claiming, but also it's related to how we actually engage with the concept of gender. Right, I can identify what someone's gender is based upon those particular types of norms that they have a desire to be in accordance with, based on particular social characteristics. Whereas, again, if he bases it on XY chromosomes, he doesn't know what my chromosomes are. No one in this live knows what my chromosomes are, yet they know I'm a man.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dean.
If being a man is based upon nothing more than your mere reproductive organs or chromosomes, how is it the case that typically conservative people reduce and belittle the manhood of gay men? Because gay men have XY chromosomes, typically speaking, right? Cis gay men, alongside the male reproductive organs.
Okay.
So why is it the case that you'd say that gay men are lesser of men than straight men? Because that is something that is parroted by a large proportion of the conservative voter base.
Couldn't tell you because I've never done it.
Men is a man, so I mean that doesn't. I mean, there's some women that are tom girls. There's some you have a Caitlin Clark that's an amazing basketball player. Then you have some girls
I
that
don't
can't
know.
play basketball.
I just think it's funny because not only do we have like the feminization of gay men, which would be contradictory to your worldview, but do you know how many times I've been told that, oh, you're not a real man. To be a real man, you got to go to the gym. To be a real man, you got to have a high-paying job and control the women around you. All these like social attributes and categories that you associate with being a man. But then as soon as you're pressed on why you don't think that trans women are women, you reduce back to the same old playbook of saying that a man is nothing more than XY chromosomes. But if being a man is nothing more than XY chromosomes,
$6.66. Thank you so much.
do you think that some men could get pregnant?
Because you're referring to us. That's some Andrew Tate ideology.
Okay, so if being a man is nothing more than XY chromosomes, and how you'd have to say that some men can get pregnant, because it is the case that some women can have DSD or other intersex conditions, right, such as Swyer syndrome. That means they have XY chromosomes, yet they're phenotypically female, meaning they can get pregnant. A good example of this would be Amin Khalif, the Olympic boxer.
Okay. You can't change a whole race of like men and women over less than 1% of those individuals. You can't.
Okay, so you do think some men could get pregnant, right?
The whole narrative.
Your ideology is
no. Can you answer my question? So
inclusivity.
because Amin Khalif can get pregnant and she has XY chromosomes, you'd say that some men can get pregnant, right?
No.
I know women that have the.
Okay, so then your
chromosomes
predication
women
of what a
that
man
can't get
is not
pregnant.
XY chromosomes.
A man cannot get pregnant.
So then what is a man? Because if it's not XY chromosomes, what is it?
To me, it is somebody with XY chromosomes.
Okay, well then he just dunked on you because then you just said a man can get pregnant.
Okay, tell me how I said a man can get pregnant. I just said a man
because
cannot
you think
get
someone
pregnant.
with XY chromosomes is a man, right? They have XY chromosomes, even though they have other types of biological sex characteristics you would associate with women. They have a vagina, they have a uterus, they have the ability to get pregnant. Yet it is the case that you consider them a man because they have XY chromosomes.
I didn't
because
say
they
I
have an
consider
intersex condition.
that particular
So-
person a man. Is that not a mutation? Is that not? I mean, there's some kind of anomaly there. You and I both know that. It's not just regular XY chromosomes.
Wait, I have hazel eyes. That's an anomaly. Bella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It's not common to have hazel eyes. So when you say anomaly, what are you talking about? When you say mutation, what are you talking about? Every characteristic and biological trait you have is a mutation.
Anomalies
every
with
single
the
one.
Chromosomes. Anomalies with
Every
the
single
chromosomes.
biological characteristic you have as an individual is an anomaly, right? And is a mutation. I hope you understand that. It's mutations based on adaptations to our environments.
Right, and this also gets very arbitrary when you start ruling out particular individuals with certain conditions, because now you're saying that Amin Khalif, although she has XY chromosomes, she is not a man, she's a woman, right? Well, then I just simply ask you, what is your definition of woman there? Because obviously your definition of woman wouldn't be predicated on XX chromosomes in the instance of Amin Khalif. So what's your definition of woman?
Okay, first of all, I don't know who that person is, so I'd have to see exactly what you're talking about. But the point is this, just like I was saying to Parker, the whole reason that we came up with the words man and woman, it was part of us, it was just part of us being able to label things and communicate.
Can you
And
answer my
now,
question?
what
I'm
we're
showing the
doing
absurdity
is-
in your position, and you're not responding
because
to
of it. Because of we want to be inclusive of people. The whole thing is all about inclusivity. We want to take away simple logic.
I
and
just
that's
dawned on you and you're not responding.
ridiculous.
No, you are literally taking away simple logic
by the way,
now.
by the way, are you Christian?
I am.
Uh-huh.
This is the people that say we're taking away logic. The guy who's literally voting for Trump, who denies science, climate change, and literally believes in Christianity. I hope you know that. Like, we can literally show that your view is contradictory.
When
right?
did I deny climate change?
Well, Trump denies climate change. You're voting for him.
Okay, I didn't deny climate change though.
Just
trying
because
to
you're
pin
voting
that
for
on
somebody
me.
doesn't mean you agree with all their policies, Parker.
I never said that.
No,
but why
there's
are
a
you
ton
going to
of
vote for
stuff, like,
someone
that's
that
where you're
throws away?
applying.
Why are you voting for someone who throws away our future and believes in dumb conspiracies like that? Because you think it's such an issue when it relates to the other side, but you don't think it's an issue as it relates to your own side.
Yeah, you'll vote for Donald Trump even though he's anti-science, but then you'll demonize trans people because you accuse them of being anti-science.
Dean, when did I demonize trans people?
Yeah, saying that trans women aren't women is incessantly perpetuating trans.
Dean, when did I say trans women aren't women?
Okay, so you think that trans women are women?
Thank you. You don't even know what you're saying. You're just putting words into my mouth. That's what you guys
I'm
do.
so sorry that I could use simple logic to reduce the conclusion of your argument. You're making
Yeah,
the
don't.
implication that given
Don't,
that no,
'cause
no,
you're
no.
wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not wrong. Are trans women women, sir?
You're absolutely wrong.
Hey, 9 theory, are trans women women?
They are they're trans women.
No, are they women?
Yes, trans women.
So trans women are women?
Yeah, so trans women are like tall women. Trans women
they are
like short
are
women.
a specific
Like, you know what I mean? It's just like
type of
short,
woman.
tall, you know what I mean? Like,
Are there any trans
cis.
women that can have a baby? No, so they're not women.
Okay. So you think that if you can't
Can
have
they
a baby,
menstrual cycle?
So
No.
all infertile women are not women. That's
So
that
menstrual
guy's
cycle?
view. That's
Every
that guy's
female-
view. One
Can
fifth of
LeBron
women.
James get
1/5 of
WNBA?
women are not women under this guy's view. Literally
Can-
1/5
can
of women
LeBron
are
James
infertile.
get
I hope you
WNBA?
know that.
Wait, Scale, so you'd say that your mother is not a woman as she's gone through menopause?
My mom's not a woman apparently to this guy because she doesn't have a uterus. Like what?
No, I didn't say that.
He didn't say
She doesn't
that.
have uterus.
Dude, you guys love to put words in other people's
Yes.
mouths, man. You just assume that people think like some of these other people.
No.
So can
everybody thinks
LeBron
alike.
James turn into a woman and play in the WNBA?
London, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Because you don't turn into a woman, right? That's not how it works. Okay. He has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex. That didn't change. That's his desire. His desire just doesn't it's not going to change for him. He's cis.
So if he woke up tomorrow and had a desire to be a woman, could he go in the WNBA and
That does
everybody
not.
would find it?
I'm not going to just get a desire like that. And also, as
Well,
it relates
that's
to
how
sports,
that's how it starts.
sports, we predicate it off of multiple years of HRT. And also, it just doesn't work that you have like a desire change. Also,
So
you have
are-
multiple years of HRT, right? After multiple years of HRT, right, the differences are very small.
All
So
right.
these people are born with it at a young age, is what you're saying. Like at the age of 1, 2, or 3 years old, they want to change. They want to be a gender. That,
So when do you think that my perception of gender occurred?
well, I can't tell you for yours, but I can tell you for mine.
What was it for you?
When I was born, obviously my whole life.
I didn't have a
All
perception
39
that I
years
was.
of me living.
I didn't have a perception I was like a boy when I was fucking.
Well, I never
born.
changed my
I'm not
gender.
even sure that
I knew what I was
I don't
the
even
whole time.
remember my newborn baby self. How the hell would I have an idea?
Well, I knew what I was all 39 years of my life. There wasn't any question otherwise. is
Dude,
what I'm
you
saying.
have memories of like fucking leaving, like
Wait,
you
you
were like
think that you
being
were
born. Do you remember being born like Stewie Griffin?
I remember when I first crawled and took my
Jesus
first
Christ,
step.
bro thinks he's Stewie Griffin. He literally remembers being birthed. Like, dude, get a grip, dude. Dude, this guy's like Stewie.
I'm still waiting for a response to the contradiction
so
that I
you
caught
said
Theory up in
you
earlier.
said no one running for president has had such a bad
Jasmine,
record
thank
as
you for
Donald
$5.
Trump
Thank
with
you so much,
women,
Jasmine.
Right?
I don't think I ever said that, but like,
yeah, you did. You said no one has had as bad a record as Donald Trump with women.
I mean, it's like a very true statement in plenty of respects, but I never said about everyone. I don't remember saying that.
Maybe we'd say in like modern
Maybe
US
I meant
history.
for like the candidates that exist right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but anyways,
Yeah, like the
please
candidates that exist right now. Yeah, because like there were presidents in the past that were terrible people like Andrew Jackson that literally like led the Trail of Tears, right? There were people that did shit like that in the past that were extraordinarily bad. Right?
you
So
into-
I don't talk about like comparing them. I don't think that's like a good thing to do. I just think that he's an incredibly abhorrent human being, and that related to modern history, especially with like the people that we have here in the modern Republican Party, right? That's not a normal modern Republican. That's not your McCain. It's not your Romney, right? This is different.
Well, Alan Lichtman says that it's going to be Harris, and he's only been wrong once, which that was a fluke. So she probably is going to get elected. It's going to be a sad day for America, man. He really wants
Jasmine,
to make
thank you
America
for
great
$5 on
again.
PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. What's
No,
one
he
proposed
doesn't.
policy?
He wants to get out of prison.
What's one
Parker,
proposed?
he does.
Oh, hey,
you
Nine
think that's
Theory.
why he's running?
Nine Theory. What is one proposed policy of Donald Trump's that will make America better?
TCGA. He's going to.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. Let's talk
No,
about it.
I
So
don't want
Trump-
to. You're late to the party, bud. We already talked
Yeah,
about
I asked
that.
them. They couldn't give me anything they wanted to cut for spending.
So
They
I
literally
just-
couldn't mention it.
so I
They
just wanna
still haven't.
clarify.
Actually, thank you for reminding me, Dean. What do you guys want to cut?
Ah, great. Let's talk about it.
What are you cutting?
Welfare.
What welfare?
Oh my God! Steal
What
from the
welfare
poor,
are you
give to
cutting?
the rich. Look at
What
this guy.
welfare?
There's not enough
So
oversight.
if
with
you
it.
are able to work, you have to qualify for welfare because you have to have so many.
What
just like
welfare do you
unemployment.
want to cut? Be clear. What
People
welfare
that
do
are
you
on
want to cut?
welfare that are fully able to work.
Damn right.
Everyone on welfare. So what programs in particular?
People who are able to work. They have subsidized single motherhood.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just said welfare,
Democratic
bro.
Party has
So how about this?
subsidized-
How about this? Do you want to get rid of corporate welfare?
I don't even know anything about
Crickets,
corporate
bro.
welfare. I don't
Straight
know. I don't
crickets.
know what
Oh
corporate
my
welfare
God.
Straight
is.
crickets. Crazy, bro.
Corporate welfare?
Straight
What?
crickets.
Hey, would
The
you
bailing out of literal industries.
Hey, I have a question. Would you guys be okay with like paying like $1.6 trillion for like a universal income for everyone?
No, God, no.
Okay, so then why?
About
do
as
you
bad
guys-
as the stimulus check.
So then why do you support Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that specifically spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for people making over $400,000 per year?
Because they build business, they create jobs, they create industry. Trump's tariffs work too.
Wait, trickle-down economics fails. I know Trump's tariffs also failed, right? They
Did
literally-
Reaganomics fail, Dean?
Renee, thank you
Yes,
for $5.
yes,
Did they,
Yes.
Dean?
Wait. What was the
Why-
corporate
why-
tax rate?
why
What
is he-
was the corporate tax rate when Reagan was in office?
Why is he celebrated for
What
it?
was the
then?
corporate tax rate when Reagan was in office?
I don't know. You got a computer in front of you. You look it up.
46%.
Say it
46.
again.
So even higher than Obama by 10%?
So why is he celebrated for it then? Why do they still bring it up to this day?
wait. No, you tell me.
Because it's just an economic theory that fails for the average working class American, developed by one rich man for another. Of course, we're going to see our millionaires and billionaires celebrate trickle down economics when it disproportionately benefits
Harley,
them,
thank you for the
when they
$5.
seemingly
Thank you
have
so
a lack
much.
of a care for anyone outside of themselves, right? But I would say that Kamala Harris's tax policy is much better than Trump's because she wants to cut taxes directly for the average working class American, and Trump wants to disproportionately, cut taxes for. the
So
wealthy
she
individuals.
says. They talk a good game. Their friggin' corporate lobbyists are like 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 for Republicans, man.
Trump's tax
They're
cut is
not-
for all people, everybody.
Mostly goes to the rich.
No. Those making under 19,600 would receive an additional $320 in difference in take-home pay.
Okay, so how much would someone who makes over one in the top 1% see a difference? Tell me.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
No,
about
I just want to
lower
be clear.
income.
You said they get
individuals.
$300. How much of someone in the top 1%? How much would they get?
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Well, you told me I don't have it in front of me.
Go find it. Go find it. I want you to find it right now.
Also, yeah, $320 compared to a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a newborn's life, $25,000 subsidies for first-time homebuyers, and $50,000 subsidies for new business owners. Yeah, it's uncomparable. bro.
Slow down, Speedy Gonzalez. I want to hear what you said, but you're talking too fast. Say it again.
I want to hear what his response. Like,
Yeah,
I want to
me
see
too.
how much the person in the top 1%, how much did they receive in a tax cut from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
I'm trying to look it up right now,
Also,
too.
also, Nine Theory, I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow.
Bro, he's so mad.
Why
I've
do
never
you
heard
play with
somebody
cards?
talk
You want to
faster
be a
than
you want to be
Sparrow.
you want to be a magician?
Wait,
You don't actually play cards, do you?
I do play cards.
Dude, I'll take you up through there, bro.
No, you'll get
Cringe. I'm cringing. So cringing. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I'd love to hear that. But yeah, what were you saying? The other person who was talking.
The chat's big mad. They worship you guys. You guys should be politicians.
Worship? That's hilarious.
You got all these.
Oh, do you want to see a picture of a Trump rally? Let's talk about who worships who there, buddy.
Yeah, we've actually been to a Trump rally. The people there literally worship him. You guys worship him. You'd vote for him if. Okay, here. If I was held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone, would anyone be here? No, like literally no one would be here. But you guys still praise him even though he has. You guys are fucking laughable.
There's just so much weird stuff around that. I think that's why.
I mean,
so
the top
many people
1%
doubt it.
earners already get taxed so much.
If I tried to overthrow the government, would people be here? No. If I called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims enter the country, would I be here? No. Bridge the confetti. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ,
if you said that aliens were eating cats, would everyone?
Dude, crazy.
They're gonna eat your kitty cats, your doggy dogs, and the goosey goose. Right now, they're eating them for lunch, quite possibly for dinner, and maybe, quite frankly, for breakfast too.
He should not have brought that up in the debate. That was a really bad idea.
Thank you for the gift. Woo.
Yeah, incredible. Did you find how much the top 1% would get?
It says the tax cuts that year will be top 1% for 250,000. I don't know. What I'm seeing is from 2017.
250,000?
Oh,
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right.
I mean, we could run with it. We could run with it though. I would love to run with it. Yo, Finn, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. Speaking of love, it's my grandparents' 60th wedding anniversary tonight, folks.
Nice. Yeah. So, I don't know. This is rough, dude. This is rough.
Do you got a figure? This is not.
I'm waiting for you to find one.
This is not good content. You asked him to do it.
I'll wait. Well, wait. I'll wait. I'll get another mag up here if you guys got nothing.
This is
Cammy,
what you
thank you for the
guys do.
$5.
I
Thank
got
you so much.
something. I want to touch on something.
No, because I actually want to hear.
You're talking about single filer, so it's basically 37%.
No, not the percentage. Give me the number.
609,000.
No, how much do they get back from the tax cut?
Great question.
Because you were saying they get 300, right? For like the
yeah, all talking about people making like $19,000 in below a year. They would get $320 in take-home pay per year, which is better than a one-time. What your other guy was saying.
So again, Kamala Harris wants to decrease their taxes even more than that by far. $6,000 tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being five years old, $3,000 through them being 18. It was $2,000 under the Trump administration.
That's only people that have kids, though. This is for everybody, though.
Yeah,
not
you
just
understand. There's also an earned
kids.
income tax credit. There's also the $25,000 tax credit for literally people who are buying homes, first-time home buyers for new homes.
Oh, don't even get me started in California for illegals buying homes.
What? That was literally vetoed by
proposed legislation that was vetoed
by Newsom.
And then
You're a laughable joke, dude.
And then the only people that would apply to is those that meet the income eligibility requirements, meaning that anyone who'd meet that system would have paid in more to the tax system than they would have taken out.
That was even ridiculous bringing it up, though.
Holy shit, Elizabeth, thank you for the $60 on Venmo. Saying, wow, congrats to your grandparents. That's so kind of you. W's in the chat for Elizabeth with the $60. I'm actually going to take that $60. We're going out to a family dinner tonight, and I'm going to use it to pay the bill. Thank you for the love, Elizabeth.
All right, Parker, it was a good chat with you, man. I got to run.
Wait. Come on. You didn't want to say?
What?
Okay.
How much they get back?
I have one right here. The tax cuts that year will average $61,000 for the top 1%. And $252,000 for the top 1/10 of 1%. So you have $300. $300. And that's the second quintile, by the way. The lowest quintile gets $70. The middle quintile gets $910. Okay. In the top 1% gets $61,000 each individual. Are you fucking trolling me?
Based on how much
Are
money
you trolling?
make.
Don't even. What the hell, bro?
Because it's
This is the
relative based
policy
on
they're
how much money you make.
advocating for.
Look at the percentage of $61,000 versus how much they're making. Say they're making $25 million versus they're making $19,000, getting $320. That's a lot bigger difference. $320 is a lot bigger relative how much they are making per year. You're not taking that into consideration.
Okay, again, you could say
You
that.
see what I'm saying?
But what you're not
It
understanding.
makes sense, though.
I understand, but that doesn't mean it's fucking good because you're giving most of the money to people who are rich.
Oh, and it's also
so
it's also
don't make policies that give most of the money to the people who are rich and give literally the median income, more than the median income, to people in the top 1%.
Also, I just want to clarify.
You gave more than the median income.
Can I clarify something real quick? No, so it's not proportionally speaking.
Crystal, think of the $10. Thank you, Crystal.
It's about twice as much. So proportionally speaking, it would be about $30,000 to members of the top 1%. Now the reason that I would say that is because we see that top 1% earners pay 45% of the taxes in America. Meanwhile, 83% of the cuts went to them, so it still disproportionately favored them by about a factor of 2.
Harris wants to tax unrealized gains.
Which will be
This
great.
is from this is from the CBPP.org, by the way. This is from
Do you want any
the
crypto,
Center.
Dean?
Dean, this is from the Center on
do.
Budget and
I actually do.
Policy Priorities, by the way.
And Kristen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the Grandparents Anniversary Fund. Actually, we're going to go ahead and do that. Y'all, I'm going to be on here for about another 30 or 40 minutes. All the donations that I get for the rest of the night are going to go towards me helping to pay the bill for the 10 people at the family dinner tonight to celebrate their 60th wedding anniversary. I appreciate you for that love, Kristen.
All right, bro. Keep it gangster. I got to get out of here too.
Yeah, me too.
All right. They're both done for. Let's go to the next person. Sassy, thank you for the amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Hell yeah.
On TV unless it's the news, I got something to prove. Yeah, I mean.
Jeez. Let's get this next person up here. Dean,
I really like those new headsets.
You think your account might cause a following glitch? You
Dude,
think that's possible?
it's so cooked. Do you want me to try to come back on Matt's?
Yeah, try that actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Tessa, thank you so much for the $25 for DNC overtime. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tessa. And Purdy with the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I just
Are you
wanted to ask
voting
I just wanted to ask a question. I see you
Sorry.
talk.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I'm just looking for people who are voting for Trump.
We'll try to. I just forgot I had this new whole brand new fresh account. This is a completely fresh account. So there should be no like type of shadow ban or follow and glitch on it.
I typically get those on new accounts.
Okay, I'll come back on Matt's.
It might have already occurred though, so I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, you know, at first I was very just either side because I am not very political or anything, but just seeing what
Party, thank you to the galaxy.
like just seeing what has happened when Biden was in office. It's kind of crazy.
So, like, what specifically do you disagree with? Okay, they just left. Yo, Vinny, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Vinny. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
While you're pulling up the next guest, I have two people to thank. First of all, Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal saying put this towards the grandparents' dinner. You
I
fucking
think I
got it,
got
Purdy.
it.
They're going to be so happy. And
Only guest
Christia.
request, you will be voting for Trump.
And Christia with a $60 towards the grandparents' dinners. Thank you so much, Christia and Purdy. Literally, with $100 in total to put towards their dinner. Oh, dude, they're going to...
Dean, you just left on accident. Look at Dean accidentally leaving. Crazy. Crazy that Dean is like accidentally leaving. Look at that. All right, let's get this next person up here. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share live as well. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank
how's
you
it
so
going?
much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because when he was in office, there were troops in Ukraine, and Trump told Putin to get the troops out of Ukraine. But I am also teetering because I think Harris won the debate.
What, say that one more time, sorry?
I'm also teetering because I think Harris won the debate. So I think you could change my mind.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Then, what'd you say was the reason why you're voting for Trump again?
Because he got troops out of Ukraine when
Ukraine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know about that specifically. I didn't see that he got troops out of Ukraine.
Well, like,
were
overall-
U.S. troops in Ukraine?
Well, overall, I just feel like
were troops in Ukraine?
I think I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I've seen no evidence indicating that. Sherry, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. I appreciate it. Thank you. Do you mean
Overall-
Afghanistan?
What was that?
Do you mean Afghanistan?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Okay. So if you mean Afghanistan, well then, actually, as it relates to Afghanistan, you could say he did that. Does that mean that like you're gonna vote for him? It's just because he pulled troops out of Afghanistan. And he also gave up 5,000 Taliban fighters as well.
Yeah, I just like his overall like relations with the other countries and how they like, I don't know, like how he kind of represents himself to other countries and that could
At a
keep us
UN
out of the
summit,
war.
every single world leader laughed at him.
Yeah, that's what Kamala said, right?
Holy fuck! America! America is beautiful! Listen to the eagle roar! Holy shit! Thank you so much!
Loud. Oh my god.
That was insanely loud! Yo, who sent the gift? Y'all, please tell me who sent the gift in the chat. Please tell me who sent the gift in the chat.
Dude, I don't even know. I had to take it off. I literally like have to put this back in my ears now. That actually.
Oh
hurt,
my
I'm not gonna lie.
gosh. Thank you so much for the dope ass eagle gift. I'm guessing it was thank you so much for Belly from Belly, I believe.
Bell?
Bell from Bell. Thank you so much, Bell, for the cool ass eagle gift.
Yeah, so what were you saying, Cole?
I was just saying that yeah, that's what Kamala said. But I also got a question. During Joe Biden's presidency, how
You
many
said, wait, what is what she said?
about how world leaders were laughing at Trump?
Yeah, I mean that is something that happened though. We have it on video of Trudeau, Boris Johnson, and Emmanuel Macron laughing at Trump. Insofar as that he saw that, Baby raged and left the event.
Wait, what event was it?
G7 summit.
Okay, I believe that. But I have a question. During Joe Biden's presidency, how many jobs were added, like, just during the whole presidency?
What? How many? Like 15 million?
15 million? Yeah, because I know Trump lost 2 million due to, like, COVID. And
Yeah, but that just happened on the administration. I wouldn't blame that on Trump. That's COVID.
yeah. But how many jobs was he adding before COVID? Do you know that?
I think there was like it just happened under his administration. It was like 7 million before his administration hit COVID. But like again, that's
Okay. To be honest, I think like I listen to y'all a lot, and I'm pretty sure that like basically my mind has changed because like I can't really like stand with the stuff he's done, and like it's just really bad. And I've seen what Kamala might do, so I'm really excited, and I'll probably be voting for it. Thank you, though.
all right. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Yeah, I don't know. I think it just like it's account related. Like it
Yo,
just happens sometimes.
yeah, tell me if
Didn't
you
you
think-
notice as soon as you join? No, it's fine. It was already doing that, but like I think it's just like the first time you join, it does it for the whole stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just tell me if you think me leaving would help, because I will.
No, I don't think so. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I have a question for you to start. How long will you give this administration potentially coming up before you consider what they're saying a complete lie? So the
Think of the $5.
So the $25,000 they want to give for first-time homebuyers. How long do you think it'll take for them to get it done? Before you start,
I don't know.
I'd say a year and a half. That's how long it took Trump to get the TCGA passed. Maybe even shorter, because they're more effective at influencing policy than Trump.
So you think a year and a half that'll take to go through?
That's how long it took Trump. I'd say about a year to a year and a half. Yeah.
That can't be done with executive order?
I know they want to pass comprehensive tax policy through congressional legislation.
And that's where that first-time homebuyer thing would go through.
Yeah. So.
Do you think that's
totally
a good thing?
dependent on Congress.
It was a good thing, yeah.
What's going to do to the housing market? What do you think that's going to do to the price of lumber?
Have I debated you before?
On Dean's. I was on Dean's once.
Okay. And was I there?
Yes, you were there.
Okay.
Appreciate you for going. Yo, I also wanted to thank.
It's going to stimulate more houses where people want to live.
I also want to thank Tessa. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here. All right. Let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. To give it a second, y'all. What are you getting to eat?
I think that we're going to like a place with like decent steak. It's like a whole family. We're bringing 10 people. It's gonna be a lot of fun. They wanted to bring more, but they were limited to 10. So I'm actually really excited that I could help them out because they were going to go out of pocket for 10 people on their anniversary. Can't let that slide. So I appreciate
Can't let
everyone
that
so
slide
much.
is crazy, bro.
Dude, literally can't let that slide. So y'all are so awesome.
Crazy. All right. Honestly, I think it might just be fucked. To be totally honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Like, I don't want to restart because there's 5,000 people in the line, but I know it's like on a trend down because of the algorithm.
Millie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I mean, obviously, I also think that these guests haven't been the best. So I feel like
I don't even think it's that. I think it's literally just. I think
Just
we're
the
not
DNC
getting guests
account.
because of the algorithm.
to be fair, that account's cooked. I might honestly log out of the account, never log back in, type shit. It's literally that cooked, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 22 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
As of now, yes.
Why so?
So, I know you guys do a lot of research based upon very specific facts and statistics based upon policies within the past years of like each candidate as of now. For me, I am just I graduated high school in 2021. I've been working ever since, and I could see me and my family, everybody, they're kind of just struggling to make money right now. So and it seems like back then and just in general, people were able to make a lot more money just to get by. It wasn't as tight.
Okay, so you're just saying inflation? Okay, so inflation happened globally, happened everywhere around the world. That's not specifically related to the Biden-Harris administration. Michael, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
And Kaylin, thank you for the $20 for the dinner tonight. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michael and Kaylin. Thank you.
So would you have any proposal or any way to make that better around the world? Do you think that that's a problem?
Better. Right now we're operating
that
at
relates to the Federal
2.5%.
Reserve dealing with inflation, which they did. We've seen 0.2% inflation over the past month, and over the past year, 2.5%.
And 2.5% was the same operating standard.
That's
for,
literally what
the
it was under
economy.
Trump.
Yeah, pre-pandemic, Trump boom.
Justin, thank you for the $3. Thank you, Justin.
We've had the quickest rebound out of any other country in the G7, right? Because Biden and Harris have handled it swiftly with effective policy that's benefited the average American. We've been able to reduce the impact of inflation on our economy better than any other country in the G7, which is also a very important consideration.
Yeah, I understand that. Can I just say one thing? I know it's a troll kind of. A lot of people are joking about it in the debate that they just had. Trump did bring up the whole dog and cats thing. I know everyone's joking about that. I don't know how much I could really say on this topic, but right now I am currently, for some months now, I've been in the works to becoming a deputy sheriff at my county department, and I had a few job shadows within the jail, and I don't know how much I could really say, but I can say that there is an entire unit dedicated specifically to, we'll just say, just roughly about 30 illegal immigrants who were coming in and doing bad stuff. I'll just leave it at that.
And why does this give you a reason to vote for Trump?
Because
why didn't Trump try to limit it with the border bill?
What was that?
Why didn't Trump try to limit that with the border bill?
What do you mean?
Why didn't Trump try to limit that with the border? But the border bill would have limited how many people can come to the country legislatively. So why didn't Trump try to do that with the border bill?
Tristan and Crystal, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the dinner. You're so awesome. They're going to be so
Gunner,
happy.
thank you for
Tristan and
$2.
Crystal.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Gunner.
And Xana with a $25 as well towards the dinner. Dude, they're going to be so fucking excited. Thank you so much, Xana, with a $25. Dude, W's for Tristan, Crystal, and Xana. Thank you all so much.
So again, like I said, I'm not obviously I've said this before, I'm not as informed as you guys might be on the specific policies. So I can't say I know much about that specifically. I'm just more so I listen to, I guess, older people, because that's who I've been working since out of high school, labor, and now I'm going into law enforcement. So I've just blue collar kind of guy, and that's kind of who I'm around, and I've just listened and heard their experience from their lives back
You're
then.
blue collar. You're blue collar. You're an average working class American.
Yeah.
Harris wants to cut your taxes, right? Trump wants to raise them. Okay, right? Because Trump disproportionately wants to benefit benefit the top class, the wealthy, the rich people with his tax cuts, and he intends to pay for it with tariffs, which are inflationary and will cause you to be worse off than you are right now. In a nutshell, right, you would benefit more from a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency, economically speaking. And Goldman Sachs agrees with me, one of the world's largest banks. So do some of the leading economists from Wharton, our nation's most prestigious school of finance and economics, where Trump went, by the way.
So the way, I mean, at least I thought to understand this is that Trump's tariff was a tax supposed to be on
That's the case.
other countries.
I know, right?
For them to pay the money, so we will be getting the money from other countries, not from the American taxpayer.
So they
No,
pass it
you
off.
understand that it passes to the consumer, right?
And it reduces overall supply with a consistent demand, meaning price goes up.
For like the specific given product, that doesn't make sense to me.
What
Like
does make-
if you're taxing another
We know that
country,
tariffs raise prices. That's why like trade agreements exist to decrease tariffs. Like one of Trump's historic achievements, the USMCA, right, specifically aimed to reduce tariffs between trade with other countries such as Canada or Mexico. Right, the same thing happened with the TPP. Countries go into these agreements to reduce tariffs because they're harmful, right?
to like the times that we live in. So it doesn't. I personally feel like money is just a concept, right? It's not like we only have limited X amount of dollars in our circulation, not just in this country, but in the entire world. Because more money can be printed off, right?
So, again, I don't. You can print more money off, but you understand that it still has a real life value, right? So obviously, there's a concept behind what money is.
It's all a
but
concept.
there's also a real life value attached to that.
Yeah, and the value is all relative to the given time. So like where I'm coming from, what I'm saying basically is like due to whatever back then, it didn't matter what you were doing. You could be an average American and be able to, afford to pay your rent on time, have like not an expensive car, but not a piece of junk car, and you didn't have that sort of financial burden on you back then. You could provide for your family. You could go to the grocery store and buy
You know,
food.
real median wages are higher now than what they were in 2019.
Again though, you're right. That's true. But
And Martha, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Martha in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Martha. Thank you so much.
And Marine with the $5 for the grandparents' anniversary. Once again, thank you, Marine. W's for Martha and Marine.
Take the paper crane off the paint. I appreciate it.
What I'm saying basically is that it's just all relative to the time. So it doesn't matter how much somebody is paying you if something in your X given time like costs more in general.
Oh, so he's referencing the idea that real median wages are higher now than they were in 2019, and that accounts for inflation. So Parker disputed your claim on the basis that that's just false, right? People are getting paid more now, even when we
Accounting
take
for
into
inflation.
take into account inflation.
That's why I said real.
Yeah.
So like you could say back then like how just like relatively it'd be the same burden as it is today to be able to go out and work just 40 hours a week to be able to afford things. I feel like
Real median wages are higher now than they were then.
Okay, can you define median wage for me?
It's going to be the middle wage.
Katrina with a $5
wage.
once again for the fun. Thank you so much for the love, Katrina.
Okay, so you're saying that just simply the number amount of money has increased.
Yeah.
That the average American
accounting for inflation.
Oh man. I think it was my account. I think it's also in part the guests. It's my hypothesis currently.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go into the next individual. I'm going to try one more person. If it doesn't start singing, I'll probably just have to restart.
Bet, and I'm gonna take off if you do that as well. So there's no way that I could like impact the algorithm.
For sure.
But yeah, I'm gonna take off in 12 minutes nonetheless because I need to go run by the bank to withdraw this money so I could actually take it with me to dinner, and then we go have fun with that. I'm really excited. They're gonna be so excited, bro. It's gonna be a good
This
night.
guy, bro. This guy. All right, let's get this next person up here. To give it a second, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, yo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39.
Are you voting for Trump?
Fuck yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why is that?
I'm voting for his bitch ass to get out of political parties. 'Cause he's dumb as fuck.
So real. So real.
All right, I'm gonna try one more person, and then I'll probably hit a restart everyone.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. So give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sierra. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just want to say Charlie cooked you, pussy.
On what point?
All the points.
Name one.
You're so cringe.
Name 1 point.
I don't know. You just like to bring up God a lot.
Prove to us that you're not an RNC droid by naming 1 point that Charlie cooked Parker on. If you can't name 1 point, it demonstrates that you didn't track nor follow the conversations, and you're merely saying that Charlie won because you're a brainwashed young Republican that
Why
buys
didn't Charlie
into whatever
post
the
any
media tells
clips?
you.
Why didn't Charlie post any clips of me in them?
I don't know. I don't know Charlie. Maybe you'll have to ask him.
If he won, why didn't he post the clips? Because he posted the clips of him apparently beating other people.
All right.
I don't know, man.
Bethany, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the anniversary dinner. Get them a nice glass of wine. I really appreciate you, Bethany. W's for Bethany in the chat. Thank you so much, Bethany. You guys have been so awesome tonight.
He left himself, dude.
You gonna restart?
Hilarious. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sierra. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. If you're my favorite creator, just keep destroying Mag. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna restart.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for letting me up, Dakos. I apologize for torpedoing your live.
You're
we
fine,
could
bro. Don't worry.
We could consider the DNC Dean account literal like a biohazard at this point.
Yeah,
so.
that's literally a biohazard. Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Chelsea.
All right. Well, have a good restart, man. I appreciate you for letting me up. See ya,
All right,
chat.
I appreciate you, man. All right, everyone. I'll be right back. Gonna hit a restart. Everyone, follow me on this account if you haven't already. Go check my main account. You can go to my repost to watch some of my recent videos. Be right back, everyone. Green, let's run up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get it out to more people. You already know the deal. What's up, Daisha? What's up, everyone? What's up, Diva? How you doing? What's up, Eden? All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get some people right off the bat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, follow me, everyone. Follow me.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? You hear me?
You voting Trump?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
So this is, hey, first of all, I saw your YouTube video with, forget his name. Long story short, you and not Parker, you and Dean, right? You guys went on that little debate thing. You guys did really good. And where I stand is that, like, I don't know. I like Trump's foreign policies about how they have to pay us back on, like, just a whole bunch of stuff that we're just helping out with. I do think that we should help, but at the same time, it's like that help there should be a price for us helping, if that makes sense. And then
a price for us helping who? NATO?
Like Ukraine and like, I don't know, like
Budapest Memorandum is?
China. What'd you say?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I don't know too much stuff, but I just know that, like,
yeah. So the Budapest Memorandum specifically, that actually was an agreement we signed with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So we gave up, they gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them. So we're defending them insofar as that's not going to cause World War III. Now, would you say that Trump would be weak on Ukraine, on helping Ukraine, and would actually let Russia take over?
No, honestly.
Okay, so then he would be strong on Ukraine, and he wants Ukraine to win.
See,
Sherry, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
I do think he wants Ukraine to win. I think more or less.
Bobby G, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not really sure. I just know that, like, I think we could definitely help them and just, you know, not letting Russia take over their land. But at the same time, it's like they got to pay us back, right? No?
Oh,
like, we could help them.
You could say that, but, like, that's not what Trump's advocated for. Push the
But
rock.
Trump's not advocating, or this is totally beyond the fact. You obviously watched the debate between Kamala and Trump. Now, why am I hearing that this Project 2025, Trump didn't say that he was backing that?
Well,
but
Trump lied about it.
Kamala-
Trump said he knew nothing about it, but then at the same time said that he vehemently disagrees with it. How do you disagree with something that you know nothing about?
See, but then tell me this: do you believe?
So why is
that-
he lying about knowing about it?
Well, I bet everyone has to know about it. Kamala's pushing hella ads about it, right?
Okay,
Like,
so he
I've
knows
heard
about it, yet he claims he's never read it. He knows nothing about it, yet he vehemently disagrees with it. That makes so much sense. Yeah.
It does though, because he's probably heard Project 2025, but he probably
So
doesn't.
he does know what it
it
is. He said he knew. So when he said he knew nothing about it, he was
He's
lying.
probably heard of it, but he probably doesn't know what it is.
Oh, okay. So he vehemently disagrees with it though. So he knows what it is enough to disagree with it, but he doesn't know anything about it.
Same thing. Do you know what's it all about? Project 2025? I bet you've heard of it. Probably don't know what it is, but you know that the main talking point in Project 2025 is banning abortion, when mainly it's about giving it back to the states and letting them choose. Why is it
That's
so
leaving
bad
murder up
about
to the states under your worldview? Do you think abortion is murder?
I don't think abortion's murder.
Okay, so if you don't think it's murder, why do you want to restrict women's access to bodily autonomy?
I just don't want it to get to a late enough term when this baby could be born.
Okay,
and
but that means
potentially
you still want it to be federally protected in early terms. That's exactly what Roe versus Wade did.
Right. But now if
it's protected to get access to abortion, right? So then Trump undermined that. He put 3 people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which led to 1/3 of women having a restricted access to abortion in this country.
I hear you. See, like, I really do think, that's what I'm saying. My stance is that foreign policy, I agree with Trump, but like, what's it called? The policy within the state or within the country. Domestic policy, yeah, I agree with liberals and,
What happened to putting America first?
We should. No?
Oh, okay. So if you care more about putting America first, you'd care more about domestic policy, huh?
Well, what do you mean by what do you mean? Explain.
So you said domestic policy is better with Democrats. So again, you think domestic policy is better. If you care about putting America first, you'd want to promote the domestic policy, right?
So for putting America first, that's more or less like, taking care of our veterans, no?
Yeah, and that's what the PACT Act did. You know what the PACT Act is?
No, not really.
Expanded veterans' access to health care to 1 million veterans who were exposed to toxic substances in burn pits abroad.
Okay. I'm low key a fan. I like listening to you guys and like learning stuff. But long story short, how I feel is that Trump's gonna give us a better opportunity to more or less move our country forward in the fact of not being locked on from other countries like China, Russia, and more or less.
So actually, Russia did walk on top of. So Russia actually, Putin said to Trump that they didn't interfere in the elections, and he believed Putin over U.S. intelligence that indicated that he interfered with the elections, and that actually was proven, right?
See, but like, do you believe that Nancy Pelosi was at fault for the January 6th?
Oh wait, that's such a pivot. Okay, but yeah, no, she had no authority over that. That's a complete lie that Trump keeps engaging in.
But there's a video that says like the daughter was. I swear there's a video that says the daughter was like.
Go for it. Give me the video.
I don't know where the video is at, Parker.
Because she doesn't have authority.
I hear you.
Donald Trump had the authority, and he watched it on TV. He literally watched it for hours occur on TV.
You know what else
he did that to pressure Mike Pence to not certify the election results.
And then hold up. What do you think about this? The Haitians and wherever eating fucking.
That's a fucking lie, dude.
Dude, I've seen videos on that shit too. Is it just all propaganda that I'm just watching?
Dude, the Aurora police, or not the Aurora. So the police chief there literally indicated there was no evidence. The mayor indicated no evidence.
Then I'm just watching a shit ton of propaganda on my phone saying that I've watched the dude.
Yes,
pick up
dude.
A fucking cat.
Jacob, I'm totally serious. Yes, that is total propaganda.
Like, this is crazy. Then how are we supposed to make a educated, vote on what we're gonna do.
You have to be
if-
able to decipher the misinformation.
You can't though.
Yes, you can.
The amount of like stuff. like-
Jacob, how did I do it?
I guess just research, right?
Exactly.
Debate.
Whoa.
Research and debate.
Also, Jacob, right? So I don't want people to listen to me and to just like take everything I say, okay? But I
Okay.
also want to create a platform where people can do that and they still get accurate information, okay?
Right. That's
I want
why
you to
I got
critically think.
you.
I want everyone to critically think and do their own research.
Right.
But I'm going to give you the accurate information. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I even used to be a Trump supporter. I've gone through every ideology. Basically, not every ideology, a lot of ideologies. I was a Trump supporter. I was a social democrat. Then I became a communist, like a market socialist. Now I'm a social democrat again. So I've gone through different ideological beliefs. And I believe this because it's the best arguments. That's why. So I'm not
Okay.
going to just become up here arguing this for no reason.
I hear you. And hey, I like watching you. I think you do a good job. And yeah, I think that's my time.
All right. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen, everyone. Let's run up to 150,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will get out to more people. Only send a guest request if you've never been on my live before and you are a Trump supporter. Yo, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Everybody follow me. Everybody follow me.
Get out of my guest box,
Everybody
please.
follow.
Please just get out of my guest box. Thank you. I don't know why it didn't tell me that you were someone who was already on. TikTok just doesn't do that sometimes. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Also, why does it put that guy at the top of my guest box? Like what? You, it's a pal to you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I would say one of the huge issues would be abortion for me.
Okay. So yeah, do you have any evidence, or actually not any evidence? Do you have? Do you think a zygote's a person? That's what I meant to say.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you think a zygote is a person?
I think that life begins at conception, yes.
I agree. Life begins at conception, but do you think it's a person at conception?
Well, define what a person is.
Well, I think a person is going to be someone who has a past or present and future subjective experience who's human.
Okay, so when do you believe life begins?
Well, I believe life begins at conception. That's cellular life. I care about sentient life.
Okay, when does sentient life begin?
18 through 26 weeks is when it's most likely.
Most likely. So what makes you say that 18 to 20 weeks that it becomes sentient life and it becomes a life that you can't kill?
Yeah, so there's a multiple aspects of the brain that are developed, things like the cerebral cortex, the thymoscortical connections, and the prefrontal cortex. The development of those seems to produce a subjective experience.
So you think, this is just purely hypothetical, obviously, but you think a day before that baby would develop all those things that you listed, that you're still allowed to,
Yes.
or fetus, or however you want to define it. So what exact time, like, how can you make a claim on an exact time when life is and isn't? Sentient life, sorry.
You could say the same thing with cellular life. We have like some particular moment that we define. Again, I just told you the necessary properties of the brain to produce particular types of subjective experience. That's determined by neuroscientists. Okay, so I'm just telling you what's most likely predicated off of like the neuroscience. 18 is extremely like conservative. Okay, it's most likely to happen between 20 and 24.
Okay, but then why would you say that level of consciousness defines life?
I don't say it defines life. I say it defines sentient life.
Sorry, sentient life. Sorry, I keep messing up on your terms there.
That's how
Why would you?
neuroscientists define it.
So how exactly though at that exact time do scientists declare that sentient life begins?
Again, right, what I'm telling you is predicated off those particular aspects of the brain that help produce a subjective experience. They see that you have different types of qualities that they can express or that they have, right, after these particular stages of development, right? And based upon those particular types of aspects in which they show, right, they're able to determine, oh, it's likely that at this particular time it's associated with sentience or having a subjective experience.
So let's just say someone hypothetically gets into a comatose state, like they go into
they still meet my criteria because it's past or present and future subjective experience. So even if you lose sentience at any point, as long as you have a past and a future, right, you still meet my criteria for value. and criteria for what I designate as sentience.
But if that person has let's just say a neuroscientist says that person will never regain consciousness, they'll never come out of that.
So they're brain dead.
Correct. Like, do you feel that
I think a family can pull the plug on an individual in their family who's brain dead. Do you think so?
Well, again, I think it's a difficult conversation because I think that human beings putting on a distinct line for when you can kill versus not kill. It's like,
okay, do you think you can kill sperm?
It's never like 100%.
Do you think it's okay to kill sperm, Stephen?
No, because the sperm hadn't become fertilized.
So you think it's wrong for someone to nut?
No, I don't think it's wrong for someone to nut.
But it kills the sperm.
Yeah, but the sperm.
Should they be tried in international courts for crimes against humanity?
But we're not arguing sperm though. I'm confused.
But they killed all those lives.
No,
all that life.
Okay, well, we're talking about sentient life.
Appreciate this, Dicey. Thank you socially. Do you value sentient life or do you value cellular life?
Well, I think that's the question, though.
Yeah, and if you value sentient life, then you can get around this. But if you value cellular life, I'd ask you what's the difference between a sperm cell and a zygote. That means you value one but not the other.
Well, I think that's. I mean, I could see your reasoning behind what you're saying. Like, do you agree with a lot of like what Destiny says about his stance on abortion? Are you familiar with his stance on abortion?
Yeah, he has a pretty similar view to me.
So, like, do you understand what I'm trying to say when I mean like? How can you draw how can neuroscientists draw an exact line in the sand for when that baby becomes sentient?
We're drawing a line the same way that you draw a line for biological life that you value. Okay, so why do you value the life of a zygote but not the life of a sperm?
Well, because that sperm unites with the woman's egg and it becomes something totally different, a totally different, unique
you could say
genetic
it's totally
code.
different, but they're both life. So why do you value one but not the other? I thought you said you care about life. So why do you care about the sperm?
Well, I do care about. I understand what you're saying, but you keep bringing up that topic. But we're talking about sentient life, though. But
that's what I value. But I'm asking you what you value.
I value human life, and I think that you can't.
Okay, so why don't you value the sperm that's living?
Well, sorry.
Of what species is sperm?
I value sentient life, but I don't necessarily think that you could put a distinct line in the sand at 18 to 20 weeks because it's not like what if I'm pretty sure that there was an instance where a baby was 18 months old and it got delivered and it was able to survive.
No.
So like, or was it 20 weeks? I'm sorry, maybe I'm mistaken.
20 weeks.
So like, but what would you say that
20 weeks?
What would you say that fetus is experiencing that allows you to kill it or not?
No, I'm saying if it has a subjective experience.
Right. So what makes
for example, you don't think, again, you're not giving me the relevant inference and you're just trying to pivot. Okay. So please answer the question. Why do you value a zygote but not a sperm? I've answered all your questions. I want you to answer my question.
Sure. I mean, I think that's. I think that your reasoning and logic behind it it makes sense, and I understand how you think I'm pivoting when I'm trying to bring up when I think life begins. But
because you're pivoting two different questions. Listen, we're talking about what you value comparative to when you believe sentience begins. If you're questioning when you believe sentience begins, that would typically become once you value sentience rather than cellular life. Okay, right? But if you value sentience, right? Well, then my view is going to be most convincing because it has like the most likely to be the case, and I even have like a conservative stance in terms of 18.
No,
that's like a pretty conservative stance.
Yeah,
for
I totally
like
understand.
when we see it to be likely, especially because there's never been a case where it's viable, but before the 20 weeks and a few days.
Yeah, but do you understand? And I totally understand what you're saying, and even like your question with what I'm valuing. But then like my question is like, what exactly is that baby experiencing that makes it sentient life? That if you pull the plug on it and murder it and rip it apart the day before, like what makes the experience of that baby the day difference between the 18-week cutoff and 17 weeks, 6 days, and 23 hours? You get what I'm saying?
Same point where it goes from not life to life under your view. That's the distinction, is that the valuable trait becomes a reality. The valuable trait becomes reality.
What exactly is that fetus experiencing Because what like I
It
would ask
doesn't
you, like,
have a conceptualization of experience, no subjective experience, and then it has subjective experience. If I value subjective experience, the difference between these two qualitative states is that one has a subjective experience, the other one does not.
right. So would you say that
Aaron, thank you for the $10.
believe,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Aaron.
when you believe that sentient life begins, is it defined by consciousness?
Consciousness is like a separate term. I'm using sentience to relate to subjective experience.
Okay, so what would be your definition of sentient life?
Subjective experience, dude. I've told you this a million times. Okay, so you're not questioning, right, the value right now. You're not answering my question as well. Stop pivoting, Steven. I'm really trying to get you to answer this question. Please answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I understand that, but like you're not answering my question.
Okay.
Right? Why value the zygote but not the sperm?
Well, again, based off of my answer of that, I guess I'm not necessarily arguing biological life, but more like what you're saying, sentient life.
Okay, if you value sentient life, well then it's not going to be conception.
Right, but my reason for saying that
you think aborting a few-week-old fetus is okay, or a few-week-old embryo is okay?
Well, I think that, I understand your reasoning and logic behind the way that you think, and even ask me the question, what's the difference between the sperm and the fertilized egg? I totally understand why you're saying that. But what I'm trying to say is, I think that you get to be in a dangerous spot when you say that there's an exact line in the gestation period to where I think that starting at conception, it kind of gets rid of the slippery slope of where you necessarily define when sentient life begins.
So you think that you just can't define sentient life begins? Okay.
Yeah.
What is the earliest point you could think it could begin?
Well, that's what I'm saying though, because I think it's very. Do you believe that after 20 months it is murder?
20 weeks.
Sorry, it's 20 months. Yeah, sorry, 20 weeks.
Yeah,
Do you believe
elective
after
would be
20 weeks.
elective would be murder if it's lethal. But after that point, people aren't getting lethal abortions like that. It's typically speaking going to be induction of labor. That's going to be the abortions that happen after that, or it's like in the case of grape, or in the case of medical complications. It is not typical for people to get elective abortions after that point.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. But what I'm trying to say is, so if you agree that it's murder after that certain,
you still don't know so you don't know the difference in terms of value. So you do value sentient life. So do you think abortions in the first few weeks are okay?
Well, here's what I was trying to say. Is so if you think that after that time period, that 18-week time period, that it becomes murder, like, don't you think it's a little bit dangerous?
Are you allergic to answering questions? Because like I understand you want to ask questions, but you're doing it to a point where you're not engaging in a conversation.
Okay, sure. Can I just? I'll try to answer your question. Can I just try to finish the point I was making? Then I'll try to understand. I'll try to understand a little bit more what you're asking. So what I'm saying is if at that 18-week cutoff, I just think that it's very dangerous to say that within an hour's difference on when you believe sentient life begins, that an hour difference can make the difference between murder and it's not being murder. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get how that happens?
Same thing happens when you say it's conception. Same thing happens when you say it's sentience at any point in time. I don't understand what your point is. There's a point before conception, and then there's a point once conception occurs. Okay.
Sure, but you're like what I'm saying is,
what is the point of this? A point where someone's alive, and a point before that. Yeah.
Your point is that you draw a line in the sand when sentient life begins.
Yes,
correct?
And you do that too, right?
Yeah, right. But
okay. So then, what's the difference between my point and your point?
Well, I think that because whenever you start at conception, it covers all pregnancies.
So it has no capacity of being sentient at point in which it's literally a cellular organism. Okay. You think microorganisms are sentient? Are you trolling?
Well, I mean, I get how that sounds. I get how that sounds that way, but
that's what you just said.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. No, I don't think that the baby at 1 week old is a sentient human being.
Oh, so when is it sentient under your view?
That's the question though. I don't necessarily think that. No,
so again, I've already told you, neuroscience indicates most likely between 18 through 26. 18 is a conservative idea. I'd be okay with accepting even 20 weeks. Okay?
Right, and then
but 18 is extremely conservative. If you want to go to the conservative point, you can.
Sure.
18 is the best because people will say 6 to 8 weeks in terms of EEG readings. EEG readings also exist in brain individuals we think aren't
Correct.
sentient.
Right,
So
which is why
if that's
I didn't bring that
true,
up.
well then again, the most likely time frame is 18 through 26. Most likely time frame.
Right, but do you see how though it could be dangerous because they don't necessarily have an exact definite like could it? Okay, here's my question: could a neuroscientist be observing a baby at 16 weeks old and know for a 100% fact whether that baby is sentient or not?
So we don't know 100% fact for plenty of things. That doesn't mean that we don't have good reason to believe it's true. You don't know 100% fact that I'm not a brain in a vat and that you're not a brain in a vat. Yet it is
Right.
the case that you believe it's most likely that's not the case, right? Because of the evidence. Okay, so
Right,
we
so-
believe things on evidence. We don't believe things on certain facts of 100% necessary facts. That makes no sense. No one bases any of their claims on 100% true. No one does
Right.
that.
So what you're saying is that your position is more based on what you think that neuroscientists
It's
can most
probability, not possibility. That's what we're basing
prove.
it on.
Okay, I got you.
Like, what's most probable? What does the evidence point to? And the evidence points towards this. Could I be wrong? Yes. But it is unlikely. This is with a high degree of confidence that we're saying this. A very high degree of confidence.
Sure, and I just think that sometimes, like let's just say though, if it does become murder, like what you said after that 18 to 20 week period, I'm just saying what can be dangerous is that you get a neuroscientist that makes a mistake and then you just murdered her baby versus a
Okay, think about it this
non-human
way.
life.
Should we give people Tylenol in scenarios where they might need it? Right? We'll give Tylenol to people, right? You'll take Tylenol even though there's a very small, minute chance it will harm you. Right?
Yeah, but does Tylenol give you the chance at killing yourself?
So you're saying that
sorry.
that doctors can prescribe Tylenol, but in some scenarios it can lead to negative impacts? So do you need to be 100% certain there are going to be no negative impacts coming from the Tylenol?
Well, I think that negative impacts is different than unaliving of a human being or a sentient life.
You understand that some people can die. It can be fatal to some people.
I mean, I've never heard that, but I get your point.
There's
that you're
always
trying
a
to
risk
make.
factor. And
Right,
the point I'm making
sure.
is that it is the case that we still, on an overall perspective, we'll still prescribe Tylenol, even though sometimes it can kill. Very low chance, but sometimes can.
Sure.
So do you understand my point there? Is that in practically all scenarios where a being is sentient, they have the thalamocortical connections. Okay? The reason why I say 18 weeks is because there's been max 4 cases where there's been
Sure.
sentience without those characteristics because evolutionarily speaking, the cerebral cortex fulfilled the necessary qualities for sentience, but it doesn't in of itself, right, in typical scenarios because of the thalamocortical connections in the prefrontal cortex.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And Parker, if I'm going to be honest, I think just having a conversation about something, not letting your emotions get into because I'm genuinely curious about why you believe in the way that you believe in, and I think that's how we have change in America is when two people that might have a disagreement about something is they're able to talk about it and try to understand each other's logic and reasoning behind what they believe in. You know what I mean? But yeah, I understand your reasoning, but we can move to a different topic if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. I'm down to talk about anything. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
It would be a struggle. But I think that there's a lot of things.
At what point do you think abortion is okay? Actually, and we'll go back to that. Sorry, I want to stay on that. Because you said you were basing it on sentience now, right? So do you think
Sure.
abortion should be legal in most scenarios?
I think that, like I said, my whole point and argument was the problem with putting a definite line in the sand between murder and not murder is it's really dangerous because you don't necessarily know the exact moment when that life becomes sentient to where you can or not kill it.
Okay, so you're saying neuroscientists don't know when beings are sentient?
Yeah, well, I don't
That's
think
your
that it's
claim?
100. I don't think that it's necessarily that they know the exact moment when it.
Thank you, JV. I appreciate it. So
I
I have a
think that they
question.
don't
What
know the
makes
exact-
what makes biologists right about when life begins, but neuroscientists wrong about when sentient life begins?
Well, because I think sentience. I think that's a much more in-depth and difficult topic to understand than just being able to look at a single-celled organism and realize that it's life.
So you feel like it's more difficult. Is that what you're saying?
I would say yes. The argument on what biological life is versus sentience are two a little bit. I would say that the argument of when sentience begins and what sentience is a more.
Here, I'll ask you this question. Who do you think has a better answer of when sentience begins? Steven or neuroscientists?
Well, like I said, I'm not claiming that I know the exact moment that sentience begins, but what I'm saying
So you're
is
saying
that
we can't know, so we have to go based on zygote value?
Well, correct. So what I'm saying is,
okay, so then why not sperm value?
Right, and well, Parker, I get where you are getting me on the point of where my line of reasoning doesn't line up.
Why not sperm rights? You know, sperm deserve rights. They are living entities, okay? They deserve rights.
Well,
rights for all living beings.
Right.
Rights for the microorganisms.
I understand what you're saying, but do you understand what I'm trying to say when I think that it can be dangerous to where you don't necessarily know when that life becomes sentient. So yes, what you were saying about my point is, yes, so since it's very difficult to put an exact point on when you believe sentience begins, and also the right to live versus die and murdering, I would say that just putting it at conception eradicates the idea of having to necessarily pinpoint an exact moment when you believe murder does or doesn't occur.
Okay, but you're also pinpointing. You're also still pinpointing an idea of when you think it's okay in terms of the context of zygotes. Okay, so if zygotes are valued, do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
Well, for me to be logically coherent, I would have to say yes. But I understand how that sounds really silly, and it doesn't necessarily make sense.
Do you think it's silly?
Well, I think that if I believe that life begins at conception, then I would have to say like that type of birth control that does that would be.
Yeah. So if you have an IUD, type 1 in the comment section. Now, do you think all murderers should go to prison?
Yeah, I would say yes, but
look at all these murderers. They should all go to prison, right?
Like I said, though,
all of them should go to prison, right?
No, I don't. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that it's difficult to pinpoint an exact moment, but I understand how that there can be issues whenever you put it on conception. Like I'm not saying that there aren't flaws in the argument that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to give me a reductio like that with the view that I hold. Right, like, dude, the fact that you just said that the 200 people that typed 1 in the comment section are murderers and should go to prison would be crazy, right?
Well, I think that there's other ways that you can prevent pregnancy other than IUDs as well. And I think that
okay, I appreciate the little comment. Thank you so much. But the fact that they did use IUDs means they should go to prison, right?
Again, that's just that's something very difficult to wrestle with in the viewpoint that I have, and I recognize that, and I recognize that it sounds ignorant. Like I'm not totally ignorant to the fact that that sounds really dumb.
Okay. Well, then, like, obviously, I don't like think about it this way. With my view, I don't have to hold to something that I think is dumb like that. So, like, wouldn't that be like a more preferable view? You don't have to hold to something as dumb.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, then if you were wrong, then you would say that if you were wrong about what you believed in, then you would become a murderer.
What?
What do you mean? What?
I haven't done that. When did I get an abortion?
No. Well,
you talking about sperm? Because fuck, I should be tried in criminal courts, in the international courts for crimes against humanity.
No, what I'm saying is that if your viewpoint does come out to be wrong, and
if sperm have rights, then I should be tried in criminal courts, internationally speaking, for crimes against humanity. Crystal, thank you for the $5.
Sperm though.
Well, because again, like the point I'm making is that, again, you could say that same thing that you just said about like zygotes or about like prior things, right? The same thing with sperm. Because again, you still don't have a difference between a sperm and a zygote that means you value one but not the other. Because they're both living. They're both living. there's both a future. Like if you put sperm in the particular conditions for it to be able to lead to pregnancy, it also has a future. So would you value the sperm even prior fertilization because it could possibly lead to that point?
Well, what the point that I'm making and what I'm saying is that I think that I know I sound like a broken record, but I think it's dangerous for us to say that there's an exact moment on when in the gestation period that fetus becomes life, and you can or cannot murder it based off a certain point that you are drawing.
No, again, life happens at conception, right? In terms of these types of things, and there's life prior to that in terms of sperm, right? But the point I'm making is that cellular life is not what we value.
Sure. So can I ask you this question? What would be your definition of what sentient life is?
Yeah, it's going to be, again, subjective experience, first person subjective experience.
So what is that baby experiencing for it to be classified as sentient life?
I'm just saying that it has a first person subjective experience.
What does that mean?
So do you want me to give like an example?
Sure. Yeah.
That's
sorry.
the definition. So
Yep.
like, you know how you're experiencing things right now?
Sure.
That's an example.
Right, but what I'm experiencing is
the
totally
fact that
different.
you can conceptualize of the experience, not that you remember it.
Right. So what is a
Are
baby?
there things you don't remember that you conceptualized?
Yes.
And like you went through? Yes, that's kind of like what I mean. They don't have to have a memory of it, but the fact that they had a subjective experience and a conceptualization of experience. That's what I value.
So it's recognizing that they exist.
Well, it's not recognizing that you exist because again, prior to that point, you didn't recognize it. Self-awareness doesn't happen until like they're like 2 or 3. I'm talking about the conceptualization of experience. Again, you don't have to have memory or self-awareness to be able to have a subjective experience.
Yeah. So, sorry. I guess I'm just asking for another example. So, what exactly is that fetus experiencing at that 18-week period that makes it sentient life?
Dude, it's the fact that it can experience.
In what regards though? What is it experiencing?
What do you mean? Like that's like saying what am I experiencing in a room? Like what the fuck? I'm talking about the fact that it's experiencing. It doesn't matter what they're experiencing. It's the fact they're experiencing. Is that difficult to understand, Stephen?
No, what I'm trying to understand is okay. So what is making them be able to experience that?
Those particular aspects of the brain.
And none of those
like
none of those are
connections, prefrontal cortex, and the cerebral cortex.
And none of those are developed up to an hour before the exact point that neurologists point and draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, the neurologist point in which it's likely to occur.
So you think that neurologists get to decide likely when murder can occur?
Yeah, neuroscientists indicate when it's sentient the same way biologists indicate when it's living.
Okay. Sure.
Stephen, I've already answered these questions already.
Sure, no,
you've already asked these questions. I have to repeat the same answers over and over again because you keep asking the same questions, respectfully.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to further understand what you meant by some of the terms that you were discussing. But
okay.
Yeah, we can move on to something different if you'd like.
Do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Do I think murder should be left up to the states? No, I don't.
Okay, so if Trump thinks abortion is murder, then murder should be left up to the states. If you think abortion is murder, it should be left up to the states under Trump's view. Why would you vote for someone who wants to leave murder up to the states?
I mean, that might be something that I necessarily don't agree on.
Oh, okay. But it's, something you can just agree to disagree on.
Yeah, I mean, likewise with, I'm sure you don't think that Kamala is an absolute perfect candidate for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I know. I never said that she's absolutely perfect.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like,
I know, but she hasn't been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting someone. She hasn't, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't deny science as it relates to climate change. She didn't say she has sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say yeah to Howard Stern calling her daughter a piece of ass. She didn't say she would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. She didn't say she grabs someone by the vagina. She doesn't have to ask. She didn't say those things, right? She didn't say she walks in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because she quote unquote owns the place. None of those things has she ever done. She didn't not rent to black people in 1973, call for the execution of the Central Park five young black and Latino boys who were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. She didn't popularize the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, where there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, to undermine him running for president of the United States, and then continue that racism today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black, saying that she wasn't black prior. She never did those things. Anything else?
Hey,
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got anything else? He left. Okay. Incredible. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, when you look at it basically just number-wise, right, our economy was a lot better with Trump in the office, and our economy is
based on what macro indicator?
I mean, just look at everything around you. Gas was cheaper, milk was cheaper, groceries were cheaper, rent was
How was
cheaper.
inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that it was caused by them, but they definitely haven't done anything about it in the past 3.5 years.
So that's done by the Federal Reserve. You know that, right?
Okay.
And also, what would Trump do? What's Trump's solution?
I'm not too sure, but I mean...
Tariffs? Because tariffs cause inflation. So he wants to cause more inflation?
I mean, whatever he did before worked.
Did you know we're at 2.5% inflation right now, 0.2% month by month? 2.5 annually, 0.2 month per month.
Then why am I paying a shit ton of money for stuff I didn't pay a shit ton of money before?
Because inflation is the rate of increase in pricing.
And why
So
haven't
the
they
rate
done
of
anything about
increase
it?
in pricing in the past years didn't go away. Prices aren't going to go down, but we need wages to increase with that. And median wages, real median wages, have increased since 2019.
Okay, but I mean,
things like
inflation
corporate
did go
greed,
up like crazy
price
after the
gouging.
stimulus checks, did they not?
What's up?
Inflation went up like crazy after stimulus checks, did they not?
I don't think it's related to stimulus checks because it happened globally. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Yeah, but I mean, they definitely haven't been helping. Giving out money like crazy from the government definitely isn't going to help inflation.
Yeah, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration did.
Well, I mean, whatever he did before worked, and whatever he does again is probably going to work.
Okay, so can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Nope. But whatever he did before worked.
So did you know his tax policy gave $61,000 to the top 1% and $70 to people making under $27,000 a year? $390 to people who make under $53,000 a year and above $27,000? So $390, right? A PlayStation to middle class families and lower class families, but $61,000, the median personal income, or actually average income for the United States. So that's what you give to the top 1%, people who make over $837,000 a year.
I mean, sure, but inflation definitely was down
that's good
lower
policy.
whenever Trump was in the office, correct? I mean, we also
Molly,
had
thank you
less
for the
border
$2. Thank you so
crossings,
much.
too.
There's actually less
crossings were
border
down a
crossings
lot.
right now than there was the end of Trump's administration. Did you know
Maybe
that?
right this second, but not before.
Okay, so you understand that because of inflation that led to people being influenced to come here in the first place.
Okay, well, why didn't they do anything about it?
They did. They advocated for a border bill, which Trump undermined the border bill, called people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
They just
she also,
did it.
she
Why
also,
haven't
she
they
also,
done
by the way,
anything
raised
before?
$5 billion in funding for countries in South and Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place.
But
to build
she's
up their
just
economies.
now doing all this. Why didn't she do it 2
She
years ago?
did this back then. She did this during.
She said
her
like a
time as
couple of
pres-
years ago
president.
that she didn't want to do anything with the border.
That's
she
not
didn't-
true.
No, she did
Totally
say.
false.
No, she did say that she does not want to arrest illegal immigrants crossing the border. And there's a
You
clip of her
understand?
saying
You understand
that.
someone's. By the way, that's not what she said.
There's
And
a
she had
clip
different,
of her saying it.
You understand in what
We
year?
can. I'm not
What
100% sure what,
What
year.
year?
I just
What
saw it
year?
like 5 minutes ago, though.
Yeah, so in 2019. Okay, so you understand that Trump, we can point to his vice president, J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance specifically said, literally, that Trump is America's Hitler. Trump might be America's Hitler. That's what he said. So do you think that his view can't change? Because if it can't change, then why did Trump get a vice president that thinks that he might be America's Hitler?
I have no idea.
That's interesting.
Can't answer that question, but
What about Trump changing his position? He used to be a Democrat. Is Trump still a Democrat? Just
definitely not.
no. Okay, so
Okay,
people's
but
views can
if we're
change.
going to talk about people changing their position, why don't we talk about Harris saying she wanted to ban assault rifles? Now she's saying she doesn't want to take guns away. She also said she wanted to ban fracking. Now
She
she's
doesn't
saying
want to take
doesn't.
everyone's guns. She doesn't want to ban fracking.
She's just now saying this though, and she definitely did say.
She said this before. She never said that she wants to take everyone's guns.
She said
And
that
she never
wanted
said
to
that she
ban
wanted to
assault
ban
rifles.
fracking this
She
year.
said, hold on. She said she wanted to ban assault rifles, and she also said that she totally
That's not
supports
all
a gun
guns.
buyback program.
That's not all guns.
But still taking away people's rights, is it not? I mean, that's
Do you
totally.
understand that Trump wants to take the guns first and due process second?
When did he ever say that?
He literally recently. I'll show you. Look up Trump. It's from The Hill. Take guns first. Due process second.
Hold on. Let me boot up the PC.
Or I can just show you. Look.
Oh yeah.
That's a quote from him.
Is the Hill? Who is it run by? Is it a
They're
Democratic
quoting him.
site, or-
They're quoting him. It's a
Okay.
quote he said. They're just reporting on it.
What is the quote he said?
The quote he said is this: "I like taking the guns early. Like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida, to go to court would have taken a long time." Trump said in a meeting with lawmakers on school safety and gun violence, "Take the guns first. Go through due process second."
But he's not saying take away guns from civilians.
Yes, he is.
Civilians.
He's
didn't say that.
he's okay with taking away people who have been flagged as potentially dangerous individuals. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But they have not
Well,
gone through the
I
due
mean-
process yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, why wouldn't he? You should be doing background checks on people, and if you know their background checks.
This isn't a background check. There's no due process yet. This is prior to due process. It's called the red flag law.
Okay, but Harris also wanted to pass a red flag law. She said it a million
Okay, so
times.
then again, you just said that it's okay for Trump to take away rights, but not for Harris. In the
But
same
did
thing.
he ever say
not
that
only
he
that,
wanted-
but also
did
Donald
he-
Trump. Donald
did
Trump
the-
wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Did you know that?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, that's violating your First Amendment.
Okay,
The Supreme Court indicated it was a First Amendment, protected by the First Amendment.
okay, but
So you're okay with Okay, so how about you think we should put people in prison for flying the Confederate flag?
I mean, I don't agree with that.
So should we put
Necessarily.
people in prison for flying the Confederate flag? Rich Dan mustache, thank you.
Okay, no, I mean, putting people in prison
No?
for burning the American flag would definitely beat over the top. I
Okay, so
definitely-
then why are you supporting a candidate that wants to violate people's First Amendment and engage in such tyranny?
because he's good with numbers and he's good with money, and he makes
Good with money.
He
Name
makes
one
us
good
middle
businessman
class
that
people
has.
richer.
Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
With 6 bankruptcies.
Yeah. What happened to Trump Vodka, Trump Steaks, Trump Airlines,
Yeah, no,
Trump
okay.
University?
But a lot of giant corporations and companies have definitely gone through.
Name
bankruptcy
one
a few
person
times.
that is a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
I mean, I don't know 6 bankruptcies, but there's definitely a ton of companies that have gone through bankruptcy a few times.
Okay.
I mean, basically
Okay.
any
So
car
again, not a
manufacturer
single
in the
one that has
entire
6
world.
bankruptcies. The reason why he's rich is because his dad gave him $400 million inheritance.
Okay, but I mean, he definitely made middle class people a lot more money when he was in office, and rent was still down. It went down when he was
Okay,
in office. Gas went down.
he gave almost 60 times, literally 30 times what the middle class got, right? Comparative to people who are in the top 1%. For the middle quintile, $910 comparative to the $61,000 for the top 1%. For the fourth quintile, $91,000 to $154,000. Even that, they got $1,680. You know who got way more? The top 1%, $61,000
Okay.
per individual.
How much money has the top 1% made with the Harris administration?
How much have they made?
Yeah. What's their?
I don't know what you mean.
What? How much money are they getting? I mean, you're saying how much-
800K plus.
Okay. But well, also, I mean, can we go into the topic on how they, shut the pipeline down? Why would they do that? Why would we go
That was
back
the
to
Supreme Court. Supreme Court set
But they
that up, and
supported
they followed through
They
with the Supreme
supported
Court
it.
order. They followed through with the Supreme Court order.
Yeah, they didn't go against it. They definitely could have.
you understand that Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That we have to respect the law of the land.
Yeah, no, I mean for sure, but they're definitely.
So you're saying we shouldn't respect the law of the land? Is that what you're saying? So if we shouldn't respect that, then abortion rights should be protected federally, right? That's not determined by the Supreme Court because we don't listen to the Supreme Court, right?
I'm
Not the law
actually
of the land.
I'm not against abortion. You know, surprisingly.
Oh, so
being a
you're voting
Republican.
for a guy that restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for great victims. Okay.
Yeah, because I make a
That
lot more
mustache,
money
thank you
when
so
I'm in the
much. That
office.
hurts women. That hurts girls in this country, but you don't care, do you?
I mean,
It's not big enough of an issue for you.
100%. Yeah, I definitely care about how much more, how much money I'm making rather than.
So how is Trump going to make you? Wait, do you make over 400K?
No,
So your taxes are not going to go up on a Harris administration.
my
Why are
taxes
you
have
voting
gone
for
up
him?
on the administration. They've already gone
What's
up.
up?
My taxes already have gone up. My interest rates.
This is
are
Trump
up,
tax
everything's
policy.
up.
Interest rates relate to
Why
the Federal
haven't
Reserve.
they
Trump's
fixed
bringing
it?
back the chairman of the Fed.
It's been 3.5 fucking years. Why haven't they fixed it?
The Federal Reserve has brought down inflation to 2.5% annually, 0.2% quarter or
When?
month to month.
When?
Right now.
Yeah, why right
The
now?
last year,
Why
the
not?
last year inflation is 2.5%.
Why not over the entire 3.5 years, dude? Why right
Nixon,
now?
We had the fastest recovery from
Why?
inflation.
Why right
Nixon.
before the election?
Nixon.
Why not before?
Nixon. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. We had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7.
No,
you don't know how the economy works.
on.
Nixon, you don't know how the economy works. And also the Federal Reserve is nonpartisan. They have nothing to do with particularly following what the Democrats or what the Republicans want. They do what is going to be better for the economy. That's what the Federal Reserve does. They are supposed to be nonpartisan. You understand that, right? So when you say, oh, of course it's prior to an election, they historically speaking do not look at what partisan individuals say. They don't. They're economists. They're trying to be independent.
No, I see what you're saying, but
And you know that
they
Trump is going to
definitely-
bring back Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, right?
Sure, but
That increase the interest rates.
okay, but why is like RFK and stuff siding with him when he's probably leaning a lot more left, or was leaning a lot more left before as an independent party? Why would he side
It's a
with
conspiracy
somebody like
now. Conspiracy gets conspiracy.
that? And then there was also, I forgot her name. I think it's like Julia or something. The other independent.
Julia, I mean, Jill Stein?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. She has no chance of winning.
I know, but why would if these people are kind of more on the Democratic side, why would they be rooting for Trump if Kamala's so amazing?
Who's voting for Trump? You mean
RFK. and-
RFK's not
yeah.
a Democrat.
He definitely
He's a
leans more left
conspiracy
than
nut.
Republican, though.
No, he doesn't. He says he cares about environmentalism. He's voting for a guy that doesn't even believe climate change is caused by humans and thinks that the climate is going to start cooling. He said he's been fighting against environmentalism his entire career. He just went against it. So he fucking made a disgrace of his entire career by going after Trump and following him. Such a joke.
That's just
Disgrace of his entire environmental career.
I didn't even know that, so he's opened my eyes. But I mean, just back to everything though, like with the pipeline and stuff like that. Why would the Harris administration even do that in the first place? Why are they wanting to give more of our stuff over to China and whatnot?
So they're not giving more stuff to China. I don't know what you're talking
Well, I forget the exact wording, but the China basically is. Fuck. Hold on 1 second. Let me look this back up real quick. But we're basically giving over like certain rights that we had before to other countries. And I don't necessarily shutting down our pipeline. Why would we stop mining
about.
oil on
XL
American
pipeline?
soil? Yeah. Why would we?
Wait, so we actually produce more oil right now than any point in American history? We accepted more
That's not
drilling
true.
permits?
That's not true. China does.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. They're number one right now.
You're wrong. We
Look
produce
it up
more
right
oil
now.
right now than any country in the history of the world, and we produce more permits under the Biden-Harris administration than we did under the Trump administration. 50% more drilling permits. Okay, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, he's totally silent. The XL pipeline that you're referencing, that was for tar sands, for plastics. And I just want to let you know that it is the case that it was a Canadian-owned pipeline. Most of those are temporary jobs. It was shut down by the Supreme Court, followed through with the President of the United States, because it is the case that it goes over an indigenous land, that we have a treaty with indigenous individuals, that we would not go over that land. They don't want us to do that. We're not going to do it, because we signed a treaty with them. Of course, you don't care about treaties. You don't care about indigenous people, so you're obviously going to be totally okay with fucking up the environments in their area where we've already designated that they can have access to it. After literally the United States of America has put people who are indigenous on reservations. Here's the Galaxy. Thank you so much. You want to take more from indigenous people when you've already taken so much from them? That's ridiculous to me.
No, I see what you're saying.
Okay? And also, by the way, again, most oil production now than any point in American history or of any country ever. We had the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Literally the most pro-energy policy of any president ever.
But have we for the past 3.5 years?
Yes, the Inflation Reduction Act, the building of oil production. That's been happening throughout the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration.
I mean, why is inflation still so high if it's been happening for 3.5 years?
Inflation's at 2.5% annually, which is not high. That's what it was in
But
2018.
it hasn't been over,
You understand inflation is the same right now as what it was in 2018, right?
I mean, yeah, right now, but you do understand that the last 3 years too, people have been struggling to pay their fucking rent and buy groceries.
I'm not disputing that. There was global inflation. Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not specific to the United States.
Yeah, for sure, but they definitely could have done something about it. And
What? Tell me, what could they have done?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm not the one that
Okay,
knows
well,
that
I
shit,
told
but
you what they
could
do.
figure it out.
I have a degree in economics, right? I told you the Federal Reserve deals with it. It's not the President of the United States. The Federal Reserve has a dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability. In the event of price instability, they're going to try to cause price stability by specifically influencing the increase in interest rates.
But I mean, still, why haven't they been attacking it for a while? Because I mean, it's the president and the vice president. They definitely have some say. Even if the Federal Reserve controls it, they definitely have some say, do they not?
Wait, say that one more time?
Would Biden and Kamala not have any say about what the Federal Reserve does, yes or no?
No.
How?
What? No, that's done by the chairman of the Fed, right? That's Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell's going to be in office regardless of Trump or Biden, right?
Okay.
Regardless of Trump or Harris.
I get you. But I mean, they definitely could have done more, could they not?
What could they have done?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You tell me. I don't think they could have done more. I think that's the Federal Reserve.
I don't know. I mean, nothing like when Trump was in office, did we not have a good economy? I'm asking you.
No. There was 7.8% unemployment 4 years ago. 6.4% when the Biden administration took office.
Trump had
there was a
some of the
global
lowest
pandemic.
employment numbers in like a century. What do you mean?
What?
He had some of the lowest unemployment percentages in like over centuries.
We had lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration in centuries. You know, in 1969 we had lower unemployment. In 1952 we had 2.5% unemployment.
Yeah, that's fair. But unemployment was yeah, it is a little ridiculous. But unemployment was definitely lower with Trump in the office, and I mean, there's numbers that prove it.
No, it wasn't. It was 3.4% under the Trump administration, or 3.4% under the Biden administration, 3.5% under the Trump administration. Right now, at 4.2% because of the influence, the increase in interest rates, it's actually lower than what it was when Biden originally came in office at 6.4%, when it was literally 7.8% 4 years ago. So again, were we better off 4 years ago than we are now?
How low was it last year, though? Just a year ago. How low was the unemployment rate last year? Just,
The unemployment rate last year was literally like let me pull it up. It was probably like 3.5%.
Because like they're doing a lot of amazing stuff right now. Don't get me wrong. Like everything looks super good right this second, but it's just
you want September 2023?
Yeah, that works.
September 2023,
I mean,
3.8%.
September's pretty late into 2023.
3.8%.
Yeah, it's still higher than Trump's was.
At the very lowest, under Trump's administration, July 2017, there was 4.3%. Okay, in 2018, right? April 2018, there was 4%.
Okay.
Okay, October 2018, 3.8%. February 2019, 3.8%. Most of his administration was not lower than that.
Where did you see that at?
I'm finding this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up fred.stlouisfed.org. It's from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Sorry, say that
Federal Reserve
again.
Bank of St. Louis. And the data comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But like they give you like a graph. So just look up unemployment rate, St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay.
You'll see it. It literally gives you by month. You can actually see in the past. So you can see in 53 there was 2.5% unemployment. May 1953. In 1969 there was 3.4% unemployment.
Let's see.
May 1969, 3.4%. Do you see it?
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that.
Everyone, do tap the screens, get to 500,000 likes if you want to support me. As always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Nixon, is there anything else you want to talk about, Rad?
No, that's everything.
All right. Let's go to the next person. By the way, everyone, my videos on Jubilee are fucking popping off. The one they just posted about like literally the Trump topic that they didn't post on YouTube just got posted, and it's already at 1 million views on the Jubilee account. He literally said it's the lowest carbon emissions ever. I said there was lower carbon emissions in Trump's administration than in 1700. I want to make a meme out of that, chat. I want to make a meme. Jesus Christ, dude. Spriv, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much. And Tracy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump.
Oh my gosh. Hello, how are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Okay, hear me out. I'm not. I just really wanted to say you're
Based. I really appreciate you so much. I am just looking for people who are debating, but I do appreciate you a lot. I really do. I really do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, Emma, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Emma. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. And Samantha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Samantha. So yeah, are you voting Trump?
Oh, I think he's not allowed to vote yet. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, so look up Jubilee, everyone, on TikTok. TikTok that just posted it. Also, you can find the YouTube video, the full YouTube video in my bio. You can also find my Cash App and Venmo in my bio as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am. And I just recently turned 18 in February, so I'm still kind of new to these things and I'm still learning. And
Why are you voting Trump?
So here's one of my main reasons. And first, I would like to go back a little bit to what somebody named Steven said that had to do when y'all were talking about abortion. I believe that should be completely up to the women. Shouldn't be anybody else's decision. It should be completely up to the women and their own bodies. Now, when
Okay,
it
so
comes
then why are you voting for Trump, who restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion?
Okay, so as I was trying to say, during the debate, I heard something, and this is mostly why I wanted to join it, because you said you had a degree in economics. Okay, so here's where this comes into my mind, and I just want to get your input. During the debate, Kamala Harris said she would be giving first-time homeowners a $25,000 first, like.
Are you going to ask me would it increase the price?
Yes, I'm going to ask you, would it increase the housing market price more than it already is? Because it's increasing.
For new homes, and they're going to offset the lack of affordability caused by the price increase by, again, there being that subsidy. So that subsidy, it offsets the affordability decrease of the price increase, and it creates a higher price to incentivize a greater level of supply in places where people want them. The reality of the matter is that in our market economy, if there's a higher price, there's a greater incentive for suppliers to produce in places where people want them. So the best way to incentivize production of houses is to stimulate the economy in this way. Because again, we're offsetting the lack of affordability by giving people access to the tax credit.
So what you're saying is by the grant, it's not going to raise the housing market by $25,000 because I feel like
not everyone gets it, but it will increase it marginally, which will incentivize the creation of new houses in places where people want them.
Okay, understood.
So when they remove the tax credit in the future, there's lower demand and a higher supply of housing. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I guess my question now is, where would that $25,000 be coming from? Where would this money be coming from?
Taxpayer money. So we're going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. And we're going to specifically bring a corporate tax rate of 28% instead of 21% under Trump's administration, which is actually the lowest corporate tax rate the Democrat is supported or even the economy has had other than Trump since 1940. Okay, so even Reagan had higher corporate taxes, like significantly higher, even 10% higher than Obama, which was 35%, which 28% is 7% lower than 35%.
Okay, and I just want to go back to what you said to the last person, and it had to do with the unemployment rates. I went through, and while you were talking about it, I Googled every single employment rate from 2016, when Trump became president, all the way.
2017, he became president.
Oh, 2017, my apologies. 2017 to 2020, I looked through all of them.
2017 to 2021.
2020, my apologies again. It only started to raise in 2020 whenever COVID hit. So
yes,
here it was super low. It was lower than it was now before COVID hit. It was, I believe it was at 3.9.
3.5%.
Okay.
3.4% under the Biden-Harris administration in April 2023.
Okay. So
but it's 4.2 right now because of the influence and the increase in interest rates to combat price instability caused by inflation.
So I guess now my question is something that probably everybody's been saying. And first, I want to go back to one more thing with Kamala. About 3.5 years ago, I don't remember the exact time, she was talking about electric school buses. If I'm correct, did that go bankrupt, or did that not work out? Because
I don't know. I don't know about this, honestly.
Okay, because that's kind of what I was thinking. I remember her talking about school buses, how everybody.
I think electric school buses are good.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. But
I also like hydrogen. Like I like other types of cars than what we currently have. But I mean, cars are a small percent of overall emissions. Most emissions don't come from cars. The reality of the matter is that most comes from the top 100 businesses. The top 100 companies in this world produce over 70% of global emissions. Top 100 companies.
Okay, so I guess I just have one more thing, and then you can let me go because I know there's other people who want to get their piece in. Kamala Harris has been vice president for 3.5 years. And just, I believe it was about 6 months ago, there was finally something that started happening on the border. She started actually putting work into the border. Why doesn't, she's talking about all these changes she will make if she becomes president. Why is none of those actually, why hasn't she changed anything in the past 3.5 years? Why did neither one of them, I mean, I guess she hasn't really done any of the things she's saying.
She's done the most of any vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors.
So I guess
the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
So, before she started working on the border, is there? I guess this is a pretty simple question. Is there illegal immigrants in this country?
Yes.
And who would be to blame?
I don't think that there's a particular person to blame. I think it's the overall system. The fact that it takes so long for people to get into this country legally. It should max take 6 months. Or on average, it takes 5 to 7 years. The asylum process takes 8 to 10. So there are massive incentives for people to go through undocumented mechanisms because it takes so unbelievably long to get in this country and oftentimes costs money. And people can't afford it. They can't afford waiting the time and they can't afford the money as well.
So because people can't afford it, we should just let them into our country?
We should make the system go faster so it doesn't incentivize them to go through undocumented processes because immigration is helpful for this economy.
Okay, boom, right there.
Regardless whether or not you like it, the Congressional Budget Office indicated that, again, there is long-term benefits from immigration, specifically that the short-term costs associated with it are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits.
Hold on. Right there. You said it needs to be made faster. Now, here's my point. Kamala Harris has been in charge of the border. Why hasn't Kamala, my apologies.
What do you mean by in charge of the border? Do you think she's been like a border czar?
No, but I'm pretty sure she had something. She has power for the border. She can change things with the border. I'm pretty sure that was informed to her.
No. So all she was given authority to do was go to countries in South and Central America and raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, which she raised over $5 billion.
And how much of that money went to Ukraine?
None of that money went to Ukraine. That money specifically went to countries like El Salvador and helped to build up those countries.
Yeah, understandable, but why isn't it going towards our country? Why aren't we helping our people?
So again, that was private funds. So we are helping our people here. Most of the funds that we utilized did. Appreciate the handout. Thank you. $5 billion is small comparative to our overall federal budget, but it did help with migration. And it was, again, private funds, so it's not using U.S. funds, right, like from the government.
Okay. So I guess my question is, what is Kamala going to do about...
Kamala?
Kamala. I'm sorry. It's just my way of pronouncing. I'll fix it. I apologize. I know that's her actual name. What is she going to do to help the prices of groceries? What is she going to do to help the prices of gas? What is she going to, because past the Supreme Court? So
that's true. Some of Trump's policy won't get past the Supreme Court. He wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. The Supreme Court already determined that's protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah, there's.
And he literally promoted that recently.
Yeah, that's believable. Trump has done said some crazy stuff. I mean, during the debate, what was up with all that cats and dogs stuff? So I mean,
that was like insane, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
I'm gonna be totally true, Michael. That's what you get with Donald Trump. He is conspiracy brain rotted. Okay, and he makes his country conspiracy brain rotted. People will believe things with no evidence. People believe that because he said it at the debate stage. There are millions of people in this country that genuinely believe that about those animals because Trump said it. And I'm not joking. People literally believe it.
Yeah, and it's just, and I don't understand why people would believe that, because myself, I went and I researched it, found there was nothing affirmative that said anything that actually happened. And I mean, I guess there are some downfalls, but I guess I just didn't see any work put in by Kamala in the past.
I'll give you a few examples. Not only that, but also with climate change. Trump says that the climate's just going to get cooler and that science just doesn't know it yet. Actively just denies science. The election, he said that it was stolen. And when he said that, like, oh, he lost by a whisker, he was just joking.
Understandable. Well, I tried to make a point, and you proved me wrong, and I'll be the first Republican or Trump voter, or however you want to put it, to admit that. He's definitely said some crazy things, but I still believe that if Kamala hasn't made any change in the past 3.5 years, what is going to make you think that she's going to cause change in the future?
She has. She's done like in the most of any vice president.
I'm thinking my pop back up again. There we go.
Okay, Beauty, are you voting Trump?
I'm out of here. I'll see you.
Okay, I'll see you. All right. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So earlier, just while you were talking to that gentleman, you made it sound like she was not appointed as the border czar. Why did the news I'm not trying to be a dick, but
wait, dude. Can you give me any source that she was the border czar?
I've listened to CNN, MSNBC. I've seen all the news reports that called her that for the first 2 years.
Come on, dude. No. So that's ridiculous. That is such a ridiculous statement. She was given the authority to go to countries in South and Central America and raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place. And she raised $5 billion in doing that.
Okay, I'm happy if that's what she was. But, dude, I can't do it while I'm sitting here with you on the thing. But why did every single news, if it was just Fox calling her that, I could see the discrepancy and call bullshit on it. But
no, like if you could see like any evidence of that, like I'd love to look at it. But like again, I'm telling you, that's the authority she had. This whole border czar nonsense is just like an argument I've heard recently from Trump supporters.
Well, I'm from Bexar County, which our sheriff was at the DNC and spoke, and there's footage of him doing it. I'll send it to you. Can I email to you through here? So if I do find evidence, can I send it to you?
I mean, yeah, you can just tell me.
Well, I'm not going to do it right this second, but because it won't let me talk to you and research at the same time. But I'll look for that and get back to you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Borders are. This guy's freaking out in the comment section. Let's invite him. I can't because there's max multi-guests. What's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why's that?
Well, actually, I had a question for you. It's going to be kind of brief. Basically, the cats and dogs thing that he went over. I was looking for some research.
Oh God, I can't hear you right now.
I found a call detail report talking about.
I can't hear you. When you go to the app, can't hear you at all.
Okay, look up Upward News. It gets a call detail report.
What's the title? Okay, everyone, do you tap that screen? Let's get to 750,000 likes.
Clark County Communication. Look him up on Insta.
No, just tell me the title.
Well, it's a post.
Okay. Dude, just tell me like the title of the thing so I can find it. It's a post, a social media post?
Yeah, okay, so look up Upward News. They're pretty big on Instagram.
Upward News.
Yeah.
What the fuck? On Instagram, dude? Okay. All right. Let's see this Upward News Instagram post. They've got 284,000 followers. What did they say? They reported on Biden wearing a Trump hat in Pennsylvania. You know, good reporting here.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, we love that promo.
Where is it? This is just literally like a Republican hate page. This is not a source. This is literally a Republican hate page, dude. Jesus Christ, man. There's no way. You literally gave me a partisan Instagram source. Are they even verified? Let me check. No.
All detail.
And their last post is "We hate Instagram."
No, it's a
pin post. Their pin post. I mean.
Yeah. Okay, did you find the call detail report? Because that is authentic.
Okay. All right. I'd like to see a legitimate source, not like a.
Okay. Well, then everybody else go to it.
Okay, and also Harris vows to censor misinformation. That's something that they put out. You know, Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Okay.
Is that not censorship? And the example he gave was of people burning the American flag in protest of us having a statue of Robert E. Lee, a Confederate of the United States.
It totally depends on your view.
Oh, okay.
That's totally. Yeah.
Depends on your view.
I mean, people find that offensive.
You don't find it offensive to have a traitor who fought for slavery as a statue and commemorated?
That has really nothing to do with me, honestly. So.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyways, I also don't like the fact that Kamala, she flip-flops. Gun buybacks. She's been talking about making it mandated, like recently.
Gun buybacks? For what guns?
Assault weapons.
Do you care?
Yeah, I mean,
Do you have an assault weapon?
yeah.
You do? Why do you care about? Why do you need an assault weapon?
Well, you're gonna say, so if I say I go hunting with it, you're gonna say I don't need it to go hunting with it, right?
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah. So it's totally opinionated. Like, I prefer it.
Yeah, I don't know much about guns, but I've never heard an argument as to why you need it.
Well, I mean,
I don't really care about guns much.
It's like-
so like I don't know why you'd use like, oh, she wants to get rid of AR-15s as like a reason not to vote for her. Like I just like, do you really care about?
it's like having a second computer monitor. It's like you don't need it, but you'll use it.
Having a second computer monitor is necessary for me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't need
I
it.
have to be able to look at a video while I'm playing the game, dude.
Yeah, so we can
Are you
agree.
trolling, bro?
So if I went hunting and I'm like, well, I prefer
Wait. Here's the real question. Does me doing that put anyone at risk?
doing what, a monitor?
Yeah, having a second monitor.
No.
No.
This
Okay.
this is an example.
No. So like,
off
okay,
the top of my
if
head.
AR-15s do put someone at risk, then there's a bit of a difference, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
a pencil could put you at risk. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
A pencil could put you at risk. There's so many things that could put you at
What puts you at a significantly greater risk? An AR-15 or a pencil? And no, dude. Countries around the world have really high levels of crime when there's pencils involved.
Totally like.
Why is there a higher rate of these things happening, like in the United States, comparative to countries like in Europe that have like?
Well, I mean,
less access to guns.
There's a lot of evil nowadays. Loose morals.
So it's just that we're more evil in the United States. So you believe that the United States is more evil? Wow, what happened to like the optimism of the Republican Party and like believing in this country?
No, I'm saying
loving this country. You know what I mean?
I'm saying it's evil people.
So you just think this country's evil?
Look, it's evil.
So you hate this
people.
country? That's what it is. He hates this country. Everyone. He thinks everyone in this country is evil.
No, I said
He hates
evil.
this country.
I said it's evil people that do that.
Well, that's the.
I mean, look, the chat totally understands what I'm saying. Most of them are for Trump. I can see it. I can read it. I mean, it's totally a moral guideline deal.
So why don't we make this country something we want to be proud of?
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's make it. If we care about law and order and we want people to be safe, why do you care more about drugs than you care about guns? Trump wants to put people on death row for dealing drugs, but he doesn't want to put people in prison for dealing harmful guns.
When did he say that?
Okay.
Yeah.
When did he say that he wants to put people in prison or give the death penalty for drug dealers?
No, I've heard about that. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
All right. 4% of people on death row are innocent, right?
I don't think innocent people should be on death row. If you're trying to, the worst.
Okay. You could say you don't think innocent people should be on death row. I totally agree, but like, that's going to happen if you make death penalty legal. Okay, 4% of people on death row would die that are innocent. It's not a greater deterrence for crime, so it doesn't reduce the likelihood of crime happening, and it costs more. So basically, there are no good arguments for the death penalty, to be totally honest.
Okay, I don't even know why we're talking about the death penalty. To be honest.
Didn't you ask about it?
No. You know where we got it.
Because I brought it up as like an example.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I completely agree. Innocent people, I mean, it's up to the justice system, right? So, like, I don't know what Trump has to do with that.
It has to do with the justice system. Okay, do you think the justice system... Wait, if you think the death penalty is okay, you think the justice system is very unlikely to be wrong, right?
I mean, again, it depends on the justice system.
So it's likely to be wrong?
Well, you said 4%, so unlikely, right?
So it's unlikely, right? So then why don't you believe Donald Trump's convictions and him being held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud?
I never said I didn't believe it.
So you do believe those things, yet you're still going to vote for him?
Well, yeah, like, is he in prison right now?
That doesn't mean that he's not guilty. Was Epstein guilty prior to being in prison?
Did Epstein go to prison?
I think he did.
Okay. If Trump's not in prison, then, like, obviously, like, if Trump's not in prison right now, then I have to side with him. Like,
Push the hand out. Thank you so much.
Like, if he's not in prison, then I know he did it.
Okay, so Jeffrey Dahmer, prior to being in prison, you don't know if he's guilty. Adolf Hitler, prior to being in prison, you don't know if he's guilty.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. However,
Appreciate the magic, brother. Was Adolf Hitler guilty?
Yeah.
When did he go to prison?
When? Oh, he didn't. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Donald Trump's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people when the decision didn't have to be unanimous.
Well, I mean, that's totally different positions. Like, if Trump, like I'm telling you right now, like, I'm looking between two candidates, right? And I've got one that wants gun buybacks, flip-flops each side, just throwing money at Ukraine, trillions of dollars, throwing money at the wall, terrible negotiating skills. And then I've got Trump, who has already been a president, gone through all that. I mean, gas was lower, all that stuff was lower.
Gas was lower under Obama. Gas was lower under Clinton.
Okay. Cool. And it was low under Trump, and now it's high, right?
So it went up increasingly under Trump. You know, there was a lower point under Obama than there was under Trump, and the point in which Trump came in office is the lowest.
Yeah,
point.
can you give me the dates?
Yeah. So you want to hear the lowest point of Obama?
Yeah.
You can get this from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. It specifically indicates in 2016 it was $1.87 in February of 2016. Under Trump's administration, the lowest rate was during COVID, right, at $1.94.
So it got lower at the
And that was in May. And that was in May of 2020.
Yeah, 2020.
Or I mean, not April 2020. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, can you say the number again?
April 2020, it was $1.94. Under the 2016 under Obama, it was $1.84 or 87 cents. Sorry.
Okay.
And there was $1.84 under Obama as well in 2009.
Gotcha. And what is it now?
Right now it's what, $3.50.
Yeah, nice.
Wait, that doesn't mean it's caused by the president though.
Well, I mean,
that was for August actually, so it might have gone down.
So tell me, so
Mika,
you're
thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mika. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. They want me to bring up a source with Epstein. So Trump was on the flight logs.
Yeah,
Epstein.
actually,
He said that
yeah,
Epstein is a terrific guy, and that he likes young women just like Epstein.
Yeah, I want to bring something up, but it's Kamala, right? Or Kamala?
Kamala.
Yeah. So why is she saying she's against fracking and then now she's for fracking?
No, she's saying that she can have a green economy without banning fracking. So she's saying that she doesn't need to ban fracking to reach a green economy in the future.
Okay, what was that thing that Biden shut down immediately when he got in office that laid off all those pipeline workers?
You're talking about the XL pipeline? That was due to a Supreme Court order.
Okay. And he was in favor for that, right?
Say that again?
Was he in favor for that?
Biden follows through the Supreme Court order, yeah, and also that goes over indigenous land. So we signed a treaty with indigenous people.
Was that okay? So the Supreme Court, I can't remember like how many Democrats and Republicans were on each side, but do you remember like how favored that was when they passed that for Democrats?
Say that again?
The Supreme Court, whenever they passed to cancel that pipeline, the Exxon pipeline, was it like a bunch of Democrats like were the majority, or what's the deal with that?
Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. I really tried. Are you saying it was done by this? It was done by an executive order.
Yeah, how and why did that get passed?
That's because of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but why? Why would they do that?
Supreme Court passed based upon majority rule.
So they were fine with just laying off all those workers because why?
Those were temporary jobs. Because it goes over the plan goes over indigenous land. When we have a treaty with indigenous people over that land, that we wouldn't do that.
Okay.
And of ecological reasons.
Ecological? Like what?
Just like the negative effects of a pipeline that's on indigenous land.
Okay.
It can have impact on water supply in the areas.
Okay, so why would they start in the first place?
What's up?
Why would they start in the first place if the pipeline's going to go through that?
Why would they start in the first place? Because they needed to get permits over that land and they thought they could.
Okay. All right. Cool. What were you saying about, you were saying something before I interrupted you.
I don't remember.
Something about...
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Susan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Susan.
I mean, it was shortly beforehand, it was like you have either Trump sexually exploiting a woman or it was like Biden and Hunter Biden doing their deal.
We're talking about Kamala Harris is the candidate.
Yeah, now it's Kamala and she's like, well, here's the thing.
So given that one has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, the other one is not, would you vote for the one that has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I would vote for a party. So it's J.D. Vance and Trump, right? And Kamala and Tim Walz. Tim Walz is an evil guy, in my opinion.
How is Tim Walz an evil guy? What, dude?
All the stuff,
Calling Tim Walz evil is crazy, bro.
Well, did you see all the stories of the Minnesota whenever they were writing? He was basically saying...
Oh, yeah, you're right. He said, Tim Walz, you're talking about the writing. Trump praised his response. But, Tim Walz, the worst characteristic, man. This guy, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He said the Minnesota State Fair was better than Iowa. Are you fucking joking? How evil is that? How fucking evil?
No, you know what I'm talking
Jesus
about.
Christ. How's he gonna come after, right, the corn like that, right?
No,
I
you
grew
know-
up in Iowa. How's he gonna come after us like that, you know?
Not even close.
Unbelievable.
Not even close to what I'm talking about. Look up.
Don't know if I can support him after that one. Appreciate
Look
the
up his
super chat. Thank you so
wife.
much.
Whenever there was riots going on after that BLM thing in Minnesota, she
So,
said,
dude, Trump literally praised Tim Walz's response. We have him on audio recording talking to Tim
Okay, so
Walz,
what did-
praising
what
his
did he say?
response.
What did he say?
I've never seen someone do so well, kill it that quickly. I've never seen it. It's been so good. It was great. It was
You don't even
tremendous.
know what he said.
Vanessa, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I was adding a little bit of Trump oomph to it, but like that's what he said. I'm
No,
serious.
he didn't. No, it's a totally different.
He said that that's one of the better responses I've ever seen. That's literally what he
No,
said.
totally different conversation. So
No.
Tim Walz, it was that him or his wife. They were praising about. They would walk out whenever the BLM riots were happening, and they could smell all the burning from the cars and the building, the looting, and that they loved it. That's what they were saying. You can look it up.
Okay, I don't know what your point is with this.
That's evil.
What, dude? Again, so Trump's evil for saying that was the best response.
What?
Do you want me to play the audio of Trump saying that it was a good response?
Oh yeah, no, he didn't. Not about that combo.
You want me to show you?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, bring something up while I bring it up.
You're talking about some fairs and stuff. You're having a totally different conversation.
Dude, I was making I'm not talking about like a fair for me. I was making a joke earlier. Jeez.
Oh, and Tim Walz's family even supports Trump. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Hold up. This is from AP News.
Murder of George Floyd. Trump and running mate J.D. Vance have been criticizing Walz over his response to the violence.
Tim Walz is a person, again, who promoted rioters burning down the biggest city.
Yeah, that was it.
Walz's response.
I know Governor Walz is on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that. But, Tim, it showed the incredible difference between your great state yesterday and the day before compared to the first few days.
Donald Trump has been claiming.
And that was in regards of what?
That's in regards of the responses related to like what you were just referencing in Minnesota.
No, it wasn't in regards of that.
He just praised his response.
He praised
to the Floyd protest.
He praised the actions 3 days later.
Wait, so wait, Trump said he fully agreed. You have no backing out of this. He fully agreed with it. So Trump's evil, dude. Trump is
No.
so evil for fully agreeing with Tim Walz being so evil.
So he fully agreed with that conversation.
He fully agreed with Tim Walz. That's what he said.
Literally not what he said at all. And
You
everybody
literally heard him say it, dude.
No, he said he was fine with the way
I
he
fully
handled
agree.
the city. So what?
The response of Tim, it was so very great, incredible.
Yeah, you said responsive to him. No, he didn't.
Dude, no, I was adding that, but you heard him. Do I have to play it again?
Adding like stuff in your head.
Come on, bro. You literally heard it.
Yeah, I heard what he said. That's for the city. Everybody in here is not dumb. You understand?
Okay. He fully throated endorsement of Tim Walz's response.
Yeah,
Fully
look,
throated endorsement.
I guarantee you 95% of the people in here.
Beth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As a Minnesotan, Tag knows nothing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Beth, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Beth. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we talked about how Kamala's flip-flopping. She don't know what she wants. She's just saying whatever she wants to say. She's
Yeah, JD Vance said that Trump might be America's Hitler.
Pull that up.
You want to hear Vance say that? This is not disputed.
Yeah, I mean, you're just saying stuff. Pull it up.
Okay. I'd be America's Hitler. I got you. All right. Yo, David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is from Reuters. JD Vance once compared Trump to Hitler. Now they are running mates. Thank you for the Henry. I
I
appreciate
don't
it.
know
Thank
what
you.
Reuters is.
Reuters is a good source.
Yeah, just like, I mean, if you don't believe in my source, why should I believe in your source? You know?
Well, Reuters is pretty
Okay, so you can no longer talk about the cats and dogs, since I showed you that there was a report.
that you have no source for that.
I gave you a source, actually.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it's a source.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Y'all go look it up. It's called Upward News.
Upward News is a literal Republican hate page on Instagram.
I mean,
Okay,
that's
it's
your
not even
opinion.
verified.
It's your opinion, right?
That's like me. That's like someone citing me. Unironically, I am more credible than that person. I'm not
your
trolling.
opinion.
I am a more credible source than that person. Naya, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. And Hannah, thank you for the $1 for denial as a river in Egypt.
Upward News. This guy's
What's
okay. Actually, I'm curious. I want to know your plan. Like, once this election's over, how are you going to make your money? I'm curious.
I had a platform before the election. You know that, right?
Like what?
I talk about religion, social issues, things like that.
You want to talk about religion?
No.
I think I'd body you.
Really? Are you Christian?
Look, I've actually watched your stuff.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me how a perfect being would desire something imperfect?
Yeah, I'll tell you something better.
No, just tell me, how can a perfect being have an imperfect desire?
Look, I heard this earlier. I'll tell you, I'm going to keep it brief. I'm about to go watch the NFL game, so.
Oh, okay, now you're running away. That's what I thought.
No, I'll tell you brief. So, and this is getting kind of personal, but my mom got in a car crash.
I want to hear a response to my question, right? How could a perfect being have an imperfect desire?
No, listen to this.
Dawn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Got to it right here.
For the post-election pay, thank you so much, Dawn.
My mom got in a car crash. She died on the scene.
Sorry to hear that.
She got resuscitated. And basically, 4 months later, woke up from a coma.
Okay, this doesn't mean a perfect being can desire something imperfect.
I'm not done, actually.
Okay. Can you just answer my question? How can a perfect being have an imperfect desire?
No, I'm going to finish my story. And then the first thing she says is that
I'm sorry.
you saw God.
Respectfully, he doesn't. He's just giving me like a random experience. I don't care. To be honest, I don't care. I don't think experiences like that justify any religious belief or justify the contradiction. What's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah, you vote Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
Because he's better than Kamala.
Julie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Julie in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Julie, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Julie in the comment section. So what'd you say you're voting for him?
Why? Because he's a better candidate than Kamala, because Kamala's just running off of Biden's policies.
Why is he a better candidate? And can you turn down your volume a little bit? I hear a little bit of echo.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Well, now I can't hear you. Hold on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Christine, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Christine. Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay.
I'm just outside. I can barely hear, so let me turn up a little bit more and see if my feedback's okay.
No, I hear the echo.
I'll just put it up to my head when I talk. How's that?
Okay.
Does it sound better?
I mean, it sounds the same, but okay, you're fine. Okay, so yeah, so what's the reason you're voting Trump?
Because I think he'll do better with the economy than Kamala will, and also the border as well.
Okay, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to pass that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Hold on, there's a car passing by. What was that? Say that again.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to pass that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Well, I'm not really worried about benefiting the middle class or rich people. I just want rich people to have more money so they can start businesses. The more money.
That is such a crazy statement, bro. I don't care about the middle class. I just want rich people to have more money so they can start more businesses.
So they can start more businesses for the middle class to have jobs.
You understand that trickle-down economics. Can you name me one historical example of it working?
Volkswagen? How's
That's not a historical example of it working.
It doesn't have to be historical. That's a fact. Like there's like
here. Can you give me one historical
Volkswagen
example?
plants that create jobs for everybody, and they're a multi-billion-dollar company.
Okay, having a company does not mean that it's because of trickle-down economics.
It's because they have more money from their taxes to where they can hire more employees and build more factories. That's how that works.
Okay, so you're saying that they can hire more factories and build more things, right?
Hire more employees and build more factories.
Yes, I understand you're saying that, but what you're not acknowledging is that there's no historical examples of trickle-down economics working. Actually, in points where we've had higher
What do you mean
tax
historical?
rates
It's working now.
in the points where we've had higher corporate tax rates in the past, we've actually had lower unemployment. Chris, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
You do realize
appreciate
the
it.
Democrats put people on welfare to lower the unemployment rate, right?
Well, you understand that what I'm referencing is in 1950, 1952.
I'm not worried about the 1950s, 1942s. I'm talking about right now.
I can talk 1969 where there was.
I'm talking about right now, not back in the day.
Dude, what I'm acknowledging is that even when there were higher corporate tax rates, there was still a lower unemployment.
Oh my God, you just.
So I'm telling you, the lower unemployment rate isn't caused by low corporate tax rates.
Okay. I'm talking about now, not in the 60s or the 50s.
I'm asking for any historical examples of trickle-down economics.
I don't need historical examples. They're happening
yes, you
now.
Do. So, okay, so then why do you dispute socialism?
I don't dispute socialism.
You don't? You think socialism would work?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Have you looked at Venezuela? Have you looked at
so you think there's no historical examples of it working? Oh, Jesus Christ, use the same argument. Okay, so why would you name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working?
I don't need to name historical. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so neither does a socialist. Neither does a socialist. Socialism is going to work,
man,
and they don't have to name you a historical example.
You're an idiot.
Oh, you're mad when you got questioned on your economic view.
No,
Jesus
you're
Christ.
just pulling up
What is
bullshit,
a snowflake,
dude. You have
everyone?
Nothing new. You're
Look
just
at the
pulling up
snowflake.
old
He's running
bullshit.
away. Look at the
You have
snowflake.
nothing, dude.
Run away, snowflake. Run away.
I'm the snowflake. You're the Democrat.
Yes, you are. Push the confetti. Well, you're a
Okay.
snowflake running away. Why do you have to run away if you're not a
You need
snowflake?
to buy a fucking haircut.
Ah, you snowflake? You're mad? You're mad?
I'm what?
You're
now?
mad? Are you mad? You little
No, I'm not
snowflake?
mad. You're just pulling up old crap. I'm talking about now, not historical references.
You said I need a haircut. That was your response. Push the confetti. Thank you so much. Wow, you really got me there, dude. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm so terrified. Now, are you simmered down a little bit, or are you still in snowflake mode?
You're probably younger than me, bro.
I didn't call you young. I said you're being a snowflake.
Yeah, your generation is a snowflake, bro.
Says the one who's freaking out and about to leave.
I'm not about to leave. I'm still here, ain't I?
Okay. All right. So I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
What was that?
Push the confetti. Are you pro law and order?
Yeah.
Why are you voting for a felon over a prosecutor?
The prosecutor that put a lot of people in prison for no reason.
Okay. I like how it's funny. Name me what you're referencing. You can't name any drugs names in particular. You
prosecutor
can
that
say
put
M
people
drug or
in
you can
prison
say
that
other.
exposed the abortion clinics. She put those guys in prison for exposing the abortion clinics for selling the baby parts. She put the people that exposed
Can
that
you
in
give me a
prison
source?
versus the people that actually fucking did something and selling
Can
baby
you give me a
parts.
source? Give me a
You
source.
can look it up yourself. I don't have to look it up for you.
Can you give me a source?
I don't need to. You can look it up yourself.
Okay. And also, by the way, did you know it's a prosecutor's job to put people in prison? That's law and order. So, again, can you tell me why you're... Wait, so if you're pro law and order, why are you against putting people in prison who committed crimes?
Those people didn't commit crimes. They exposed a crime. And she
Okay,
put
so
them
are
in
you saying
jail.
the justice system doesn't work and we shouldn't do the death penalty because it's going to lead to innocent people dying?
No, death penalty is great.
Oh, okay, but so there's an unlikelihood that they're innocent, right? The justice system is mostly right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, if the justice system isn't mostly right, then why do you think the death penalty is okay? Because you're going to kill innocent people.
Well, they get their they get to have their day in court.
Yeah, and I'm saying 4% of people on death row are innocent.
Okay, then they should appeal.
Okay, but you understand that the reality of the matter is that you're going to end up killing innocent people, right?
Well, if they can't figure it out in 3 appeals, then whatever.
So you think the criminal justice system is legitimate? If you think the criminal justice system is legitimate, then why don't you accept that Donald Trump being convicted of 34 felonies, being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud?
He wasn't convicted of 34 felonies, by the way.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. Falsification of business
Where-
records in the
where's
first
your,
degree, which is
where's
a
your proof
Class
on
E
that?
felony in the state of New York.
Where's your proof on that?
Look up Trump convicted 34 felonies. AP News.
Oh, wait, where's your proof at? Are you going to show it to
AP
me?
News. Want me to show you?
Yeah, you wanted me to show you, so why don't you show me?
Okay, that's fine. I got you. Kaboosh, thank you so much for the 34, or no, not the 34. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for the Galaxy. December, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, December. Ebony, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. Look, Donald Trump was convicted of these 34 felony counts.
What
Appreciate the boxing glove.
site is
Thank you so much.
that?
Look,
AP
you
News,
see
you
how
said?
I have sources and you've got nothing?
What was that, AP News?
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. I've got sources. You've got nothing?
I've
Elmo,
got
I appreciate
sources
the
too,
boxing
but I'm
glove.
not
Thank you so
on the
much.
live. I can't show you my screen.
Appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so much. But you can tell me the title.
What do you want sources on? Talking about Kamala putting
Well,
people
I'm just
in
saying
prison for
that you
exposing
got mad that
Planned
you got
Parenthood for selling baby
Nice,
parts,
thank you so much. Yeah, provide
and
me a
then,
source for
putting
that.
those people in jail that actually exposed it.
Provide me a source for that.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll get it for you.
All right, if you're MAGA, say in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, say in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up here. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen that's running up to 1 million likes, everyone. Yosef Holiday,
Hello.
are you voting Trump?
I'm not, but can I please say something?
I'm sorry. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yosef, how old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because he's a better candidate.
How's he a better candidate?
Because Kamala, I feel like she won't do anything for us because she didn't do that much when she was vice, and I felt like it was just a plan when she was with Biden just to like get in so she could be the first female president.
Can you name one thing a vice president has done in history?
Has signed bills.
Which
This is my
ones?
first time voting, so I need help.
Okay. So it just sounds like you're not familiar with what she's done. She's actually the most influential vice president ever. She has the most tie-breaking votes, which is the main duty of a vice president, is to do tie-breaking votes. Most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides the $35 cap on insulin, and the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
I just think that because Trump's a better candidate, she's just not going to do like anything for us. And I feel like Kamala is just like an industry plant. She's literally an industry plant.
Oh, Christia, I didn't see that. Thank you so much for the $60 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I didn't see that earlier. It must not have sent me a notification on that. But thank you so much, Christia. Thank you so much.
Who's Pop Drop? Talking.
What's up?
Pop Drop.
Yeah, the person that was here earlier. Christia, I do see that. Thank you so much.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
So again, so I'm not seeing why Donald Trump's a better individual for president. You're just kind of saying you feel like he's better.
Do you see how our prices are now and compared to when he was president and how everything was so much better, and he actually during everything that went on, we are doing better now. We're gonna do better with him, huh?
Okay, did you know that real median wages are up now from 2019, which means wages have gone up accounting for inflation? Not only that, but it is the case that actually that doesn't matter, right? Even if it is the case that the wages would be higher, that doesn't mean it's caused by the administration. You'd have to point to policies that would have caused that. Otherwise, it was just a trend of the economy.
It won't let me share it because the character limit is reached.
No, just tell me the title, dude. It's not difficult.
Just look.
Blob, I can't hear you when you're not on the app.
On the LA Times and also the Washington Examiner.
What's the title?
The title is Parenthood Sting Video Suppressed by Kamala Harris.
Planned Parenthood video?
Sting Video Suppressed by Kamala Harris.
Sting Video Suppressed by Kamala Harris. All right, let's find this.
And she say something after 9 years.
So this is just a pro-life activist, considering them that they weaponized it, and this is from far right-wing sources. This is not anything that's accepted across the board. There's the Washington Examiner is a far right
Times
source.
one as well, or no?
But it says that video footage captured in 2015 of an anti-abortion activist was suppressed by then California Attorney General Kamala Harris was released Thursday, revealing discussions among Planned Parenthood executives about the handling of quote-unquote body parts of fetuses aborted in the second trimester, which activists have alleged amount to an admission of wrongdoing. Right. So one, that doesn't indicate what they're doing of it, right? And two, that doesn't indicate that they were using them to be sold. And three, this is literally reported by a far right-wing source.
Okay, do you want the other source, the LA Times one, or no?
Go ahead. What's the title?
Hold on, let me look it up really quick. I have it open. Hold on.
Okay. That person left. All right, let's get this next person up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now.
The state attorney general seizes videos.
What does this say?
I'm the LA Times one I'm talking about right now.
This is NPR. NPR says Planned Parenthood investigations find no fetal tissue sales.
Okay, okay, whatever. If you want to go with your one source and not claim anything else,
NPR is independent.
That's fine. If you want to claim one source off the other source, there's 6 of them. I can just tell you the name of. But if that's all you're about.
And this is
not
what
looking
comes
at anything else besides the one site.
It comes from the investigation on Planned Parenthood.
If you just want to go with one website,
are you mad that it came from NPR?
No, you just go with one site,
and it's literally from an investigation.
You got one site. I've got 5.
It's an investigation and from NPR.
I'm naming you another one right now, but you don't.
You gave me Washington Examiner, which is a far right.
I have another one too. I have the LA Times. I have the New York Times. I have a bunch of them.
No, you
don't want to look them up. Then
tell me the title. Tell me the title. What is it?
No, you just wanted to pick up one.
No, tell me the title, else you're going to be so mad.
Good. I'm not mad. Have a good night, man. Good luck with
you running away, you little snowflake?
Yep, running away. Because you don't want to
snowflake, look at him run.
You picking one. You picking.
Look at this guy. He's running away. I just asked you for the source. Give me.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, Mads, are you voting Trump?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
So I honestly just have a question for you. I just want to hear your perspective on this. But I know that Kamala has had a lot of tie-breaking votes, just like how you said the Inflation Reduction Act. But I just want to ask what your thoughts were on how things are right now. Because I understand that she might have voted that, but
Oh, Mads, you're cutting now. I can't hear you. It seems like you're experiencing some lag.
Into our society right now is everything is just so expensive right now. What does that mean?
But it seems like you were saying that everything is getting more expensive, and I totally agree. Things have gotten more expensive, but right now we're at a point of annual inflation rate being at 2.5% and actually 0.2% for month by month. And the inflation that we saw happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world. So it was not unique to the United States, and we had the fastest recovery with from inflation in the G7.
Okay. All right. I understand that. I'll look into that more. I also have one more question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that the moderators on the debate were biased anyway because they didn't really fact check Kamala as much as Trump?
I think that they might be biased towards Trump, right? Because they want to make it seem like they're less biased. Because it is the case that like Trump gets annoyed at these things all the time. They literally let him cut off multiple times and they unmuted his mic, but they never did it for Kamala. So he just lied multiple times, like lots of times.
I saw like a lot of things that Kamala lied about too, and I just think that on my perspective, I believe that. No, honestly, not at the top of my head. But like I think that they both lied. Obviously, I honestly don't think that either candidate is great. But I also just was one. Okay, my last question, and I'll like get off of this. But what are your thoughts on the whole situation with the cats and dogs in Springfield?
There's no evidence substantiating that at all. He just kind of made it up, like off of some like conspiracy posts on the internet, which is kind of
See, like I thought that like that, obviously when I first heard that was a little bit crazy, so I looked it up and I actually did find some stuff. There was someone that was speaking at a press conference, someone that took an interview, and they were saying that how they like there's a 911 call that some random people were taking geese from a pond and cutting off their head and like cooking it at the pond.
That's just someone saying that. They contacted the police. The police chief said that there was no evidence of that.
And then there was also one at a press conference with city officials. Okay, so I just want to ask, like, from an outside perspective, you know, like, just because an official said that there's no evidence doesn't mean that there isn't. And I just believe that, like, we can't, I feel like, I just feel like we need to, like, investigate that thoroughly before we make a decision that there's no problem there. Because, like, what if there is an actual problem? Like, what if those sources are actually true? And what the officials are just saying it's not true, you know? And I just think that, like...
Yeah, you can say it's possible, but we talk about what's probable here.
Okay. All right.
We don't talk about what's just possible. Like, again, you know what's also possible? Unicorns could exist. That's possible, logically speaking. But, I mean, it's not probable. We've seen no evidence substantiating that. Shirley, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Shirley. I really appreciate it.
I understand what you're saying on that, but I just believe that, like, unicorns is, like, not really, like, a accurate comparison.
It's not probable, right?
No, like, it's not, like, an accurate comparison to, like, potential evidence that's been shown, like, and there's no proof that that evidence isn't real. Like, the 911 call.
No, there is, because we look at the people who literally are in this area who have authority, and they're indicating no evidence of this being true. Right? Of it being someone who's like a migrant who is doing that. Appreciate the hand art.
Okay. I just have a question for you because I'm like still trying to decide. Like, obviously I'm leaning towards Trump because of my family, but why should I vote for Kamala? Like, can you give me, like, I understand that she was talking about like some of her policies that she wanted to implement, like, but she's taking no interviews. The only thing I heard in the debate, really, I only got to watch half of it.
Taking an interview on CNN.
She did? When?
Yeah. This was like a week or two ago.
Okay. So I like the only policy I really heard that she was talking about, I only got to watch halfway through, but she was talking about how for 1 year after the children are born, there'll be like $6,000 worth of stuff for the kids. And, you know, I also like that's
$6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18 for a child tax credit, which is an increase from $2,000 per kid.
Okay, thank you for telling me about that. I didn't know about that. Okay, sorry, I have one more question. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
What do you think about the whole border situation? Because Trump had a better, I understand that the whole thing is immoral and it's kind of a horrible situation either way, but these immigrants coming in are taking American jobs and things like that. And
that's actually a lie. Right, like if you look at the Congressional Budget Office as a nonpartisan committee full of economists, they indicate the short-term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. Immigrants grow the economy. Most of our growth of our economy by 2034 is explained by immigration, which is $7 trillion by 2034, $1 trillion in federal revenue. So it actually allows for us to pay for things like Social Security, Medicare, and help deal with the debt because it increases governmental revenues. Because immigrants coming to the country, they have a higher labor force participation rate. So the people who are older, there's going to be more young people who are working to be able to pay for the people who are older. And because we haven't had enough of a population in terms of people reproducing to be able to do that, it's going to be the case that we're going to hit some bottleneck point that if we don't have enough immigration, that there's going to be a huge reduction in economic growth and stagnation, similar to like what they saw in Japan and similar to what they're going to see in China here in about a decade or two.
Okay.
And Kristen, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. Can we get some W's for Kristen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kristen.
I wish I had more like sources, like I knew more about the sources so I could like be a better like more educated to talk to you about and cite things correctly. So I'm gonna leave because I feel like I don't have enough citations. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Sure, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
Parker, 18.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I have a question though. Do you still live in Michigan? Didn't you used to live in Michigan?
Never lived in Michigan. I grew up in Iowa. Joe,
Damn
$1.
it.
Thank you.
If I ever see you, I just gotta say, I'm gonna smack the shit out of you, Parker.
How'd I piss you off so much?
Yeah, it's not even that. I don't know. I just don't like you. Nothing to do with anything you do. I do like what you do on your lives. It's all right, but I just don't like you.
Why? Vanessa,
Personal
$10.
beef.
Thank you so much.
Personal beef. I've got no clue. It's got nothing to do with anything live.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
That is the plan, yes.
Why so?
The reason, honestly, our economy was at its best. Things were more affordable when he was in office. Tax credits and, credits towards first-time home buyers and everything, that's all well and good, but that's not necessarily going to correct inflation. Personally, I feel like by giving tax credits and things like that, that's only going to hurt inflation. Just because she might give $5,000 to first-time home buyers, then
Wait, so decreasing taxes negatively impacts inflation. So Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act negatively impacts inflation. Vanessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Tabitha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
So what I'm saying is by if she was offering tax credits on first-time home buyers and things like that, that's all well and good, but that doesn't necessarily mean that housing prices or interest rates or anything like that is going to improve.
Interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. Inflation on annual rate is 2.5%, the same as what it was in 2018. And it is the case that we're on a 0.2% month-to-month basis.
So
inflation. We had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7.
What is it?
Inflation was global.
So what is it that you think that, why is it exactly that you personally think that Kamala Harris would be a better president than Donald Trump, is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Plenty of things. Damien, thank you for the $11 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Damien. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Damien.
Because what I'm saying is unfortunately, I find a lack of trust in the government and the media as well. It's hard to believe the statistics anymore because it's just what's real and what's fake. I just feel it personally, over the last 3.5 years, I've just personally felt in my life, not even a matter of an opinion of who I like and who I don't like, but personally, I've felt as a homeowner, as a father, I've just felt an impact financially a great deal over the last 3.5 years. And, in the grocery stores, at the gas pumps,
Yeah, but that wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration, and it happened globally. And Trump's going to make it worse by making there be tariffs on imported goods. Imported goods include oil, they include groceries, food, right? Those prices are going to go up, okay? With Trump in office, they will go up. Okay, he wants a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming into the country, universal.
But why is it that in his first term things were, why was it that in his first term things were at such a better place, at least as far as my wallet and my checking account goes? Why were things so much easier financially for me to be able to live when he was in office versus the last 3.5 years?
Because of the global pandemics causing global inflation. And also, was it better under Obama's administration?
Honestly, I wasn't really a homeowner at that point. So, I don't know. I didn't really, I just feel it a lot more over the last 3.5 years. So, that was just the one reason I don't know. I don't.
This is what's called the correlation causation fallacy. Just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. For example, there was 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration 4 years ago. There was 7.8% unemployment.
I understand.
So was the economy better 4 years ago? No. There was a global pandemic. There was 7.8% unemployment. All right. There were plenty of issues happening at that point. Right. But now, right, we're trying to recover from the pandemic. We've had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7. Right. Again, we're doing better than a lot of other places around the world. Again, I know it's bad. Not saying it's not bad. We need to do better for this country. But who has the policies? Who has the plans? Not Trump. What's Trump's healthcare policy?
I understand what you're saying. I don't know.
He said concepts, right? Which means he doesn't have anything. 9 years into running for president of the United States, no healthcare plan. He said he's going to repeal and replace the ACA and provided no plan 9 years into running for president of the United States. They don't care about healthcare.
But it also affects people who, people who can't afford healthcare. It definitely potentially makes it easier for people who blue collar workers.
No, actually, that makes it worse. You understand, but prior to the ACA, they could deny people who had pre-existing conditions.
All right. I mean, I just feel it. The last 3.5 years, I just really felt it financially, like a large financial burden. And that's just my thing. I mean, everybody obviously is entitled to their opinions and things like that. But, financially, I felt a huge impact in the last 3.5 years. We could keep saying that it's the pandemic, but it just seems like things are getting worse and worse. And how long are we going to continue to blame the pandemic for where we're at now?
Things aren't getting worse right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Think of the Handar. Wages are up now, according with inflation, since 2019, since Trump's administration. Wages are higher now, accounting for inflation.
Understood. All right. Well, I just wanted to get on. I didn't realize that it was going to work. So I appreciate your time.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Let's get this next individual. If you want to support me, so it's Venmo, Cash App in the bio. You can find it in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Well, there's many reasons. I'm in my 40s, and I've seen many presidents come and go. Obama being the biggest era of which I've been able to vote for, and I've seen a lot of decline in that. And so when Trump came for the last 4 years, I say 3 years because pandemic -1. That's not a fair year to be a president. But for the main years that I've been around, it's all been Democratic presidents, right? And we've only seen hardship. So we have not seen how great it could be. Like, I don't know.
Can you name me one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I guess not. No, I can't. But I feel as though that there are some rich people that highly influence great business and trickle down the effect.
Can you name me one historical example of trickle down economics working?
Can you?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking you in the eyes. So, no, I feel like that you could, actually.
Okay.
That's why the term is coined. It's not coined from nowhere, right? It comes from
So tell me, give me one historical example where trickle down economics worked. Because there's also a coined term for communism.
Okay, well.
Do you think communism works?
It could, probably somewhere.
Okay, do you think socialism works?
Probably somewhere.
Okay, so do you think feudalism works?
Yeah, probably somewhere.
You think slavery works?
That's not the same.
Okay, but you are accepting of feudalism? I don't even think you know what feudalism is.
Probably not. You want to give me the definition?
Okay, so do you know what serfs are in Lords?
Serfs?
Yeah.
Tell me some more. Teach everyone. You got 8.5K people listening to you. Teach us all.
It's not necessary. I can explain it though. For example, in the context of feudalism, there's going to be lords who would control specific subsets of land, right? And then over that subset of land, the people that live under that land, right, they work underneath a lord.
Okay.
Does that make
So
sense?
the question, no, that totally makes sense. It's just whether or not I believe in it or am pro for it. No, absolutely not here. But I'm sure somewhere it works.
Okay. So sure somewhere. Don't know where, but maybe somewhere.
You're a good time. All right, well, but I kind of want you to answer your own question, like where trickle down economic, when did it work?
I don't have an example, and that's why I don't think it's a good economic system. I think trickle down economics doesn't work.
At all.
So we adopted it in the 80s. You want to know what happened? Wages stopped increasing with productivity.
You're right.
When prior they did. Appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. Which means that if wages did increase with productivity, they would have increased to a significantly greater extent than they currently did.
Right. So, okay. So why are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, because she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't not rent to black people in 1973. Thank you for the roses. Thank you so much. Call for the execution of the Central Park five young black boys, Latino boys that were literally, exonerated based on DNA evidence. But Trump still believes that they're guilty, so he wants to, them to be executed. Him popularizing the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence that when there's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Think of the hand art. That's Trump's history of racism continued today when he says that Kamala Harris turned black, that suddenly she turned black, saying that she wasn't black prior.
No, I watched all the same things that you did. I get.
Sassy, the Galaxy, thank you so much.
I get what you're saying. My problem is that Kamala hasn't been in the face of, television and the public eye for so long that people seem to think that she does not have imperfections, and pretty soon she's going to say wrong things as well, and then not have anything to back it up with, as far as their policies are concerned. Can you speak on that at all?
Wait, sorry, say that more time. Sorry, because someone said they apparently. By the way, Gundy, I didn't change my my name at all. It's just that the names have always been the same in the bio. But the best way to find my Cash App and Venmo is just to click on my link tree in my bio, everyone, because it sends you directly to that if you click on the Cash App or the Venmo, and it gives you the QR code and stuff if you want to do that. But Gundy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Gundy. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Chrissy, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Chrissy. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So can you ask your question again? I do apologize.
Well, God, no, I don't remember it now.
I'm sorry.
Jesus, I mean, you think like 20 people, and now I'm supposed to remember it? Hey, no worries. I'll vote for Kamala. Peace out.
Based. Okay. All right. Nice. Okay. 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 You know what? What's up, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I don't believe Kamala would be good for the United States.
Why so?
I just don't. And based on why you said that you wasn't voting for Trump, it had nothing to do with his policies. It had everything to do with what people have said when he has said with other reasons. In her term of when she said she was going to build 300 homes, and that's going to make the economy go down because you have to have the people to pay for that. And then when you build the homes, you ain't got making no money off of it. And with the productivity and the wages going up, like you said before, well, if you keep raising the prices of the wages for everything else has to raise the price up. So it doesn't help it with anything because you have to pay the workers to make money off of the profit. So if you keep raising wages, the price of everything is still going to go up and it's still going to be higher.
Yeah, but less proportionally to the wage increase. So inflation isn't a bad thing, just insofar as that it's significantly less than the wage growth.
Yeah, but then say like what happened in California when they raised the prices of the minimum wage for fast food workers, and then the fast food become more than sitting in a restaurant. So when you do that and your wages go up like that, it's still the same way. You have to make up for the money that you're paying the people to come up with through what you're selling.
I live in California. Business is doing fine. So yeah, the wages would go up. You pay people more. Obviously, that's what a minimum wage is. Do you not believe in a livable wage?
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Tristan. Hello? Did he just leave? He just walked away. Okay. All right. God raptured him. They yaptured him. Yaptured. What's up, Palladia?
Hey, I'm 21. I was 100% Kamala until I found out it's not Kamala or Biden, it's Congress. So who are you voting into Congress?
What do you mean it's not Kamala or Biden, it's Congress? What do you mean?
I mean, Congress is who makes the votes, who affects how much it
costs. Thank you so much. So both are relevant. You need someone to sign the bill into law as president of the United States, and you need Congress to pass it.
Yeah.
So why would you say screw Kamala Harris because you need to vote in people?
Oh no, not screw Kamala Harris, of course. No, I don't. I agree with a bunch of Kamala's policies, but I know that Congress has to support her.
Who do I vote for in Congress? Democrats across the board.
Democrats across the board? Okay, I need to do my own research about that because I heard that and then it made me question my decision because I don't know if Congress supports her.
William, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So you don't know if Congress supports her? You need. So yeah, you need. I totally agree. You need to also vote for people in Congress. Williams, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Hello, I can't hear you. You're covering your mic. Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Excuse me. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. By the way, Everett, I completely select that random from the guest box. So if you don't get added up, everyone, that's completely dependent upon the random selection. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I plan to.
And why is that?
There's a number of reasons, but you're probably, I don't know where you stand religiously, but you're probably not going to like this, and you're probably going to think I'm a hypocrite, but hopefully you can just hear me out. So, as someone who believes in God, who's read the Bible, I want to pick someone who aligns with those values, not necessarily, what they did 20 years ago. I'm not voting for someone for what they do in the bedroom. I'm voting for what they did when they had control and power. And what I saw with Trump was that he was the first president to ever be at the pro-life march. He moved the capital, Jerusalem, back to Israel. Things that are important
Lauren,
to
can I ask you a
people.
question?
Yeah, of course.
Why should abortion be illegal, but my mom telling me Santa Claus existed, it shouldn't be?
Did Trump make abortion illegal?
So effectively speaking, leaving it up to the states does make it illegal. And you think it
How?
should be illegal, right? Because you're
How
arguing
so?
from the pro-life perspective.
I am personally against abortion, but I am voting for a man who didn't make it illegal.
You're voting for a man that made it illegal within 1/3 of the country, and he brags about it.
There are states and they have a vote. Do you not believe in that kind of democracy? Do you not think that states have, do you not think that California had the right to make itself a sanctuary state?
I don't think human rights should be left up to the states.
What rights do you think? Like, when do you think a child in the womb is viable? You believe it's right after birth, is that correct? Do you think that's when it becomes a life?
No, viability typically happens around 24 weeks. The earliest level of viability we've seen is a bit after 20 weeks.
I think the earliest child born was 21 weeks. So
Yeah, it's around
in
that.
asking,
It's around that. It's
are
about
you
21.
personally against abortion after 21, 24 weeks, or do you not care overall?
Yeah, personally, after sentience, I'm against elective abortion. But people who need it for medical circumstances, grave, things
Sure,
like that,
exceptions.
absolutely can get access to it. But most abortions after viability, or actually
Yeah.
basically all, are non-lethal abortions. Like the whole
do
idea that
you-
like people are waiting until like the 9th month and then getting a lethal abortion is ridiculous. Ashley, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. And Gloriani, thank you for the $75. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much, Glory. I really appreciate the $75. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Glory. Let's get some W's for Glory in the comments section. What were you saying, Glory?
Sorry, I just want to tangent real quick and thank you for being so respectful and kind to people of the opposite view, because not everybody, today's my first time ever going on a live, and I happened upon this other group that literally started cussing and yelling at me and making fun of me for simply saying what I said to you. And so when I found you, I was like, wow, this is actual discussion. We can disagree respectfully, and I appreciate that.
No, of course, of course. So like, what were you saying, Pride?
I think you were speaking right before that, but yeah, so if you're asking me personally, I think that there are a lot of people like me who, support Trump. He didn't, and according to us, right, that's our belief. There are states that have limited it. There are states that have medical exceptions. There are, I think, 9 states that allow abortion up to, like, with no exception. So the day you could be delivering and they
No,
will
okay,
allow abortion.
after viability, abortion is like non-lethal. Okay, so they don't specifically like kill the baby in the way that you're thinking. They
How do they kill the
specifically
baby?
they induce labor.
And then what do they do after they induce labor?
That's just birth. They
And
just
then
deliver the baby.
they deliver. So you're saying that they induce labor.
Yeah.
And then the baby's born,
Mhm.
and they're alive.
Yep,
Well, then that's not an abortion.
that is an abortion.
Well, then-
medically
well, then what-
medically defined an abortion. Yes.
Okay, so
Abortion
you're
just
saying
means
after the baby.
Abortion just means
after-
termination of pregnancy. It doesn't mean lethal termination of pregnancy.
After
Rachel,
the
thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Rachel in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Rachel. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get some W's for Rachel in the comment section. Thank you so much. I apologize. Go for it.
No, that's totally fine. So you're saying after the baby's born, it's alive, and then they kind of let it die.
No, it doesn't die. What? No, after viability, it survives.
I'm just saying that there are, like Washington, D.C., you can look it up. They have 0 restrictions on abortion.
Yeah,
does not
having
matter
having
after.
no restrictions on abortion doesn't mean people are like getting lethal abortions at that stage.
No, but they are. They are. Like,
So-
look it up. In those states, they are. Washington, D.C.,
Okay, give me a single doctor that has committed a lethal abortion in the 9th month.
I can't give you a single doctor, but I could send you an article that outlines it all. If you're interested, I could send it
Saying
to
it's
you.
legal to do doesn't mean that it does happen. By the way,
So you don't believe it happens?
I don't have any
Really?
good reason. I actually don't really think that it happens. I think it's just at that point, like.
Do
it
you
would be
believe that
pregnancy. You just give
most
birth.
abortions, do you believe personally that most abortions are abortions of convenience?
Regardless of what you think, it being convenience, I don't think that matters. I don't know if I could say most abortions are convenience.
Well, I work with youth here in California, and what I hear over and over, and this is just, I'm in Southern California, so maybe it's just a Southern California thing, but I have these girls that come to me and say, my best friend had unprotected, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on here. She didn't want to take the Plan B pill. She said, it's fine, I'll just get an abortion and it's free. And things like that make me think, how did we get here as a country? Because that used to not be the case. So whether you agree with abortion or not, what bothers me
Abortions
is
are
that
less common now than they used to be.
that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Where's your facts? That's just not true.
Look up amount of abortions in the United States. Due to contraceptives and access to sex education, the amount of abortions have decreased over time.
That's not true. What's happened
Yeah, it
is
is.
that
You can
states
find
like
this from the
California,
CDC.
sir, states like California no longer have to give the stats for abortions, which is why it may appear to you that it went down, but that's just trickery. California doesn't
No.
have to report the number. That's true.
For
Look it up.
example, in 2003, 1,200 abortions occurred. In 2023, 1 million abortions occurred.
Will
If
you
we
please
look back
up?
at 2000, 1.3 million occurred.
Will you look
Ariana,
up
thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ariana. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
States like California have made it so they do not have to report. So Planned Parenthood, anybody that performs an abortion does not have to report
Thank you
it.
so much.
And that's why numbers may appear that way, but they are happening. And I think anyone
give me a
with common
source?
sense, call Planned Parenthood. Like, it's anybody that's alive right now, I would think knows that more people are getting abortions. It's celebrated more. It's not even like, what did Democrats used to say? Rare, and the old mantra that
And
like
did
Bill
you know
Clinton
most?
said.
Yeah. So I just want to let you know again. This is a source from the CDC, right? And it gives a methodology specifically from the Guttmacher Institute, right? Which produces the national and state estimates. So these
Right.
estimates are predicated off of
Estimates
the
based
monthly
off
abortion provision study.
Based off what's reported, of course. And
So
if the state doesn't
it's
have to
estimated
report-
that it's so again we even have estimations for California. The thing that you just said is totally false, right?
It's not
you can see California data.
You can, because it's not that they don't, it's that they don't have to.
You
That's the
understand
point.
that you can see the data though, right? And also
Right,
I have yet to
those
see a
are-
single source that indicates that.
Those are the reporting places. There are some places that have no problem reporting, and there are others that want to keep it on the down low, so they don't
Okay,
report.
there's no reason to keep it on the down low.
So when do you think that abortions were the highest?
So again, abortions clearly based upon the evidence were higher in the early 2000s. They were higher in the
For the-
80s. If you
according
look at
to the CDC.
Statista, yeah, according to the CDC, you can also go to Statista. For example, in 1990 they were higher. Right, the entirety of the 90s it was higher. Right,
Was abortion-
literally
was
every
abortion-
year, like this is one of the lower years of abortions. There was a low year in 2020 though.
Do you think it's possible that fertility rates are down and that could be the cause, but percentage-wise, it's not
No,
necessarily lower?
I don't think it's fertility rates. I think it's access to contraceptives and sex education.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree. I know for a fact, I have a friend who's very involved in California and they don't have to report. And that's sad to me. And look, we don't have to agree on it, but if you're asking why I vote for Trump, it's things that he did in office, not things he did in the bedroom, not things he did 20 years ago. All of the talking points I hear, they matter, but they don't resonate with me, because what does resonate with me is, grocery prices. And I heard you talking about, I think, were you talking earlier about why do you think grocery prices were higher, a year ago than they were under Trump's administration?
Because of global inflation. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world, we saw inflation. It's related to
and
the
you don't
pandemic,
think
corporate
that
greed,
has
the Federal Reserve's
anything.
response to COVID.
But why weren't corporations greedy under Trump?
They were.
I mean, doesn't everyone
but
say
look,
he's all
corporate
for big
greed can
business?
hold up. Corporate greed can exploit specific circumstances to take advantage of you. Specific
Uh-huh.
circumstances
So-
like COVID can allow for them to engage
Or
in
a weak
more corporate greed.
president? A weak
No, it has
president
nothing to do with the
that we know.
president. Has nothing to do with the president.
Oh, what I
Why would it
find
happen
so
if it had to have
funny-
everything to do with the president? Why did it happen globally?
Well, why did all of a sudden Russia invade Ukraine when Biden got in office? Why did all of a sudden Hamas attack Israel when Biden was in office? Because when we have a weak
None of those
U.S.
things have anything to do with
president,
the president. Appreciate that, confetti.
No,
Why
no,
were
they-
there more U.S. Service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration than the Biden administration? 65 under Trump, 16 under the
because
Biden-Harris
Biden
administration.
pulled us out in a sham way that left all of our gear and everything, including 13 Americans.
That's a lie.
left
That's a lie,
there.
by the way. So again, the gear
That's a
that you're
lie?
referencing, the only gear that was
Mhm.
related to the United States was given to the Afghan government to defend themselves. All the rest of it was taken home, right, or it was destroyed on site, so it's not able to be used. There were 13 service members that did die. It's very sad. It's terrible that happened, and I'm sorry to say that happened. And again, there were 65 under Trump. Okay, so that doesn't mean it's caused by Biden. Doesn't mean it's caused by Trump. It just means it happened under their administration. And you're saying there's more conflict. Okay, but there wasn't.
Yes.
There's more conflict the U.S. was involved in under Trump's administration because more people died. Okay. All right. So again, you understand that
Sorry,
that
I
agreement
got a
to leave
call and
Afghanistan.
It cut you out for a second.
You know that agreement to leave Afghanistan was set up by Trump.
Yeah, but in a smart
He signed
way is what he said.
signed
We're
an
gonna not-
agreement with the Taliban, which they released 5,000 murderers to be able to get the deal done.
The thing is that most Americans have a common sense factor, and we know that the world is not better off now that Biden is in office. And you can say that has to do with Trump or Biden, but I believe there's a reason why.
Why did she just mute? You just randomly muted. Did you get a call?
Apparently I'm popular and getting calls. Yes, I've gotten 3 since we've been on. I think that for people like me, what we see is that there was not all of this conflict happening, not in the way it is now. I mean, why did Russia was going after other countries under Obama and under Biden, but not under Trump.
Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. Why was what going up? Sorry, I apologize.
Russia was going after places
Oh.
like Ukraine, invading under Obama and under Biden, but he didn't.
And
in the
wait,
4
are you going to
years of
ignore
Trump.
what happened under Bush?
No, I don't like President Bush.
Okay, so it also happened under Bush. But under Trump's administration, because it didn't happen under Trump's administration doesn't mean anything. We have leaked Kremlin documents saying that they think Trump is easily manipulated. We also have reasons to believe that Trump is easily manipulated because he believed Russian intelligence, right, and Putin saying that they didn't interfere with our elections over U.S. intelligence that indicated that, and that was proven.
Sorry, I had several thoughts, so let me just collect them. And I think that, your opinion is that, I think a lot of people thought when Trump got in office that he was going to be this crazy, thumbs on the nuclear codes. I think what you cited, I can't remember what you said exactly, was that they don't trust him or they think he's whatever. And I think a lot of people felt that way. And a lot of Americans were told that.
No,
what we learned.
you didn't hear me. So,
Okay,
so
please
Donald
repeat
Trump
it.
trusted Putin's intelligence about Russia interfering with the election over U.S. intelligence that indicated they did interfere with the election. Putin said
Yeah,
they
sorry,
didn't.
it was-
U.S. intelligence said they did, and it was proven.
It was just right before that. What you said right before that was that a leaked document
God, thank you
said
so much.
Trump.
Oh, the leaked Kremlin documents said that Trump is easily manipulated.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing. I think Americans were told the same thing. And what we learned was that our country felt stronger. I think overall
No,
we
but
had
this
more
is what
pride
another
in our
country
country.
says. This is what Russia says.
Right,
Jacob,
but
think of the
other
galaxy.
co-
Thank you so much.
I hope that other countries, we don't want them, we want other countries to fear us, right? To some extent.
Thinking you're easily manipulated is not fearing.
But was he easily manipulated? How did they
According to the
easily
Kremlin.
manipulate him?
Again,
Oh,
I
so
just
we
told
trust
you.
the Kremlin now?
Lauren, I
Yeah.
just gave you an example. This is not us trusting the Kremlin. It's leaked Kremlin documents.
Right, but where's the proof that it happened?
The leaked Kremlin documents.
The U.S. can leak a document that says that, we're going to invade Russia. That doesn't mean it happened.
No, but these are leaked Kremlin documents.
Where is that? Send me the link and, show me where it's verifiable that every country just thought he was easily manipulated. What I saw was strength. And that's all I'm trying to tell you is the other side. We're not just these crazy. We don't think he's Jesus incarnated. What we saw was strength. What I know is that it was easier to buy groceries under Trump. And you can say that had nothing to do with him, but I think a lot of Americans say, I'd like to give that one a try one more time because things were better. And I know you're in California and you said business is fine, but I have a small business and it's not fine.
So again, as it relates to small businesses, who wants to help you? Push the Rockstar, thank you so much. It is Kamala Harris.
How did she want to help me?
She wants to give you a $50,000 deduction on your taxes for new startup businesses. And she wants to decrease taxes on income under, for like families, for earned income tax credit, for first-time home buyers. I can give you Trump's his former national security advisor saying that he's easily manipulated with flattery. The leaked Kremlin documents, according to Business Insider, describe him as impulsive, mentally unstable, unbalanced individual.
Right. I mean, so many Democrats say that in America. Like,
these are
that's not
specifically
news.
from Putin, and I just gave you an example of Putin easily manipulating
Which
Donald
is
Trump.
actually so interesting because the Democrats tell me all the time that Donald Trump and Putin are besties. So which is it?
So the point that we're making is that Trump bends the knee. That's what I say. So I don't think they're besties, but I think Trump bends the knee.
I hear you on that, but I think like what my eyes saw was that we weren't over there giving Russia all of our like guns. Like what did we do for Russia that was so wonderful?
I just told you, Trump literally believed Russian propaganda from Putin over U.S. intelligence. Like, do you realize how ridiculous that is? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Don't you think that makes us seem weak on the global stage? That Trump is willing to bend the knee to a dictator rather than looking at his own U.S. intelligence?
Didn't U.S. intelligence and FBI tell us that Hunter Biden laptop was a hoax? And it was all censored before the election, and then it comes out that it's actually true. So maybe he's right to not trust.
Wait, okay, no, because again, it was proven that it was the case that they did interfere. And again, you're saying that you don't trust U.S. intelligence at all.
I'm saying I can
it's not good
understand
to
why.
trust U.S. intelligence because again, that's unlikely for it to be wrong. And also, U.S. intelligence is not the same thing as the FBI. There, Andrew,
Sure.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand art as well, Jen.
I'm trying super hard not to interrupt you because I know it's frustrating. But what I was going to say is I can understand why Trump would have a hard time. Like people who voted for Trump, I think saw the amount of pushback, saw the amount of people
Kelly,
in
thank you
high
for the $6.66.
positions that
Thank you
did
so
not
much.
want him there. So it's understandable to us why he would be very leery of what I think a lot of us felt like they were trying to destroy him from the inside out. So
Yeah,
you don't have to
I
agree.
think
You
he's
can
just
think it's
incredibly
ridiculous.
paranoid. There's no good reason to believe that, and he's using that as a mechanism to use conspiracy to control you people. I'm being dead serious. He's
Do you think
controlling
that
MAGA.
do you
He's
think that
controlling
the-
MAGA by using conspiracy.
But he doesn't. Jesus Christ is like the Lord of my life. That's who I answer to, not Trump. I don't really
Yeah,
give it.
so Trump literally
I'm
goes
sorry, I won't
against
say that
everything
word. I don't
that
care.
Christianity teaches you. Name one commandment he hasn't gone against.
Sorry, I'm just reading comments real quick. Sorry,
Name
it's so
one-
hard. But
name
saying
one-
I look wealthy, like thank you so much.
Lauren, name one.
I shop on Shein, so I appreciate the compliment.
Name one commandment that Trump has not violated.
So funny that
Lauren, you're cutting out.
if he's
I just want one commandment he has not
me?
violated.
I don't believe he's murdered anyone.
So okay.
Can you hear me?
So yeah, I can get. So you don't think that people who have died from abortion bans that are predicated off of Trump overturning Roe versus Wade are people that have been killed by Trump? You don't think that people who have been bombed around the world due to U.S. drone strikes and military strikes were killed by Trump? You don't think Trump vetoing Trump vetoing the blocking of an arms deal going to Saudi Arabia that they used to commit a genocide in Yemen isn't violating that?
Gosh, then that means that Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden are all murderers as well, which is like, whew, what are we left with?
Yeah, I don't dispute the idea that again they have committed crimes as it relates to people who have died or innocent. For standard, I actually do.
I think
That is
if
something
you
I
became-
do. Ironically, Lauren, that is actually something I do apply to presidents. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I think if you became president, I think it's incredibly hard to run a country for 4 years and not have any loss of life. So I'm saying,
No,
on a
I'm saying
personal level, I don't
actively his
believe he's killed
policies
anyone.
led to tens of thousands of people's lives being lost.
Still, I'm sorry, at the core of my being, I feel like the things that he did
Undermining
in office.
masks.
Yeah, I never wore a mask.
Yeah, so it's that type of conspiracy and ideology that led to thousands of people dying.
But it's not. Science is like,
It is.
my brother is a scientist, like literally PhD, and he said the COVID virus is so small that masks do nothing.
That's
So-
a ridiculous statement because it mostly attaches it to water droplets that are stopped by the masks. So that's
So
a
why don't we
ridiculous
all
statement
wear
for him to say.
masks all the time?
Because it is the case that we were at a greater proportionality of spreading the viruses then during the global pandemic. Push the sunglasses, thank you so much. There's less of a proportionality of spread.
So do you support the vaccine that Trump?
Yeah,
You know,
like
got
Operation Warp
started?
Speed. Yeah, I like Operation Warp Speed.
So is there anything else you like about him?
First Step Act. That's about it. I don't like
Sorry,
Trump.
what did you say? It was just that.
First Step
basically.
Act.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to explain to you, like, I'm a woman,
And you want to
millennial.
restrict other women's rights?
No, I believe that my personal beliefs show me that I'm going to vote for the person who's most in line with them. And he
Yeah,
didn't.
thank you for the $10.
he
Thank you so
didn't.
much.
He didn't ban abortion. That's just a left talking point. Like,
Would he actually left it up to the states, which did ban it in plenty of states? Would Jesus restrict people
states
from
have a
coming?
right to vote.
Would
Like
Jesus would Jesus restrict people from coming across the border?
There's one verse about that, and what it says is that you aren't to treat them poorly. So yeah, if they're that doesn't mean that like there's a reason you don't allow your. Do you have a door on your house? Do you have gates? Like,
I'm not Christian. Also, again, that's not the same thing as borders. Jesus explicitly referenced borders there. And Mike, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mike. Can we get some W's for Mike in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mike.
W's for Mike. Yeah, no, the what it says in the Bible is that you're not to treat them poorly. And I think if they come over here and you put them into slavery or something like that, that's directly what it's talking about. I think sending people back to where they came from is not the same thing.
So when did Jesus say that to like send people back from where they came from?
I'm talking
Would you
about.
deport Jesus if he didn't come here legally?
Well, it's a different time, but what I'm saying is that, like you, that was the one area I was like, everything else with the Republican Party lines up more with my
Lauren,
faith.
I mean, Jesus wasn't born here. He's not a citizen yet. Are you sure he has documentation? Is he allowed
I'm
to be
sure. I'm sure that he would kindly, like, he probably wouldn't, commit illegal acts to come here. So, like, that's a moot point.
Okay. So, like, the only reason is because he wouldn't come here illegally.
I just don't understand why you think it's appropriate for people to have locked doors and gates and fences like Biden, like Harris, if we're just supposed to be welcoming to everyone. There's a reason. It's a logical reason.
So, know something funny? Republicans, they restrict your free speech at their events. They restrict your access to guns at their events, right? They restrict plenty of things, right? You act like in specific contexts, it isn't going to be different. John, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, John. Can we get some W's for John? Thank you so much.
I don't really believe that Republicans, to me, Republicans are cowards and Democrats borderline evil with some of their policies. So I don't think that
what policy
Republicans
did I
are so
advocate
great.
for that's evil? Giving people health care?
Abortion. Yeah, that you call health care.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Yeah, so making sure that women have rights. My bad.
I mean, I just think that if there's a guy and I'm like, you know what, I murdered him. You don't know, like, what he was abusive. Like, don't
Lauren,
I have
can I
rights?
ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
Yeah, I mean, I can't quote it off the top of my head, but I read the whole Bible.
Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So why is God commanding Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite children and infants, okay? But somehow women getting access to abortion isn't okay.
Well, have you read, that's the Old Testament, which is different
That's
than the
still
New
your
Testament.
God. That's still
right,
your God.
But when Jesus came down, he died for our sins, and it's a whole new ball game. And I hope you
So
get the
God
chance to
changed?
read it.
So perfect God changed?
No, he's the same yesterday, today,
Okay.
and forever.
If he is the same, well then he's the same as the time he commanded, Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite children and infants.
What he says is he abhors the shedding of innocent blood, and there's nothing more innocent than a child in the womb. That's my personal belief.
Yeah. What about the Amalekite children? Push the gold medal. Thank you so much.
Well, they were all worshiping idols, and they were all
The infants? The infants were worshiping idols?
Well, obviously
The sheep,
God's
the
sovereign,
ox?
and you're not. And again, that's the Old
Wait,
Testament.
so what were the infants doing that was wrong?
Well, I wasn't there. I'm telling you that I believe the Bible is true, and you like to quote it when it's convenient for you.
No,
But
what
I
I'm
know
doing is I'm
that-
showing you the hypocrisy under worldview.
Yeah, that's not. That's just cherry picking.
Tonya, thank you
verses.
so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much.
I invite you to read the whole Bible in its context and tell me that
I did.
you can.
I just told you.
You've read the whole Bible.
Yes, I just told you.
When did you read the whole Bible?
I grew up Christian.
So you've read the whole Bible front to back.
Yep.
Like the thing
So
is, that a lot of
Lauren, what are the
so-called-
first 4 books of the New Testament?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and James.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What about the first of the Old Testament?
Um,
Okay, she's looking it up. Miles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. So if you want to look specifically, Chelsea, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What are the 2 commandments God gives you in the New Testament?
love Jesus and love others.
Love thy neighbor?
Yeah. See,
I'll
the
give it
thing
to
is
you.
that my mom
enough.
had an abortion and she's regretted it every day since she was 19 years old. So I do think it's loving to tell people the truth. They can still make their own decisions.
Put other women in prison because of that.
When did I say we should put women in prison?
Wait, should murder be illegal?
Yes.
Should all murderers go to prison?
Yes.
So you think women who get abortions should go to prison?
Nope. I think the abortion doctor should.
So why not the women?
Because I think that
Aren't they
women are
committing
being,
murder?
I think women are being lied to, and doctors know exactly what they're doing. They're doctors. They
Okay,
know
so-
that they're pulling out a child limb by limb. They know
Okay.
that the child feels pain. I
Okay,
think
so they
most
don't know.
Women,
Okay.
Most women aren't evil. Most women aren't demonic. Most women are vulnerable and in a hard
Chris, thank you for
position.
$10. Thank you so much,
And
Chris.
it's very easy to believe the lies and the propaganda that it's just a clump of cells, because that's really easy to do when you're in a really hard position. But what my mom found out is after the fact, she has regretted it every day since, and I've watched her cry. So look, I'm speaking to the women that have been fed lies, had an abortion because they were told
Can
it
I
was going to
respond to
solve.
this
Wait, can I finish?
Tammy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
They were told it was going to solve all of their problems and it would go away forever, but it didn't, and she's haunted by it, and that's what breaks my heart.
Okay, so then here would be my question. Child pedophiles in the past. I appreciate the child P3Ds. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. Would you put them in prison if you could?
Pedophiles?
Yeah, if you could go back into the past with a time machine, would you put child P3Ds in prison?
I think it depends. Like if we're talking about an 18-year-old has sex
Miles,
with a
thank you for the $5.
17-year-old.
Thank you so much. No, that's not a child P3D. Oh my gosh, what the hell? No,
I don't know what a child P3 is. Like
Pedophile.
No, I know that, but like pedophile, you can
and
be
18 and 17 is not pedophile. So here, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so I'm talking a 40-year-old man and a 13-year-old girl. Okay, would you put the man in prison?
I think now it's illegal, so yes, you have to.
So no, but would you go back in time and go to them when they were deceived in their societies, thinking it's okay?
No, because that was a cultural thing.
Oh, so you wouldn't put those pedophiles in prison?
Are you trying to talk about the Old
The
Testament
ones that
times?
assaulted 13-year-olds? You
Did
wouldn't
they
put a
assault
40-year-old.
them?
So you
Did
wouldn't
they
put
assault them?
Yes,
Like
yes.
that's different. Like
Yes.
they raped them or they
Yes.
married them.
You understand what they would do after they married? They consummate the marriage, which is raping them.
Right, but in those
Sheree, thank you for
days,
the $5. Thank you so much.
in those days, that's how women were taken care of. You married a man, and then you were taken care of for the rest
So
of your life.
you wouldn't put the 40-year-old man who raped the 13-year-old in prison.
We're talking in the Old Testament. No, it wasn't illegal.
You wouldn't put them in prison? That's such a crazy worldview. You know, Charlie Kirk said the same thing. He said he wouldn't put people in
that's
prison
good.
and retroactively enforce laws, and then he also contradicted himself. At the end of the clip, he said, "Oh, I would have killed them myself." That's what he said.
Well, was that a splice
So he
clip?
contradicted himself. So,
Well, I'm not trying to be-
I would hope that you'd actually enforce it, but you're like, I don't care. Wendy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Sir. If you just
Patricia,
let me
thank you so much
talk-
for the $25. Thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
If you let me talk, what I'm saying is if you read the whole Bible, you would understand that in those days, marrying men was their lifeline. That was how they were taken care of. So I support women.
So
being taken
families shouldn't take care of 13-year-olds. It should be a 40-year-old husband.
Yeah. in
Hi,
those
thank you for the
days,
$5. Thank you so much.
That's what it took. That was a cultural.
Are you
norm.
really
Like,
on the live justifying pedophilia right now?
It's not. It wasn't pedophilia. That wasn't.
That
even
is
the term.
pedophilia. A 40-year-old having sex with a 13-year-old isn't pedophilia?
Not in those days. Like you said, you read the Bible, so
oh my
it wasn't.
God.
When did it say it was pedophilia?
Jesus Christ, she's on here justifying literally pedophiles marrying children and raping them.
Were the women against it?
You're literally justifying raping children.
Well, were the women against it?
They're not women, they're little girls.
Right, but in
If,
those
I
days,
have a
they weren't
question. If
considered
a
that.
14-year-old little girl wanted to have sex with one of the One Direction members, and they did so, did the One Direction member rape the 13-year-old girl that wanted to do it?
Rape them? Like,
Yeah, you
are
have to
they
take out
over
the G.
18?
They're
Right.
13. They're
Oh,
13.
sorry. Are you talking nowadays, or are we going back in
Yes,
time
nowadays.
and One Direction
Nowadays.
exists?
Nowadays.
If they're over 18, that's a law, and we
I said
you
13.
cannot.
13.
No, but the One Direction people, right? They're over 18.
Yeah, they're over 18. Yes.
Right. So if
I'm not talking about the law. I'm talking about what your morals are.
I guess if the 13-year-old is, consents, I'm not really for it, but there are bigger fish to fry morality ways.
That's
than, like,
fucking. You think a
an
13-year-old can consent to sex with an adult? That's fucking disgusting.
He's 18, so if he were
That's disgusting
17,
as fuck. No, I'm talking the people who are in One Direction who are literally in their 20s.
Okay, I just said 18.
Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Cammy,
I'm
thank you for the
saying if he
$20.
were-
Thank you so much, Cammy. And
If he
Kai,
were
thank you for the $5.
17 and a half, it would legally be whatever, but if he's 18, it's not.
I don't think it's whatever. I don't think it's whatever for a 17-year-old to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Well, that's happening all the time. Like, I just told
That
you I
doesn't mean
work
it's
with you.
okay. What the fuck?
It's not okay. I never said it was
Susanna,
okay.
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You just keep
And
interrupting
Steph,
me.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, someone said you were on Divas Live before, and they said you're controlled by your husband.
Yeah,
should
my
go
husband
down.
was in the room, and the woman started making fun of me and my voice. So he got on, and then it was, your wife is whatever. So yeah, he is protective of me, and he was in the room and
No,
could
no.
hear everything.
Does your husband control you?
No.
Okay, all right. That's what they said. I was just trying to make sure that.
Well,
everything's
right,
okay.
because that's what the
He's a
moderators were
corgi.
saying. Like that I told you about it when I
Julie,
first got
thank you for
on.
the $10. I thought you
I
said that
said-
you've. I thought this is the first time you've been on a live.
I said today is the first time, and I said
Oh.
I thank you for being kind and respectful, because the one before this, literally, she started cussing at me, yelling at me, and making fun of me because I had a different opinion.
Okay, so I have a question. If it's legal, do you think it's okay morally?
No, of course not. Like,
Okay.
are we talking about everything, or?
No. Okay, so but you said that a 13-year-old could consent to sex with a One Direction member, or no, they can't.
I said that I have bigger moral issues than that.
Give the hand up.
I said,
You have
like, I'm
bigger
not
moral
really-
issues than child rape.
I have 2 sons, and so obviously it's like, no, that's not appropriate. But there are laws against it, so that is why they should.
But you
go
think
to
it's
prison.
immoral, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point. Is that you're saying it's grape, right? So again, you would put them in prison, right?
I wouldn't say it's great.
Would you put someone who grapes children in prison?
Nowadays, yes.
You wouldn't consider. Oh, not in the past.
Well, no, because it wasn't illegal. Do you put people? Would you put someone in prison for something that's not illegal?
Yes. Would you put slave owners in prison?
If it were illegal, yes.
Oh, if it were when it was legal, would you put slave owners in prison if you could?
When it was legal,
Yeah.
I think I that's a hard thing to say. I'm not.
It's
like
not hard.
Cheryl.
I would put slave owners in prison.
Yeah, but if like there were a lot of people that were very fooled into believing that it was okay, right?
So
you wouldn't try
I don't
talking to them first. You wouldn't give
no,
them the
I'd
moral
put them
reasons?
in prison. Appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much. I'd put them in prison.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So again, why do you not want to put? So you would not put them in prison?
Sorry, which one are you referring to? I want to make sure I answer clearly.
Okay, actually, I'll ask you
And
this.
then I
If
would love to
cannibalism,
just-
if cannibalism were normalized in a society and people thought cannibalism was okay, would you like put people in prison who cannibalized other humans?
If it was okay and not illegal.
Mm-hmm. Like
did-
not okay, but like I don't think it's okay ever. But it
Did-
was like
yeah.
considered not illegal to cannibalize other humans.
That means they killed them and ate them.
Mhm.
I mean, I know what cannibal. No, that's murder. Like you're murdering someone. Now, if you're in the Alps and your plane crashes, like that's
So why can't you
happened.
say the same thing with grape and slavery? Like what?
Well, because there's different moral issues, and like
There's different moral issues. That's a crazy way to say that. Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
So I assume you're no longer a Christian. Is that correct?
No, definitely not.
When did you not become a Christian, or when did you kind of pull away from that?
It's probably like 17, 18.
Can I ask you why? Is that too personal?
Can't make the view consistent, logically speaking.
Okay. Well, that's reasonable. So you're now an atheist?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's hard because, listen, I was like you. I've matured a lot in the past few years, and I feel like when you're really seeking God, He will come to you. And there's been a lot of discernment that I feel like I've gained in the past 3 years that have really changed a lot of the way I view things. I mean, like, I used to be a lot more worldly. I used to
Chelsea,
feel
thank you for the
differently.
$5. Thank you.
So I can understand where people are coming from. And I can understand why I seem like a crazy person. Because if you don't know the Lord and you don't have the Holy Spirit, then I do sound crazy. So I'm sorry to all of you that have had to
Wait,
listen
are your
to me.
sons under 18?
Yes.
Do you teach them that they can consent to adults?
That they can consent like to
Yeah, like sex with adults.
No, we don't talk about that. They're at a young age. They're little boys.
So would you tell them that like you can't consent to those things? Like that's a bad thing. They shouldn't.
Yeah,
be doing
for
that?
sure. Like
Someone
I said,
think of the $10. Thank you so much. I don't know. I didn't do that.
There's a difference between what I support and like throwing someone in jail.
Okay. So okay, I have a question. Why do you want to put someone in prison for who is an abortionist who does does an abortion, but you don't want to put someone in jail who told their kid that Santa Claus exists when they know that lying is wrong?
Really? You don't
Yeah,
see
like
a
they're both
difference?
sins. They're both sins. It's your view. Me, I see a huge difference. You, under your view, they're both sins.
Well,
So
no,
what's the difference?
because when we view Hitler, yes, he's a sinner like you and like me, but we are not the same because there's a level of repentance. Like, do you think that, like, if by that token, we're all going to hell because we're all sinners? We've all lied. We've all cheated. We've all, name one. We've all done it.
So sin is sin. So why wouldn't you put them in prison for committing this sin, but you would put them in prison for committing a different sin?
Well, do we go to jail for lying?
Well, again, certain things. Yeah, actually, there are certain things that, like, if you lie, you go to jail.
Yeah,
for
like I
fraud.
guess, yeah.
Logan,
But,
thank you
like,
for $5. Thank you so much.
most people aren't going to jail
Perjury.
for lying.
Okay,
right?
but wait.
I
Again,
would say
so
most
why?
people.
Why
most
shouldn't
people
it?
go to.
Okay, but I
Most-
understand that we might not do that now. But if it's wrong under your worldview, why put them in prison for one sin but not the other?
Well, again, it's my personal beliefs because of my
So it's
faith.
not predicated off of the religion. So if it's not predicated off the religion, then why do you retroactively enforce the Christian morality in the
Mhm.
context of abortion?
Because God's pretty clear in his word about the shedding of innocent blood. He does not say that he abhors like telling a white lie.
Chelsea,
So there
thank
is a
you for the
difference.
$20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. And Andrew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So God does say it's wrong to lie. It's one of
He
the 10
does say it's
commandments.
wrong, but when you read the whole Bible, you see it's not one of the things that he abhors.
What do you mean abhors?
Like he says he abhors the shedding of innocent blood. So in the Old Testament, when God
Does he say that he abhors grape? So should
he
grape be legal?
well, let me just finish my thought. In the Old Testament, when he destroys cities, it is because
Emily, thank you for
of
the $10. I did see that. Thank
sexual
you.
debauchery, idolatry, and child sacrifice, shedding of innocent blood. That is when he wipes out nations, not because they were lying, not because they did mean tweets. Like that's the difference.
Okay,
What-
so then here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Should it be illegal to engage in fornication?
No,
Why not? It's a sin.
fornication is. I mean,
Yeah, fornication's a sin.
well, once again, I just outlined the things that God abhors.
Yeah,
Everybody's
you said
a sinner.
sexual immorality. That's sexual
Debauchery.
immorality.
Yeah, it was sexual debauchery.
What is that?
It's not very specific, but I imagine. I don't even want to say on here what I imagine, but when you read the context, and I encourage all of you, if you're listening and curious, like just read it, because obviously the Bible can get graphic, but not.
Yeah,
in
read it.
detail
You'll become
there.
more atheist. So please do read the Bible.
Yeah, I
Kate, thank you for the
encourage you.
$20. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kate. Can we get some W's for Kate in the comment section? Thank you so much.
And I'll just say this: if you do read the Bible to become more of an atheist, just try saying, "God, if you're real, show me."
You know I've
God,
done
if
that in
you're-
my life, right?
Well, he does say that some people's hearts are just too
And
hardened.
I'm being for real. God did not come inside of me. Did he
I'm
come
not
inside of
saying-
you?
That sounds so wrong.
What?
I
What do
said
you
that
mean?
sounds so wrong. I didn't say. I said, God, if you're real, show me, not come inside me.
Corey, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Come on, that
What?
sounds
I'm just
bad.
asking because you pray for God to give you an experience. that
Yeah,
you're not gonna forget.
I didn't listen. I didn't say it was going to happen for everyone. I think God
Someone,
knows.
thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Why do you say this is goodbye? Thank you so much, someone's. If you tell me your account name, I'll make sure that you're not muted. I wouldn't mute you. Can we get some W's for someone's in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And JV, thank you for the hand heart. What were you saying, Lauren?
I said I think I was saying not everyone has the exact same experience, obviously, because God is different with all of us, and you're not dead yet. So I'm going to hold out hope that someday you see the light. But I also think that there are people whose hearts are just hard, and that seems to be you right now, and that's okay.
Thank you for the
Like,
$5. Thank you so much. Hardened heart, whatever you want to think. The point I'm making is that I have a critical thinking brain, and I'm going to critically think about the beliefs that you have, right? And
Yeah.
I cannot make your belief coherent. And we can talk about that further if you'd like, but like I don't want to make this into like a religious conversation.
Sure,
It's just that like a
sure.
perfect being can't have imperfect desires. We exist in an imperfect, world. Therefore, God couldn't possibly have desired to create this world.
Yeah.
Cammy, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Cammy. Can we get some W's for Cammy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yeah, that's totally true, Cammy. Totally true. And Kelsey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Have you read they're telling me to read Numbers 5:11. It says, is this oh yeah, so like in this circumstance in which a woman is unfaithful to their husband, should they get an abortion if they get pregnant? Push the Rockstar, thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Should they get an abortion in that context? Should they drink the bitter water to cause an abortion?
we're talking Old Testament here.
Yeah, but that's still your. So do you think abortions in the past were justified?
Well, I think that there are several cases of incest and rape where God does wonderful things with the child that was conceived. And, again, we're talking Old Testament. So, like, if the New Testament isn't different, if Jesus Christ coming down and dying for our sins doesn't change things, then the whole thing's a farce. But it does. There's instances of men having multiple wives in the Old Testament, and that's not okay now. So there are things that changed. It used to be that you couldn't eat things like bacon, pigs, but that changed with Jesus because it doesn't matter now what we, eat. That's not our salvation. It was Jesus.
So why is fornication still immoral?
That's just the Bible talks about that in
Yeah,
the New
but like if you can just change what you believe in terms of that, why can't you change it in terms of this?
Well, because God
Sean,
is
thank you for the
sovereign.
$100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Sean in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said keep up the great work. 99.9% of the people you debate are set in stone, but I think you change a small fraction a day, and that is helpful. You're doing an amazing job. Ask Lauren if they allowed children to consent today. Would she allow her children to be with a 50-year-old?
No.
Okay, so just because it is the case that it happens under the
Can I just
in a
ask
society
you
doesn't
something?
mean that's okay.
Can I just ask you something? Do
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
view me like an enemy? Because it's just like, these are my moral beliefs and convictions. And you asked, why are you voting for Trump? I outlined it very clearly that the things he did in his 4 years in office lined up more with my faith, my morals, my values. And that is why a lot of people vote for Trump. But it's really easy to just, she's delusional. Well, you can say what you want, but you asked me why. I explained why. I'm trying to just give you the reasons why, thousands, maybe millions of people like me aren't brainwashed. We don't think Trump is the second coming. We don't think he's some fantastic man, but given the choice between two options,
Mike, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Mike.
he lines up with my morals and values. So that
He literally doesn't. All you brought up was abortion. So I have a question. If
no, I
Donald
didn't.
Trump,
I brought up the Capitol moving from Jerusalem.
If Donald Trump killed an infant, would you vote for him?
No.
But less babies would die long term because of abortion law, right?
No, he doesn't have a ban on abortion.
Oh, okay. Wait, so then why are you voting for Trump? Because then if he has no difference in terms of the view on abortion, then what is the reason why he's better?
Well, I outlined them. Okay.
And they are? You cut out, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I have bad Wi-Fi. I outlined that I think my life was better when he was in office. And, again, really easy to say, that had nothing to do with Trump. Okay,
Tasha,
a lot
thank you for the $5.
a lot
Thank you,
of
Tasha.
people like me say, let's give that a try because what's been going on hasn't been so great.
Okay, so you want to give
I-
other things a try. Trump was president. Remember, we gave it a try?
Right, and things were better for people like me.
Actually,
So
for like you. So do you make over $400K a year?
no.
Sammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, then your income tax wouldn't go up. So, what reason do you have to believe that you'd be better off?
Because I just was. Gas
Okay,
prices,
just because you were doesn't
food
mean it's because of
prices.
Those
Well,
would
I
go
know,
up under
but-
Trump's administration
But
because of tariffs.
listen, the thing is that if Biden had been in office, you guys would be like, look at the amazing, look at the gas prices. Like, that's just where we're going to disagree. Anything great he did, you guys say, oh, that wasn't Trump. Anything bad that happened, you say that was Trump.
No, I will acknowledge and give you arguments for all of those things. And I just told you earlier, there were things that I think that he did that were good. Operation Warp Speed, the First Step Act, those are things I can point to. I can be like, okay, this is good. And some
Yeah.
of the tax cuts for the middle-class Americans in the tax policy I think is good. But it predominantly went to people who are rich. $60,000 to the top 1% per individual. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Well,
Joseph,
when
thank you
he-
for $5.
when he
Thank you
did-
so much. And only $390 to people who make between $27,000 a year and $50,000 a year. I think there should be a lot more to go to the people who are making $27,000 a year, the $50,000 a year, than there is given to people who make over $800,000 a year.
Yeah, I trust a businessman over a politician any day.
Name one good
with
businessman that has
finances.
six bankruptcies, and he is a politician.
Well, what I'm telling you is that he dropped taxes and suddenly Americans had more money to spend and the economy was
Michael, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Michael. Let's get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So things you brought up. So you brought up he's a good businessman. Again, you can't name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
I think most businessmen that have been around as long as him have failed businesses. Like,
Not
come
six,
on.
not 6 bankruptcies. What happened to
Okay.
Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, Trump University?
I think the man
Trump
has employed
Airlines.
a lot of people
Trump
and
Casino.
he's had some failings, but I think overall he's
Some.
successful. Yeah, he had
His
some
dad gave him a
failings.
$400 million inheritance.
He did. He did. Not everybody gets that. At least he tried to do something with it. At least he didn't flounder it on cocaine and hookers.
Oh, you can't say that on the live. Shit.
Sorry.
I got to go on to the next person, Lauren. It's very unfortunate. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Cognitive, thank you for the love painting. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen to get to 1.5 million likes. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, first, I want to say majority of the things that you say about Trump is true, right? He's a convicted criminal. He has horrible moral character. He's probably a racist. I mean, I don't know him personally, but some of the things that he says is horrible. He's, a misogynist. But I am pro-life, so therefore I don't necessarily support Kamala Harris. So by default, I do lean more towards Trump. But as a specific person, like him individually, like I'm not like, oh my goodness, yay. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So then here would be my point: is that at what point do you think it's a person?
I believe it's a person once the sperm cell. I don't know what I can say. I don't want to get kicked off. What is once the sperm?
Conception.
Can I say that? Okay.
You're pretty much fine unless you refer to like specific drugs names.
Specific what?
Drugs names.
Okay,
Like you can't
okay.
you can't refer to drug names, but you can refer to basically anything else.
Got it. Also, this is my first live. I literally put the phone down, so that's so exciting. You're like my first person going live with. That's so fun.
Yeah, for sure. So you think at conception?
I do. I mean, I did do some research also when you were speaking to Lauren at 21 weeks, but I do. Well, I am too considered a Christian. Like I follow Jesus, so I do believe that there is more than what science presents to us. I also believe that we are spirit beings. So
But before we go into this, I'll give you an argument actually that relates to that here in a second.
Yeah.
But my question is, what's the relevant difference between a sperm and a zygote? That means one is valuable, but the other one is not.
I believe once at conception, a life is present. And if there is any termination of that is considered an abortion. So any termination of unborn fetus is abortion. So,
Okay. So like here would be my question then, because that doesn't really seem to be a response. What's the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm that means you value one but not the other? Because the sperm is living.
So what is the argument? Like getting rid of sperm cells? Like what
Sperm
are you?
is living, zygote is living. They're both single cell organisms. Why do you value one but not the other?
Why are you saying I value one, not the other?
Do you think it's murder to kill sperm?
Okay, so sperm cells by itself and egg cells by itself are not a baby. When they come together, they produce
Yeah,
a
but
human
they're
life.
living. But they're living. So why do you value?
So
one
is
but not the other?
bacteria, but we're talking about a child, right? So
Exactly. So like, why do you value it just because it's living if you don't value bacteria then?
I'm not saying I value it just because it's living. I'm saying I value the life of a child, not necessarily anything that has breath. What we're voting for at abortion is not bacteria or anything that has life. It's specifically the life of a child.
The life of a child. Okay.
A
So
baby,
like,
an unborn baby, yeah.
so you think single cell organisms are people? So like, do you think? Here's my question. Do you think this is a person?
Is that a picture of a sperm cell that has been penetrated by an egg and is in somebody's
So
uterus?
you think a zygote is a person, right?
Is that what the image that you're holding up
You
right
think
now?
you
is
think a
that-
zygote is a person,
So,
right?
so can you answer my question? The image that you're holding up right now, is that a picture of a sperm cell that has been in an egg and is attached to a mother's uterus that is producing a baby? Is that what you're showing me?
What I'm showing you is can you tell actually? You can't tell? I'm showing you a microorganism. Are you saying that you can't tell the difference of whether or not this would be a person or a
I don't know what
microorganism?
that image is. I'm sure if you ask any random person on the street, you're covering the phone with half of your hand, what that is.
Yeah, so that you can't see.
Say it again?
Yeah, so that you couldn't see. Right? Like the name of it, so that you don't know whether or not it's a zygote.
Right. Well, I'm not talking
What about
about
this? Do you think this is a person?
Sir, I'm not talking about an image, a scientific image. I'm talking about the concept of a sperm cell meeting an egg
Yeah,
and
but is
it's
this a
actually
person?
producing life. What is that an image of?
You don't know? This is a
Clearly
person.
you do because you looked it up.
It's a person under your view.
It's okay. You're showing me an image on a phone. That is not a person.
Yes,
What's
actually,
what's
this-
happening
this
in
is a zygote?
what's happening in abortion clinics is not
That's
images
literally
on
that's
phones.
literally a conceived cell. That's a zygote
No,
right
no.
here.
Well, what's happening in abortion clinics are
That's
not
zygote.
images on phones.
So I just want to let you know.
It's
I just showed
actually
you a
real life.
picture. I just showed you a picture of a random microorganism and a
Right,
zygote.
I never-
and
I
you
never-
couldn't tell the difference.
Because you
So do you
had to
typically
look
mistake?
something up,
Do
though.
you typically mistake zygotes with
I
people?
didn't mistake it. You're trying
I mean,
to
do
catch me
you
in a
typically
trap, and
mistake
I asked you
microorganisms
what
with
it
people?
was.
Persist
No,
one.
but you're trying to catch me in a trap. I asked you what it was, and you couldn't answer that because again, like
I
this
did.
is-
I actually did tell you. I appreciate the box. Thank you so much. So again, answer.
You
so
didn't.
listen.
You said
Can I-
according
can-
to my
appreciate the box.
view,
Thank you so much.
that's a
Listen.
person.
Listen. So again, appreciate the box. Thank you so much. It's a zygote. That's a person under your worldview. I showed you a picture of a person. And I showed you a picture under your worldview, by the way.
You didn't
and
show me
I
a
showed you a
picture
picture.
of a
Let me
person. You
please
showed me-
talk, or I'm going to mute you from my stream. Okay, be quiet.
Okay, you don't have to be disrespectful though.
Okay, well then don't cut me off.
Go ahead. You can
Super,
speak.
thank you so much. Okay. So I showed you a picture of a zygote, and I showed you a picture of a microorganism. Okay, right? And you couldn't tell the difference between the two. So I was going to ask you: do you typically mistake microorganisms with people?
Okay, can I speak now or? Okay, I didn't mistake. I didn't confuse the difference between the two. I said that what's happening in abortion clinics aren't pictures on a phone. If you specifically said this is this and this is that, you had to look something up to see what it is. You had to type up microorganism. You had to type up zygote. If I did the same thing and held my hand over my phone and said, what is this? I'm sure you would not be able to clearly say either. That's why I was specifically asking you to specify the image that you're showing me. I said that I agree with what you're saying about Trump's moral character.
Before we move on to that, so the microorganism, right? If you showed me a picture of a microorganism and a person at any point in which I think it's a person, I would never mistake the two. But what you're telling me is that you can mistake a person with a microorganism?
I'm not.
I've never done that before.
I am not saying that to you. I'm saying that once a sperm cell has penetrated an egg and has attached itself to a woman's womb, a woman's uterus, then a child is being conceived. If at any term that there's termination of that pregnancy, I'm talking about like purposeful termination, not a miscarriage, but somebody saying I no longer, whatever the reason is, then that is considered abortion. And are you? Yeah.
No, I understand what your point. So,
okay.
If you're in a burning building, on one side of the burning building, you have two zygotes that in the future are going to be implanted into a uterine wall, and they're going to be people like me and you, right? And on the other side of the room, you have a newborn baby. If you can either only save the newborn baby from burning alive or the zygotes, which would you rather save?
So the thing about these type of questions, we're not talking about hypotheticals. We're talking about actual women who have children in them, and for whatever reason are saying, I no longer want this. The life inside of me is no longer important. So
This
I think
is conceptually relevant, though. So if you'd like to answer my
well,
question,
I think that it is actually making the situation of real people's lives who are having these tough decisions. It's trivializing it from saying a burning building with a zygote and a baby. Like that's actually shameful and actually disrespectful on your end.
It's so disrespectful. Now answer my question, you fucking snowflake.
I'm not a snowflake.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm
So
not
answer the
cussing
damn
at
question.
you.
Answer the question. It's not disrespectful for me
It
to
is.
ask you a hypothetical.
I did answer your
it's
question.
not disrespectful for me to ask you a hypothetical of whether or not you'd save two
I
zygotes.
did answer
or-
the question. You just didn't like my answer.
No, you didn't answer the question. You said you're not going to answer it because you think it's ridiculous or something. This is a typical ethical question that we ask in ethics, right? It's called a trolley example, but I asked in like a burning building. So if you'd like to answer the question, you can answer it. Because right now you're just being a snowflake and you're not answering the question because you realize it's showing that your worldview is not very great. I'm just testing your ethics.
Hello?
I'm just testing your ethics. Appreciate the handout.
Yeah, I know. The answer to the question was, why stray away to something hypothetical when we can focus on real life situations?
Hypotheticals are conceptually relevant towards how we treat things within real life. For example, if we're building a school, we're going to think of hypothetical examples of how children could get unalived in school unalivings, right? To build the school in a way in which would reduce the likelihood of children being unalived. Okay, that's a hypothetical that we used to demonstrate what we would do in applicable reality.
Yes, if you can take a safety.
So can you answer my question? And
This is-
can you answer the question?
You're not asking it for a safety precaution like the one in the school. You're asking it to say.
Yes, I am. Because us having a safety precaution for women who need to get access to abortions. You understand that, right? That's a safety precaution. Providing access for women to have autonomy over their bodies is a safety precaution.
I'm
Kenichi, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
If you're saying women to have precautions over their bodies, but they're not making decisions about their bodies, they're making decisions about a child inside of them.
A non-sentient embryo. I don't consider it a person. It's a non-sentient embryo. Let's say what it is. We're talking about a single cell organism, a non-sentient embryo. Most abortions come from the abortion pill. Okay? So we're not talking about like, a newborn baby. We're talking about literally a non-sentient embryo. And you're putting the rights of a non-sentient embryo over a sentient woman?
I'm not talking about a newborn baby either. I'm talking about when a sperm cell meets an egg and it is attached to cellular uterus, life is being formed. The life is already formed.
I don't care about cellular life. Life is formed in your mouth when you brush your teeth.
But no, but then that's a life. And I think, Parker, is that your name or is that just your username, Parker?
It's my name.
I think, Parker, that's the difference, that I don't want this argument will just go in circles because faith and my belief plays a lot into.
There you go, faith. You see how it's religious based? So then why are you differing between one sin and the other sin? That means one sin should be illegal, but the other sin shouldn't.
Wait, what sin?
And then if you're basing it upon your worldview as it relates to Christianity, well, then you would say the two zygotes over the one newborn baby.
Wait, what's sin over another sin? Am I showing partiality to?
Yeah, you're saying that it should be illegal for abortionists to give abortions, but it shouldn't be illegal for my mom to tell me that Santa Claus exists.
Okay,
but I really
you
do
didn't
want
ask
you
me
to
that,
answer
though.
the question.
You never asked me that.
I asked you that multiple times, Grace.
About Santa Claus? You never said anything about it. This is the first time you're talking to me. Maybe you said it to other people who came on.
I said it to you.
Can you repeat the question about what do you say about Santa Claus?
Why should one be illegal but the other one should not be?
Why should abortion be illegal and your mom saying that Santa Claus is real shouldn't be illegal?
Yeah, they're both sins.
Okay, I'm not saying that it is not a sin. That your mom is lying to you and abortion is. I'm not saying it is a sin that your mom doesn't lie to you and abortion is. Yes, they're both sin. Lying, murder, stealing. They are absolutely all sins. But I'm just saying that if something is legal, people are more prone to get to do it, and it is not fair. The person lying has the right, and they know what they're doing, and they have they can face the consequences. Somebody who has a woman who has an unborn baby inside of them, the baby doesn't have a voice. The baby doesn't have a choice. So we're taking away a child's right to choose.
So is it religious based or not?
Are you
basing it on your religion, or are you basing it on your own perspective?
No. So yes, faith does play into why I'm.
So if it's your religion, well then they're both sins. Why should one be illegal but the other one shouldn't?
I'm not specific. The reason why I am not for abortion is not just because it's a sin. It is also
okay.
Because
So then why I asked you earlier about this, and you went to your religion. So then I asked you about your religion, and you said it's not predicated off your religion.
Well, no. What I said about faith is because I said you don't really understand why I'm so pro when a sperm cell meets the egg that life is there. I just believe that it's more than just science. It is faith. But that's not the only reason why I'm saying that pro-life. I'm pro-life. I'm just saying okay, let's take faith out of it. We're not giving a child a fair chance to say whether or not they want to die, whether or not they should live. We are just ignoring.
It's non-sentient. It can't make choices. Thank you for the confetti. It's not even conceptualizing of any experiences. It's literally a cellular organism. Okay.
Okay. Well, and so and that's why I'm saying I think that's where we differ. I do believe it's life. I do believe that both lying.
I agree.
About
It's life at conception, but so is the sperm cell. Sperm cell is living.
But it is not a baby. A baby happens when a sperm cell meets. I
don't think a zygote's a baby either.
But that's what you're saying to me, though. You're saying I'm not advocating for all life, bacteria, COVID-19, whatever. I'm saying specifically we're talking about children. So
I understand, and I don't know why you consider a zygote a person or a baby.
Well, it is. I mean, I feel like we both went to elementary school. We know about reproduction, the reproductive system. We know when a sperm cell meets the egg, a child is being conceived. During different weeks, different body parts begin to form, and after 9 months, a child comes out. I mean, I don't know how difficult that is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I don't understand what the argument is. Like, just
Justin,
because
think of
somebody
the $5
cannot,
in case you think of the $5.
just because somebody cannot advocate for themselves doesn't mean that there's no life there.
Ma'am, I have not said there's no life there. Multiple times I've told you life begins at conception. I don't care about life. I care about
Clearly, you
cellular
don't.
sentient life.
No, that's clear.
Grace, are you like coming up here to actually have a genuine conversation?
I
told
am,
you
but
multiple
I
times.
think, Parker,
be
you're
quiet or I
going
will
in
mute you.
circle.
Be
You're
quiet.
asking me a question. I'm answering your question.
It's a rhetorical question. Do you know what that is?
See, now I'm the same thing that you're telling me not to do and that you're going to mute me is the
Do you
same
want
thing
me
you're
to-
doing to me.
Yeah, so you're literally cutting me off. I let you speak. I let you
Okay,
yap
go ahead.
about dumb
I
shit.
apologize. Go ahead. You can speak.
I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life. I've told you this multiple times. And you're saying I don't think it's life. I never was arguing that. You know I was never arguing that. I asked you 2 questions you still have not answered. And I'm going to ask you them again, and I want you to answer. Why should one sin be illegal, but the other one shouldn't be? And then as it relates to the other one, actually, I'll just have you answer that question first. Why should one be illegal, but the other one shouldn't be?
Okay, I'm not saying that one should be illegal and the other one shouldn't be. Okay, you know what? I guess if I can articulate it, maybe because one involves 2 people and the death of another person, and one is solely one person deciding to lie, and that person still
So
will
not
face-
religious based. You just described the actions. I just want to let you know, when you describe the actions to me, that does not tell me a relevant difference between the two. That means you value one to go to prison, but not the other. You're just describing
Who
the
said
actions.
anything about prison? I'm just saying I
You put
decided.
murderers in prison, don't you?
No. I said that I'm not going to give my vote to somebody who is pro-abortion. I didn't say I'm not talking about any prison sentence or anything like that. Because of my morality and because of my faith, I'm pro-life. Therefore, I cannot vote.
Therefore, you want to put
Kamala
people in prison because of your religious perspective. Okay? So again, why should one sin be illegal, but the other sin should not be?
Okay, because both have consequences. It just so happens that the consequence of abortion is an earthly one, meaning prison. But both of them will face consequences. Both of them will face judgment.
No,
Both
why
of
do
them
you
are
think
morally
there
wrong.
should be a punishment on earth for one, but there should not be a punishment on earth for the other one?
Because it is death. Because it is death, and lying doesn't necessarily lead to death.
That is not giving me a religious difference. That is giving me a personal values difference.
No, it
so
is
if
a
it's not
religious.
predicated,
It is a religious difference. Lying does
if it's
not
a
lead
religious
to
difference,
immediate death.
there's no religious difference between the two because they are both sins.
They're both sins, but one leads to immediate death. A child is dying. What do you mean so?
They're both sins. Under a religious perspective, there's no difference between the two.
Yes, there
They're
is. The
both sins.
outcome is different, Parker. The outcome
The outcome,
is
that would be a
different.
relating. I understand, but according to my view, there is a big difference. According
Okay,
to
what is
your
the
view,
difference
there's
for
not a
you?
difference because you just base it on sins.
I'm not basing it on
Because
sins. I'm
it's
basing it
based on
the
my
actual
personal values.
consequences. Say it again?
It's based on my personal values. If it's based on your personal values, you can say that there's a difference.
No,
if it's not based on your personal values and it's based upon the values of the Bible, well, then you need to predicate it off the Bible.
There is a difference in the Bible. I'm talking about there is a specific difference in consequence. The aftermath is one life is taken, and lying about Santa Claus doesn't mean to immediate death. Are they both
For sure,
wrong?
for sure. There's a different consequence from cheating and from like lying about Santa Claus existing, right? But you think both of them shouldn't be illegal, even though there are different consequences.
Lying to a certain degree, there are.
So you think cheating
illegal-
on your partner shouldn't be illegal, and lying to your kid and telling them Santa Claus exists shouldn't be illegal. They have different outcomes, yet you don't think one should be illegal, but the other one shouldn't be. So there being a difference in outcomes does not mean that there should be a different treatment for the punishment.
Okay. Yes, there are different consequences, but I'm talking about wrongful death in this country. That is illegal. One of the, according to scripture and what Trump is, well, the Republican Party mostly votes for that is also under the fact that if there's a death of a child as well.
Jeez.
That is wrongful murder. That's literally, you know what I mean? So I feel like, go ahead, you have a question.
No, what you're not understanding is that, again, you're giving a difference based upon personal values. You're not providing a religious context that provides there a relevant difference between the two. Okay?
I don't understand what you mean by a religious context about murder and lying. Yes, they're both sin. Yes, they have consequences. The consequences look different, but they're consequences. One is prison, in America. Another one can be you get fired from your job. Another one can be you lose your family. You know what I mean? But just because the consequence is different doesn't mean that like one is better than the other, one is higher than the other. If we're talking about from a political standpoint, I'm specifically saying that I'm pro-life. I cannot vote for Kamala Harris in that way. If we're talking about Trump lying, I'm saying, of course, he's a liar. Like, that's what it is.
It actually makes me so mad. It makes me so mad that it's like this hard to get like a basic conversation through. Thank you for the hand. This is not
I've been having a conversation with you the entire time.
Grace, stop. I'm not asking you a complex question. This is not a complex question at all. This is a very simple question. Why one sin illegal, other sin not illegal? That's it. That's the question.
Parker,
you're not giving a relevant answer because
I-
you're not answering predicated off the Bible.
What it is
The
I don't think you like my answer.
There is no difference. They're both sins.
Yes, there are both sins, but you can tell a lie to a certain standpoint that it becomes illegal. If you lie under oath, if you lie about fraud.
I understand, Grace, but
But you're
that's because we don't predicate the laws off of religion. That's because we predicate the laws off of our personal values, not religion.
We did.
So again, the point that I'm making is that you should separate
what
you should separate again what your personal values are from your religious values. And if
okay.
you want to judge other people's actions in terms of legality based upon your personal values and not off of religious values, don't use religion to restrict women's rights. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not using religion to restrict
are.
women's rights.
You absolutely
I'm
are.
using my faith to advocate for life. And this
You're
country
using your faith to restrict women's right to abortion. That's what you're doing. So you can act like you're the one fighting for rights, but you're using your religion to restrict the rights of women.
I am not using my religion to restrict the rights of women.
You
Just
are.
because somebody was raped or has
Wait, so you think a 10-year-old girl that gets raped, she should be forced to go through the pregnancy?
No one is okay. Listen, I think that you cannot shoot like just because.
Should they be able to get access to an abortion?
No.
No. So a 10-year-old girl that gets assaulted by an uncle shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion because of your religious values. And
But
this is
first
why
of
I
all-
argue against it.
but first of all,
If you want to be religious, separate
Okay,
your religious
are you
values
asking me a
from what we
question?
have politically speaking.
You asked me a question. Are you going to allow me to
I'm
answer?
not asking you a question. I'm finishing my statement and you're cutting me off. Thank you, the boxing. Thank you so much. I have to talk louder because you keep cutting me off every time I speak. Here's the boxing. Thank you so much. But let me thank everyone real quick. Stacy, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Stacy. Can we get some W's for Stacy in the comments section right now for the $50 on Cash App? Sig, thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. Renee, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Cash App. Luke, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Kelly, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kelly. And Ashley with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Ashley, W's for Kelly, W's for Stacy, and some W's for Renee in the comment section right now. And Christopher, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I don't think I got a message from you, Christopher, on Venmo. Oh, wait, I do see this. I'm a Christian, and Exodus 21, 22 through 23 clearly insinuates that a fetus is not life. Let me read this.
Okay, can I, while you're reading,
Go ahead.
just to respond to what you're saying. First of all, rape victims, incest victims are not the only people it's shameful that the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, is just using that small narrative to paint why abortion should be legal. Second of all, my mother was raped and I was born because of it. Are you
Grace,
saying that you should
I'm
put a gun to my head right now?
that.
Thank you. Are you saying that a gun should be
Grace.
put to my head right now? Like, just because
Grace, that is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm not letting you finish that. That is honestly the craziest fucking shit. I'm not arguing to kill a sentient person that's alive fucking right now. I'm talking about people having autonomy over their bodies as it relates to pregnancy when they're literally not sentient. Don't fucking literally act like for some reason I'm advocating to unalive sentient members of the human species. I'm not advocating for that. Fucking sick for you to argue that. Actually sick, dude. Holy shit, you know I'm not arguing that. You just tried to purposefully misrepresent my view. That's such a ridiculous statement. When you're literally voting for
What
shit
is the
that
difference
literally would
between my life
restrict
and the life of a
10-year-olds who got
child, though?
assaulted from being able to get access to an
Hey, but
abortion.
what is the difference between my life
Chris,
and the
thank you
life
the
of
$10.
that child?
Thank you.
What is the difference between my life and the
Because
life
you're
of the child?
sentient and you're not in someone's womb right now.
Just because I
Chris,
wasn't,
that
I'm not
mustache, thank you.
murdered. So then murder me right now. Then, if I don't deserve
What? You're
to
sentient,
live,
Grace.
if I
You're
don't
sentient.
deserve to- okay, but
Grace, when I never
was
said that you're
dead
not.
in my mother's room. I was still a victim.
I am not saying that you don't deserve to live. For example, I think my parents could stop engaging in sex at any point, but if they stopped engaging in sex at the very point where they were literally creating me, I wouldn't exist. That doesn't mean I don't have a fucking right to exist. Okay? They are not obligated to a future valuable state. They can do whatever they want related to that. That's not what I think is bad. What I think is bad is killing a sentient human. You can't kill me today because I think that my fucking parents could have stopped engaging in intercourse, which would have not led to me existing. Madeline, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Madeline. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Madeline in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Aaron, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker,
I did address that,
if
Aaron.
you want to say something, you don't have to mute me because I will be in the middle of a point and I'll just be cut off so that you can just say, can I speak? And I will let you speak. You don't have to mute me.
Grace, I'm going to mute you. I don't care.
So, and okay, so
You can click the unmute
I'm
button if you
seeing
feel like
more. It doesn't come up immediately. It comes up about like a 60 seconds later. And I can tell you don't care. I can tell you don't care because the
Don't care about what?
I can tell you don't care about like other people's opinions, other people's value systems. It seems like you're just trying to win an argument, and that's not what I'm trying to do here. You asked me specifically, am I voting for Trump? I said basically,
I
unfortunately,
do care.
yes.
I just think that your fucking view is insane. You literally said a 10-year-old who got raped should have to go through the pregnancy. And then
okay.
you also represented my views, saying like I want to kill sentient people that are alive today because I think that people have the right over their bodies when the fetus is not
This is
sentient.
exactly what I'm talking about. I did not say
You cut me off
they
every
should
single
be-
time I speak. It's
I
unbelievable.
didn't.
Bark, think the
You
fantastic.
just did it to me. I'm not saying that they should
Because
be
you're
forced
doing
to
it to
do
me because I'm
anything.
trying to
but
clarify.
but the view that a life is still not valuable just because it was birthed in a disgusting, harmful way, like rape, like incest, like child, like whatever. That doesn't just because something was birthed that way doesn't mean that a good cannot come out of it. My example was look at me. Grace,
I never said that. I never said
Okay,
that good cannot come out of.
Parker, can I finish what I'm saying? There's a point, I promise. I'm saying.
It's ridiculous for you to say that though.
No, it isn't. Because the whole argument is they bring up victims of rape, victims of incest. That is a horrible thing. And I'm saying that the person who is the perpetrator absolutely should be sentenced, put to prison. There will be deathly consequences for them. But the child is still a child. Life is still life. They're still made in the image of God. They're still image bearers. It doesn't mean that just because something happened horribly, that all of a sudden that life doesn't exist. They're a rapist baby. I don't identify as that.
What the fuck are you saying? You're not even arguing against any of my positions. I never said it wasn't living.
You literally said
I never
you're saying
said
a 10-year-old that was a
I never said it's not living. You literally act like you let me speak and then you cut me off literally when I first start the fucking sentence. Unbelievable. Okay? So I never acted like nothing good can come from things like this. What I argued is that people who are raped should not have to go through pregnancies, right? With a fetus that is literally not sentient. Okay? They should not have to go through that. They have no obligation to sustain it. They were assaulted. They did not choose this. They have no causal obligation. Okay? Now, do I think that people who are sentient should be murdered? No, I'm not arguing that. What you're saying, though, is that a 10-year-old girl should be forced to go through a pregnancy against her will. And I don't think that's okay, and I think that's wrong. Justin, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Justin. Thank you so much. And Stacy, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Look at some W's for Stacy, W's for Justin in the comment section right now. And Henry, thank you for the $5. Or Kelsey, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Parker, the moment that you start making decisions for anybody, for anybody who has a thought or has the desire to want abortion, you immediately strip whatever future, whatever that the decisions of the unborn baby is. It's a really hypocritical view. It really is.
Wait. So same thing when I say it should be legal for people to
please don't
pull
cut me
out.
off because you just muted me for doing the same thing to you.
You understand? I'm giving a clarification though because you're misrepresenting the view.
No, you've misrepresented what I'm saying.
What did I misrepresent?
I specifically said, just because a child was conceived in a horrific, disgusting, illegal, just grotesque manner does not make the life of that child any less unvaluable. And I gave myself an example. I'm not saying that you think that you're that way. I did not say
And
that.
why
at
are you
all.
arguing that if I never argued this?
Because you
That just
specifically
makes no
said,
sense.
because you asked me, I don't know if it was rhetorical or not, but you specifically said, you think a 10-year-old who is a victim of rape shouldn't have the right to have an abortion, should be forced to carry out pregnancy, shouldn't have the right to abortion.
I don't think that. You think that.
I'm saying life is life. Life is life.
Okay,
Now,
you saying life is life does not mean that a 10-year-old girl should get forced to go through pregnancy. Wish they had a mustache. Okay, I care a lot more about the 10-year-old who got Graves' autonomy over their own body, all right, rather than caring about a non-sentient embryo. That's
it's not a non-sentient embryo, though.
Melissa, thank you for the $20.
Thank
Thank you so much. Talise, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Bowser, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. And yeah, you can say it's a life. Again, I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life. Again, you care about cellular
There's no
life
difference
because of your
Parker.
religion. There is a difference.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that is where we can never reconcile unless, and this might sound so wacky to you, but probably not unforeign because you said you used to be a Christian. It probably would not make any sense if you do not have a relationship with Jesus. Any talk about spirituality, about Holy Spirit, about living, about life.
There are Christians that disagree with you.
Hold on, you have a disconnect from because you are a self-professed atheist. So I don't understand.
Wait, actually, here, no, I'm not even going to let you use your religion to do this. There are Christians that disagree with you. Samantha, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Samantha. So don't act like it's because I don't have a relationship. There are people that you think have a relationship that disagree with you.
That disagree that what that children should be murdered?
No, they think you should be able to get a choice. Like, for example, Kamala Harris, she's Baptist. For example, Joe Biden, he's Catholic.
Just
Christina,
because
thank you so much
somebody,
for the $10.
just
Thank you so
because
much.
somebody is a
What do you think of the
self-proclaimed
dollar?
Christian doesn't mean that their view is right. I'm talking
Never
about
said that.
a view.
Why is your view better than theirs?
My view is the view of the
David,
Bible.
thank you for the $10.
My-
Cassandra,
my
thank you for the
views
$20. Thank you so much. I appreciate Cassandra.
My view is the view of the Word of God. My opinion aside, because I say that my Jesus is Lord, I submit to what He has said.
Nicole and
That's it.
Mitchell, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so again, I'll ask you this. Leviticus 25:44-46. God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Do you agree with that?
Slavery is not it's not the same that we know in the 1800s that it was in the biblical time.
No, you're thinking indentured
different.
servitude.
People-
Indentured servitude was for Israelites, not for non-Israelites. Non-Israelites, there was chattel slavery.
People willingly submitted to themselves, willingly
No.
submitted themselves as slaves. It's more like they were
No.
their employers. Yes.
Those are Israelites. I'm talking non-Israelites. If you read Leviticus 25:44-46, it's talking about non-Israelites. You can own them as property for life.
It is
says,
not
do not
the
treat
same.
your fellow
it is not the
Israelites
same
ruthlessly.
as Africans in this being that were shipped here illegally.
Grace,
It's
actually,
not the same.
yes, it is.
It is not the same.
It's not
Parker.
it's not predicated off of race, but it is chattel slavery. So it is the same in terms of being chattel slavery, but it is not slavery justified by using race. So the difference is that it doesn't use race as justification, but it does use nationality and where you're from as justification. As if you're not an Israelite, right? Then it is not applicable. Zachary, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You cannot make broad. Wait. So what was your question? There was a question from that statement. What
So
was the question?
do you agree with God saying that? You said you agree with everything God said.
With God saying what? What
God said you can own people as slave and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Do you think slavery was okay there?
Absolutely. Are you serious? What is a specific scripture? Leviticus what?
Leviticus 25:44-46. You said slavery is good.
Biblical slavery is different than the transatlantic slave trade. It is completely different.
No, they're both chattel slavery. They're both chattel slavery.
The emotional and mental and historical connection that we have to slavery in America is completely different than slavery 2024 BC. It's completely different.
They're both chattel slavery. Okay, you can say the difference is the fact that race is used as a justification for the slavery, but you understand that it's still chattel slavery. So there's not a difference in it being chattel slavery. It's still chattel slavery.
So
it's not indentured servitude. Indentured servitude is for the Israelites.
The difference is back in those days when a nation went to war and undertook another nation, they took their women and children as slaves and treated them basically as maidservants. It's completely different now.
Actually, if you read certain verses, it says that you can take the virgin girls for yourselves after you kill their parents. But
yes, those were in those days.
Yes,
those were in those days.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
No.
Like
okay,
what, dude?
Those were in those days. Okay. Now, in the same Bible, in the book of Philemon, specifically, Paul is pleading with another person of Christ, saying, "Listen, I know you have the slave legally. I know that you legally bought them. They actually sold themselves to be slaves. But please, in the name of Jesus, let them go. As a brother of Christ, let them go."
You're talking Israelites. You're not talking people who are not Israelites.
You're specifically talking about judicial biblical law that was written when the Torah law 2024 BC and comparing it to African American slavery.
They're both chattel slavery. Push that mustache. Thank you so
But you're
much.
bringing the emotions and the horrible emotions and sentiments that this country, Black America, has.
You understand slavery is bad, right? I'm just telling you slavery is bad, Grace. That's all I'm saying. You're saying slavery is
not bad.
okay.
It is not the same. All slavery is not bad. It is not the same.
All slavery is not bad.
So you're telling me
she doesn't think slavery is always bad.
Oh
my God.
If you had $1 million and someone came to you and said, "Please, I will work for you. I will work for you if you
Jesus
give me
Christ,
food
dude.
and if you take
Trump
care of my
supporters
family."
justifying slavery,
You're telling me that if you had $1 million and someone
Diane,
said, "Please,
thank you for
Parker, I
the
will work for
$15.
you."
Thank you so much, Diane.
Somebody say, "Parker, I will work for you if you take care of my family and give me some wages now and again."
Nicole, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Nicole. I
You're
appreciate
saying
it.
a homeless
This is not
person
indentured
can-
servitude. This
It
is
is
not
the
indentured
same
servitude.
thing,
No,
Parker.
not.
It's
No,
considered
not.
slavery.
Grace.
Yes, it is.
Grace, and I don't
Yes,
even
it
think
is.
I don't even think you should be able to engage in indentured servitude. But I'm arguing again. This is not indentured servitude. I don't think indentured servitude should be legal. By the way.
Specifically in
Thank you
Leviticus,
so much.
God is telling people, God is
Paloma, thank
telling
you for the
the
dollar.
slave owners how to treat their slaves as Literally.
How to treat your slaves, exactly, dude.
The word slavery
Exactly.
in itself is not wrong. You have an emotional,
Dude,
a
what,
warped
dude, this
emotional.
guy-
You cannot
this is
connect.
literally justifying
you cannot-
slavery,
Parker,
Chad.
listen, you cannot connect modern day the slavery that happened in the 1800s, 1700s to
McKinley, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much,
slavery
McKinley.
in Levitical law,
Thank you,
2024 BC.
Yes, you can.
You can. Okay, I mean,
Yes,
we're
yes.
going to keep on going back and forth with this, but it's completely
Matt,
different.
do you wanna explain to someone who understands Hebrew?
Oh, well, I mean, the Hebrew is clear; it's very easy. But I'm more interested in her connection about Old Testament slavery versus antebellum slavery, because what you're comparing is laws versus actions. We know a lot about the laws of the ancient times and everything, but not about their actions. What we don't, we know a lot about the actions and the laws of the antebellum slavery times, right? And the problem is that the antebellum slavers got their rationale, got their reasoning from the Old Testament. That's one of the reasons why they got the idea that they could enslave Africans, was directly from that. And you brought it from Paul and the book of Philemon. Did you know that there is a growing consensus view among biblical scholars that Paul is actually asking Philemon to give him Onesimus as his own slave? Because Paul says to Philemon, I have done you this favor. Please do me another favor. I'm sending you your slave back, but can you do me a favor? Paul actually is asking Philemon, possibly, could you send your slave back so that he could become my slave?
No,
Nowhere in the New
so
Testament-
he can be a co-bearer of Christ and spreading the gospel.
Paul,
First of all, wait, hold on.
nowhere in the
Parker,
New Testament.
Parker, you
Nowhere in
have
the New
not
Testament.
let another person on stage also I'm debating two people. It was between me and you. So either you're gonna mute him, we can continue the conversation.
Grace, I'm
or
being
you're gonna-
quiet right now, and he understands Hebrew. He's literally telling you
Right, but he's
what
taking
the Hebrew
scripture out of
Hebrew
context.
says.
Though.
He's not. Grace,
Let me tell you why.
respectfully, Grace, you're not going to say that on my live. Matt knows way more about the Bible than you do. Do not tell me Matt is taking it out of context.
I just
Matt,
yesterday read 3 major works on the book of Philemon, which is why I can tell you why. That there's a growing consensus view that Paul is not saying to Philemon, as you stated, that this slave should be freed. Instead, what he's saying is, I have done you a favor. Now you do one to me. Send the slave back so that he could become my slave. That's a growing consensus view among biblical scholars. And these are Christians, by the way. These are not like far left atheists. These are Christians. Paul and Jesus never speak on slavery. Jesus never condemns it. Neither does Paul. In fact, Paul may have even owned slaves. So you cannot use the a New Testament to speak on being anti-slavery. You simply cannot do it because it's not there.
Doesn't it say like treat your earthly masters?
Well, yeah,
like,
slaves
treat your
obey
earthly masters good.
Yeah,
or obey
Paul
your
said-
earthly masters. That's what it is.
Paul said, slaves obey your earthly masters and masters treat your slaves like you would Christ. Yeah, because Paul believed that within his lifetime he would die or not die, but he would see the coming of Christ again. And so slavery, everybody maintain the status quo. Slaves just do their own thing. Masters be kind. No sex, no marriage, nothing like that, because God was coming back. But then actually, it didn't happen. So, that's why they don't speak on it, because nothing matters, because the end of times is coming. And Grace, you can unmute now.
Grace, the reason why we're telling you this and we're explaining this to you is because we don't think that your religious texts are a good foundation for ethical positions. And I think it corrupts it, and that's why you think voting for these types of things is not bad.
It does not corrupt
You're
it.
literally voting for a guy you think has been held civilly liable,
Listen,
sexual
so-
abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, persecute power,
I was just on
because
mute, and
of
he said a
abortion.
whole bunch of things that are not true, and I would like to address that first.
Okay, go for
Can
it,
I
go
do
for
that?
it. Go for it.
Okay. First of all, the first scripture that you brought up, Parker. What's this other guy's name? Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Matt.
Well, your name is what?
Matt.
Matt. Okay. Hi, Matt. First of all, Parker, I'm going to address you. Then Matt, I'll address you. Parker, you specifically brought up the scriptures in Leviticus and the Old Testament that specifically talk about slavery. My points were this: slavery under the Mosaic Law, under the laws of the Old Testament, were completely different than modern day slavery in the 16th to 19th century. Second of all, people in that time can willingly submit themselves to voluntarily as a slave, as a bond servant, or a voluntary, as a slave, or as a maid to somebody in order to pay off any debt. That is clear. Secondly, Scripture completely is not for slavery. You're saying Paul owned slaves. The Book of Philemon, what you're talking about, Matt, he specifically is saying, he's writing a letter to the owner of that slave and saying, as a brother in Christ, listen, I'm the one who taught you the gospel, so I can exert my authority, but I'm not going to do that. Can you please let this slave free? Because that he specifically was at that time with Paul preaching the gospel. It is like completely, and granted, you, Parker, made an assumption saying that Matt knows the Bible more than me. You don't know me. You don't know my relationship with God. You don't know what I've studied. Just because
I don't
knows
care, Matt knows more than you. I actually, like, I'm genuinely serious.
You
I
didn't
know
actually
Matt
address.
very well. You didn't address anything.
It doesn't matter what you think, because but you know Matt personally. You invited him up because you were ignorant in a situation. I'm saying I don't care what people
Wait, no,
are.
I just did it because he has broader knowledge on the Bible.
Right,
And also,
you're- that's what I'm
I've
saying,
already
you're ignorant
explained it
about
to
this
you.
specifically.
I've already explained it to you that it literally is not it's not different. That it's both chattel slavery.
It is.
Right? You're
it is
disputing that. So I brought up
it
someone
is.
who does speak Hebrew, right? Who knows
It was
Hebrew.
biblical Christians who led the fight to
Or,
abolish
like,
slavery.
can read Hebrew.
Wait, hold
Matt,
on.
hold on.
That's
Matt, hold on.
simply- okay, hold on.
Matt, hold on. Matt, you are right when you said that slave owners in the 16th and 19th century twisted Scripture and abused Scripture to enslave African Americans.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it was biblical believing Christians who actually fought to fight and abolish slavery too. They actually knew and
I
had a
don't
relationship with
disagree with
Jesus.
you
Hold
that
on,
some of them- hold on, I don't disagree with you.
Hold on, Matt, hold on. So you're saying that Paul had slaves, Jesus has slaves, Jesus never spoke about slavery. It clearly does. There's no Jew or Gentile. There's no slave or free. We're all one in the body of Christ. He specifically is talking about equality. Granted, regardless of if someone decides right now, even today, even in modern time, there are people who can willingly say, okay, I owe this debt, I can't pay this off. Let me now, give me and myself and my family over to you for a time to work off any debt. And on paper, that's considered slavery. Is it the same slavery that African Americans were faced when they were raped and beaten and whipped and hung? Absolutely
Exodus
not.
21:20-21 says, if you beat your slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two, you were not to be punished.
It's specifically talking about a context that we cannot ignore, Parker.
Wait, no, tell me what Exodus 21:20-21 is saying.
Okay, hold on, let me look it up.
I just told you.
Exodus what?
Exodus 21:20-21.
Okay.
Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are to not be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Okay, what is that saying?
Hold on, I'm reading it right now. I'm reading the full context.
This is the slave code. This is a well-known code within Leviticus. This is just the slave code.
Okay, so specifically, this is talking about when people did have slaves back in those days. And granted, first of all, I don't know if you know the historical context of the book of Exodus. There was a whole Exodus, meaning Jesus delivered the Israel people out of the hands of the cruel Egyptians. Specifically, this is talking about, because like I said, slavery at that time was not illegal. Slavery at that time was not only justified, people willingly did it in order to be free financially from burden to be able to feed their family,
Tell me
feed
what
their
this
children.
verse means.
But
they are to not be punished if the slave dies recovers after a day or two.
It is setting a code of how to treat and how you can treat other people who
So you
belong
can
to
beat
you.
your slave as long as they recover after a day or two.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you so much.
So if you break their arm, or not break their arm, if you bruise them and it goes away within 2 days, you think that's okay?
What if that slave raped your daughter?
$3.
What if that slave raped your child? There's no punishment for that. There was no court system. There was no prison at the. It's different. It's different context.
Hold on. The Levitical law gives an answer to like how you figure that out. They have punishments for grape, whether that be from a Hebrew or a foreign person. So this is already taken care of. This is an extra thing. This is saying in the line of their duties, if they disagree with you, if they disobey you, you can beat them so long as they do not die.
Yeah, and recover after a day or two.
This is specifically talking about how to have disciplinary precautions over your employees. There was no write-ups. There was no HR. Okay, listen. That's what I'm
She said
saying.
over disciplinary action, beating your employees. You can beat your employees. Beat them so much. Just as long as they recover after a day or two.
The context that you're taking it now to bring it a modern day time is unfair. Because we're talking
it's not
about
because
BC.
because
it is unfair.
The problem is anytime that the Old Testament uses slavery in the sense of like someone voluntarily doing it, they always add an adjective. They add who they are coming from. So the word for slave is
Okay, by the way, I just want to let everyone know. Everyone always asks, "What are your lives like outside of political season?" This is it. This is literally what my lives are like. This is what happens on my lives when it's not political season.
And so
this is what it'll be like after political season, everyone. But yeah, go for it. Sorry,
if
Matt.
Parker was to go to that verse that he just cited, and he looked at it in the Hebrew, the word that would have been used is aved, which simply means.
Do you know also, Matt, so the same scripture talks about a slave owner who unlawfully kills a slave should be put to death? This is giving a moral code of how slaves and masters should have relationship.
Okay. Can I ask you then, did Yahweh give the same moral code to the Babylonians? Because they had the same code. What about the Assyrians?
Let me finish. Let me answer. You're asking me a question. Let me finish. Back in that time, Matt, the culture literally did horrendous things to their slaves.
That's actually not true.
Listen. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
That's not true.
Yahweh came in and gave a moral code and said, okay, you're not going to be, you people are set apart. So, you people have slaves, and slaves, you have masters. This is what happens. Slave masters, if you kill your slaves, you'll be put to death. Slave, if you do something illegal, if you kill a child, if you steal food, if you rape the white, whatever, you can be beat. You can have corporal punishment. It's the same thing today in today's military base. We have literally, corporal physical punishment. It is he set a moral code that is for that context, that specific context of that time, that was completely different than anything that ever happened in any culture during that time.
That's not true. I just told you.
Yes, it is.
No, the Babylonians. Go read the law codes of Babylon. Go read the middle laws of Assyria. They have better slave laws than what's found in the Old Testament. One of the reasons why one of the great miraculous things is that we have law codes from all over that region. We can compare the law codes, and you can compare the Babylonians with the Assyrians, with the ancient Hebrews. And guess what? Those other nations had better law codes. They actually treated their slaves better. And I know this because I'm looking at a fucking book right on my shelf that has these law codes on it. I can read you them. Would you prefer? Okay, I'm telling you that you're wrong. All the nations around them actually had better law codes for slavery. They had chattel slavery, they had voluntary slavery, but the Babylonians and the Assyrians and all of them had better codes. Mainly because they did not see that their gods mandated it, but that the king mandated it. That's different.
You're talking about the same Babylon that literally had willful human child sacrifices. These people would go and
You know where that comes from? You know where that comes from? There's only one source.
That is crazy.
No, there's only one source. There's only one.
It is the same. It is the same Babylon.
There's only one source that tells us that. And guess what it is? It's the fucking Bible. There's no other source that tells us that. No other enemy of Babylon says that. In fact, and again, if you knew anything about biblical history, you would know that the ancient Israelites themselves actually practiced child sacrifice. Okay? This is not a new thing to the ancient Israelites. Okay? The people all around that region did that. Okay? So I don't know where you're getting this from. You're getting it because you're only reading the Old Testament. You're not reading any other literature from all over that region. So you need to expand your horizon and not only believe the propaganda that is in the Old Testament. Because that's what it is. It is propaganda that is being put out to say that the Babylonians are bad and that the Assyrians are bad and all this other shit. When if you can read what they actually did and what they actually say, you will see that that didn't happen. It's very simple. Okay? So don't just believe what you see in the book.
That is not very simple, Matt.
It is very simple.
No, it is not. I was just unmuted, so it seems like you were making a point and I was silenced. That is not true. Whatever outer biblical text that you're taking, I can find the same outward biblical text that supporps my view.
No, you
Anyone
can't,
can do that.
because you have to have multiple
It is literally history. It's historical.
Okay. No.
Matt, listen. And listen respectfully. You don't know my life. I don't know your life. Parker, I don't know any of you guys. So for you to say, you don't know this, or you need to read this, you don't know what I've read, you don't know what I've been through, you don't know who I am, you don't know what I studied, you don't know what I just graduated from. Same thing for you. So I'm just saying, you comparing your view with my view and saying, I read this book. Well, I read this book.
This
And
is
it
not
supports
my
what I'm
view.
saying.
Look, with respect,
It is
this
your
is
view.
not my view.
It is your view.
No, it's not. This is the view of a consensus of scholars that has spent hundreds of years looking at this stuff. The reason why I
Scholarly
know
debate
this,
means
the
there's
reason
two
why I
sides,
know
Matt.
this, the reason why I
Scholarly
know
debate
this
means-
is because I listen to those that have PhDs, that have studied this for decades, that know what they're talking about. People who themselves are committed Christians that are seeking the truth and say, oh, I might still believe in Christ, I still might believe, but what we can see in the Old Testament does not comport with history. And that is simply the case. You are only reading the Old Testament and you're not expanding your horizons to consider the broad range of history about what we might see to be true. So yes, you can provide me a book. You give me a source from the time of Babylon, from the nation of whatever nation that says that they put children to sacrifices and they did it directly, then fine, I'll believe you, right? And I agree with you that around that time, there was some sacrifices, but the ancient Israelites did it too. They just kind of scrubbed it from their history. But we have found through archaeological evidence that they did this. So I don't know what point you're trying to make, because all you're reading is the Old Testament and you're not broadening your horizons.
Renee, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Renee. I appreciate it. Brianna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Morgan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Angela, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank
Give
you,
me some
everybody who
W's for all of
also
them in the
gifted
comment
me.
section.
I
And
got-
Ekany with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ekany. Can we get some W's for all of them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all have been so kind today. Also, everyone, keep
I'm
tapping the screen
unable to
and follow
make
the
a
live if you have
point.
not already, y'all.
Sorry, I'm unable to make a point because I'm muted every other second. You literally said that your sources are from scholarly reviews. Well, the point of a scholar review is there are opposing sides. That means that you either have sides that agree with what you're saying and you're consuming those books, and there's a side
Grace,
that
respectfully, he said consensus.
there are sides that literally
side?
I'm
He said
getting my
consensus.
sources from as well. Matt, I never said that the Israelites did not have child sacrifices, but you're comparing the law of Jesus, the law of Yahweh, to the Babylonian times. It is recorded in scripture that Israelites, read 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, they did what was detestable in the eyes of the Lord. They burned their children to sacrifice. They set up Asherah pools. They had sex slaves and sex goddesses. They did this, they did this, they did this. And what? The wrath of the Lord came down and ushered them into judgment. And a new king was raised up. And they did what was detestable in the eyes of the Lord. History after history after history, until a king was on the throne that the Lord said, now this is the one that I will establish my nation forever. So literally, and granted, what I'm talking about, Matt, is the statements that you were making repeatedly saying you're only reading the Bible. That is ignorant because you don't know me. You don't know what I've read. You don't.
Okay, all you're citing with respect is the Bible. And the fact is that you cannot see from a historical perspective that the Old Testament is propaganda. And what I mean by that...
Wait, Matt, objective question, just a question for you. Are you a Christian? Are you a believer?
No, I'm an atheist now, but I was for about 10 years. The reason why I... The reason why I
See how
learned...
she doesn't take into account anything?
No, the reason why I learned...
Take into account anything. I just said got it. Okay.
No, okay. But the reason why I know all this too is because I was a strong fundamentalist Christian for about 10 years. I was considering going to seminary. I learned the ancient languages because I wanted to do this. But then I lost faith for a whole host of reasons. But then I lost faith, but I still retain the knowledge, right? I still have the knowledge and I'm still interested in the subject, which is why on my bookshelf, probably half of my books are biblical type scholarly books that no one else in the world will care about, but I still have them, right? And so my main point is that you will not probably, because of your faith, see that the Old Testament is like propaganda. It is authors writing for their own perspective, from their own view, to serve a certain narrative. The Babylonians did it, the Assyrians did it, the Egyptians did it. They always write to serve their own view. You'll never get the other perspective.
Matt, please believe me. Listen, I hear what you're saying.
I'm going to let you say one more thing about it, and then I'll let Matt respond, and then I'm going to go back to the topic.
Okay, Matt, I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. You're making sense. I understand and hear what you're saying. But for you to say that I would never understand, I would never see it because of my faith, that is false. Scripture specifically even says, to your faith, add knowledge. We do not have blind faith here. In order for me to even grasp or understand and believe what the Bible is saying, then we have to have evidence. We have to have proof. Historical. There are even many atheists that specifically would say, yeah, I understand what the Bible is saying. Yes, it is true. Yes, there have been
there's
many
proof for resurrection and walking on water, turning water into wine. There's proof for those things.
Let me respond to Matt Parker, and then you can say whatever you want to say. But yeah, what you're saying, Matt, is again unfair and untrue. Saying I just only read the Bible. I can't, like, again, you don't know my history, and I don't feel like I owe it to you to explain what I've been through, the journey that I've been to get to this viewpoint. But I had to, just the way I think and the way that I talk to other Christians, other pastors, whoever, about scripture, I have to visit outside sources myself. I've read more outside sources than I've read the Word of God. But you have to also take into account, Matt, that you're arguing from a point of disbelief. You're arguing from a point of being an atheist. Like I'm arguing from a point of faith. So naturally, we'll be on the opposite side of the
These same points, what I'm doing right now, I would say when I was a Christian. In fact, I did say that because I learned that good scholarship, if it's true, then it's true. It doesn't matter what is true. The fact that I said that is propaganda, that's not me saying that, right? That's John Collins, John C. Collins, a Christian biblical scholar who wrote one of the most seminal books on First and Second Kings, right? Talking about how we can see it as both history, but also as propaganda. Right? You can look at my opinions are not just my own opinions. They are the informed opinions of scholars that have spent literally hundreds of years, not just them, but over hundreds of years to build up this knowledge. And me saying that it's propaganda is not taking away from the view that it's inspired faith. But no one outside of being a fundamentalist will say that what's in the Old Testament is not propaganda.
Richard S. Hess, William P. Brown, Jason D. DeRuchik. I literally think, Matt.
Yes, I've read Hess. Hess is a good scholar, but unfortunately,
and he says what I'm saying is true.
And unfortunately, he commits to biblical, biblical inerrantism. He's a fundamentalist. He has a reason to say that. If you read his works, you'll see that he says, he commits to a certain worldview.
Matt, we're not going to agree here, but we're not, and we don't have to. It's okay for us to have different beliefs. What I'm saying is, I just want you to understand that I am arguing from a point of belief and faith and testing and trials and evidence.
Okay. I'm sorry. I told them we were already stopping.
The only thing I'll say,
also, I don't want to hear the same thing again.
Yeah, no, and the only thing I'll say, and then I'll drop, and this is fundamentally true. Only ideology, only religion, and because religion here is a type of ideology, can get somebody to whitewash and to basically accept that slavery is a good thing, that violence in certain cases is a good thing, that even the unaliving of children in certain circumstances is a good thing. Only ideology in all of its forms can do that. And we saw that on display because what you saw there was a whitewashing of one of the grossest forms of violence that one human can do to another human. That's what you saw. And I think Parker did a wonderful job of dismantling it and everything. But that's what you're seeing is that religion is being used to say, well, no, it's not really that bad when it actually was that bad. And we have good reason to believe that. So thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Have a good night, Parker. Bye-bye.
It's always good seeing you, man.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Let's get some W's for Matt in the comment section, everyone. W's for Matt. W's for Matt. Across the boards, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
55.
Are you voting Trump?
I just wanted to come up here and say you're...
I'm sorry. I really do appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you so much. I am just looking for Trump supporters, and I've only got about 20, 30 minutes left on the live, so I do have to go on to the next person. I do appreciate you. But thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I do apologize, everyone. I am just looking for some people who are debating everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Unfortunately, yes.
Why so?
Because I wish we had a third party to vote for.
It's not a
I
reason
vote
to vote for
educated.
Trump.
I don't vote party. And unfortunately, we don't have a third party we can vote for. That gets
So why would you vote for
traction.
Trump because there's no third party?
I don't like a lot of his politics at all. With Kamala, I grew up in California, and I grew up during a time where she damaged one of my friends' lives severely. His name is Carmond Conley. And if you look that up, you will see what she did to him.
Do you want to say?
Carmaund. And his last name is Conley, Conley. And what she did to him,
what would she do?
she got evidence he was innocent of a crime, and she got evidence that he was innocent through the LA Innocence Project, and she refused to do her job, and she kept him imprisoned, even though she was given she was given the evidence that he was innocent, and she just left him still imprisoned. And then
Can you give me a source?
Huh?
Can you give me a source?
You can look it up online.
Just look
I
it
don't
up
have.
online.
I don't know how to do. I'm on my phone. Sorry.
like a
I had
trust me, bro.
chemotherapy, and my throat is really not good. But if you look up his name here, I'll tell.
How does that relate to you giving me a source?
Because
Alicia, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Alicia. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. And wait, can you
I'll type
like,
his
spell
name
the
in
name
there.
again? Carmen, how do you pronounce the name again? Or type the name?
Connie. Here, I typed his name in there.
I can't see that in the comment. You think I'm going to see the random comment in the comment section? Carmad Conley?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
it's not misinformation. It's truth.
I don't see anything related to this. I'm looking it up right now. All right. Do you have a single source though, or no?
Yeah, I don't know how I can get onto my. Hold on. Let me find a link real quick.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I'd like to see.
But
the
had
source.
she not done that, then she blamed it on her office when she was.
Sal, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So
And if I had
when
money, I
was
would
he
give
when
it
was
to
he
you.
jailed?
Um,
Like what year?
Sorry, my alarm's going off. It was like in the 2000s. It was when she was the Attorney General of California.
No, what year?
Hold on,
Do you know?
I'm bringing up your. It's like in 2000. I want to make sure I give you the correct information.
All right, we'll see.
Sorry.
Sal, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. There's a law school case apparently. Hold
Like-
up, it's loading. Like, I'd like to hear what year. There's a law school on the case. The detective withheld evidence, not Kamala. Okay, and this is from.
was
I can't
2020.
click on that. Sal, is there a way you can put that in the Discord? If you put it in the live clips
I don't have
section of the Discord, I'll be able to
Sorry,
click
I
on
don't
it.
have Discord.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
If you put it in the live clips or the lives, I'll be able to see it real quick. Sal. Or anyone can put it in the Discord. Krista, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, do tap that screen. That's right up to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well. Okay. Let me see this. Okay, so yeah, okay, I have a source right here. He was convicted in 1994.
Yeah, and then it was happening
Okay.
like in early 2000s was when he
So-
when he was
So
finally.
there was no withholding of evidence from Kamala Harris. It was specifically the sorry, hold up. I'm reading. Give me 1 second. It is the detective, it seems. Michael, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, yeah, like, do you want, you can go in my Discord and you can see it as well. If you can go into the Discord, it's from Umich. I can give you a title if you'd like. You just look at Carmad Conley on the National Registry of Exonerations. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah, the detective withheld evidence. So why do you blame Kamala?
because she was the district attorney, and then she became
Wait,
the.
but she
attorney
didn't
general.
withhold evidence.
No, she didn't withhold evidence.
But you
She
said
just
you actually
ignored-
claimed when you first came on here that she
I
withheld
didn't say
evidence.
she withheld evidence. I said she
That's what you
neglected.
did say.
No, I said that the Innocence Project gave her evidence, and she ignored it. I didn't say that she withheld it. And then she blamed her office for doing a crappy job.
Okay, so again, you explicitly did say it was her fault, that she knew that it was the case that he was innocent and then withheld that.
Well, if I said that, I did not. That was not my intent, and I'm sorry.
Okay, so
that
then
it
what did
came
she do
across
wrong
as that.
here?
She didn't do her due justice as an attorney.
What
And
is she supposed to do to stop that?
Well, if somebody's proven innocent, and she's the attorney general. She's supposed to do her job and make sure those cases are gone through and dot the I's and cross the T's. I would hope so, as attorney general, and not allow innocent people to sit in prison.
Okay, so again, she didn't have any like authority over that. Like I don't know how you would say that she could.
She did, because it was her office.
At that point, wait, you said she was attorney general at that point, right?
I believe so.
How was she attorney general in 1984? Was she attorney general in 1984? I don't think so.
I didn't say 84.
Yeah, that's when it happened.
No, it was like
it was
94.
like early 2000s, right? Attorney general 2010 election. Yeah, 2011 through 2016, 2017. Yeah, so she was not even attorney general then. So what are you talking about?
It was probably like right before it was probably like right when she left the DA, then San Francisco DA, and then went to attorney general.
She was attorney general in the 2000s. This person was literally like, what, 1994? Convicted? He was convicted in 1994.
Right. And in 2003, the Innocent Project got his case and then turned it over.
Oh, okay. So what evidence was she presented that she withheld?
Everything. She was given the whole case.
Everything? What?
Yeah. So she was going out of office. And as the new DA was
actually, what year was this? What year was this?
It was like 2000. No, I think it was 2010.
2010? She wasn't even attorney general yet.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. She was an attorney general of California yet.
When did she become attorney general then?
2011. January 3rd, 2011.
So then she was still, regardless, then she was still involved with his case. Because whether she was DA or not. Because
what are you talking about?
So if she was DA, then she was still involved with his case.
And it says in December 2010, a California superior judge vacated Conley's conviction.
And she kept him in jail.
That's in 2010. She wasn't even an attorney general yet.
So then she was still DA, and that was his case.
So district attorney now?
Well, it could have been district attorney. I don't know. But
wait, where was this guy from? You said he was your friend. Where is he from?
Yeah, he's from Northern California.
Well, where
from the
in
Bay
California?
Area.
From the Bay Area?
Yeah, from the Bay Area, from like
what
San
district?
Francisco.
Do you know what district?
Just from no, I don't know the district. I know he was like from San Francisco.
So what district?
I don't know
Yeah, go
the
ahead, Matt.
district. I know that he lived like around the army. I have to get
Around
off
the army?
Hey,
No,
Hannah,
not around
let
the
me
army.
clear this up.
I would have
Let's
to get
this
off the
cleared
army
up.
street.
Go ahead.
Let's clear this up. So he's from San Francisco. She was San Francisco DA at the time. He had his conviction vacated, but what happened was it was dismissed without prejudice, meaning that they could retry it because the judge said that the evidence leaned towards him being being innocent. That was in 2010 during the last month of her tenure. Her office decides to take it back to trial, but then once the new DA got in 1 month later, then a new DA decided to not do new charges.
Angela, thank you for the $10, and Nadia, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sal, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So she did that. So she did that during her last month of her tenure, and it was an office which is comprised of many lawyers. They decided to retry it because the judge said, "I'm dismissing this without prejudice," meaning that they could reintroduce new evidence and stuff just without the evidence that the judge found to be biased or wrong.
Even though he was like the Innocence Project even found evidence to prove that he was
Oh
innocent.
yes, the Innocence Project is great, and they would have probably presented that evidence to them. But once again, the main point is that the judge gave them leeway to do it, and then during her last month within that office, they decided
to retry it. But then 1 month later, her tenure was up, and then the new DA did not file those charges.
So, but he, like, it messed up his life. And so, like, if that hadn't, because he had
She
to stay in
didn't. Well,
Pelican
hold on.
Bay.
She didn't send him to jail at first, right? He was in jail for the for about 20 years of his life, having nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Nothing to do with her whatsoever. Right? He was found guilty in the like late 80s, early 90s, and was in jail clear up until the mid or late 2000s, and that had nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Just her
Well, he
office.
was accused of a drive-by shooting that he didn't do. That's what the whole thing was for.
I can believe now. Yes, I believe now that he's probably innocent. I'm not saying he's not innocent. I'm simply saying that VP Harris had no impact on him being convicted or sent to jail because she wasn't DA at the time. That happened in the 1990s. She wasn't doing anything with like being a DA.
But
what you're upset about is the fact that in the last month she decided to refile charges. But then those
there was evidence to prove that he was innocent.
and that would have been brought up in the trial. The reason why they decided to do it was because the judge left the window open for them. If the judge had been convinced that this was a total exoneration, then he would have dismissed this with prejudice, meaning that they can't bring new charges.
So I like how you accept these things specifically, but do you accept the fact that Donald Trump sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll?
Held no.
You see what I mean? Like,
But
she
this is
accepts
not.
this
This
with
is
like
why
no
I wish we
evidence,
had
but
a third party.
like E. Jean Carroll actually held Trump civilly liable for sexually abusing her, and again, you don't even believe that. So
I don't believe in Donald Trump. That's why I wish we had a third party. I wish there was another option for us to vote for.
you said you don't believe in Donald Trump?
No, but I don't believe in Harris
What?
either. I
Wait,
want
so
us
do you
to
believe
have,
that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll?
No, I mean like I.
Why not? Can you name one piece of evidence
No, I
submitted
didn't.
in the case?
I wasn't saying that I don't believe him. Like I.
No, do you believe that she was assaulted?
Yes.
Okay, so then why would you vote for someone who has sexually assaulted a woman?
Well, I feel like I have to choose somebody, and I
Has Kamala Harris done that?
No, she
No?
hasn't.
So, like, why
not
would you
that
vote for
we
someone
don't
who
know
has done
everything
that?
about her. We don't know everything about
yeah,
her.
but I don't have any good reason to believe she's done that.
No, I don't believe that she's assaulted anyone.
Okay, but you do believe Trump has. So why would you vote for someone who you believe has versus someone who you believe hasn't?
Well, she's willing to keep innocent people in prison.
Told you that it didn't happen. Like, with respect, I just gave you the full history. I said he was released from jail and they decided to refile the charges, but then 1 month later they got dropped. So he didn't go back to jail. That had nothing to do with Kamala Harris because he was already in jail when she became DA.
Okay, what about the parents who had to go to jail when their teenagers skipped school?
So truancy? So she realized that what
Yeah.
was leading to crime was truancy, so she needed to do something to crack down on truancy to reduce the likelihood of crime.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess like a juvie is something, but I mean, she was known for a long time of having like a tough on crime stance. I mean, I think I don't.
Now you guys are not Law and Order. They're like, nope, no Law and Order now.
See, that's what I don't understand. People be like, Democrats are soft on crime, and yet then we put somebody at the top of the ticket that literally
I'm
was
not a
tough on
Republican,
crime.
first of all. I'm
No,
sorry,
I
but
didn't say
I'm
that.
not
I'm
a
just giving a
Republican.
general observation. I'm just giving like an observation.
Okay. But I'm not a Republican. I am nonpartisan. I try to vote educated, and this election is very difficult for me because of the fact that I'm wishing that we had a third party.
Who would you vote for like third party? Like when there was third party. I mean, there still is third party. You know that, right?
I
Jill
wish we had
Stein-
Ross Perot or somebody like that who was smart.
Ross Perot.
I don't know.
You're going back to the 90s?
No, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any good candidates. Like, I don't know. I wish there was something other than Republican and
Who's
Democrat.
the best candidate? Is Kamala Harris a better candidate than Donald
Okay,
Trump?
then what do you like about Donald Trump? Like what's appealing about him?
I wish we had Ross Perot. I don't know. I wish there was something other than Republican and Democrat.
Okay, then I mean, what do you like about Donald Trump? Like what's appealing about him? Like what's appealing about him?
Because you're leaning towards his way. So, like, what makes him appealing?
I guess that he wasn't Kamala because of what happened to my friend Carmen.
But but now that you have new information, and did you know that your friend, by the way, said within the Daily Mail that he forgives her and that her record with what happened to me should not be held against her when she's running for president?
Wow.
He had said that to the paper, but to all of us, he is still upset.
So he lied?
Yeah. Because he didn't want haters and people coming after him and his family.
Wait, it's not like hating or anything. Like if he thinks that Kamala Harris should not be president, then I mean many people have said that he's not going to be in like unfamiliar company or anything. So why would he say it like if he didn't believe it?
Because social media can be a brutal place.
I understand that, and I'm sorry that what happened to your friend. But again,
do you currently live in like San Francisco?
No.
Oh, actually, Parker, how about this?
Do you live near this person?
No, we keep in touch over the phone and FaceTime and all that stuff.
Okay, how about this?
Hold on, I gotta
Donald
put my
Trump.
phone on the charger.
Okay.
Donald Trump with the $5. Thank you so much.
Donald Trump.
Jocelyn, thank you for the $5 as well.
Donald Trump called for the death penalty for 5 young black men who were found not guilty for a crime that they had been found guilty for. Is that not equally or more bad than what Kamala Harris did to your friend? Where Donald Trump is not saying that they should be put back in prison, but that the death penalty should apply to 5 young black men who did not do a crime.
Boys at the time. Yeah.
Boys, yeah.
Right. Who did that? Sorry, please don't dox me. I would appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I don't.
Somebody messaged me on the feed thingy, a private message, and they said they put my address and they said that they're gonna let everyone know my address if I don't vote Kamala. Can you please tell them not to do that?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't.
How'd they get your?
That's so crazy.
How'd they get your address?
I don't know, but I don't appreciate that. I have cancer and I'm fighting Crohn's disease, and I don't need the stress of that on top of everything. Please.
I'm telling you,
That's not cool.
People are crazy on this app. No, people are crazy. Just don't believe them. They're nuts.
I don't need the stress of worrying about that on top of all that.
We understand, but just ignore those messages. It's probably a troll. Like, believe us, we get messages every single day on like crazy people. So
yeah, and also like people, please do not do that.
Yeah, but if you see somebody do it, just let us know and we'll ban them. So
that's ridiculous. Anyways, I don't know. I feel like it's just frustrating. I just wish we had a third party to choose from.
But
sure, but like okay. Someone who's literally sexually assaulted someone who literally tried to overthrow the government, someone who literally said the Central Park 5 should have been executed, right? How is that a better candidate that you should vote for?
I guess it's not.
Okay,
when you
so
put it that way.
Who's a better person, Kamala or Donald?
I've really never given her like a real look, I guess, because of Carmen.
No, I get it, but like what we're doing is we're putting people's rights on the line. We're putting the future of this country on the line because Trump doesn't believe in things like climate change. He has no healthcare policy. He said he just has concepts. Right? Do we really want to go back to a time where people with pre-existing conditions could be like denied?
No, because that's something I worry about all the time.
Yeah,
like if I would lose my insurance,
Yeah, so only one candidate has a plan to protect what we have now and make it better, and that's Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. Like, you might not like the party, but on like healthcare policy, there is only one clear answer here. Thank you for the heart. Thank you, Heidi. Yeah. Does that make sense? Like I guarantee you that if Donald Trump becomes president again, his minions that he puts in power will seek to undermine all the protections that the APA grants. The House and the Senate will likely try to weaken it. They may not full-blown undo it, but they will try to weaken it. And so, and I guarantee you that will happen.
That's
She has a bit
scary.
of a lag. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you do. I know it's scary, which is why I
That's
understand. I know, which is I understand why you don't want
This
to
is
vote
stuff
for
people
him.
don't talk about. You know, this is scary. Like, nobody talks about this stuff. And they don't talk calmly about this stuff or rationally about it. You know, it's always, let's tear people down, let's name call.
I understand.
You know,
yeah,
it's
I understand.
frustrating.
Again,
And
you
I've
have
never
to think
heard,
about
I
you.
never get to hear about Kamala, you know. I would like to speak more with someone to find out about Kamala. I don't take your feed, you know. And I'm sorry, I did not have money to give you, so I tapped the heck out of your phone, and now you're up to 2 of my phone, and now you're up to 2 million. And I know
Oh,
you're
yeah,
up to
don't
2
worry
million
about that. You
those
don't.
hard things.
No,
So,
and
I appreciate that.
let me just give you one piece of advice as someone who has done it myself, and this is just good advice from outside the world. I recommend that you change your TikTok name to not have your full name in it, because people will have information that way. So
Probably not
I
the
know,
time
like,
to want to
I'm
learn
just-
that in front of 8.6 thousand people. But like, yeah, we do need to tell you.
Okay, I
that's just a
I
little
set
bit of
it up
advice.
pretty quick because of social media stuff for my community.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah, I
understand.
would like to learn
but-
more and
yeah.
have a better conversation about Kamala, and to learn more, if that's okay. If you don't mind, like, messaging me later or something and helping me learn more.
Yeah,
you know,
I'll
'cause,
follow
like,
here. You know
when you
what?
type
I'll
in,
follow you right. I'll follow you right now. Follow me back, and in fact, what I'll do right now is I will at you. Oh, actually, let me. Here, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go into your thing.
thank you. And can I say one thing about Christian people and Donald Trump?
Go ahead.
There's 2 scriptures, and I'm not a scriptorian that could remember things well. There are 2 scriptures. One that one that says God's things to God and Caesar's things to Caesar's. To me, that's like separation of church and state. When you vote, don't vote emotional. Vote smart. Keep emotions out. You know, and I know that's what I'm learning. That's what came to me as I was talking to you, because I let my emotions about my friend get in the way and kind of put that blinder on. Vote smart and educated. Like, don't let that emotion get to you. And so, and the other thing with abortion, you're talking about murder or whatever. And if that's your personal view, that's your personal view. But let that be the other person's issue with the God you think. It's not you murdering. It wouldn't be you doing the act. It's the other person. So let them have that choice.
Mhm.
Do you understand? Don't
We understand.
don't do that to another person. Let that person have their own choice to make. It's not your responsibility to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, you'll see a message from me. I did say hello, so you'll see that in your message request. So you'll see a hello from me, and you can.
Ari, appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Parker. I really appreciate you.
Of course, appreciate you. And Matt.
And I'm back. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Parker.
Sheila,
Thanks
thank
for
you so much.
having me.
Appreciate the $10. Thank you so
Yes,
much, Bailey. Thank you for the $10. And Alyssa, thank you for the $5. I always appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to say I'm sorry to everybody who donated. I did get donations and I didn't see them. So if you did donate, I really appreciate it. It means a lot. It really does. And I'm sorry that I didn't say your name, but I really do appreciate it. So thank you, everybody. Okay, thanks, Parker. Bye bye.
Of course, of course. And Sarah, thank you for the $5 as well. By the way, everyone, I might actually just end it here, everyone, because I do have to get going to go see my girlfriend. I got to stay on a little bit longer today, so I am happy that I was able to do that. I do appreciate everyone who came on today. Make sure to follow me here if you have not already. I go live literally every single day. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, everyone, so do make sure to follow me here. This is probably, I might just like switch to this account for my live account, and because like the algorithm pushes so much more, I have a lower following percentage on this account, so I actually get pushed. So I might just like start doing that a lot more. So follow me here. Also, go to my repost. You can watch my videos, the Charlie Kirk debate and stuff like that. I'm going to be posting more as they come. I just need to find a way to get around like these originality violations. But we're going to go raid Harry, everyone. Look up Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Look up Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Let's blow up Harry's live real quick. Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam love Parker. Love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone.
That's going to fight for our rights.
And,
I mean,
and
I don't
Kamala Harris is
disagree.
that person. Trump is going to here's the thing. Here's how it's going to impact all of us directly. Because we have to actually live with the repercussions of the decision of the president of the United States. So there are Americans who came home in body bags because of Donald Trump. Right? More American soldiers died abroad than under Trump than under Joe Biden. Women across the United States in Republican states don't have reproductive rights because of Donald Trump. And now even if Donald Trump loses for the next 10, 20, 30 years, our court system is going to be predominantly conservative, not just a little bit conservative, really conservative because of Donald Trump. And we have to live with the repercussions of that. So it really does matter. And I don't know what state you're voting in. I don't know where you're voting, but we got to think about the future and not just think about Trump versus Harris. You know what I mean? It's so much bigger than that.
Yeah, and look, a couple of months ago it was Trump versus Biden, right?
Yeah.
So right now, it's something brand new to everyone. I think a lot of Democrats alike are a little confused on what happened as well, because nobody wanted to believe that he was, Biden was in that bad of a shape, he's finishing out the term, but what is he really doing right now until the end?
He's working on the Middle East right now. That's what he's mainly doing, which is a remarkable thing. I still think he's fit to serve. I know people disagree with that. I think he is. But
I mean, that could be true. I mean, just because you don't, remember what you had for breakfast doesn't mean that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to talk bad about the guy. I actually felt bad for him after the debate because I was like, man, he should just take a break. I think he served us well for a long time, and move on to someone else. So I'm glad listen, I don't have anything against Harris in any way, other than the fact that she's now being thrown into the mix as the front runner of the ticket, and I think she's doing a heck of a job. I mean, I support Trump, but I'm not married to Trump. I don't care about him. I just kind of like what he was doing. And does he have strong policies? He really didn't have many things that passed. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. But you got to admit, those last few years that he was there, the last 6 months with COVID and everything, was not his fault. And if Biden was there, it would have happened to him. If Harris was there, it would have happened to her. So would the inflation have happened if Trump was here? That's the big question. I'm not sure.
100%. If it happened in all these other countries around the world at the exact same time, like Britain, France, Germany, Japan, and different continents as well, if it happened to all of these countries at around the same time and they spiked all around the same time, it wouldn't have mattered whether it was Trump or Biden. There were economists in 2020, even before Biden became president, writing about how there was going to be high inflation. And there's nothing, and I mean nothing, that Joe Biden or Donald Trump could have done that would have prevented inflation from being as high as it was. The Federal Reserve mostly controls that, and raising rates and things like that. I mean, that. I don't got to tell you that. There's just nothing that Biden or Trump could have done.
But at the same time, how do we fix it now then? If we can't really control worldwide inflation, we're just waiting for it to settle on its own. I think that's not 100% either, because I'm no economist, but I can tell you somebody's got to be able to negotiate with somebody and say, hey guys, oil's $100 a barrel. We need to make it go down to 75. What do we got to do? Okay, we'll do this and that. Somebody's got to negotiate those things.
Yeah, I mean, so 100%, but it's not not quite that, we're just waiting around for it to happen. A lot of things have fallen into place in recent years that have allowed it to go down. Now we're below 3%, which is great. But great. Some things that come to mind are like oil production going back to what it was pre-pandemic, not only in the United States, but in OPEC and around the world. Supply chains going back to normal. That was like a big cause of inflation with, goods were just not getting into the United States. And then if things are not on the shelves and demand is high, then prices are going to go up. It's just a terrible thing. And, things like that. And then the Federal Reserve raising interest rates along at the same time, trying to reduce the money flow in the United States, also managed to tame inflation a little bit. So all these things kind of happening at once, and energy costs coming down, grocery price kind of leveling out, and interest rates being high, that brought it down. But that takes time. You know what I mean? That it's not just going to happen
That's what I'm saying.
overnight.
Not that we're waiting around, but I'm just saying, time heals all wounds. It's not really going to make a big difference who's there. It's going to take us time, right? It's like when we had the 2008, crash of the market. I felt it in real estate back in 2006. It started declining, and then 2008, you had the real estate. The stock market crash.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a bad time in America, right?
Yeah.
So since then, did we recover? Yeah, we've been doing good. I mean, it's been a good run, but like everything else, it all comes to an end. And it just seems like this was like COVID and then the inflation, and it's really tough on a lot of people, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but also think about like what happened when '08. You know, like I'd say Obama's recovery from that was really great, but unemployment.
I
was
voted
still
Obama.
around.
By the way, I voted Obama when they had to change. I was ready for change, so
There
I
you
was
go.
I was all on board. Yeah, no,
There
I
you
was
go.
all on board.
So and Obama's, I think Obama's recovery was great, but keep in mind that like even by 2012, unemployment was still around I think like 8%. You know, we kind of wanted to be maybe even lower than that, like 4 or 5%, and it was still at that point because it takes time. You know, the recovery. It doesn't just happen overnight, especially from something like that, and especially with something from COVID. That's why to this day we are still suffering from the repercussions of COVID, and it just takes time.
I mean, he did try to help a lot of people that were in foreclosure. I mean, a lot of people stayed in their homes because of Obama, so he did do a lot of good. You can't really talk bad about Obama per se, especially the first 4 years. The guy was digging out of the hole. I mean, you can't even count those years, in my opinion.
Yeah, those are
and
tough
then the
4
next
years.
4, he did it. Yeah, he did a lot better, no question.
Yeah.
But then again, Trump came. I know he got the benefit of what Obama was already working on, but he did add a lot of benefit. It was like a lot more peaceful time. And again, it might not be attributed to Biden per se, because like I said, I think he's a great guy. I don't think he's a good family guy and all that. And I just think it's timing. That's all I think it is. I mean,
All
do you
right.
really feel that she's going to be able to get the job done? Is the question. I know you
100%.
were advocating for Biden, but think of it this way. You were advocating Biden, and now you're advocating Harris. Is it just because she's in the Democrat Party, or do you really think she could do it?
No, I think she can. I mean, like, this is not somebody that's a pushover or somebody that is kind of lazy. She's been a prosecutor her entire life. You know what I mean? She was somebody that argued in court and threw people in jail if they've committed crimes. I think that
Which
takes a
are
lot
good
of...
attributes of a person, just to not take anybody's BS, especially foreign leaders and stuff like that. I could see her doing it.
Exactly. So I think that, like, if we're talking about somebody that's up to the job, I think it's like Kamala Harris, who has that composure, that steadiness that we saw at the debate, not Donald Trump, who, quite frankly, got baited by Kamala Harris within 10 minutes of the debate. And I think my question to people watching, and even yourself, is that if Donald Trump can get baited in a presidential debate in front of 70 million Americans within 10 minutes, then why should we expect him to be able to handle Xi or Putin or Kim Jong-un? You know what I mean?
I think Trump told her that she did a good job at the debate.
Yeah.
I think he did. And that, that's a big strike on his ego, right? I mean, the
Yeah.
guy's got a monster ego.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But anyway,
All right,
man,
cool. I
think
appreciate you, man.
All right, Vinny. Thanks for the
All right,
conversation.
yeah,
man.
have
You're
a good
one,
night.
all
No,
right?
I appreciate the good talk. Absolutely.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Take care. Yep. Take care.
I like Vinny. Even though he's voting for Trump, I like Vinny. So that's a good guy right there. He's a smart guy. You know what I mean? You disagree. It's okay. It's no problem. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Also, double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes. It helps boost the live, all that good stuff. Venmo, Cash App in the link in our bio. In the link in the bio. You have to scroll all the way down. It's there at the bottom. Yeah, all right. Let's see what we got. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat or request up in the box. And we'll get you up here and we'll talk. And you can tell me why on earth you're MAGA. It makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. But, some people still vote for Trump. I don't know. Let's see what we got. MAGA, Trump won the debate, says Matthew. Come on, bro. Oh, what's up? What's up, Katie? Good to see Katie, man. All right,
How's it
Matthew.
going?
How old are you, bro?
I'm 24.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Honestly, I don't really. The reason I wanted to hop on here was because I just feel like you're so biased.
Yes.
In the way that
I am
you
biased.
report. I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm biased. I very much support the Democratic Party. I'm very much a Democrat. Yes. This is not hate.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's just something about the way that you report the news on your TikTok that is just so misleading. And I just feel like if you could report it in a way that's truthful, honest, and report it in the context that it exists in, it'd be much more informative to the people.
So you're saying we exist in a context unburdened by what has been, maybe something along those lines?
I guess so. But
yeah. That's a good line. I like that. No, I mean, look, I every single video you have, you'll see something in the background, right? Like there's sources that I include. So it's not like I'm just making it up on the spot. I'm getting my sources from a location. It's not just me saying it, and then I'll give my opinion on the news, as we all have an opinion on the news. But I don't know how that's like untruthful or misleading.
I don't know. There's just like I'm obviously, if I go to your page right now, I don't think it's going to keep me in the live. But for example, like the Waltz. I think you made a video on like the Waltz. The older millennial made a video on the Waltz supporting Donald Trump, and I think you made a video on something else about who was it supporting Kamala Harris? I think it was like a nephew. Yeah. So I don't know. I just like I just
to clarify, that the Trump nephew that supports Kamala Harris actually like knows Donald Trump. He was in the Oval Office with Trump when he was president, like often visited the White House. And Mary Trump is also somebody that's supporting Kamala Harris, and she also has been around Donald Trump in her life. So, and the difference between the Wallses in that situation is that those Wallses that live in Nebraska, I think I don't remember the exact connection, but it was like Tim Walz's his grandfather's brother is how they're connected. And I think that's like a pretty distant connection. Like Tim Walz hasn't even met any of those people. So if it's like your cousin's dog's best friend's sister's great uncle is supporting the other person, it's like, who really cares? But if it's somebody that was in the White House with you, then I think that's much more significant.
I completely understand. But that's pretty much all I just wanted to mention.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Thanks, Matthew. Have a good one. Alyssa. Let's give Alyssa a chance. Is Alyssa a picture of her dog? I think it is. I think it's a dog. I think it's a dog in her profile picture. I think it's a dog. Venmo, Cash App in the link in bio if you want to support the live. Double tap the screen. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Do these lives all the time. Oh, here comes somebody. That's Alyssa.
Hello.
Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. Hello, are you MAGA?
Yeah, Trump 24.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
When
and
were you born?
I'm also at work too. So I can't really I just wanted to come support.
Oh, so you don't want to actually talk about why you support Trump?
Well, I would like to, but I'm at work.
Okay, go do your thing. Go do your thing. You got it. That's a interesting goal with being here. We'll allow it. I mean, sure. All right. I'm sure she changed somebody's mind. Maybe. Let's see. Who's MAGA? Who wants to come up, man? Let's see what we got. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the box. My apologies. Now I'll look. Preston Scott. For some reason, I can't invite him up. Let's see if he's sitting in the box. I'll scroll. Oh, there he is. Let's give him a shot. Let's see what this guy's talking about. See what this guy's talking about now. Preston, why are you MAGA, bro?
Hey, Harry, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. So I'm MAGA, but I've seen you on Twitter, TikTok, even on with peers.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious. I've never seen any of your actual beliefs on why you maybe support Kamala or even the Democratic Party in general. And I just want to clarify that first and foremost, just so I understand your positions as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I align with Kamala Harris on the major issues. Any one that you might think about, I align more so with Kamala Harris than the Republican Party. Obviously, reproductive rights, climate change, healthcare, veterans care, infrastructure, manufacturing, gun control, anything like that. Kamala Harris speaks to the values I hold. So, okay, I can be specific on any of those things if you'd like. You can pick, and I'll talk about any of them.
Yeah, well, I didn't know if there was somebody specifically in the Democratic Party that you viewed more aligned with your goals other than Kamala, just because technically Kamala is the most left-leaning senator of all time, basically.
That's just not true.
And I mean, we can look at a video where she said she supports gun buybacks mandatory.
Yeah, I don't think you think gun buybacks are far left.
Absolutely.
Why are voluntary gun buybacks far left? Like if the government is saying, "Hey, we'll buy back your gun voluntarily," it's not mandatory. How is that like far left? I don't understand. Isn't that just common sense?
Well, let's define what's the purpose of a gun buyback, right? Like if we're trying to do a gun buyback on assault weapons, can we get a definition of what an assault weapon is?
Yeah, I think there's like a technical term and a colloquial term. I think the colloquial term is used often in American politics and dialogue. So I think the colloquial term applies to things like AR-15s, for example.
Okay, can you differentiate a 5.56 round from, let's say,
I just made the differentiation for you that there's a technical term of like what applies with a different type of firearm and how that differs from an AR-15. That's more of a technical term. But for your average American, when they're having a conversation about gun violence and they hear like assault weapon, they think of AR-15s. So when Kamala Harris is talking about an assault weapons buyback, she's not talking about the difference between a 5.56 and what an AK-47 does versus what an AR-15 does. She's more talking about the colloquial term, which is maybe I should define that. It's like how your average person understands the word to mean versus how it might actually mean. And that's what she's speaking about. So,
right. Do you see the issue in that, though, that it's so broad in terms of what an assault weapon can be? Because you can make an assault weapon out of a handgun, and you could define that as a mandatory buyback, which she said she would institute an executive order if it wasn't passed within her first 100 days. This was a video released last week, Harry.
I think a buyback is a good idea. In other countries, I think it was Serbia, or Slovakia. Anyway, there was a buyback in a country in Europe, and it worked incredibly effectively in terms of getting these firearms and these dangerous weapons off the street. I think that's great because there's an incentive to do it. If the government's going to buy back your firearm in a way that they compensate you properly, maybe even more so than what you paid for it, there's obviously an incentive to do that. And I think the data is clear. When there's more guns, there's more gun deaths. And I think that if we have less guns, then we might see that trend go down in a positive way, right?
Where would the money come from the government to purchase the weapons?
Where it always comes from, whether it be trade or taxes.
So you want to tax us more to take our weapons away that not only help us protect ourselves, but also protect those around us. You realize that more people are prevented from being killed from owning firearms than people that are actually murdered from firearms? Are you aware that...
Where are you getting that data from?
You can look it up on the FBI website.
Where are you getting that data from?
The FBI, a government-backed agency.
The FBI is not saying that, oh, this amount of people are killed per year. And actually, in reality, the AR-15 protects more people than it takes.
Again,
here's the problem with data points like that.
It's guns in general.
But here's a problem with data points like that. There have been a number of studies that say, oh, X amount of people protect themselves with guns per year, but they're all very flawed. One of the main ones is that like 3 million people every single year protect themselves with a gun. They save their lives from a murder or assault or something like that. Except that statistic is based off of a phone survey that was done around 1,500 people, and like 60 people said that they had used a firearm to protect themselves. And then when you apply that to the entire American population, then you get the number. But that is obviously statistically incorrect. That's not sound methodology. So a lot of these this is why I asked where you get the data from. A lot of these pieces of data are flawed. So I guarantee you, whatever number you're citing likely did not come from the FBI. But if you want to provide a source for that, that's great.
Sure, I'll drop a link in the chat. But also on top of that, right, mandatory gun buybacks.
It's not mandatory.
Okay, Harry. Let's say this. Let's say it's voluntary, right?
Okay.
The purpose of the gun buyback, you just said, is to lower violent crimes across the United States committed by gun violence, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a number of things, but sure.
What is gun violence? Who perpetrates gun violence? Criminals, correct?
Yeah, obviously bad people, yes.
Not law-abiding citizens, correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if law-abiding citizens turn in their weapons under a let's say non-mandatory gun buyback, do you think people who are already committing crimes would not then further commit crimes to still have the weaponry to then have an
Here's the thing. Here's what you're not understanding.
Those...
You think that Kamala Harris's entire gun policy is buybacks.
Well, because
that's not
she
what
doesn't
Kamala.
Wait,
Wait, hold on now. I'm not done yet. You think that's her entire gun policy? That's not true. It's not her entire gun policy. Her entire gun policy includes a number of different policy positions that would kind of solve the problem you're speaking to. Number one of them is like banning the production of assault weapons in the United States. And when I say assault weapons, again, I'm using a colloquial term. Wait, can you stop talking, please? Can you stop talking? Can you stop talking, please? I just told you that we're using.
Well, no, because you keep on rambling in paragraphs. You don't let us respond.
I'm giving an argument to you, and then you interrupt, and you're like, well, why won't you tell me your argument? It's like I'm giving you my argument, you're just not allowing me to finish it. And again, I just told you like 5 times before this that we're using the colloquial term of assault weapon, the term that is most understood by the American populace, right? So an assault weapon ban on things like AR-15s being produced in the United States, right? That would reduce the amount of AR-15s in circulation, but also including provisions for gun purchases, such as mandatory mental health checks, expanded background checks, mandatory permits, mandatory training. Those things are just common sense reform that would go a long way. So you couple that with voluntary buybacks, I think you have a pretty good system going. A system, by the way, that's adopted by a variety of other countries that have significantly less gun violence than we do per capita.
Have you ever bought a gun, Harry?
No, I've never bought a gun.
Okay. Are you familiar with the ATF's background checks for guns?
Yes, I'm familiar with the ATF's background check.
Do you know how long they are?
Can you respond to the argument I just made, please?
Well, I can't because you can't define me what an assault weapon is. You just keep saying AR-15s.
That's nonsense.
What
Do you know?
differentiates an AR-15?
Wait. Do you know what colloquial means?
You can't say I interrupt you and then you interrupt me when I respond. That
okay,
makes
but
no
you're not
sense.
even you're not even responding. But you're not even responding to my argument. But go ahead,
Harry. Outside of an AR-15, what else qualifies under an assault weapon? Please define.
No, you told me not. You told me not to interrupt you, so I'm going to wait for you to respond to my argument in full.
Asking you a question. Can you please define?
I'm not. We're not going. You're not going to respond to my argument with more questions. So I'm asking.
What's your question here? Let's go.
I didn't ask you a question. I just made an entire argument to you about common sense gun reform. So can you respond to my arguments about common sense gun reform and why you disagree?
Why do I disagree with having to do mental health background checks? I don't disagree with that.
Thank you, Terry, for that subscription. Appreciate it.
There's already, through the ATF, you have a mandatory 3-day mandatory background check before you can purchase a weapon. Counties then have an additional time frame where they can add on further days before you can actually obtain one. This is a government background check run through all the federal systems here to see if you've committed any crimes prior to actually purchasing a weapon. You are then required to wait that entire time frame to then purchase a weapon and actually receive it. This then hurts people that can't obtain guns because they need it for either protection purposes or if they want it to go to provide for their family and go hunting. So having these actual policies in place saying, oh, I'm going to dictate what you can and can't purchase based on if I make a judgment call, if you have mental health disorders, that's completely unjustified and unbiased and unfair because what defines as a mental health disorder? Then we come down to the nitty gritty on what is this? Is ADHD a mental health disorder? Is all these other things you could technically qualify as a mental health disorder going to prevent you from purchasing a firearm in the future, which you could use to save your life, save your neighbor's life, save your family's life, provide for you in the future if you wanted to go hunting? There's so many different reasons why further expanding the application of gun control would negatively affect this country.
Okay, there's no federal law on waiting periods.
There absolutely is. It's a 3-day window. It's through the ATF. You can look it up.
That's not true.
It is. Everyone can go. I could drop.
Please prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong.
I will.
Go for it.
Sure. Do you know what ATF stands for?
Just go for it.
Can I get an answer?
No, I'm waiting for you to prove me wrong.
Okay.
Because again, I'm not gonna continue to make the arguments and have questions in response to what I'm saying. So. Just look up: is there a waiting period on from the federal government?
Here we go. ATF.
Because I maybe I'll save you some time. Via, let's see here. Hold on. When it's loading. Hold on. I have multiple sources here in front of me.
Sure.
I can read to you if you'd like.
Sure.
So
Absolutely.
via a number of Evertown Research, they're great over there. They do some great work. AAP, even California law, which talks about state law, Giffords.org, Rand, anyway, doesn't matter. A bunch. Federal law, quote, there is no federal waiting period to buy a gun. However, the National Instant Criminal Background Check System requires that a dealer receive a proceed order before transferring a firearm to a purchaser. If the FBI can't complete the background check within 3 business days, the dealer can still transfer the firearm.
Right. So 3 days, like I said.
That's not what was just read to you. There
It
is no
was.
federal requirement on a pause or a period that you can't buy a firearm. Theoretically, let's just say, for example, if the FBI completes that background check within 10 minutes, you can buy a firearm the same day. In some states have waiting periods. Some local jurisdictions have waiting periods, but
It
for
depends
federal
on what
government,
firearm
that's
you're
not what it
purchasing.
is.
It depends on what firearm you're purchasing. If you're purchasing
Oh
a
yeah, no,
handgun,
there's of course
handgun
there's
requires
of
either
course,
going to
of
be
course.
a concealed weapons permit, which you could get the same day.
Of
If you don't
course.
have that, otherwise
depends
it
on
will
the
take
state
you
as well.
3
But that
days.
depends on the state as well.
That's
But
the
for-
ATF, which is a government-backed agency, which is federal.
You keep setting the ATF, but I'm reading to you what federal law is right now.
Do you know what
so
the
in different
NICS is
states, in
run by?
different
It's run by
jurisdictions,
the
they have
ATF,
different.
which is
hang on,
alcohol, tobacco, and firearm.
excuse me. I'm not done yet. So in different states and different jurisdictions, there is different rules for certain firearms. But via federal law, you are wrong. There is no waiting period. There's no mandatory waiting period. So you keep saying like, oh, we have this common sense gun reform that's going to, and if we have any more gun control, it's going to hinder the ability and the benefits of this country. It's like, that's complete nonsense, right? It's just complete nonsense. We have some of the worst mass shootings we've had some of the worst mass shootings in American history in like the past 2 decades. There's clearly a trend, and we have more mass shootings and more gun deaths than other economically comparable countries around the world. That is obviously an issue. And if we have countries comparable to us, like Great Britain, people say, oh, their stabbings are their equivalent of our mass shootings. Even then, if that's the argument, their stabbings are less frequent, less deadly, and affect less people. So clearly there's a problem. And you just sitting here saying like, oh, we can't change anything. I'm not done yet. You sitting here saying, well, we just can't change anything because it's going to hinder the ability of citizens. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. By the way, shout out to everybody coming from Parker's Live. I appreciate y'all.
Am I good to respond?
Yes, you can respond now.
Okay, so I agree with you. Absolutely, murder, crime is absolutely horrendous, and it needs to drop. And I feel bad for everyone who's been murdered by gun violence. Is absolutely incorrect. But going back to your point, saying that it's run by a FBI background check, that just proves the point. If somebody passes an FBI background check, they're able to get the weapon because they passed an FBI background check. If we're not able to trust our own government agencies, what's the point of even using it in the first place? What else further do you want to go outside of an FBI background check? Do you want them to come to my house?
A mandatory mental health check, meaning like a psychologist comes on site and evaluates you, and you can be denied a purchase based off of the psychological evaluation. So if like a psychologist finds that you suffer from a disorder that might make you more likely to commit violence, maybe there's more checks, more regulation for said individual, or just a complete denial of their ability to buy said gun.
So that should be a gun issue, but not an overall health issue for the United States?
I think it can be both. I think it can apply to gun control, but I also think we need to invest more in mental health, which is what the Biden administration has done.
Right, but that doesn't apply to weapons because now you're doing a snap judgment based off of the opinion of somebody. You can't define what a mental health disorder is. Everyone's mental capacity is different. You can have cases that are all similar, correct? But
So
nobody's mental health disorder will be the same.
If you're deemed a psychopath, like clinically crazy by a psychologist, I think that would be okay for you to be denied a firearm. 100%.
I disagree with you, but to
okay,
say
so that's an
to
example of which. But right now, you can be a psychopath and then go buy a firearm, and nobody's going to find out that you're a psychopath. And then you go use that firearm to kill your entire family.
So a psychopath has flown under the radar for 18 years before purchasing a firearm and has no information through a government background check that would have anything flagged for it?
Yeah, do you not think that there are psychopaths who can fly under the radar for a long time?
No, I just think it's weird that they would have no information on it and that just all of a sudden they would snap after something.
Yeah,
after
you know,
18 years.
first of all, background checks are not perfect, and they don't cover everything, right? They don't cover everything. That's why we got to fill the gaps. There's gaps in gun policy right now that need to be filled. So we have background checks. We need to expand them because there's obviously been issues with private gun sales, but we also need to evaluate somebody's mental health and make sure that that person's actually trained in using a firearm. I don't think it makes any sense to sell somebody a firearm and have them shooting up, down, left, sideways, diagonal. right? And they don't even know how to use it. They don't even know. Maybe they don't even get trained. Maybe they're playing around with their buddies. How many times have we heard stories of people not storing their firearms safely because there's no law, federal law requiring safe storage, where a child will pick up the firearm and either use it on themselves accidentally or a buddy of theirs? How many times have we heard tragic stories like that? You know?
Not that many, because I don't know if you've ever held a gun, Harry, but to actually engage it, it's going to require much more pressure than any child would be capable of actually using to engage the weapon.
Are you kidding me? You've never heard a story like this?
If the weapon is primed, meaning that it's loaded, absolutely, they can pull the trigger.
It's September 2nd,
if it is not
2024.
primed and there's no bullet in the chamber, I can guarantee you no child under the age of 8 years old is going to be strong enough to actually pull back the slide of a handgun or pull back the release for an assault rifle.
In Utah, on September 2nd, 2024, 8-year-old dies after accidentally shooting himself in the head.
You just negated exactly what I just said, Harry. You're listening to respond, not actually listen to learn, which is something that I implore you to do for your future.
New Jersey boy 3 in critical condition after accidentally shooting himself with a
Again,
gun.
you're still not listening, and you're just throwing out talking points and not actually.
Hold on. I'm sorry. These are not talking points. These are people.
Harry, listen.
Right? This is not
I just stated my whole.
You just made the point. 2-year-old accidentally dies after shooting himself in a Walmart parking lot. You said that a kid under 8 would not have the strength to discharge a firearm. I'm telling you you're wrong, and I'm telling you that these laws we have right now are not strong enough to prevent these tragedies. Oh, but God forbid. I mean, the people need to be able to carry their firearms just in case, right? You need to be able to have your holster. You got to have your holster. Like it's so ridiculous, man.
Again, I never said discharge a firearm. I agree with you. And someone under the age of 8 years old is absolutely strong enough to pull a trigger or pull a lever down. Absolutely. But to actually prime a weapon, meaning put a round into the chamber, they will not have the actual strength under the age of 8 to actually engage that weapon. I've grown up around weapons my entire life. I was not able to do it until I was at the age of 10 years old.
Yeah, I don't think that should be the argument of, oh, well, you know what? A child couldn't load the firearm themselves. They couldn't put the bullets in the chamber and prime it for use. So that means that we're okay here. It's like, no, if kids are going around and accidentally taking their own lives or the lives of others because people are being irresponsible with their firearms, then maybe it requires more regulation. And I think that the simple argument here,
but again,
is that
you can't just tell people what to do inside their own house, though. I agree with you. Children dying from firearms is absolutely not okay. But we
tell people what to do in their own houses all the time. You can't chain up your kid in your own house, right? So if you can't chain up your kid in your own house, then clearly we have regulations inside people's homes. Like we have zoning laws as well with building. You can't build certain things in your own goddamn house, right? You can't build a golf course in your goddamn house. So if we can have laws like that, why can't we have mandatory safe storage laws?
Who's going to enforce it?
That's a good question when it comes to enforcement. But if it's discovered or reported by a neighbor or somebody like that somebody's just leaving their AR-15 out in the couch and their kids are playing with it, then there has to be some form of enforcement mechanism, whether it be criminal charges or civil or I don't know.
What capacity does it need to be stored in a gun safe?
Gun safe.
Okay, so what happens? Let's say somebody breaks into my home and I have to go open my gun safe. What then?
I would hope that you'd be able to open your gun safe pretty quickly.
But it has to be safe enough.
I just want to point out that right now you are more likely to take your own life or the life of somebody in your house than somebody robbing your house. Right now, as it stands, the data in the United States is that. And about what I wanted to make, the argument I wanted to make earlier, but I was cut off, was that the simple argument here is that if in the United States, compared to other economically comparable countries, we have the most mass shootings and most gun deaths per capita. And these other countries which have strong gun regulation don't. Why would you be against the strong gun regulation if it's proven to work?
Because it's not a gun issue, Harry. It's a criminal issue.
Really? The other countries have criminals.
Really?
Yes.
Yes, and crimes are committed at the same rate in other countries, regardless of it being used by firearms or not. It absolutely is true.
No, that's absolutely not. That is absolutely false. That is absolutely false. And even then, by the way, let's just say, let's
look it up.
Wait. Let's just say hypothetically that crime is committed at the same rate. Let's just say like 100%. It's identical. What would you rather crime be committed with? Firearms that have the potential to take more people's lives, like if you're standing in a hallway and people are being shot, or would you rather crimes be committed and attempted to be committed with like knives and things like that?
No, I'd rather have my own security and the security of my family paramount compared to crimes being committed. I'd rather have my own firearm ready. That way, in case I needed it, I would be prepared and wouldn't be in a shit situation. That's what I would prefer.
So then put it this way. You're standing in a hallway. There's a group of people around you, and there's somebody at the end of the room with a firearm, and or in another situation, there's somebody at the end of the room with a knife. What situation would you rather be in? And obviously you can't just say, oh, I have my firearm by myself. Which situation would you rather be in?
If I didn't have my firearm, it would be, obviously I'd rather be in the situation with a knife, but that's assuming that again, you take away my rights to have a firearm, criminals are going to have the ability to get a firearm, which is my whole point. You just did a whole juxtaposition into your whole argument.
No, it's just a hypothetical pointing out how obviously having a country that maybe like the main use of a weapon in a crime is a knife versus a gun is obviously more preferable. And if we can get the guns off the street, then we can have better data like these other countries have, like Great Britain has, right? As I mentioned, Great Britain's stabbings are less frequent, less deadly, and affect less people compared to America's mass shootings.
So if that would work, why don't we ban murder?
Why don't we ban murder?
We have.
See, it's such a dumb argument. It's such a dumb argument because the argument here, I'm going to answer it. The argument here is not that, oh, if we if we have gun regulation, every bad thing ever is going to stop, right? That's never the argument. And also that wouldn't be the argument for having murder be a crime, right? It's to say, hey, if we have these regulations, less of these events would happen. Just like, by the way, having murder be illegal, I think we can both agree, makes things less likely to happen. Having enforcement mechanisms against murder makes it less likely to happen. Would you agree?
I've stated my point very clear. Murder is bad, and I'm very against murder.
Okay. That doesn't answer my question at all. You just made a really bad point. Like, oh, ban murder. What the fuck?
How is that a bad point?
So I just explained it to you.
You didn't do very well.
Really? So maybe I have to speak slower.
I think you should probably.
I understand that things are moving too fast for you. With murder, right? The goal with laws is not to say, oh, we think that if we pass this law, every single bad event that's associated with this law is going to stop. Like when we're banning murder, we're not saying, oh yeah, okay, this means that no murder is ever going to happen ever again, right? The goal with outlawing murder and having stiff criminal penalties for it is that this de-incentivizes people from wanting to do this. This puts a risk in somebody's mind when they want to kill somebody. It keeps an ordered society, and it makes this thing less likely to happen. So with gun regulation, that's the same thing. That, oh, we understand that even if we pass all this gun regulation, maybe tragedies still occur. Maybe people are still shot when it's not a self-defense situation or anything like that. But we believe that passing these gun regulations would make it less likely to happen. So why don't we just ban murder point is really bad. And also what I wanted to say to you is that it doesn't even seem like your goal here is, oh, I want to reduce the amount of gun deaths in America. You haven't even mentioned a policy position once as to how we get that done. Your entire position here is, oh, I like my guns.
Okay, let's talk about that then.
Okay, what's your solution?
Sure. So let's address where murder is having the most with gun violence. Can we define that? It's in major cities, correct?
I'm waiting for you. I told you already. I'm waiting for you. Yeah. Major city, sure.
Okay.
Can you just finish your argument first before you pause? Can you just go quick?
Well, I'm not pausing. I'm confirming that you're following along with my train of thought.
We're all here with you. We're all here with you. Can you continue, please?
Okay.
Go faster, a little bit faster. Thank you.
Okay. Well, sure, Harry. I'll have to go slow for me. You understand that already. You already go slower. For me, so.
I already know that, but I'm hoping that maybe you could pick it up a little bit. But go ahead. Yeah. What's your solution, man?
I love the ad hominem attacks. That's really great.
What's your solution, man? What's your solution?
Well, it doesn't sound like no matter what I say, my solution would be you're just going to argue around it anyway. So let's say we need to end it. Okay, Harry, please let me finish. Mm-hmm. So the solution is to address where the gun violence is happening in the first place. That's in major cities. What we need to do is figure out what is causing the issues in major cities to have the perpetrated gun violence that's higher than the national average, correct? So what we do is we go in, we evaluate what is causing the inner cities, which is the areas surrounding the metropolitan area, to have higher gun violence, whether that be through impoverished communities, whether that be through lack of business opportunities, whether that be through a lack of funding from people moving there to want to have businesses. So what we do is we create infrastructure. We build areas that would provide areas and want business to actually invest in the area. We provide affordable housing for people. We get people to follow the rules and abide by the laws. We do things to actually educate people so that way they understand what is actually going on. We combat the crime that's already going there, so then we increase the police production. There's so many things you can do to actually impact the inner cities where all the gun violence is happening that we're not doing. Okay. And these are very, very easy, simple fixes that we can all apply to, but we somehow, for some reason, don't. And I would love to hear your reason why.
Yeah. First of all, you're talking about infrastructure, allowing people to start small businesses. That's exactly what Kamala Harris is talking about, it's almost like, the Biden administration passed the largest infrastructure bill since Eisenhower, doing things like, removing every single lead pipe in America so everybody has clean drinking water, improving roads so every community has opportunity to economic possibility. It's almost like she's talking about that. It's almost like she's also talking
What's
about
the
giving
one
people
caveat
affordable.
that there
Wait, I'm
is
not
for the
done yet. It's almost like people are
$50,000?
talking about affordable housing. Kamala Harris wanting to give $25,000 in down payment assistance to new home buyers and wanting to build 3 million new housing units in areas where people need the housing most, working with contractors to get that done. It's almost like your solution to gun violence. So I put in, because I don't know how that's a solution to gun violence, it's like what Kamala Harris wants. So if that's your position of we need to invest in communities, invest in housing, give people affordable housing, and invest in infrastructure, then welcome to the Kamala Harris campaign. We're honored to have you over here. We welcome everybody of all different backgrounds. So come on over.
What's the one caveat being for the $50,000 small business subsidy? What's the caveat?
What's the caveat?
Yeah. What's the caveat? Do you know?
No, what's the caveat? Go ahead.
They have to show that they were profitable for the first year, meaning that anyone that runs on a deficit, which most small businesses do for their first year, won't actually get any applicable $50,000 subsidy.
Wait. It depends on the small business you're talking about that runs at a deficit, because a lot of these mom and pop shops do not.
Hold on, Harry. I also work in mortgages, okay? So I have a direct impact on what's actually going on in the mortgage industry. Implementing a $25,000 increase to initial home buyers is not going to do anything to stimulate the production of homes in the United States, because the supply is not
That's not what I
demand,
said.
because we're busing in 10 million immigrants to take up housing in America. We're allowing large hedge funds to purchase properties and not let first-time home buyers actually get
Democrats
properties.
introduced a bill to stop
the
that. Republicans blocked it.
$25,000 increase subsidy for first-time home buyers, all that will do will increase the purchase price of the home by $25,000, because people know that you will be getting that subsidy, which is just going to continue to increase the unaffordability of actual home prices.
God, there was so
please
much
explain to me
misinformation in that.
how that would be better.
There was so much misinformation in that. That's remarkable. So not once did I claim that the $25,000 in down payment assistance is going to spur house production. That's an entirely different part of her plan, which is giving tax incentives to contractors to build more single family homes and apartment buildings. If they do that, they get a nice tax benefit, right? That's kind of what we do to bring businesses from overseas and things like that. We do this all the time. That's a separate part of her plan. Also, if you work in mortgages, I would hope you know that the sellers of these houses do not know who gets the $25,000 in down payment assistance. They don't know if that's actually applying to that person. And it doesn't apply to just anybody. You can be a first-time home buyer, but for example, there's some requirements. You have to pay your rent on time for 2 years straight. That's something that Kamala Harris talked about. That's what she said in her speech, right? So I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You're all over the place. And also, you bring up like, 10 million immigrants have come into the country.
You'll know that it's a first-time home buyer because there has to be a mortgage product that you have to issue, which will show that it will be in the subsidy in the first place.
I'm not done yet. Can you give me the data of 10 million people coming into this country?
Sure. Let's look it on from ABC. Nobody fact check it. They even said David Murr said 11 million people.
Go ahead.
David Murr said 11 million people. Your favorite person on NBC. There you go.
Go find me the data. Go find me the data.
So David Murr, left-leaning.
By the way, it's
NBC.
It's Muir. But go find me the data.
Harry, to say that that 11 million people haven't crossed the border here illegally is asinine.
Watch.
That argument there is
you're going to make the same. You're going to make the same mistakes that everybody makes. And that's why I'm telling you to go find the data. I already know my argument in response to what you're about to find. But go find the data.
Go ahead, Harry. What's your response? Because you already have it lined up. Go ahead.
No. Go find the data. I'm asking for your source. Burden of proof is on you.
Sure. We can go look it up right now. What website do you want me to look up first?
You find a source, and then we'll judge if that website's okay. And by the way, I'm not going to say, as long as it's not like Trump. Wait. As long as it's not like Trump.com, we'll be all right. If it's like ABC, if it's NPR, whatever, kind of Reuters, Associated Press, we can talk.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, because you said FBI wasn't good earlier. Is Border Patrol good?
Sure. I didn't say the FBI wasn't good, by the way. I said that your data you're getting is not from the FBI. And you miscited the FBI, by the way. But sure, if you want to go to Border Patrol, that's fine.
It's FBI background checks. How is that misciting?
You were saying that there was a 3-day period via the FBI, and I said that's not true.
There is a 3-day waiting period.
That's just not true. You can't just get debunked on something and then revert back to misinformation, my man. I'm sorry. That's just not how this works. You can't do that. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. So please, go find the data. You said 10 million. You said 11 million people have come across the border into this country. Go ahead.
The House Committee on Homeland Security releases.
No, don't give me a House Committee.
10 million encounters.
Well, actually, then they did it for me. Never mind. So wait, just read the first word after 10 million.
encounters at the American nationwide well before the end of the fiscal year.
Are encounters somebody getting into the country?
Absolutely. If it's by border control, absolutely.
Wait, hold on now. Encounter means that if they've encountered them, that means they automatically get into the country? That's the argument here?
We can play this game here because how many people entered the port of entry?
No. We're not. This is not.
We can both play that game. We can both pull the I got you card.
This is not a game. This is not a game. We have to be very clear here. You're saying that encounters, if somebody's encountered, that automatically means they got into the country? Because actually, encounters just mean what encounters mean, that they were encountered at the border. It speaks nothing to whether they actually got in to the country. Most people who are encountered at the border are denied. And by the way, if somebody is encountered twice, that counts as 2 encounters. So we have actually no idea the actual number of people who have come to the border in the past couple of years, because as I mentioned, it could be 7 million people, and then 3 million of those people are encountered a second time, for example, but they're not let into the country. And also, most of these people are denied entry into the country.
Okay, do you want the Washington Post cited source? What else? Do you want the Fort Worth? Do you want the USA Today? Do you want Politico?
About what? About what claim?
About the actual crossings.
Sure, yeah, what are crossings?
Sure, let's pull up Politico. Do you trust Politico?
Sure, you can read me the Politico. Actually, do you want to give me the title so I can follow along?
Guess how much border crossing numbers plummeted after Biden and Trump new policy?
Guess how much border crossings. Okay, Politico. Here we go. Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Doesn't give.
Yeah, wow. This from my quick scan of this article, it's actually supporting my argument and how Biden's good for the border.
Oh, please explain how Biden's good for the border. Let's start there.
Well, you're just for the record, the article you're citing in the second paragraph says daily crossings have fallen below 2,400. That's the lowest level since January 17th, 2021. Remind me, who was president on January 17th, 2021?
And that's great that border crossings are down, supposedly. Again, they're going through the
but just answer the question. Who was president on January 17th, 2021?
We're just going to negate the whole fact before that.
Wait, just answer the question.
We're just going to go around in circles this entire time.
Just answer the question. Who was president on January 17th, 2021?
January 17th, 2021?
Uh-huh.
That was right before the inauguration.
And so who was president?
Harry, we're not doing a gotcha. We know who was president.
Who was president?
I wish you a good night, sir. I can tell that we're not going to make any good cohesive meet in the middle, because that was the whole point of this, right? This is to have discourse and have conversation with people on the other side. I feel like
I'm just showing the argument you're making,
and didn't try to make any leeway towards the center in terms of progressing Americans, because that's the bottom line here. That's what we both want. We both want what's good for the country.
Just
and you can say yawn.
Cut the app and stop trying to pretend as if you're in the middle, buddy. Wait. Stop trying to pretend that you're in the middle of this conversation and trying to find middle ground with Americans, because you don't even have a solution on gun control. Go ahead, you can leave. You don't have a solution on gun control. You don't have a solution on immigration. You don't have a solution on any of this stuff. You want to kick you out, or you're finding your way out? There he goes. This guy, I mean, whatever. By the way, just for the record, I guess people that don't know, that gentleman apparently does not know, Donald Trump was president on January 17th, 2021. And if the article says daily crossings have fallen below 2,400, that's the lowest level since January 17th, 2021. That means that border crossings are at the same level that they were under Donald Trump. But apparently, if Joe Biden's border policy is so bad and the border's open right now as we speak, then, well, folks, I guess Donald Trump had the border open according to Republicans, right? Am I following? Does that make sense? Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. It goes a long way. Sharon, thank you for the $50. My God, Sharon, you're always supporting. Can we drop a W for Sharon in the chat? That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. Shout out Sharon. Give her some W's in the chat. I need at least 50. I appreciate you, Sharon. Crystal, thank you for the $8 saying from Utah and mentioned the case before you spoke on it. I appreciate your work and all the information you're spreading. I'd be happy to draw something for you. Hell yeah. That'd be sick. Definitely. Absolutely. DM me. And Bradley, thank you for the, oh my God. Thank you for the $150 from Bradley on Venmo. Can we please get some W's for Bradley in the chat? At least 150. Saying, I continue to send you support, Harry, because what you do is so important, debating and challenging MAGA supporters. Continue to defend the Democratic platform, Harris Walls 2024. Yo, please show some love to Bradley in the chat. Please spam the chat with W's. Right now, I'm giving you all permission to spam. Please spam the chat with W Bradleys. He's an amazing person. Shout out him. At least 150 W Bradleys. And W Sharon and W Crystal. I appreciate you all. God, Bradley, my man, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, man. It always means a lot. Appreciate it, man. All right, man. Red Mountain, are you MAGA?
Yes.
Why?
Well, let me just say that your last debate was very entertaining. I thought you did a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Chat's going absolutely crazy, man. This is crazy entertaining. 8.3K viewers in the chat. I'm kind of nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
I hear that's okay, man. Nothing to be nervous about.
But I am MAGA. I'm voting Trump. I disagree with a lot of your things. I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay, hit me.
So when it comes to border crossings, what would you attribute your party with?
Like, what are you saying? Like, why there have been high border crossings in recent years?
Well, how I would like to know. I would like a number from you. How many crossings that you would attribute to your Democratic Party's policies? Like, could you find a number? Do you have?
I don't think honestly. I don't think that's like a question I can answer. I don't think there's like a number. I could come up with a number, like a random number, and give it to you, but I don't think that's helpful. So I don't have a number for you as to like like how many people came in because of Democratic policy. I think that's like an impossible question to ask or answer.
Okay. Well, out of 10 million encounters, could you give me maybe an estimate out of the 10 million encounters you guys talked about?
Yeah, it's also tough because, as I mentioned, like encounters only mean that somebody was encountered. So somebody could be encountered twice and still denied into the country. So theoretically, there could be 5 million people who have actually come to the country, but all of those people have come twice, which equals 10 million encounters. And also, most of these people are denied. So it's kind of hard to say like what the actual number is of people who have come in recent years. The number has been higher because more people are seeking asylum, which is kind of out of the, anyway, it doesn't matter. More people are seeking asylum, but it's hard to say as like what the exact number is or what number it might be.
Okay. Well, I would argue out of 10 million encounters, I'm sure a very large amount of people have come into the country illegally. They're undocumented. And right now in America, a lot of Americans face a housing crisis.
Yeah.
Things are hard to afford, especially homes. Interest rates are high. Mortgages are high. Prices are very, very high. And Kamala Harris's solution to fix these problems, building 3 million homes over the 4-year presidency that she would get if she was elected, it kind of feels like with all the immigrants coming into the country, it kind of counteracts any perceived benefit that would give Americans.
Yeah, I disagree because think about it. 3 million homes, let's just say like an average of 3 people live in every home, right? That's like 9 million people who are now housed or now have access to homes that might not have previously, or at least 9 million new homes for people who are up and coming who want to buy houses, right? And then you put these, and again, like you have to also think about that a lot of these houses are not being built in the middle of Kansas, in the middle of like a farming area. They're built in major like cities or major population centers where more and more people need housing. So it's things like that. And also, I don't see any reason to believe that like an influx in migration means that there's this housing crisis is going to be impossible to solve and that Kamala Harris building 3 million houses does nothing. Because I also want to remind you that 3 million houses is just the start. That's just what Kamala Harris wants to do her first 4 years. Her next 4 years, she probably want to expand upon that number and build even more houses. So the plan is like a flexible one that continues, but I'm not worried about housing from an immigration perspective. I'm worried about it from, like big companies buying up houses and scaling up the prices for their profit. That I'm more worried about, which by the way, Democrats actually introduced a policy to stop that. Republicans blocked it. Also, if you're of the view that immigration is causing a housing problem, then you would be in favor of the immigration bill that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden tried to pass, which it was written by Democrats and Republicans, but that bill was killed by Donald Trump. And he even admits to doing that, saying, please blame me if the bill dies.
I don't like that argument because they're saying this bill was killed by Donald Trump as a way to avoid accountability for the immigrants they let into the country in the first place. That's just a way to avoid accountability, man.
How did Joe Biden or Kamala Harris how did they cause an influx?
Are you serious?
Yeah. How did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris cause an immigration influx? What did they do specifically?
They opened the border, man.
Okay. How did they open the border?
They opened it.
Okay. How?
The gates.
Okay. What specific policy did Kamala Harris and Biden pass that opened the border? Because they can't just be like, open the gates, everybody. That's obviously not how the federal government works. So what did they do specifically to open the border? We can speed this up, but I'll give you the opportunity.
The president could literally close the border right now.
The president does not have the authority to shut down the border. There are certain instances of which the president has more power when it comes to the border. So if there's like a global health crisis, like a pandemic, they can invoke something like Title 42, which was invoked during the COVID pandemic and was also used under Biden. But the president just can't be like, yeah, we're going to shut down the border right now. Because if that were the case, why didn't Trump do it?
Well, let me ask you a question, Harry. In a hypothetical situation where Canada was an evil, dictatorship, something like that, right? This is a hypothetical, completely hypothetical. And they brought together their army and they started marching on America's northern border You're telling me the president of the United States would have to push closing the border through Congress and the House of Representatives to close the border? It's not how it works, man.
Well, I think that in that instance, it's a much more complex system, and there are more liberties given to the president and to Congress when it comes to like wartime. So that's not a great example.
So in the same way,
but can we just get back to the question of like what did Biden do to open the border?
Look, man, if you had watched the news when the border was open, there were gates open. People were flooding into our country.
What did Biden do to open the border? Here, I can speed this up for you if you'd like.
Well, I can't reference anything specifically. I'm not
exactly because they didn't. The border was never opened by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. The reason that there was an influx of people coming into the country was because COVID decimated people's jobs, and there was global conflict in places like Venezuela, which has been going on for quite some time now, and people were forced out of their homes and came to the United States to seek economic opportunity, and COVID further accentuated that issue. And the reason that so many people were able to get in is because people are claiming asylum, which is legal to do under international law and American law. And the problem is now the court system and immigration courts are backed up so much so that people are seeking asylum, they get in, their court date's not scheduled for another 5 to 7 years. So what Biden tried to do with Kamala Harris and Republicans is make it harder to seek asylum and expand immigration courts so we can get to these cases in under 6 months. That bill was killed by Donald Trump.
It's still a failure on their part that these people got in the first place.
It's current law. I like the law is the law. So if people want to seek, first of all, asylum is a good law to have. We should have that on the books. But if it's being abused and Biden tries to solve the law and pass a new law to make it better, but the Republicans are standing in the way, in my view, that is no longer Joe Biden's fault. That is the Republicans' fault. Right now, the Republicans own the issue of immigration. This is not on Biden. It's not on Harris. They own it. If they're standing in the way of progress, they can no longer point fingers.
Well, Harry, let me tell you, I got to agree with a lot of people in your comments. Very smart guy. I think you bring up a lot of good points. I'm kind of stuck here on the whole immigration thing. I personally would like to hold Kamala Harris and Joe Biden accountable. But I would also like to move on to another question I'd like to ask you.
Sure. But just for the record, you want to hold them accountable because you're voting for Trump, right? If you wanted to actually hold somebody accountable for the problem at the border, then at least now in this moment, it would be Donald Trump.
The bill though came after the problem. It came after the problem.
That's typically how things are solved. Bills are introduced after a problem is identified. Well, we could be proactive, but in this instance, a little bit reactive because immigration has been a problem for quite some time now. The immigration system has been flawed for quite some time, so we're a little bit late to it. But that's typically how it works.
Hey, my AC just kicked on. Can you hear that in the background? I want to make sure my audio.
It's not at least loud enough that it's bothersome. No.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, I just think that there has to be some accountability for the problem arising in the first place. So you can't shift all the accountability on Donald Trump. Where is the accountability on the other side for the problem arising in the first place? So I think we're at a crossroads here where we probably just won't agree on that, and I think that's fair. I think
I think we're at a crossroads, but I'm still just waiting for what Biden did to be held accountable for this. Because if Biden's just president of the United States and there suddenly is an influx of migration, just because there's an influx that has nothing to do with him, doesn't mean that he's at fault for that, right? If Joe Biden actually passed a law that said, you know what, everybody that comes into the country gets $10,000 and I'm tearing down the Border Patrol and dismantling the Department of Homeland Security, then you could be like, okay, well, that's why there was an influx. I'd say, okay, yeah, sure. But that's nothing of the sorts have happened. And Joe Biden hasn't done anything to allow more people to come in or anything like that. So I'm still waiting for what the argument is that Biden should be held accountable. But what I do know is that right now, if you're concerned about the border and you're like, why the hell hasn't it been solved? There's one person and one person only that you look at and blame right now, and that's Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'm personally educated enough right now to give you a fair response.
Okay. I respect that.
Okay. My second question. Okay, and this is more a general kind of question, and I'm talking about Ukraine and Russia here. In the event that so I think Kamala Harris, if she were to win, right, the approach to Ukraine versus Russia would be to continue financial aid. Would you agree with that statement?
I mean, sure. Like in a very basic level, yes. Yeah, sure.
At a basic level, she would continue financial aid to Ukraine.
Yep.
What do you think is the next step in the event that financial aid to Ukraine does not have the result we're looking for? It's not doing enough to make them win the war. What happens?
Yeah, I don't even know. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can give you a good answer to that question. I don't know if we're there yet. I mean, definitely not there yet. But
give me your opinion.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on how dire things are looking. You know, if it's really dire, then I don't know what that looks like. I just think that like I don't think that we're even close to a situation of which Ukraine doesn't look like they're able to hold their own. Ukraine is still very much active in fighting back against Russia, even moving Russia back on the front lines. So it's kind of hard to think about that. I just think it's very circumstantial. It's all, war and things like this are ever evolving. So it's kind of hard to make a prediction on that,
Okay, so if it comes to a stalemate, are we just going to let these people indefinitely kill each other while we send money to Ukraine? Or what's
No, look, I mean, the United States position has always been that we want this war to end right now. And there's one really easy way where nobody has to die. There has to be no further death right now. This war could end today. And that war ends by Russia pulling out of Ukraine. Like right now, if they just pulled out all their troops, brought all their equipment back to Russia, no problem. Like it would end. No more death.
Who could lead the charge in bringing people together, bringing the world together and coming up with that diplomatic solution? Who could lead the charge right now and do that?
I would argue it's very obviously Kamala Harris, because in the first place, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Joe Biden and the Harris administration, both of them together, worked with 50 Western countries to send aid to Ukraine. Like, I couldn't imagine uniting 50 Western countries on anything, but the Biden administration managed to do that against Russia. So we're talking about, where's that global unity? Who do we put in power that can actually get that done? Joe Biden got it done, and Kamala Harris will expand upon that progress.
Brother, these people are in office right now. If it's as easy as you say it is, then the war should have been solved.
War is never easy. But the point is that Ukraine is still standing only because of Joe Biden. Right?
Well,
if Joe Biden would not have done what he's done, Ukraine would not still be standing.
I could also argue the point that the war never would have started under Donald Trump.
Okay. Do you blame FDR for World War II?
I'm not educated on the matter.
The answer is no. Would you blame Woodrow Wilson for World War I? The answer should also be no, because wars start all around the world when America is on the world. And it's obviously not the fault of the president of the United States. So Putin invading Ukraine has nothing to do with the president of the United States. The factors that led to Russia's invasion are complex.
Well, Harry, I think you are selling America short. We are the United States of goddamn America. Okay, we have the most powerful military in the world. If you look at the world as a chessboard, we are the queen on that chessboard. We have the power to diplomatically solve all of these conflicts, and we have the power to stop these people from getting in these conflicts.
Really?
The fact that Biden and Harris failed to keep these opposing forces from killing each other is a failure. It's incompetence in foreign policy.
That's complete nonsense, because if it's just because they're incompetent, then is Donald Trump incompetent because Iran attacked us under Donald Trump? Is Donald Trump also incompetent in your view because more American soldiers died abroad under him than Joe Biden?
Hey, at least he had the fucking gall to honor these people. When has Kamala Harris or Joe Biden said the names of the 13 Gold Star families and their fallen soldiers under their administration?
They've put out statements all the way back when it happened, and they gave speeches regarding this happening and said all of their names. By the way, Donald Trump. If we want to talk about this, I'm happy to talk about it. Just for the record, Donald Trump. Are you familiar with dignified transfers?
I don't know the term.
So dignified transfers are basically when an American soldier or somebody in combat is killed overseas and their body is, thank you, Kath, for the subscription. Their body is brought back to the United States and delivered to their family. That's what it's called, a dignified transfer. So at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, there was over 100 between 2017 and 2019, 100 dignified transfers. Donald Trump went to 4 and sent Mike Pence to the rest of them. And the reason he didn't go to that many was because the first dignified transfer he went to, a father didn't want to shake his hand because Donald Trump irresponsibly approved a raid among Navy SEALs, and a Navy SEAL died. It was a raid that President Obama would not approve because it was too dangerous. Trump, within his first week in office, approved that raid. A Navy SEAL died. Donald Trump went to this dignified transfer. A father said, I'm not shaking your hand. You killed my son. He didn't go back for 2 years. So, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris care deeply about our military. They care deeply about our service members. They've shown that time and time again. Joe Biden's son, Beau Biden, died as a result of his service. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has disrespected our soldiers time and time again, wouldn't even go to their dignified transfers just because his fragile little ego is damaged.
Bro, Biden literally denied the existence of these people in their first debate of this presidential election cycle.
It's not true.
It is true.
It's not true.
It is true.
No, it's not true. Joe Biden has talked about these people a lot. He's talked about these people a lot.
What did he say in the debate?
I'm going all the way back to when it happened. I think that's the most significant thing, because when it happened, Joe Biden gave a speech on this taking place, and he mentioned all the soldiers by name and their ranks. Just for the record, what did Donald Trump say? What did Donald Trump say about the 65 American soldiers who died under him?
Okay, you want me to say that, but you won't tell me what I'm referencing.
I'm telling you what you're referencing. Joe Biden, when this happened, gave a speech about all these soldiers.
That's not what I'm referencing. You know what I'm referencing.
What are you referencing?
The first debate of this election cycle between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. What did Joe Biden say?
Are you saying that no soldiers have died under him in combat?
Crazy, absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think that Biden. I think that Biden very clearly misspoke there. But I don't think that means he ignores their existence. I don't think that means that he's disrespecting them.
You cannot misspeak and deny the existence of U.S. service members dying under your administration. That's
if you go to whitehouse.gov, you can read the transcript that President Biden of the speech that President Biden gave, where he talked about all these soldiers. It's on whitehouse.gov right now. And also, for a long time in Biden's career, he probably still does it. He keeps something in his soup jacket of all of the American soldiers who have died in recent years in combat. He's talked about this a number of times. He brought out the list a number of times while giving speeches on this. Like, the idea that Joe Biden doesn't care about service members who die overseas is insane, because, again, his son died as a result of his service.
I just think it's embarrassing that he would say that no service members have died under his administration. And I want to go back to Ukraine, okay? So the war is still ongoing.
I think it's embarrassing that Donald Trump calls fallen American soldiers losers and suckers.
Okay, well, I mean, fair is fair. Would you admit my point's fair?
I mean, I think you're misrepresenting it. I think Biden misspoke. I think that
maybe I could tell you the same thing, Harry.
I don't think that. I think that saying, "Oh no, there's been no deaths in combat under Biden," which is true in terms of like active wars. Like, there's currently right now no service member in an active combat zone in the United States for the first time this century, which is pretty great.
That's been debunked.
What soldiers in an active combat zone right now? Where?
Look it up, Harry.
What combat zone?
Look, you're at a setup. Yeah, I'm sure you have like a computer or something.
No.
Look it up. It's been debunked.
What combat zone is an American soldier in right now? An active combat zone.
What's the claim, Harry? Harry, what's the claim?
I'm saying that right now, for the first time in this century, there's not an American soldier in an active combat zone right now.
Okay, that's been fact checked and proven false. And
fact checked by who?
It's been fact checked by mainstream media, man. Look it up. It's on.
I mean, I'm going to have to ask you to do that for me. I mean, because the burden of proof is on you. If you're saying it's not true, you have to prove it wrong.
Well, you could prove yourself wrong pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, I like to operate within the parameters of me not doing your homework for you. So if there is a source, you're free to do that. You know.
Okay.
I think Chris. Did I see Chris? Is he still here? He is. Well, we'll see if he's here. What's up, Chris?
Hello? Did you hear that?
No, I can't hear you when you go off air.
Okay, well, USA Today, that's an article right on the front page when I look it up.
Whoa!
Kamala Harris was incorrect when she said that there were no U.S. soldiers today in active combat zones.
Thank you, DMC Neil.
That popped up.
Yeah, what I'm citing is the fact that a Defense Department spokesperson told PolitiFact that the U.S. is not currently engaged in a war, nor does the U.S. military have service members fighting in any active war zones.
Yeah, the U.S. not being engaged in a war, I would debate that because we've sent $113 billion to Ukraine. That is very much engaged. Like, we don't have boots on the ground, but that's very much engaged with no sign of actually coming to a diplomatic solution. Like, Kamala's running in the presidential election, right? Where's Joe Biden? Who's talking to Putin and Zelensky to solve this war, to come to an agreement? Who's talking to them right now?
Joe Biden is, but Joe Biden's made this clear to Putin, though. There's like nothing to talk to Putin about right now. I don't know why we'd be talking to Putin, because we made our position clear that we've made our position clear on the war. That unless Putin changes his view, then we have nothing to talk about. Putin's view is that he has a right to Ukraine, and he's going to continue his efforts in Ukraine until he succeeds. So if that's his view, and he's not changing on that view, then we have nothing to talk about. And we will continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to fight back, and the weapons they need to kill the Russian army.
Do you think Kamala Harris could ever command enough respect from other world leaders to stop wars?
Yes.
Clearly not.
I think that really, because I think that the former prosecutor, the person who sat in courtrooms and argued for the jailing of horrific, horrendous people who have done terrible things and has put herself in a lot of these positions that are very difficult, can absolutely handle world leaders. I don't think that the malignant narcissist Donald Trump, who got baited within the first 10 minutes of a presidential debate, can hold his own with world leaders like Putin or Xi or the Ayatollah or anything like that.
Listen, this is extremely historical. Are you familiar with the art of war?
Sort of vaguely. I guess no, because I couldn't tell you what it is in depth, but vaguely.
I think the one thing anybody in the entire world, well, maybe, okay, yes, the book. The one thing from that book that most people could reference is that, that one quote: "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." The way to command respect from these world leaders and keep peace is not by being a prosecutor. It's by being a friend and making deals, keeping these people close to you.
Can you name me some deals that Donald Trump made? Because in my understanding of Trump's deals,
denuclearize the Korean Peninsula with Kim Jong-un.
That's not true.
That is true.
That is not true.
That is true.
That is not true. Please, where did you get that from?
Brother, he shook
hands with Kim
Jong-un.
If you're talking about denuclearization, then why did Donald Trump pull out of the Iran nuclear deal?
I don't know about the Iran nuclear deal. I couldn't tell you. Tell me.
Yeah, but the Korean Peninsula was not. First of all, there's no reason why Donald Trump should have done that. That is the stupidest thing, maybe one of the stupidest thing he did during his presidency. It just gave Iran more ability to get nuclear weapons. Aside from that, he didn't denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. North Korea is still very much moving toward nuclear weapons. It's all they want. That's all they want. They all want nuclear weapons. And during his presidency, the United States had like satellite photographs of different areas of North Korea that we thought that they might be enriching uranium to build nuclear weapons. And North Korea continued to advance their missile program under Donald Trump. So I don't know. I mean, maybe Donald Trump said that he denuclearized the Korean Peninsula, but that's certainly not the case.
Harry, I'm sorry.
I'm flattered you think I'm as great as her, though.
Well, okay.
Thanks, man.
Listen, let me give you a hypothetical situation that absolutely pertains to the topic. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have an individual like Kim Jong-un.
Yep.
Right? And he is absolutely batshit crazy, or at least the perception from the public is that he's batshit crazy and he just wants to bomb and nuke every piece of land that is not his. Would you want to be an active, like adverse, like I don't fucking like you and you don't like me and we're just not going to talk? Would you rather be like that with that person? Or would you rather be that person's like, somewhat friend, like where you're still keeping to yourself, you're holding on to your own values, you're doing your own thing, but on the side, you're like, hey man, like we're cool. Okay, let's make deals and be coexistent. We have to coexist with these other world leaders.
The problem is that that's never really how it works, right? Because like in fantasy land, we would love for it to be a situation where we could just coexist, where North Korea does one thing and we do one thing and we can both be best friends or like friends, but not hanging out all the time. That's not the reality. Can I finish? I just keep hearing you yapping over me. What are you even saying?
Do you want me to go to war? Is that what you want?
No, I don't want you to go to war. Anyway. So that in a fantasy situation, that would be a great thing. An ideal situation, that'd be great. But that's never how it works. We have plenty of countries around the world who even Donald Trump was beefing with, and they are nuclear powers or people who are developing nuclear capabilities. So it's just not how foreign relations works. It's not how countries operate. We have countries that we're allies with that are aligned with our values and want to move the world forward. There are countries that are not. And it's almost like impossible to be friends with every single country in the world because, for example, like there are countries in like North Korea, for example, or Russia, or that condemn us for being, pro-gay marriage. Or they hate us for our social views or things like that. Or, the United States will try to be strategic in the Middle East, and that annoys Russia and China, which in turn annoys North Korea. So foreign policy is very complex. There's this global weave that you have to interact within. And it's difficult to say, we'll just play every single side, because you can never play every single side.
Okay, well, Harry, so these dictators, right? These world leaders that are in an adverse relationship with us, whatever the word you want to use, we don't have a good relationship with them. If we cannot negotiate with these people, and make peace with these people, then it is war. And I'm going to war, and I'm robbing my daughter of her father. And you're getting drafted, Harry, and you're going overseas.
Dude, take a breather. Take a breather. Because we can negotiate with countries without having going to go to war.
So then why is
Right.
Ukraine in war with Russia right now?
Because Russia's led by a dictator madman. By the way, that same dictator madman, Donald Trump said that if he won, he would allow Russia to do whatever the hell they want with NATO countries who didn't pay their 2% for the year. So, I mean, if you're like, oh, we need to stop the dictator madman from invading, then why would you vote for Donald Trump, who's like, yeah, Putin, you can go do whatever the hell you want with Poland.
Where do I find that quote? Where do I
can find it? I can find it. I can find it for you.
Absolutely, find it for me.
And you really want to talk about going to war? My God! So CNN, ABC, PBS. Do you have a specific outlet that you want me to read from, or just any single one?
I have my search bar open.
Okay, well, I'll read you the CNN article came up first, so I'll read it. Former President Donald Trump on Saturday said he would encourage Russia to do, quote, whatever the hell they want to any NATO member that doesn't meet spending guidelines on defense. In a stunning admission, he would not abide by the collective defense clause at the heart of the alliance if reelected, which is Article 5.
Harry, no. I will stop you right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just by that, are you seriously thinking that Donald Trump is telling Russia he can do whatever the hell he wants, or is he telling NATO that they need to pay the fuck up?
He literally said word for word, whatever the hell they want. That is his exact quote.
That's him telling NATO they need to pay the fuck up because we unproportionately spend on world defense.
First of all, fun fact.
NATO.
More countries are paying their dues under Joe Biden than they were under Donald Trump. Fun fact. Second of all, even if it is true, I can show you that as well. Even if a country doesn't pay and they're part of NATO, they should not be invaded by Russia just because of that. That's an absurd position to take that would tear apart the fabric that is Europe, right? We don't want more war. You're literally sitting here like, let's end the Ukraine war. But then you're like, well, if Poland doesn't pay their dues, then, well, Russia is free to do whatever the hell they want. Give me a break. So which side do you want? By the way, as I just said, you want to go to war? You're talking about going to war? My God, wait till a NATO country's invaded.
You're taking that way too literally, man. You can't just tell somebody. Harry, if you owed me money, and I was just like, hey, man, I texted you, I sent you a text, hey, man, like, I need that $100 you owe me, please, can you give me that $100? Like, no, I would have to beat the fuck out of you to get that money out of you. Like, sometimes you have to make a threat to get some payment,
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but those two things aren't comparable because one is global peace and war, and one is an exchange between two individuals. If, for example, if I don't pay you back, right, and you take action against me, let's just say legal action, that is far less devastating to America than Poland not paying their 2% dues for a year and then Russia invading them and us, the United States, not coming to their aid. Those are like two entirely different things, right? So one would lead to maybe me getting my ass beat or me being held accountable in court. The other leads to millions of people dying.
Dude, do you think NATO would ever allow Russia to invade Poland, whether or not they're paying their dues or not?
Allah.
Dude, you're taking it too literally.
According to Donald Trump, he would. And by the way, he says this multiple times. This is not he didn't just say it once, it was a slip of a tongue. He has said this multiple times. Why don't you believe Donald Trump when he speaks? He's telling you that if Russia if he wins and a country doesn't pay their dues, he would allow Russia to invade a NATO country. It's so easy to say that's wrong. The right position is saying, yeah, that's wrong. I don't support that. And you shouldn't support somebody who wants to tear apart NATO.
Because after so many years of a Trump presidency, everything that he did in his presidency would lead me to believe that he's only intimidating these countries into paying their dues. Like he would not actually do you seriously believe he would actually legitimately in real life let Russia invade Poland?
Yes. And you know why? We have multiple of Donald Trump's former administration officials.
You're fear-mongering.
He said it. I don't know. This is I don't know how this can be fear-mongering if out of Donald Trump's mouth he said that he would allow Russia to do whatever the hell they want. We have a bunch of former Trump We have a bunch of former Trump administration officials on record saying that Donald Trump wanted to pull out of NATO, that if he would have won a second term, he would pull out of NATO. We have a comprehensive article from Politico talking about what Donald Trump wants to do with NATO, making it a tiered system, that the countries in Europe, they're tier 1, they have to give all this money and aid to countries in Europe, and the United States would fall under tier 2. Our obligation would be less, which is bad. We should have an obligation to protect our fellow NATO countries. So you're asking me, do I think that Donald Trump would weaken NATO and not stand in support of NATO? Yes. Yes, I think he would do that.
Well, I can see.
Hey, Red. Hey, man. I know you don't know who I am. Just really quick. He's chairman of the Joint Chiefs, retired General Mark Milley. Quote, "We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it," unquote. His first Secretary of State, quote, "Trump's understanding of global events, his understanding of global history, his understanding of U.S. history was really limited. It's really hard to have a conversation with someone who doesn't even understand the concept for why we're talking about this." His second national security advisor, quote, "We saw the absence of leadership, really anti-leadership, and what that can do to our country." His third national security advisor, someone who traveled with him to meet Putin and to G7 summits, quote, "I believe foreign leaders think he's a laughing fool," unquote. His second chief of staff, quote, "He's a person that has nothing but contempt for our democratic institutions, our Constitution, and the rule of law. There's nothing more that can be said. God help us," unquote. And that's just a couple, specifically around foreign policy. There's also like an entire book written by that general about how he was terrified because Trump had no idea what he was doing and no concept. And there's like 40 quotes here. But again, I would really argue Harry's not fear mongering. In fact, it's the exact opposite. You're being purposefully naive by suggesting that Donald Trump would never do that, considering some of the brightest, most respected people. General Mark Milley, somebody who served in the military since 1980 and was one of the most well-respected generals. And if he's telling you that, if he's describing Donald Trump as somebody who's a want-to-be dictator and talked about how he couldn't get any sleep because of all this stuff, yeah, I'd probably listen to him over whoever you are.
And by the way, Chris, just to add a little small thing to that, all of these people picked by Donald Trump, handpicked.
Okay, Chris, thank you for your input. That came out of fucking left field. It was a lot to process. Where did you get that? Good information, I guess. I'm just curious. I'm not like trying to debate the fucking legitimacy of your whatever. I was just wondering.
Yeah, so these are all like direct quotes. Everybody I just read. In fact, I've been like working to this specific. The couple that I wrote listed specifically are on a CNN article with like all the quotes directly from their mouth. But again, like I've been compiling a list of a lot of these quotes to save. But again, all of the quotes I just mentioned were like directly from people's mouth. Right, General Mark Milley. That he gave a speech.
Chris, there's where I'm going to bring up my first problem with this whole entire thing is everything's coming from the mouth. Okay, when we look at track records, right? When President Trump was in office, where was he in Korea? He was motherfucking north, shaking hands with the man himself, Kim Jong-un.
What does that have to do with this?
Look, I'm talking about actions, not words here. Let me talk actions.
But here's the thing. I think you're confused about what the action is. So like Donald Trump travels to North Korea, shakes hands with Kim Jong-un. What was the goal in doing that?
To make peace, man.
Okay, so make peace. So like usually I just like think that we have like a really bad understanding of like what the president does. So normally if you're going to take a trip like that, you have like a goal in mind. So maybe a more specific goal that Donald Trump had.
You tell me, man.
Yeah, I will. So the goal of that was to have, we can call it peace, or to be more specific, to have North Korea denuclearize. And then, a year or so later, the Trump administration themselves came out with a report that North Korea did not denuclearize and actually increased the rate at which they were trying to develop a nuclear weapon. So like, I think it's cool that like everybody's like, oh, Donald Trump like took a picture, but I'm like, again, like you want to be action oriented. The action in doing that was to try to get North Korea to stop trying to produce a nuclear weapon, and they did not do that.
And what actions did the Harrison Biden administration take in furthering our relationship with North Korea in a positive way?
So like it's not really about, we don't want a relationship with North Korea. Again, like I think most
We'd
normal
rather
people
have war.
No,
it's not one or the other.
It's not. Yeah, it's not one or the other. It's that, no, Red. It's not one or the other. It's that like we're gonna obviously we have crushing sanctions on North Korea. We're gonna continue to like bolster our allies. Like Joe Biden and that administration did a ton of work in that specific region to bolster our relationships with other countries for the safety of South Korea and for the safety of places like Taiwan. So that's number one. But again, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Like we certainly don't want a relationship with a man who is executing people and like.
Then you're not familiar with the art of war, man. This is historical.
Okay. So again, like this is pure like ignorance and being naive. Like, dude, nobody has a relationship. The only country that has a relationship with North Korea is Russia. That's it. Why do you want a relationship with North Korea?
China deports North Korean people back to North Korea. So China and Russia.
Okay, yeah, but China has like I'm talking about like China has like a wishy-washy relationship with North Korea. China, I think, would prefer that North Korea doesn't exist. North Korea is sending all the money that they're supposed to give to their people so they can eat. They produce them into these little missiles and they send them to Russia so they can fly into high-rise buildings in Kyiv and kill people, right? So Russia is the only direct real ally of North Korea.
Okay. And your point is?
No, I'm asking you why we want a relationship with this country. Like, what are you talking about?
And also by simultaneously funding Ukraine and combating Russia, we are also indirectly combating North Korea.
Exactly.
So it's like twofold.
That's a good
and
call.
China.
That's a good point.
Should we be combating these people? Is my argument. Should we be combating them, or should we be trying to make diplomatic?
Yes.
So Red, again, I think like you misunderstood.
What diplomatic efforts are we making?
Red, you
misunderstood.
misunderstood.
Diplomatic effort that we've made in the last 3 years.
Red. You have like just.
Sorry,
I just want to say really quick. I'm sorry. Yo, Kayla, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah. So like again, obviously, like this is so weird. For the last century in American politics, we have like our goal has been peace. We do a lot of diplomatic conversations. Foreign policy. Okay, that's great. So Red, listen to me. Foreign policy is difficult. I don't know if you're familiar with some historical events like World War II, for example, but shit happens. So again, I would rather have a group of people who have been like experienced in foreign policy and know what they're doing, as opposed to a guy who all his foreign policy experts said he has no idea what he's doing, and of course he doesn't, because he's a reality TV star. Again, obviously we're trying to do things diplomatically. If Russia wants to sit down right now and have conversations about peace, that's fine. First, they have to stop going into places in Ukraine and lining up women and children and shooting them in the back of the head. Their other requirement is to stop sending missiles through buildings in Kyiv and killing civilians, because I'm pretty sure it was 4 weeks ago that a bomb dropped on a grocery store in Ukraine and 200 civilians died. So that's our only. So hold on, stop. Again, this is pure ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. You really fucking believe in your mind that all the smartest people in the world on foreign policy are just so dumb that they won't even sit and talk. Have you lost your goddamn mind? Of course they want to sit and talk. Of course they want to sit and talk. This is fucking foreign policy. Like what do you think this is?
It's a war industrial fucking complex. It makes them money.
You believe in your mind. You believe in your mind. You believe in your mind. You genuinely believe it. You genuinely have you genuinely bro. You genuinely Can I speak? You can't, because you genuinely have a belief in your mind that foreign policy, you think that foreign policy is like this super simple thing. It's hilarious. Let's go through all of America's existence, all of World War I and World War II in Europe, and all of those things that like happen and we learn about. Obviously, everybody would like to avoid them, but foreign policy is way more fucking difficult than you think it is. You think that people just walk around and let me call Putin and it's all over. It's laughable. Why would you think that Donald Trump, who's a reality TV star, is going to call Putin one time and the war is going to be over? Not to mention, when you talk about things like, you really think that Donald Trump would pull out of you really think that Donald Trump would pull out of NATO? Like, I don't know. There's probably like a million other consequences to that. So when we're threatening to pull out of NATO, and Germany and Poland and all these like key allies for us, they're all like really upset and like starting to cut diplomatic ties. And like, again, the other problem that you don't realize is we're isolating ourselves from the rest of the world. What makes America great is we have a ton of allies. But if you want to tell all of our allies, go fuck yourself, we're going to let Russia invade you, whether you mean it or not, they're all going to hate us. And they're going to be like, hey, maybe we should become trade partners with someone who's not crazy, China, right? And we already saw the effects of that in the first Trump administration. We saw places like Germany and places in Europe start to, on a social level almost, start to cut those diplomatic ties because they were upset.
Let me ask you a question. We're not in Europe. Should I be the first person to land in fucking Ukraine and kill people?
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
You're saying that out of NATO, we're threatening to pull out of NATO, and we're doing all this, blah 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 blah. So if we were doing our job, and your perfect image of United States relationship with NATO, and the Russia and Ukraine conflict could not be settled with foreign aid alone, financial aid alone, do you think I should be the first person with my boots on the ground, rifle in hand, popping fucking Russians? Give me an answer. Don't dodge the question. Give me an answer.
Well, the question is normally
I would sit in a fucking foxhole with my rifle in my hand, sleeping in my own shit, fucking shooting people.
Yeah, I think your question is like similar to like what a freshman in high school asks.
I'm a sergeant in the infantry. What are you talking about?
I appreciate your service. I appreciate your service, but in what world? I genuinely do.
So answer my question.
So what world is this happening? When did that happen?
I just gave you the situation. In the event that financial aid alone is not enough to end the war in Ukraine.
Wait, I'll answer your question. It
Thank
doesn't
you,
matter
Harry.
whether you're first, second, third, or fourth landing there. What matters is that it's a team effort to combat whatever country or force is trying to invade on the sovereignty of a NATO nation. So I think like you saying, oh, should I be first on the landing strip, on the ocean or the beach to fight these people? It's like, I don't know whether you should be first, second, third, or fourth. But what I do know is that I'm responding to you right now. What I do know is that we should stand up for NATO, because when we are aligned and we have this huge force of countries that are together defending each other, global war is less likely to happen. NATO is the most successful, most significant global alliance that we have ever seen in the history of the world. So we have to preserve that and the sanctity of that agreement. And if that means that Article 5 is violated and Poland gets invaded by Russia, then yes, the United States should step up and defend Poland. And I don't know if that means that, oh, the United States soldiers are deployed in Poland, or that means that we send in unmanned drones to take out Russians. I don't know what that looks like, but in some capacity, we should defend Poland. So maybe that answers your question.
Let me respond, okay, before anybody jumps in. Okay, I think you have made a very patriotic point. Let me just say that. I respect that point of view. And I think you're right in a lot of ways, and I think you're wrong in some ways, okay? Me, absolutely. I signed my name on a dotted line. If I was told to get on a plane and go to a foreign country to fight for my country, I absolutely would. And I do pretty fucking well, okay? I would outperform most of the people I would fight alongside with. My KD would be sick, okay?
Get a UAV, bro. Call him the UAV, all right, man?
UAV, AC-130.
AC-130, bro. Drop a nuke, dude. Drop a nuke already. Come on, bro.
Oh, my God.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
The point I'm trying to drive home here is when I saw it in a couple of the comments, like, I understand that Ukraine is a sovereign country and that Russia does not have... there's some historical disputes there, but I would agree that Russia does not have a claim to Ukraine.
Yep.
Okay? But they are also not a part of NATO. Okay, so when it comes to NATO coming together and giving these people aid, like, sure, but it needs to be equal.
So
I think it should be equal per capita. So like, I don't think it should be like, oh, the United States gives 20 billion and so does Poland. I think it should be equal per capita, because remember, our GDP is like equals the GDP of every single NATO country combined plus more, right? We have like trillions upon trillions of dollars in our GDP. So we can afford to spend more than other countries. So I don't think it should be equal. Like, if you want to make it a percentage base, like, oh, the United States gives 2% of its military budget every single year, defense budget to Ukraine, and so does Poland, so does Britain, so does France. Like, okay, whatever. As long as that gets Ukraine what it needs and they're able to defend themselves adequately, like, fine, whatever. All I'm concerned with is that Ukraine is able to fight back against Russia, and we don't have broader war in Ukraine. And I know, or excuse me, in Europe. And I know we all have that same goal. We don't want broader war. I don't think that you're sitting here saying like, oh, I love Putin and I want him to invade other countries. But I think that right now is the most effective way to make sure that doesn't happen. And if that's everybody pays the same percentage, then fine, whatever.
So I want to say quickly, Red, I've been just super quickly. Yeah. Sorry. I appreciate your service again. Sorry. I'm a little bit like, I've been debating all day and I'm like a little bit, I'm in a fucking terrible mood for some reason because people are pissing me off. So I apologize coming in hot, but I do want to say to Harry's point. Yeah. I mean, I do think it is very important to defend NATO. We've seen examples of this where, I understand that like, it can be like very terrifying, but we've seen examples of this in history where it's like, Russia's entire goal, for example, is like give a mouse a cookie, right? We have some intelligence to suggest that in the next 5 years, Russia would try to take a NATO area that's like uninhibited, like an island or, I don't know the specific geography in this particular area, but a specific island or like an uninhabited village, right? And the goal being to like divide the West. The West will be like, half of the West will be like, oh God, we don't have to start nuclear war over this. And the other half of the West will be like, no, we have to defend every inch of NATO land. And while we're fighting about it, Russia's going to hope that we'll fold and they can take it and then they'll take another. We saw this in U.S. history once, or in global history once. One time there was this dude who was part of a country called Germany and he invaded Poland and we were like, it's fine. Until it wasn't fine. So I do think it's also to your last point. Yeah. So the goal, the NATO treaty is that every ally has to spend 2% of their defense budget. In 2017, the number of countries meeting that goal was 4. 2018.
Brian Smith, dude, you're insane. Thanks for the Galaxy.
What? Kerry, thank you. Yeah. So allies have to meet a 2%. They have to spend two. They have to spend two. Allies have to spend 2% of their budget to NATO, their defense budget. In 2017, that number was 4. 2018, 6. 2019, 7. 2020, 9. 2021, 6, 2022, 7, 2023, 10, and in 2024, 23 countries have met their 2% defense spending goal. So it looks like We've added 13 more countries have agreed to pay their fair share, like the corporations, this year.
Look, I'm just because it's 10 o'clock at night. It's 10:08. You know, I've got to be up at 5 in the morning.
I respect it, bro.
To daycare and go do some.
I respect it, bro. Thank you for your service again.
I just want to leave you guys with this. I appreciate the discourse. I think you guys brought a lot of good points to the table, and I think overall, even though things got a little loud, it was a good conversation. So thank you for having me on your TikTok live.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely, Red.
Yeah.
Well, Red, thank you for coming.
Trump 2024, baby.
Thanks for your service. Thanks for your service, man.
Thanks for your service, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yeah, but by the way, and then one more thing, just to Harry's point. Yeah, so I'm a fucking yapping tonight. Yeah, so the United States, for example, we spend 3.3% of our 3.3% of our GDP, or our defense budget into NATO, and Poland spends a higher percentage, but as an actual monetary figure, we spend over 20 times more. It's because our GDP is much larger.
Drew, thank you for the $10. Saying, hey, Harry, I've been watching your vids for a while. I really want to get into debates like you, Dean and Parker. Y'all do so much good. Thank you. DJ, absolutely, man. Start your own live and then get some debates going. It's fun, and I think you do great. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate it. Pink, thank you for the $3. And the other $3 saying, an 8-year-old boy has died after accidentally shooting himself with a loaded gun in a car. Yeah, so absolutely. Follow me back. I'm pretty sure I follow you on TikTok, right? I'm like 90% sure I do. And Pink as well. Again, thank you for the $3 saying I did the AFSP walk last Saturday and raised $53. Going to try to earn more until the end of the month. Amazing. That's awesome. Thank you for dedicating some time to that. It's a great charity. Bernice, thank you for the $25 as well, saying I look forward to your lives. So informative. You are my fave. Bernice, that is an honor. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for saying that. And thank you for being here. It's incredibly kind. Zach as well. Thank you for the $5 saying, please read, Trump said Putin was a genius fighting with Ukraine. You're right. He called like Putin's invasion of Ukraine like genius or very smart. What the fuck? Andrew, thank you for the $5 saying, then why aren't we already at war with North Korea? I'm not 100% sure what that was in response to, but regardless. Miss Cole, thank you for the $15 saying, great job fighting the good fight. We try. Thank you, Miss Cole, for being here. I know you're fighting the good fight as well. Don't sell yourself short, you know. Thank you, Amy, for the $5 saying, got my 9mm in 30 minutes. Yeah, I had a guy in here earlier, Chris, who was telling me that there's a federal wait period for purchasing a firearm. It's just totally wrong. Caroline, thank you for the $20 as well. No message. Charles, thank you for the $10 as well. No message. And Donna, thank you for the $10 saying keep up the good work. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate all of you. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support all the way at the bottom.
Huge W's, everyone. Go check out the link in Harry's bio. It's all the way up above his head to the left. He posted a new YouTube video. I'm sure it's fantastic and it mean a lot to him if you click like and go there and tell him why you're voting for Kamala Harris.
You know, I hear that Chris's Twitch is in his bio, and I hear that you need to follow his Twitch. He streams on there like virtually every single day, if not every single day. And I think, are you saying you don't want people to follow Chris?
I appreciate it. Dude, I'm in such a bad fucking mood. Like I debated on TikTok for like 2 hours or something. I got off, I made a video and I had to take a break. Like the people are making me so angry. Like MAGA is just like unbelievably out of control right now. Like everyone kept coming up debating me about like the Haitian migrants and dude, and I was like getting so disgusted. I was like screaming on my top line. I'm like, you're a racist piece. I'm like, let me ask you this, bro. Not I debunked the Trump video on True Social. I'm like, well, let me ask you this. Why do you think that would happen? Like, why do you believe that people who are undocumented are like, I'm like, you're making them subhuman. This is the definition of like white supremacy. Why do you think this? Oh, I don't know. They just, it's what they do in their country. What the fuck do you, it's so disgusting. I'm like, do you think everybody in like, who doesn't live in America is just like, are just savages? They just run around like they're not civil? Like, go fuck yourself. It's so gross.
That's actually a really good argument.
It's so gross. It makes me so mad.
That's a really good argument that I haven't even made. Like most of the time I'm arguing with them on the fact of like, no, there's actually no report of this happening. Like there's no credible report. Dude. Oh, the woman that ate the cat was actually native born American. I saw you talking about that on your live or something like that. Right. And I've never even like thought to be like, well, why do you think that's happening? And why do you think that they're doing that?
Exactly, bro. It's like, I don't, whether they realize it or not, it's literally arguing that like a group of people is just so, they're just so subhuman that they would do like, go, like, it's just so gross, dude. It's
like,
so
just
gross.
For the record, like I know, like maybe this is not the best argument, but they're arguing that they think that like they go eat a dog as opposed to like stealing a can of soup from a grocery store. Like that's the most logical conclusion of these people.
Hey, I had a guy and he was like, well, I don't know, like maybe they're just hungry and like they want that instead of like stealing something from a store. I'm like, dude, these are not animals. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, do you hear what's coming out of your mouth?
Trump's like, they're taking geese. They're taking the geese from the pond. What?
It's so fun. What the fuck? Like,
anyway,
what? Oh my God.
Zach, my man, why are you MAGA, buddy?
No, I talked to you last night. Chris, nice to meet you. Yeah. Never met you before.
Travis, thank you for the subscription, man.
So I forget his name. The guy that was on before here, though, you guys were briefly talking about it. regardless of if you're Republican, Democrat,
Oh my
whatever,
God.
right, can we all agree that our big three threats are Russia, North Korea, and China, right?
Where's Iran?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Russia. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to
where's
throw
Iran?
Iran
I'm
in
agree
there.
with that. By the way, everybody, this is insane. Fucking Taco Bell brought back their nacho fries again. Oh, thank fucking God, dude. I was getting pissed.
Anyways, it might be so.
Just
it might
the truth,
be
bro. You're
selfish,
gonna get all
but-
mad, and people MAGA doesn't want to hear the truth. It's the truth, man. I've been waiting. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm not talking either side. I'm saying Democrat or Republican. Doesn't matter who you want in office, but selfishly, should it not be put the American people first? And if we're afraid of, say, North Korea, Russia, China, Iran, whatever, right? Why are we supporting the other side and giving all of our money to the other side if we're afraid of Russia?
Well, we recognize that Russia is a threat, but we also recognize we can't just let Russia do whatever they want, right? So like Russia just can't invade a bunch of our allies and NATO countries, and we just sit there and say, well, Russia's big and scary, so we don't want to do anything. Like, of course not. No, we're not doing that. And that's kind of like the
But
thinking.
like you said, U.S. is giving the most money to Ukraine.
Yeah, but it's also like as a share of GDP, we're giving nothing, right? So in 2023, we gave like I think in total to Ukraine, it was like almost like 5 or 6% of our total defense budget, and a lot of that.
Yeah, but 5 or 6% for us is like
Zach,
30% for other countries.
It is. But Zach, but a large portion of that was literally just spent in America, like meeting military quotas and producing weapons and like making U.S. jobs. And also like if you understand, if like Ukraine didn't exist, we would still spend that money on the military. It's just baked into our budget. If Ukraine didn't exist, we would just go fucking spend it on something else. Like it's a really good deal for us to spend 5% of our budget, and most of it is just going into the United States economy and helping meet military quotas and helping our intelligence. Like there's really very few downsides.
Right. And like I said, it might be selfish to say, but Democrat or Republican, if you're president, should you not put the American people first?
We do that.
Yeah, but spending all our money on a war that we
But
should
we're not spending all of our money.
God.
Like recognize that our GDP, the amount of money that the United States makes every year from trading and taxes and things like that, is in the trillions, the multi-trillions. So if we're sending like 5% of our defense budget, which, you know, whatever it is, and like 70 billion to 130 billion, that's like nothing for the United States. That's like a rounding error for us. And all the other money that's not going to Ukraine and other foreign nations in assistance, or, you know, spending on military bases abroad around the world, is going to the United States. And by the way, also, just for the record, funding Ukraine is also helping America. So when we fund Ukraine and they're fighting back against Russia and eliminating members of their army and weakening that country, that helps us.
Yeah, I mean, just like, our GDP is 30, or I think like $27 trillion. Our entire federal budget is like $6 trillion. It's just like it's just not any money. And you also look at it comparatively to like what the Biden administration has passed directly for the American people. So $1.3 trillion for infrastructure, like $1 trillion for climate change, like a couple $100 billion for manufacturing, over $1 trillion in the first year of this new veterans health care bill. Like that, all of that combined directly to the American people is like, I don't know, a lot fucking more than the $150 billion we sent to Ukraine. And yeah, I know people hate when you say it, but like $100 billion is just nothing. It just,
And wait, can I say one more thing?
It's just not any money.
We've spent like during the Cold War up until now, we spent like trillions of dollars combating Russia. And like, you know, whether it be intelligence or kind of like proxies in the Middle East, whatever it might be, we've spent so much money through the Cold War to now on fighting Russia. But now, with Ukraine fighting Russia, we've sent like $130 billion, and they've eliminated 50% of Russia's initial army. That's a pretty great investment in my view.
Yeah, but I feel like money, like for the United States, is just like at this point just a number, because I know you're a Democrat, I know you're young, you're just like me, like what, you're 21, 22, but if you could have, you would have voted for Obama, yes or no?
100%.
Okay, and under his term, the national debt doubled. When he got in office, it was what, 9 trillion. When he left, it was 10 trillion. So I feel like it's just a number now. Like it doesn't even matter what we send to all these other places.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, it went from 9 trillion to 10 trillion?
No, that's not right either. Like I don't. I guess
19.
Yeah. So like regardless, I mean, yeah. Regardless, like I guess to your point that, yeah, it's not really about the actual number itself. Like our debt is like always like really the goal is that our debt will like continue to exist forever and go up. But as long as we have a GDP that is outpacing the rate of our, in general, this is really general, but if our GDP is outpacing, is growing at a faster rate than our deficit, or we keep it generally within a percentage. So like right now, I think like our debt to GDP ratio is probably like 120% or something. And if our economy can sustain that, we can run that forever. The debt can just continue to rise and the GDP can continue to rise and all will be fine. Obviously, it's more complicated than that because we have to pay interest on that debt and that's really expensive. But yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's just a number. It's never going to go down. It's always going to go up. As long as it goes up at a sustainable rate, it's actually a really good thing because when we can incur more debt through the American public, then we make more money as a country. We increase our GDP, I should say.
What was that?
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that I get all the benefits, whatever, but like I said, bottom line, no matter what party you're for, the president should put the American people first.
That's what we're doing right now.
GHN, really good to see you.
So
Smiley, what's up? Yeah, so I would say that like we're putting the American people first, just like when I play NCAA against Harry and I cook him every single time. Like I beat him by like 100. He
This
just
guy,
like,
by the way, this guy hasn't beat me. This guy's beaten me once in NCAA. In our entire time of playing,
it's
he's beat me once since the game came out, and every other time, even when I had excruciatingly bad lag, I still managed to beat him. He just can't contain me.
It's such a fucking lie. And this kid is so lucky because that game is for casuals. Like you can like if you sweat Madden, you can beat anyone. But NCAA kind of has some advantages for casuals like Harry.
Yeah, no, Chris is literally a casual at every game. Like this by like any game, Call of Duty, Madden, NCAA, this guy's never beaten me. He's actual trash.
I mean, it depends what team you are, but yeah.
Well, yeah, Harry's Alabama every single
Harry's
Alabama every single fucking time.
That's just not true. I've never played with Alabama. I've never played with Alabama in my NCAA career.
Well, Alabama ain't the best, just like Biden wasn't the best. So
who's the best in NCAA in the game?
Ohio State.
Obviously,
no, because Ohio State doesn't have a mobile quarterback.
Yeah, see, look, that's how you know this fucker. Like Alabama. That's the problem. Is I can shut down Harry, and then he fucking runs the ball, and I just can't.
He doesn't shut me down at all, by the way, for the record.
No, because Judkin's spin move is insane in college football.
That actually is true.
I agree.
I've seen videos on that.
I've seen videos on that, dude. This guy's like pretending the game's for casuals, and then he's like, I've seen videos on TikTok about it. I look up how to play.
All right,
Shut
bro.
the hell
I spent
up.
actual time like making videos trying to save democracy while you go fucking. Actually, I can't say that.
anyways, we got off topic, but I'll let you get back to your debate.
All right, man. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate
it, man. Have a good one, all right?
Have a good one.
Be safe, man.
So it's so crazy how Chris talks the most on live, but then is like literally sobbing on the fucking PlayStation.
Sorry.
Okay. Carly, thank you for the $5. Saying thank you for providing facts. I commend you for dealing with uneducated people. I'm going to a Harris rally tomorrow. Where's that?
Huge W. Huge W.
It's amazing. Well, Kamala Harris is great. You're going to see her live. I'm very jealous. She's a great speaker, and her rallies always seem amazing. So you're going to have a great time, and I hope you enjoy. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Follow Chris. He does lives. And he definitely needs the follow because it makes him feel better after I whoop him in NCAA and I beat him in COD. It's just like, can you find a game that he can win in? Probably not. So help my boy out over there. And then double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. We're 105 away. We can definitely do it. I think we can definitely do it. Tiger Woods golf. I'd still beat him in that. I'd still beat Chris in Tiger Woods golf.
5.
Let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. I'll bring you up and we'll talk. Yeah. Literally debate me. Okay. His profile picture is Donald Trump because he's trying to bait us into adding him up to think he's. He left. Well, okay,
dude,
bro.
If I don't clean my area tonight and do some laundry, I'm gonna freak out, man.
Is that going to be between you getting destroyed in NCAA or during?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You're always bitching. Sorry.
Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. Oh, and look, it's Olivia Juliana. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Is Olivia complained that I don't let her up anymore the other day, so I don't even know if she's trying to come up. But thank you, Olivia, for all the hints.
Olivia, it's good to see you.
She was yapping the other day. She was on FaceTime with me. You never let me up. You never let me up. Whatever, bro.
Man,
all right, what's up, Dylan? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
All right, why?
There's a lot of reasons, but I'd like to talk about the debate.
Great, let's talk about it. Yeah, what about it?
So, who do you think won?
Kamala Harris. I think America won as well.
Okay. Do you think that she lied at all?
I mean, I think I saw the CNN fact check. It said that Donald Trump lied 34 times and she lied once.
Only once?
Via their counter, yeah.
Why don't you think that she was fact checked on that lie in real time?
What lie?
Well, you said once. What's the lie?
Yeah, so Dylan,
just for the record, there were 34 lies that Donald Trump told. He was fact checked 5 times. There were 29 times where he wasn't fact checked.
But he was fact checked 5 times, whereas she was fact checked 0, right?
Yeah, because his lies were so egregious. Like one of them was that people are eating pets in Ohio.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that.
Of course you don't.
I believe it's a lie. I don't really care about that.
You would want him to be fact checked on that, right?
Okay, yes, but if she lied, I would like to see them fact check her.
So what did she lie about?
What about the saying suckers and losers?
That is not a lie.
How is that not a lie?
Because Donald Trump called fallen American soldiers losers and suckers. His former chief of staff, 4-star General John Kelly, confirmed it. This is somebody that Donald Trump appointed and picked. That's not a lie. It's a fact.
Isn't that hearsay? Because he says that 20 other people denied that. Did he not?
Oh my God!
No, John Kelly
Dylan,
heard
like
himself.
hold on, bro. What you're actively saying, Dylan, you're like actively admitting that even if we both agree up here that it's hearsay, that you're not fact that that's Kamala Harris's opinion.
Also, it's not a court of law. Here's the fact. There's no documentation. There's no transcripts. There's no presidential notes.
Okay, that's fine, Dylan. That's not a fact checkable. That's not really a fact checkable thing. You just admitted it.
It's not something that you can believe as fact.
Oh, I can't do this anymore.
I'm sorry. Wait, Dylan. For example, if Chris said, yeah, I heard Harry say, like he's saying this legitimately. Chris is my good friend. And he's like, yeah, I heard Harry say something publicly. Like I heard Harry say this terrible thing about veterans in this case and fallen American soldiers. If people believe him, that's not something that you fact check. And you're like, oh, well, Chris must be lying automatically. Right? Because there's that connection between Chris and I, just like there's that connection between Trump and John Kelly.
But what if he is?
Well,
are you saying he's incapable of lying about
it? Just like here, what fact check are you hoping for here?
I'm not saying no. I didn't say there's a fact check. I'm saying there is no way that you can actually prove that he said it, other than someone else saying that he said it.
You said it was a lie. So you're saying it's a lie in a conversation about fact checking at the debate. So what fact check on this were you hoping for? Were you just hoping for David Muir to say, oh yeah, so Donald Trump's 4-star general chief of staff that he picked confirmed that he said this? Like what are you hoping for?
Well, that's what you're doing with me right now, right? You're saying that I'm not telling the truth.
Are you saying that you want David Muir at the debate to say that? Like what are you hoping for by bringing this up? Why do you bring this up? Like what's the goal?
Because we were talking about the lies that she had said, and that was one of the lies.
Okay, so how is it a lie? Because she said that Donald Trump said that fallen American soldiers are losing suckers.
In what context was she talking about a bloodbath?
Wait. Let's go one at a time. You said that Kamala Harris said that Donald Trump said or called fallen American soldiers losers and suckers. And the source for that story, one of the main sources, one that's been identified, there are other sources who spoke anonymously, but one that's been identified is Donald Trump's former 4-star general and chief of staff, John Kelly. And if somebody that close to Donald Trump is saying it, like, yeah, I heard Donald Trump say it, I heard it with my own ears, and he's personally saying that, then that's pretty significant.
Okay, but what about the 20 other people that say that that's wrong, that have come out and said that that's wrong?
Well, a lot of these people weren't even in proximity to the president when this was happening.
How do you know?
Because even they themselves said that I wasn't near the president when the alleged thing happened. And
there
look,
are people
here's
that
the thing.
were at the event when this happened.
Here's the thing. We also have to consider the incentives here. A lot of these people, by the way, who are saying it didn't happen are not independent people when it comes to Trump or politics generally. These are all people who are still very loyal to Donald Trump. There is no incentive for someone who's loyal to Donald Trump to be honest about this. Whereas there's somebody like John Kelly who's not loyal to any political figure because he's a former 4-star general. Or a 4-star general, not former. He's loyal to the United States. There's no incentive for him to lie about this or exaggerate, right? So we look at incentives and we look at the proximity to Donald Trump, and I think we can make a pretty good argument and a pretty good case that Trump said it. And by the way, we can look at his treatment of military members before this and probably get a good idea about how Donald Trump feels about fallen American soldiers and veterans generally.
I think you can say allegedly. I don't think you can say proven.
No. If Donald Trump's own chief of staff, 4-star general, said that Donald Trump called fallen American soldiers losers and suckers, and there are other people who spoke anonymously on the story confirming that it happened, I'm pretty confident in saying that it happened. Now, you might think that you should say allegedly. Fine, you can have that view, but that doesn't make it a lie that she should have been fact-checked on.
Okay. You want to do another one then?
Sure.
In what context did she mean bloodbath?
Did her comment was Donald Trump said there would be a bloodbath if he lost the election. Is that true or not?
Yeah, that's their comment. What does that mean? What is she trying to say by saying that?
Wait, no, we're not talking about what you infer from that comment. We're just talking about her comment, whether it's a lie or not, right? She said that Donald Trump said there would be a bloodbath if he lost the election. Is that true or not? Did Donald Trump say that?
Can you complete the rest of the sentence?
Wait. I'm asking a simple question.
At least
did
do
Trump
the
say
entire
that, yes or
sentence.
no?
No, he did say that.
Okay, so how is it a lie? A
Why
lie
would
is that
she
she
bring
just
that-
totally
why
made
would
it up,
she
but it's
bring
not
that
true.
one point up just out of the blue and just say bloodbath and not complete it?
But just for the record, Donald Trump said it. So that's not a lie then. If she said, yeah, Donald Trump said this thing, how could that be a lie? And you're acknowledging that Donald Trump said that thing. How could that be a lie? You might say like, oh, the implication in the sentence that she was saying is bad. That's a different argument. But you're saying that it's a lie, that she just made up Donald Trump saying that, but that is not a lie. He legitimately said that.
Yeah, so I want to point out quickly. Yeah. So again, you're arguing things that like hold on. At best, right? You're talking about like the bloodbath comment, missing context. Sure, if that's like what you want to settle on, fine. Or like quote unquote misleading, if that's what you want to settle on, okay. But again, just zooming out here, like again, the Donald Trump said the most. I mean, he's sitting up there talking about how illegal, quote unquote, illegal migrants are eating animals, which is a whole different issue about how disgustingly abhorrent and like making people seem subhuman. Immigrants, it's just disgusting. But like, what? Like, ABC didn't even fact check him on that. You understand, right? All ABC did was be like, hey, by the way, the city manager says that's not happening. That's it. They didn't even provide a fact check. They just said, I think it's important for the American people to know that that Donald Trump says one thing about a city and the city themselves say another thing. And if they want to come to a conclusion after that, that's fine. But like, again, you can't, like, this is so absurd. You can't have a guy who's a convicted felon bragging about sexual abuse, saying that illegal aliens are eating animals and having transgender surgery, and then have the other candidate be like, oh, here are my policies for America, and then get upset when they're both when whatever you're talking about right now. It's absurd. It's absurd.
Well, first, I don't think that anyone who is actually independent or trying to make a decision learned anything new that they already didn't know about Kamala.
Then you have three problems. Number one, you weren't watching. Number two, you weren't listening. Or number three, I don't know, you're an idiot.
Well, no, that's just what the polls tell you. There's a larger percentage that don't know the backstory of
That's just
Kamala.
not true. There are a number of like focus groups or polls that were done on this this debate, and a lot of them, if not, well, I should say the majority of them, the overwhelming majority of them, found that Kamala Harris won and that it swayed their opinion. There was a group of 9 undecided voters. A CNN reporter was talking about this on air the other day, and a group of 9 undecided voters that they were leaning toward Donald Trump. Some of them were just strictly in the middle. All of them now say that they're going to vote for Kamala Harris as a result of this debate. And by the way, we just got a bunch of polls today, post-debate polls on Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump nationally. In some of these polls, Kamala Harris is now leading by 5 or 4 points. In some of these polls, she was at +2 before. Now she's at +5. So
do you know how polls
I feel
work?
pretty good.
You're not going to get a good post-debate poll probably 8 to 13 days after the actual debate.
Why?
Because that's just how it goes.
What?
Look
Why is
at-
that just how?
look
What?
at-
Why?
Do you know who Nate Silvers is?
What? Why is it just how it goes?
Do you know
What?
who Nate Silvers is?
It's Nate Silver, not Silvers, and I'm aware of who Nate Silver is.
Okay, go read his article. He's probably one of the best poll analysts.
See,
Trump.
Go ahead, Livia.
First of all, that's not true. Most like post-debate polls, you can get high-quality post-debate polls this quickly after a debate. Number one. Number two, Nate Silver is not someone that reputable people go to anymore for polling like this because of the bad polling that Nate Silver has had in the past. People go to other
Name
people.
one pollster that has not had a bad poll.
What?
They've all had bad ones.
Oh,
here and
brother.
there.
Oh, brother. Now, how about this? I want you to name me 3 other polling entities besides Nate Silver.
The context of what I was saying is he is a reputable
This is a
pollster.
dodge.
So you can't. Okay.
It's not a dodge.
Hey, wait, the only reason you know who Nate Silver is because Donald Trump has been posting Nate Silver.
Actually, no, that's not actually how I found out.
Then
who it
name
was.
3 other pollsters.
I don't know 3 others, but I know that a lot of people would favor him over others.
Who?
Why would they favor him over other people in the debate? He did a horrible job, a horrendous job.
The same way people would favor Kamala. She's done a horrible job.
And we're not talking about, we're not even talking, let's completely disregard their entire careers up to this point. We are only talking about their debate performance.
Okay.
He did a horrible job. He didn't talk. He didn't lay out a specific vision for America. He talked about himself most of the time. He was temperamental. He was moody. He refused to look her in the eye. He acted like a child. And that's the polling shows. The overwhelming majority of people think that she won the debate. Even Fox News hosts were talking about how horrible his debate performance was.
I'm not sitting here debating that he lost. I do think that he lost. What I'm saying is she's lied, and the only one that got fact-checked the entire night was Trump. And disregard what y'all think. People in the real world think that it was a biased debate. That's
No. Not people in the real world. Trump lunatics think it was a biased debate.
What about Project 2025?
On every single issue, Donald Trump got the last word. Donald Trump also spoke for more of the debate. He had more speaking time. And a lot of they asked Kamala Harris some tough questions about her record, about her having different policy positions now than she did then.
Are you talking about one hard question with zero follow-up?
Wait, I'm sorry. There was follow-up on a lot of these things. They asked about specific policy like fracking and healthcare and immigration. They asked about all these specific things and had follow-ups. But they also asked about, and like, by the way, like talking about abortion rights is a tough question.
Tell me the follow-up then.
I just told you they asked about specific issues like fracking, healthcare, immigration.
You said that, but when she answered, what was the follow-up?
What I just said. So they asked her, the broad question was, your positions were different on a variety of issues in 2019 versus now in 2024. Can you explain that evolution? She talked about why she's evolved and how she got to the conclusion that she's at now. Then later in the debate, the moderators asked about specific issues, and specific issues came up in the debate like fracking, like healthcare, like immigration.
Well, that was the other lies. She said that she was not for, or she was for fracking, and it's very clear that she was, or was not, sorry.
Wait, at one point, she was against fracking.
Yes.
Now, she's for fracking. In 2020, when she was running to be vice president, she said she's pro-fracking. She's been pro-fracking now for 4+ years, right? So, I think we're pretty good on that. I mean, again, the Biden administration right now, the Biden administration right now and the United States generally is drilling and producing more oil than ever before in American history, more than any country in the world right now. So clearly, there's no opposition to fracking in this administration.
Okay, but the point is she's flip-flopped like 3 times.
No, it's not flip-flopping. What I believe, good leaders evolve on issues. So if a leader takes a position at one point, and then they're given new information and they realize that they're wrong, I think it's right for them to evolve. What I think is wrong is for leaders to dig their heels in the sand and never admit that they're wrong and never evolve on policy. You know who that kind of reminds me of? Donald Trump.
Okay. You can say that all you want, but she's okay. What about the border wall? She wants to fund the border wall, right?
That's not true. That's not true. So part of the immigration bill that was negotiated by Democrats and Republicans, this was more of a Republican provision. We make concessions when you're working in a bipartisan manner, is that the border wall funding that was appropriated under Donald Trump's presidency would actually go to a border wall. So if Congress appropriates money for something, it legally has to go to that thing. The president can't just say, oh, I'm going to change it, right? So in that bill, there was appropriation for the border wall that has already been appropriated that would go to the border wall, right? But it's not Kamala Harris saying, oh, I love the border wall now.
Well, she's for funding it. She had an ad walking along the border wall.
We've always had a border wall. That's not Trump's border wall. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's been a border wall there since like Bush started, I believe, like really building it up. We've had a border wall for quite some time now. So
I get that. But in 2020 or 2019, she was hard against it, and she came out hard against it. She thought it was a dumb idea and it wouldn't work. But now she's campaigning on it. The same thing.
That's not true.
The same thing as she's stealing the policy of Trump on taxes.
It's not true.
Did she not come out after Trump and say that?
Wait, for the record, the no taxes on tips policy has been a thing since I think like 2014. Like this has been an ongoing conversation in politics. Donald Trump didn't just magically come up with this and say, oh, it's mine now. There have been different adaptations of this very policy.
Okay, well, in this election campaign, he's the first one to say it, and then she followed. So I guess
so wait, so to be clear, if a candidate says, yeah, I want to, I don't know, build more tables in the United States, right? And that's a policy that's introduced like a decade ago. And then the next candidate is like, yeah, I'd also like to build some tables. You think that's them copying them? It's not maybe just the fact that there's might be a bipartisan agreement on building tables? You think it's like it has to be like copying? Why can't it just be good policy?
But if you want it to look better for yourself, don't do it a month after your opponent does it.
Well, she just became the nominee, so it's not like she had a bunch of time to lay out a policy position.
Well, she hasn't done much of that either.
You can go to her website and find all of her policy positions right now if you so choose.
When were those posted?
Just the other day. Uh-oh, he's gone.
Checking on those policies.
How many days has she been the nominee?
I think since August 7th was the virtual roll call.
Okay, so almost 60 days. And she just came out with some
August
policies?
7th to September 13th is not 60 days.
I said almost 60.
It's not even almost 60 days.
What is
No.
it?
From August 7th to September 13th? It's like, what, 36 days-ish?
What about Project 2025?
What about it?
Well, everyone on the left keeps saying that he's using that playbook, but it's been debunked a billion times by him and JD Vance personally.
Yeah, because they're definitely to be trusted, right? When Donald Trump says he doesn't support something, that means we trust him automatically. It's not like he, told 30,000 lies during his presidency,
how many people
right?
do you need to tell you that that's not going to happen?
Well, when Donald Trump's policies mirror a lot of what Project 2025 is, and 140 of his former administration officials are working at the Heritage Foundation, and when some of his senior advisors even wrote Project 2025, and when he was speaking at a dinner that the Heritage Foundation was having in 2022, and he praised the policy, I think we can make a decent conclusion that Donald Trump might be in line with Project 2025. Also, he proposes some of the things that Project 2025 proposes, such as getting rid of the Department of Education or rescheduling federal employees so he can fire them all and then reappoint a bunch of people that are just loyal to him.
I go even further than that. When he supports candidates in down ballot and statewide races in states across the country that want to implement policies that are in Project 2025 that have already started happening, like Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas, who he endorsed and supported for governor, who actively is rolling back child labor laws, which is another part of Project 2025.
Again, all of them, Trump and JD, have both said that is not their agenda. Like, I don't understand. Like,
I'm sorry.
I could say right now the words, I support Donald Trump. Does that make it true? No, it doesn't make it true. You can look at all my
I'm going to build
actions
3
in the
million
past.
houses and have an opportunity economy, but does that make it true?
Well, when you're proposing policies to do those things, and you've done things in the past to make those things happen, then yes.
He's done nothing in the past to make those things happen. And just a side subject, go back to the border. What about the border bill? Do you want to talk about the funding of the border bill?
Yeah, sure. What about it?
Okay, so what is it? Was it somewhere? I think it was somewhere around 118 billion
for the immigration portion.
No, for the whole bill, because they didn't want to vote just on border.
Well, the immigration bill as it stands right now is just border, because the Ukraine portion was separated and then voted on and passed.
Yeah, because it needed to be. But why would they separate the border, which was only 20 billion of the bill that the Republicans shot down?
I don't know if the 20 billion number is right. It was a pretty big bill, though, when it comes to the border.
It was 20
and a lot of it was legal reforms. So reforming what asylum is, reforming the ability that the president has to shut down the border. So there was funding for things like immigration courts and expand and border patrol and state-of-the-art technology for the border, at the border and ports of entry specifically, to scan for drugs coming through in cars, because that's where most drugs come through. There was funding for that, but most of the major meat of the bill, in terms of like maybe what has the most impact, was reforms to the actual law, not necessarily like needing funding for that reforms. So,
or you're going to need funding for, a change at the border, but
so there's funding for border patrol. It gives like tens of billions
down.
It gives tens of billions of dollars to border patrol as well, but it also expands immigration courts and it invests in that technology at ports of entry. But as I mentioned, like, it also changes the law. It changes what asylum is, who can claim asylum, and it gives the president and the border patrol more power, which I think would have more of an impact than any amount of funding.
Correct. But out of 118 billion, there was subsidized 20 something billion for the border. If they would have separated that portion alone and not made it a blunderbuss of a bill, that portion would have passed in bipartisan fashion. But they didn't do that.
So
Why
stupid.
would they not do that?
That's so stupid. It wouldn't have.
That's
it wouldn't
not
have,
stupid.
It is stupid. It wouldn't have passed at all. We have Republicans on record saying they want to kill the bill because it would help Biden. Representative Troy Nehls from Texas, I'm sure Olivia hates that person, said, I will not work with Biden on the border because it'll boost his poll numbers.
No.
Also, that's not even accounting. That's not even accounting for. I'm glad you brought up Chip Roy. I'm glad you brought up Chip Roy. The border package, the border bill that Trump killed was written by one of the most conservative members of the U.S. Senate, James Langford, the senator from Oklahoma. And I'm glad you brought up Chip Roy because you're the one who keeps talking about, oh, they could lock down the border this, lock down the border that. Chip Roy, who is from my home state of Texas, where I live now,
that's where I am.
He went on the House floor and he said, what are we doing? He said, if we could secure the border through executive order, then why didn't Trump do it while he was president? That's because you can't do it. So even Chip Roy has called them out on this.
Well, first of all, you don't need the bill in general to even lock down the border.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Yes.
Are you kidding me? Where's
Yes.
Remain in Mexico?
You know, Remain in Mexico is currently wrapped up in courts right now because of the legality issues surrounding it. And also, Remain in Mexico wasn't even in use by the end of the Trump administration.
Exactly. That's why it spiked. It spiked right at the end.
Okay, so then wait. If Remain in Mexico is the only thing keeping the numbers down, then why are numbers down right now?
The only thing.
Okay, if Remain in Mexico was a big reason that numbers were down, then why are numbers down right now? Why are they at Trump era level numbers right now as we speak?
Okay, what executive action did Biden take?
Capping asylum.
Oh, okay. So the thing he could have done 3 years ago with no bill?
Yeah, Biden thinks it's more effective to go through Congress, which he's done on a number of different issues. That's why he introduced a bill on day one of his presidency, an immigration bill on day one of his presidency called the U.S. Citizenships Act of 2021. It was an immigration reform bill. You know what happened to that bill? Republicans blocked it. What happened to this bipartisan bill introduced in 2023 to address the issue? Republicans blocked it. So Biden took executive action. But executive action takes time because you have to write it in such a way that you believe you can argue for it in court. That executive order that Biden signed has already been sued by a number of organizations, including the ACLU.
3.5 years it took to write that?
They tried to go through Congress.
Two things at once.
They tried to go through Congress.
I get that. You can do two things at once. You can do the executive action at that time and go through Congress.
I think that, first of all, the Biden administration has done a number of things on immigration and signed executive orders on immigration in the past 3 years. One of them is like who can claim asylum and what processes people have to go through to claim asylum. But they can only do so much through executive order. And that's also the problem with executive order. It's very limited and it can be challenged. It's far more susceptible to legal challenges. So Biden thought we should go through Congress because it's such common sense. You're up here complaining about immigration. So why wouldn't the Republicans want to work with us on immigration? But the Republicans continue to block these bills. Why? For political reasons.
I get that, but you're denying the whole fact that he could have done it earlier and then still also try to work with Congress. And then the number would be much lower than it is now.
So wait, right? This is such an absurd argument because if you're blaming Biden for not doing something when he tried to do a number of things that Republicans blocked. So why would you blame him and not the Republicans blocking the bill? And especially now, why would you blame Joe Biden when Republicans are standing in the way of reforms that we could get passed through Congress and sign into law that have far more legal protection and legal standing than an executive order that's already been sued and is likely to be held up in court for a long time? Why?
Okay, but regardless, the numbers are down. So it's just ignorant.
So you're saying Republicans should pass the bill that makes these reforms to asylum permanent and have more legal standing? I agree. That's great. We're awesome here.
So you're saying that Joe Biden actually did lower the numbers of people coming across the border and was effective in what he was trying to do.
True, right? Through the executive order that he passed, the numbers are down, right? Okay, that could have been done earlier, and he could still try and work with Congress and get all of those same things done, and it would have been a political win for him. He could have said, hey, Republicans, shut up. The numbers are down. Let's work together. That could have been so big for him, and he was so stupid he didn't do it.
Why don't the Republicans just pass the bill?
The bill that was endorsed by the
blunderbuss bills with a ton of things in there.
Why don't they just pass the bill?
I'm telling you right now.
They could pass, as Olivia was talking about, is written by one of the most conservative senators in Congress right now, a man endorsed by Donald Trump in his last Senate race. They could pass that bill right now, and a lot of these things, plus more, become permanent and in law. Why?
If they put it for a vote for just the border, it would pass.
No,
quit trying to do these blunderbuss bills.
That is literally what happened.
No, it's not. There's $118 billion in that bill, and only $20 billion went to the border. That is not what happened.
No, that's literally what happened.
That is what happened.
Yeah, it was voted on, and Republicans voted against it.
Pull up the funding. Pull up the funding, and tell me, tell me $100 billion didn't go somewhere else other than the border.
I keep telling you. Okay, Let's try to think about this, right? You agree that the Ukraine bill was passed, right? The funding for Ukraine was passed separately, right?
There has been a bill passed separately, yes.
But yeah, the most recent one.
Yes.
Okay, so then why do you keep saying the bill was $100 billion? Because that's what was running up the number.
That's the one that failed. That's the one they voted on. They did not vote on a singular
think about this logically.
bill.
No, hold on now. Think about this logically, right? If the Republicans agree with the Ukraine funding, which many of them did, many of them voted for it, then why would they vote against the immigration bill, which included Ukraine funding? It was just one big package, so they don't have to pass it all together. If they agree with both of those things, apparently, why wouldn't they just vote for the bill?
Because it wasn't just Ukraine and the border. There was like 5 other subcategories. Go look at it.
What subcategories? What subcategories?
Do I need it? All right, I'll look at it.
No. Wait. You're making the claim right now. What subcategories?
I don't know all of them. I know
So what the fuck
Israel was when Israel was in there for 11.
So it was a national security funding bill. Ukraine. I'm using the Ukraine country because it was the biggest amount. I think it was $60 billion. But it was a national security funding bill that had money for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, things like that. But then also as part, the immigration part was in the bill as well. So if you're saying that they agree with the immigration part and they agree with the Ukraine part, then why would they vote against a bill that they agree on? And then
there was more in there. There was more than what you're saying in there.
Okay, but the Ukraine bill, the Ukraine funding passed. So if they agree with both those things,
it passed independently.
No, the bill. All they did was split it in half. All they did was that they just split the bills in half. They put the Ukraine funding and the Israel funding and the Taiwan funding up for a vote, and it passed. And the immigration bill remained stalled.
Okay. Oh, hold on. So you're saying that after they passed Ukraine, Israel, they put up just the border bill for a vote. Just the border bill.
Harry,
the $20 billion that was in it.
Yeah.
Harry, correct me if I'm wrong. So the bill that we're talking about, the individual bill that we're talking about, that passed the Senate, but Mike Johnson would not bring it up for a vote in the House. He put up a vote on an alternative
Correct.
immigration bill. So
Correct.
that's what happened. Is the bill that we are talking about, the standalone bill, the bipartisan bill that was introduced by James Lankford in the U.S. Senate, passed the Senate bipartisanly. It had bipartisan votes on it in some instances, right? The Republicans in the House, Mike Johnson, flat out said, we will not bring that bill to a vote in the House. And they introduced an alternative bill that was written by only Republicans, and that is the bill that they passed because the House is controlled by Republicans. They did not pass the bipartisan immigration bill. They passed their own version of it.
Okay. Why didn't that pass then?
Because their version of the bill sucked.
Why?
It wasn't a good
Why
bill.
did it suck?
It wasn't a good bill because brother, we're in a gridlocked government. You don't get to just pass a bill that your
You don't
party
get to
controls.
just say it was a bad bill just by saying it's a bad bill. Why was it
It
bad?
has non-starters
Like
for
what?
Democrats. Like, for example, funding the border wall more. That's a non-starter for Democrats because it doesn't solve the issue.
Well, then why is Kamala running on it?
That's not what
She's
she's
not.
Here, okay, actually, this is a pet peeve of mine. When people say secure the border, it's automatically people like you. They take it and run, and they say, "Oh, they want to build the border wall." No, you don't have to build a physical border wall to have a secure border. There's lots of
What
things you
is
can
wrong
do.
with the border wall?
You can have.
Why are
Listen,
you so
it's
against
ineffective.
it?
It's ineffective. You don't have
Are
to
you
have
kidding
a.
me?
Would you? I'm speaking. You don't
Okay,
have
Kamala.
to build. You don't have to build a border wall physically to secure the border. You can do things like have drones. You can have satellites. You can increase border patrol. You can have higher technology that is much more cost effective, labor effective, and has better results than building a wall that is just completely pointless. And there are other ways that you have to go about reforming the immigration system in order to actually have a functioning system. You need more trial judges. You need more visas. You need to expand visa access. These are ways to actually reform the immigration system that would better the economy, that would make it safer. And Republicans are not pushing for these things in the legislation they are introducing. They are just pushing for bills to build a border wall that will not work. You need to secure the border in other ways rather than this big ass concrete dome that they want to build that ain't going to be worth
so
a
you're saying
shit.
that bill only has funding for the border wall? Like that's all it says?
That's not what I said.
I said the bill has things that are non-starters for Democrats. So a bill
Okay, other
that
than the
includes
border
this is not going to be passed by Democrats. right? Just like I'm
what
sure
else?
that the Republicans, if the Republicans, there was a bill saying, hey, against Donald Trump says, Kamala Harris wants transition surgeries for aliens in jail. If the bill had that, Republicans would not vote for that bill, even though Democrats are it's not a thing, but it's
I think she filled out a questionnaire saying that she would.
Is she running on it right now? Is that her policy right now?
That's I'm just saying the facts. She has done that, has she not?
I'm asking you a question. Is she running on that right now?
She's not running on that right now,
Okay,
but
great.
that
So
is
I'm glad we got through
that's just
that
another
together.
flip flop, right?
I'm glad we got through that together. It's called an evolution, buddy. But also, she wasn't running on that in 2020.
It's an evolution for Democrats.
Wait. Also, for the record, she wasn't running on that in 2020 either. So anyway, go ahead, Olivia.
I have a question. Here's my question. If this is such a large necessary topic for us and it's crucial that we build the border wall, then why did Trump not build the wall throughout his entire presidency?
He tried.
Okay, so what happened?
He couldn't get it passed.
Why couldn't he get it
Couldn't
passed?
funding.
Why couldn't he get it passed?
Because it didn't pass through Congress or Senate.
Because there were non-starters for Democrats in the bill.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
No,
So you
keep
understand?
saying non-starters, but you can't even define the term. What is a non-starter besides the border wall?
Okay, a non-starter is a non-negotiable for someone on the opposing side. A non-starter for
I
Democrats can
get
be
that. What
increased funding to the border
specifically?
wall.
Be specific.
That depends on each member in each district. You can't have it just Democrats don't support it for XYZ reason.
Like
Because
literally, your
the
reasoning
reason
is
why
there's non-starters. Like, okay, that's not a reason.
that is precisely a reason. It's the same reason
Okay,
why.
what defines the non-starters in the bill?
Okay, I don't know the non-starters in the bill because this is back in 2016, and I don't know what the reasons why the Democrats or Republicans
y'all
voted
just said
against
that
gave.
they tried to vote on it again just now.
No. We're talking about a completely different bill that was put up while Donald Trump was president. We are not talking about the bill that was put up in 2023. We are talking about his plan. He said, "I'm going to build the border wall." Oh, what happened?
Oh, he left. He left. Do you want to finish your point though? You were cooking gas.
I think I was cooking because I was trying. He was like, "Well, why won't she do it now?" And we're saying because Republicans won't support it. I'm like, okay, so you understand why he didn't build it because Democrats didn't support it, so you understand what a non-starter is. Like that was my point. It's like it's a gridlock Congress, but anyways. I have really been very angry and irritated lately about this border wall conversation because Harry, you know me, babes. I'm living in Texas. I'm seeing these border ads every single day, and these people are driving me crazy.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I can only imagine what it's like down there in a state that's
Oh, don't even start.
not as great as New York. I wouldn't know.
Don't even
I wouldn't
start.
know.
Don't even start.
It's just I wouldn't know in a state that's not as great as New York. I just wouldn't know. That's all I'm saying. I just wouldn't know.
You trying to fight? You trying to fight?
Oh, wait, my dog. Wait. He wants to come back. Do you want to talk to him some more or no?
I guess.
Okay. This might be the last debate. I don't know. I'm debating.
Wait, is this him?
Oh wait, no. Oh, sorry, Zach. My bad, bro. You gotta go, bro. You gotta go. That's the guy I talked to earlier. Whoops.
You gotta go.
Whoops, bro. All right, we'll do one more. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Make sure to.
Someone said, "How's y'all's power grid?" Too soon. Too soon. Too soon.
Look at. Okay. This guy's username is US MAGA. I feel like this guy has to be a troll. It could be like that young kid who tries. Hello, bro. Yeah, all right, bro. You'll be safe now. You'll stay safe. You'll be all right now. Jerry, let's give Jerry a chance. Invited you, buddy. Dylan, I know you're not MAGA. I know you, bro. I know you. Buckwheat. Okay, that's a name. Buckwheat, I invited you. Dylan, here we go. All right, I'm super MAGA. Yeah, whatever. How old are you, bro?
I heard a lot. What's up, man? What's up?
How old are you, bro?
Huh?
How old are you?
32. That's old.
Are you like underwater right now? Are you like in a submarine?
No, it's just my phone. I need a new phone, so I don't. I know it's been hard to communicate with people, and I know people are saying it's underwater, it's muffled. It's just the phone. I gotta get it fixed. So, I'm gonna try to get it fixed somehow.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it? What do we think, Chad? Is the audio annoying enough that you want me to cut him loose? I'll let the chat decide this one. Cut. Just yes, no. Yes, it's bad. No, it's not.
It's not that bad. Come on. It's not that bad. Come on. It's not that bad.
Sorry, Dylan. We live in a democracy, my man. I apologize.
Oh no, they really did vote him off the island. Dollars, that was mean. That was mean.
We live in a democracy. You know? Oh, okay, Olivia, go start a live and talk to him.
No.
Yeah.
We're done here. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, damn right. All right, Brian, come on.
She got to work tomorrow.
Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Also follow Olivia. She does great work. Wait. Hold on. Okay. God damn it, everybody. Olivia's 100 followers away from 700,000. Can you please follow?
Yeah, follow me so I can
Everybody follow Olivia. Please get her to 700,000 followers right now. She's literally 100 away. 100. Look, we have 6,600 people watching. All we need is 100. Follow Olivia. But of course, follow me.
Thank you.
Wait, why did that person get removed? Oh wow, Olivia, you're at 700,000.2.
Oh my god! Yay!
W everybody.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I need a cake, but like I can't eat it. Harry, today I found out that I'm actually allergic to gluten. Like I'm getting tested to get to whether or not I'm allergic to gluten.
Yeah. Sorry. Olivia, you were on the phone the other day you were telling me about all these like dietary restrictions, and like I was like, why don't you get an acai bowl? You're like, oh, I can't eat acai bowl.
I know. It sucks so bad.
I know.
It's so funny though.
Wait, Harry, you were just on CNN. Anderson Cooper. What? Can Anderson Cooper please have me on? I'm like around. You know, like if he wants to like chat, I'm here.
I'll make a call. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Everybody, unfollow Olivia. Get her down to below 700,000, please. All right, Chris, what's up, man? You MAGA?
Yes, sir. I'm 44 years old, and I just got one question.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, wait, what's up?
Before you were born, right? So what year were you born?
1986.
I don't believe that.
1942.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. So do you believe that everything you hear and everything that like comes up on your computer is true?
No.
Okay. So have you had any like military veterans that have served in Desert Storm or Iraqi Freedom on your live?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't recall the last time we have, but I feel like I have at some point. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just feel like, like we need to get some like truth from like people that have actually served in the military. And like, so like if you were to ask somebody today in the military, if, they believe or are in line with their commander in chief, what do you think they would say?
I think it depends on the military member. I think like in 2020, I feel like the data was like 45% of the military or veterans voted for Biden and 55 voted for Trump. So I think that's like, it depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like actual members that have like served in like, like if, like we're in the, extradition of like the military forces in Afghanistan, like actual people that were there for those.
You mean like people who have been active duty in combat zones or like zones of active conflict?
Well, no, I'm talking about like people that were actively in the military prior to Biden and Trump. And then now, like being ordered under, Biden's, command, how many of those people actually?
There's no way to gauge that.
What do you mean? So, like,
it's like impossible to gauge that. We don't, like, there's not a poll specifically of Desert Storm.
I know there's no poll, but I'm saying, have you actually had people that have served and like talked to you?
Yeah. Yes, I have plenty of veterans who have come up here that are Trump supporters. I've had plenty of veterans in the chat who make themselves known. There are veterans watching right now who are Harris/Biden/Democrats. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Okay, and what term did they serve?
I don't know. I'm not these people. Maybe if there are veterans in the chat, they can make themselves known and where they served.
Okay, and do they still support Biden and or Harris?
Dude, you're asking me about other people. I don't know. First of all, there's like 17 million veterans in the United States right now.
You've got over 1 million people on this chat right now. There has to be people that.
I wish.
No, well, I'm looking at it. It says 1.1 million, man.
That's likes. That's likes.
Well,
this is how many people are watching active. It's 6,500.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, you're doing pretty good.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
And I'm just asking, like, have you had people that have actually come on here that have actually served through those terms of service?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes. To my recollection, yes. And as I was talking about, there are veterans in the chat right now. Look at this gentleman. Ronald, Army vet 1994 to 2007. I'm voting for Harrison Walls in 2024. Ronald Mark Hugh. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. There you go, for example.
Okay, perfect.
Wait, Tua got injured tonight? Sorry, continue. I saw somebody in the chat.
Yeah, no, he got a concussion.
You're lying.
No, I'm not lying. Unfortunately.
Oh my God, not again, dude.
And he threw 2 interceptions in the first quarter. But anywho, I just wanted to come on and ask that question because you seem pretty young and you seem to be taking the same you, Parker, and that other guy Chris seem to have the same platform. Which is, pretty, you guys are pretty young. You guys have never really served in anything. I would love to see you guys go through like a Marine Corps boot camp or some kind of form of, you guys just seem to sit back and read all this shit off the internet. And, I don't know.
I think that
you guys are really smart. You guys are really smart.
But you're voting for Donald Trump, right? He dodged the draft 5 times and has never done any military boot camp. So if you're saying we're young, we've never experienced anything.
That's not what I'm saying.
Wait, why does it matter? Wait, you're saying we don't know what we're talking about because we're young and we haven't done military boot camp. So then why does it matter for us but not Donald Trump?
No, I'm saying you guys are young and you don't really understand how the world works.
That
by the way, Harry, I think Tua's going to retire, man. Shit's so sad. It's too many concussions. It's been 4.
Dude, it's how many
4 and 2 years. I don't think the NFL is going to let him play anymore. It's so sad.
Yeah,
it's so sad.
That's why I'm dude,
so
what?
tragic. Tragic.
Concussion.
Yeah, but he had a really, really bad one in 2022, and he's had.
Did you see how bad he was sweating before the game in Miami? It's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, so I don't think he's going to play anymore. If I had to guess.
It's very hot. But back to what I was saying. I'm a 44-year-old man. I'm voting for Trump, but I watch y'all's TikTok a lot, and I appreciate the knowledge that y'all have. But I still think that you guys are very young and you don't really understand the way the world works. You guys just sit back and read shit that you guys see on the internet, and
I don't know why you would say that. I'm
Olivia,
22.
Olivia, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking.
Hey, whoa! She's part of this conversation as well. What the hell? Yeah, what? She's buddy. She's part of this conversation as well. So if you're talking to all of us, you're talking to her as well. If she says something to you, listen up. Yeah.
Yeah, Olivia has double the. Olivia has double the followers as me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, Olivia has double the followers as me, and she also has been an advocate for longer and has raised tons of money for abortion and other stuff. So I definitely think she's part of the conversation.
Oh, very sweet.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I would say.
I'm sorry, Olivia. I'm just looking at Harry on my screen. I didn't see.
What I'm saying is, I don't necessarily think it's fair to say that. For me, I'm 22, but I've been completely financially independent since I turned 18, and I'm working my way through college, and I have all of the same beliefs as both Harry and Chris, and I live in Texas.
Okay, great. Have you ever served in the military?
I don't think that serving in the military is an end-all, be-all for whether or not someone's opinion are correct. And exactly what Harry said, has Trump served in the military?
No.
Okay, so you don't care about Donald Trump's opinion then, right?
That has nothing to, no, that has nothing to do with it.
How do you feel about John McCain's son, who is a veteran?
You guys were talking about international affairs, right? Like Ukraine, Russia, China, all this other stuff, right? Have you guys ever served in the military?
We were talking about a border funding bill.
Wait, this makes this you honestly, genuinely, I'm saying this in the nicest way possible. You should stop with this line of arguing because it completely flips on your head. The guy you're voting for president has never served, and you listen to his opinion about foreign policy and foreign affairs.
I'm voting for him.
But wait, I understand that's not why you're voting for him. But I'm saying that you're criticizing us. You're saying, oh, guys,
I'm not
you've never.
criticizing, I'm
Wait.
asking you a
I'm not
question.
done yet. I'm not done yet. You're saying you've never served in the military as a critique on us and our opinions, right? But then with Donald Trump, who has never served in the military, matter of fact, he's done everything he can to not serve in the military, such as dodging the draft 5 different times. Somebody else went in his place and maybe died in his place. But you listen to his opinion. So what is it? Do you care? Do you think that you have to serve in the military to have an opinion or not?
Well, actually, Donald Trump has served in the military. He was my commander-in-chief for 4 years.
Oh my
Was he
God,
not-
bro! Oh,
Was he not the president?
God!
Okay, that's the great. That's a doozy.
And Charles, I'm sure when Trump was doing that,
That's
he
a
wasn't
doozy.
sitting. I'm sure when he was doing that, he wasn't just sitting behind a desk and reading stuff, right?
Was President Trump not president for 4 years?
Bro, you are so like this is obviously like a disingenuous line of arguing. Do you have a point to make here?
I've never heard this kind of argument.
It's just
before.
it's just
That
like
he served
it's just
in
like
the military.
It's
'cause he's
purposely
president.
disingenuous. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
exactly, man. Exactly. Just hear me out. Don't hang up on me. You guys sit back and like read all these facts off of a computer, right?
No, we read facts. Oh.
Yeah. You guys fact check everything.
Oh no, it's terrible. It's so bad.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if you guys were ever to join like the military, right, to serve your country, right? Are you guys Americans?
Yo, Charles, really quickly, bro. Like,
No,
I
that's
think
right.
that, like, I think I understand what you're saying. Obviously, we respect people who serve in the military, and we also understand that, like, we're young. We still have a lot to learn, but
Yeah,
you know,
well,
we have the
that's
same
not-
we have the same right to vote. We can be sent overseas. We can all buy alcohol. We're just like expressing our opinions, and we think that like I think like as all of us have said, we've all gone through our own unique experiences. I don't know why you're blaming us for the fact that we're not 45.
Okay, well, first of all, I never blamed anybody for anything.
Oh my God, you were just like insufferable, dude. Do you have a point?
Okay, well, I never said blame. I never blamed y'all for anything. I'm just explaining to you, like, you don't really understand how this, like, the world works.
Okay,
You've been-
okay.
you've been
We
on-
understand.
You've been on this earth for
Okay, you've
22
said that
years,
said
right?
that many times tonight. So can we? Do you have anything else
so
you want to say
where were
or
you at
no?
where were you at when September 11th
We
happened?
weren't born. We were not born.
You weren't born. Okay,
Charles, can I explain something really quick? First of all, I think you said you served for multiple. I think you said you served for 23 years, which I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate genuinely. But
Yeah,
you have to also understand that like this gives us a unique perspective that you don't have. You understand that Gen Z. I was born in 2002. I'm 22 years old. We were ushered into a war on. We were born after 9/11, ushered into a war on terror. We didn't understand. That was often called a failure. We watched one massive recession. We watched another massive recession. We watched political division explode. We all lost our senior year of high school due to COVID. We watched January 6th, and now we're here. For all intents and purposes, the American government has completely failed Gen Z. And I don't agree with everything that Gen Z thinks, but I think in general, it's interesting that Gen Z has the opinion they do because they've probably seen America. They've seen America in a way that no other generation has. It's not even that the American government has failed us. It's that Gen Z has never seen America at peace. See, Charles, you've seen America at points where we're thriving and things are good. Every other generation has except us. It's always been chaos. It's always been wrong. It's always been a mess. And so that gives us a unique perspective that you don't have. Yes, we have a lot to learn, but you probably have some stuff to learn from us.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you're Gen Z. Well, guess what? I'm Gen X, right? So, yeah, I'm a gray bush. You're a new bush, right? Yeah, I've got some stuff to teach you, and you've got some stuff to teach me. You're missing the point, guy.
Okay, what's the point?
What is the point?
The point is that I don't even know. Like, you got me completely off the point now. Like,
I don't even think you know the point you were trying to make.
Ketchum,
my man.
I appreciate you.
well, just fact check it. I don't know. Like you guys, you and
Wait,
Parker,
what? I don't understand this. What is your opposition to fact checking? Like you keep bringing up, like, oh, you guys fact check everything.
Well,
Is that bad?
Listen, it doesn't matter. Fact check whatever. You and Parker. You know what? Copy Parker because you're just like a Parker, and your other boy Chris is just like. You guys all jerk Parker off. So
what the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you?
Dude,
you're like going off the rails right now. You don't even know.
No,
You didn't look. You hear Chris. Here's the problem. You came up. You literally just came up here to argue. Like you didn't even have a point. You like don't even know what your argument is. You don't even know the point you're making. And now you're saying that like now you're thinking about all of us men, younger men than you, in an inappropriate way. It's just like very weird, my man. Like do you have something you want to say or not?
No, I already did. And you
Okay,
couldn't
yeah, and you know what, Chris? I don't think anybody really needs to hear more from you. So get the hell out of my live. And by the way, don't come back. All right, get the hell out.
Yeah, stay safe.
He had a concept of a point. He was trying to make.
Yeah. I have a concept of a plan. Get the fuck out.
Hi, Chrissy Poo. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
It's been,
Harry, don't you dare.
I feel like we haven't talked in a minute. I haven't really been in the.
The hell is that?
Be quiet.
I can see on Harry's face that he's about to
Look at him. He's mad. Wait. But really, I haven't been in the group chat in like a minute, bro. What's been going on?
As soon as I entered Harry's live tonight, I started seeing messages about where's Harry ranked at in the pyramid. Have I talked to y'all about this?
You told me about this. Where am I ranked in the
just told
pyramid?
Harry about this.
What
so
pyramid,
Harry,
dude?
you're okay. I'm gonna explain the pyramid very briefly. Every week, because I'm a psychopath, my text messages on my phone, you can pin up to 9 chats or 9 people. Every week, I change my pinned positions based off of who I like the most that week.
And so, where's Harry? Is he pinned right now?
You guys are pinned in the group chat at number 6.
Yeah, we're not pinned individually. We're not good enough. Yeah, we can hear you. Jasmine, thank you for the $5 saying amazing live. Everyone keeps talking about abandoning NATO's allies, but they came to our aid after 9/11 when we needed them most. Exactly. Fun fact, the only time that Article 5 has ever been invoked is the United States after 9/11. The only time in American history and world history, not just American history, in world history. Steph, thank you for the $10. What's better, East Coast or West Coast? East Coast.
Come on, bro.
East, I agree. Zach, thank you for the $1 saying, tell guest Chris Miles it's a new generation, buddy. Thank you for your service, but get used to it, Chris. A woman is about to be president, says Zach Perry. Kimberly, thank you for the $20 as well, saying, thanks for all that you do. You're an amazing young man. Kimberly, I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you for being here, Kimberly. What an amazing person. Gunner, thank you for the $5 saying, went to her rally in Charlotte today. It was great. Packed rally in North Carolina today. Jolly says, is Olivia your girlfriend? No, her and Chris together.
Is it me or is he lagging?
Her and Chris are together currently. They're in a relationship. It's not me and Olivia. It's Chris and Olivia right now. So,
dude, what are you talking about right now, Harry?
Please respect their privacy. Please respect their privacy. Venmo, Cash App in the link in my bio. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Wait. We're 54 followers away from 1,000 for the night, so let's try to get to 1,000.
Olivia, what can I do to get pinned higher on the triangle?
Can you guys stop talking about the goddamn triangle?
Have I ever been pinned higher than 6?
Bro, I got questions to ask.
Thank you, Olivia.
Yo, Brian, shut up, dude. You can just wait for 2 seconds. I don't care if you have questions to ask. You can just
nah,
for 2
bro,
seconds.
I don't want to hear about your freaking Twitch or nothing, bro. Come on, let me ask my question.
Oh my god. No way this guy's above 18. No way. Dude, how old are you?
Bro, how old do you think I am? Let me ask you that. How old do you think I am? Look at my profile picture for a second before you answer.
Probably
17? Why would I be 17 wearing a military uniform? How does that make any sense?
I can't see that far. I can't.
Hey, Tim Walls registered. Tim Walls registered for the military at 17.
I really wanted to make
for the record, I'm 20 years old.
I
am 20 years old, but bro, I don't want to hear about your Twitch, nothing. Like, let me ask my questions.
Okay, so Brian, let's try this again. Brian, this is not like a democracy where you just get to come up and be a fucking dick, right? You can just come up here and ask your questions, or we'll just kick you down. It's that simple. Like, no one owes you to ask questions up here, bro. Nobody, not a single soul.
I didn't say that. I said people have questions to ask and people are waiting, so I'm trying to get myself out of the way so other people can still debate.
All right, please. If you ask a dumb question, I might throw my head through a wall. It's been that type of night. I might do it. I'm in a bad mood, bro.
Chris is angry.
I'm in a fucking bad mood.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So why is it that during the debate, I think it was a couple nights ago, I can't remember exactly when it was, but why is it that Trump was fact-checked multiple times, but Kamala Harris...
You be safe, bro.
Listen.
Yo, Brian, you be safe, dog.
Yeah, you'll be all right now.
You be safe, bro.
No, listen to this. Dude, you guys got to admit, Kamala Harris was not fact-checked a single time, and she made multiple lies. I'll give you an example right now. One of the lies she said was, she told Donald Trump that, we're not getting rid of people's guns. Stop lying about that. I've seen multiple clips of her speaking about how she wants to do a mandatory buyback. She wants to get rid of...
It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. She's never proposed a mandatory buyback.
But she wants it to be a mandatory buyback.
No, she does not. No, she does not.
Inform me. If I'm wrong, then inform me. She said it's not mandatory.
I'm telling you. It's voluntary. Any buyback would only be legal if it's voluntary. Second of all, look at the policy she's running on right now as it pertains to gun control. Right? Just look at you don't have to guess. You don't have to say, well, maybe she supports this. We have her policy. We know what it is. It's not mandatory buybacks.
Okay, sure. Then we can go with that. My next question is going to be this: why is it that? Like I said, I'm not super informed about the law. I'm a freaking jarhead. I joined the military. I just do my shit. Like I'm not super.
Thank you for your service. Represent.
Yeah,
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, like I'm just, I've never been the brightest tool in the shed.
Don't sell yourself short.
Oh, don't say
No.
that.
I'm just saying, like I joined the military so I can do freaking grunt work. That's just what I'm good at. That's what I've been good at. So that's what I do.
Everybody has their thing, man. Everybody has their thing.
Yeah. So
Harry's good at nothing. So it could be worse.
Apparently, he's better at NCAA than you are.
Yeah, let him know, Brian. Yeah, let him know, Brian.
I don't know. That's what I've been hearing.
That's what I've been hearing too, Brian.
I'm sorry. That one fell flat. I think that one fell really flat. I really do think I'm like
but now he cooked your shit, Chris.
I think I might be in top 5 worst moods of my entire life. I'm just attacking everybody, dude. I'm telling you, this is what happens when you debate all day. I want to. Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
All right. So then, okay. So why is the border so much worse now than it was under Donald Trump's administration? What is that about?
Who wants to take this one? Me, Chris, Olivia? Anybody? Any takers?
I got it.
Go ahead.
I won't be mean. Here we go. We're in a better mood. Blue 80. Yeah. So I think that under the Biden-Harris administration, obviously we saw an increase in the amount. Yo, Hannah, thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. We saw an increase in the amount of
Hannah, thank you so much.
We saw an increase in the amount of people actually coming across the border. I do want to point out right now, border crossings are down 54% from all-time highs. We see similar numbers to years like 2019 and 2018. But before that, in the year 2021 and 2022, we saw an increase in the amount of people. But I think it's important that, according to Border Patrol data, Joe Biden was removing roughly the same percentage, actually a slightly higher percentage of people than Donald Trump did. I think in general, most of the policy between Joe Biden and Donald Trump was very similar. The policy that Joe Biden removed was mainly humanitarian and pretty niche. And I think that if there was a policy change between the Biden administration and the Trump administration, we would have seen, the same rate of border encounters, but we would have seen a lot less removals. I also think that Joe Biden and Democrats tried relentlessly to pass a bill through Congress about this. Joe Biden introduced one on his first day in office. The more recent one being the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump, the Republicans asked Democrats to craft. They crafted it, and at the last minute, Republicans killed it for PR reasons. I think that, I would say to your original, I guess, question, why have the number of people increased would probably be mainly due to the things like COVID, right? The reason we see more people coming from Central and South America, for example, is, inflation was global. COVID, really, really ravished some of these smaller economies and caused very high inflation rates. And so a lot of people ended up trying to find a better life in places like America.
Right. Okay. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but you got to admit, COVID could have been handled differently and possibly better. And like I said, I'm voting for Trump. And Trump completely rebuilt the military as is. I wasn't in the military under Trump, but I know just from speaking to some of my higher ups and just some of my, some of the other people I served with, that military life in general was better under Trump. And obviously, I plan to be in for a while. So I personally think that that's something I want to go with. And that, from people that have experience being in the military under Trump, they said that their life was better, their pay was better, other things were better. I can't really get into specific details, but just quality of life was better in the military under President Trump. And a lot of people that I know are trying to go with that and they want to keep that going. And that's what I'm going to vote for. So,
Harry, you want to respond to that point?
Yeah, I would just say, you're saying quality of life as in terms of the economy?
Sure. Yeah, the economy.
Yeah, he's talking mainly about the military, talking to people in the higher ups about the pay in the military and just general.
Yeah, I'd say that first of all, Biden gave the military the largest raise since the early 2000s. It was 5.1% in the beginning of 2024. So that's pretty great. But also it's important to note that you might feel the pay being a little bit less or not enough because of inflation in recent years. But it's also important to note that inflation is not because of Joe Biden, and that even if Donald Trump were president during these past 4 years, inflation still would have been high. And that was just a phenomenon that we saw all around the world in different countries with strong economies like ours. So things are kind of leveling out. Inflation is below 3%. So when hopefully Kamala Harris wins, you'll see pay raised for the military at a pretty typical level. And hopefully it'll adjust for inflation and anything lost during the pandemic. And we'll go from there. But any quality of life issues that you're talking about under the past 4 years are not because of Joe Biden and he just so mean to the military. It's issues out of our control. Funnily enough, a lot of Republicans actually opposed pay raises in the House of Representatives. They opposed pay raises for civil servants and people in the military as well. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I just want to, Brian, before you respond, I do want to just say, I know you're young, you're 20, I do really appreciate your service. Sorry for coming in here hot. I really am being a dick.
Nah, you're good. I know you're
I'm in I don't know what is up with me these last 6 hours, man, but I'm in such a bad mood. I don't know why. That's on me, bro. That's truly my bad.
Nah, you're good.
He's kind of always like this, dude. He kind of always sucks. Unfortunate.
I would just like to know I wasn't mean at all, so I have no wrongdoing here.
True. All right, I got to do Firewatch in a little bit, but my last question is, so my only thing really, and one of my biggest proponents, and I've talked to my mom about this too, and she kind of agrees, is Kamala Harris claims she's going to do all these great things and, oh, we're going to fix the border and, oh, we're going to fix this and, oh, we're going to fix inflation. But she's in office right now and she's not doing, and it's like what Trump's closing statement was in the debate. Why won't she just do it now? Why can't she at least get a start on some of these things she's claiming she's going to do?
I would argue that on a lot of these things we have gotten a start and we want to just build upon that progress. Like Donald Trump is promising to come into office and tear all this progress down. For example, one of the main things that the Biden administration is focused on is healthcare, right? Lowering healthcare costs for people who need it most, for life-saving prescription drugs. Things like insulin, Harris and the Biden administration capped it at $35 a month. For inhalers, capped at $35 a month. Out-of-pocket expenses for prescription drugs for seniors starting in 2025 will be capped at $2,000 a year. Really, really great stuff. Donald Trump has promised to undermine and undo that bill that we're talking about, the Inflation Reduction Act. So Harris is like, yeah, we want to make the economy better. We want to build more housing. We want to continue our work in healthcare. It's not saying that, it's not saying like, oh, we haven't done anything and then suddenly I'm going to do something. It's saying, hey, I want to build upon this progress. I want to keep the progress going because all of this progress will end if Donald Trump gets in. He has no policy on inflation. He has no policy on the economy, no policy on housing, nothing.
Yeah. I mean, really quickly, my bad.
Go ahead.
Jacqueline, thank you so much for $5 on Venmo. Truly, it goes a long way. I really, really appreciate it. I hope this makes you feel better. Love you, Chris. Hugs and kisses. I love you. I appreciate you so much. Truly, it means the world. Like, I don't take that for granted. W, Jacqueline.
Hugs and kisses.
Stealing Olivia's man.
God forbid people are nice, man.
Gosh, Jacqueline.
Olivia hates people who are nice. Look at her.
All right, well, I thank you guys for your time. I gotta head out, but thanks for having me.
Yeah, hey Brian, thank you, man. Be safe, all right?
Yeah, thanks, you too, man.
Chris just went down on the pyramid.
Bro.
He's not even on it.
Wow.
Crystal, thank you for the $5 saying there's active duty that support you. I'm one. Crystal, thank you so much. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. We love our service members. We love our veterans. We love all these folks. Amazing folks. So thank you, Crystal. It means a lot.
The best folks.
The best folks, they say. Aaron, thank you for the $20 as well, saying holding down the blue side of TikTok.
Let's fucking go.
That's a high compliment. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. Alex, thank you for the $10 saying people like you and Olivia have taught me not to make myself smaller, and it's not bad to make waves, especially with Mac assholes. That's Alex.
So nice.
Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you, Alex. That's very kind. Olivia's gonna cry. She's so happy she's gonna cry. Oh my God! And Paige, thank you for the $100 on Venmo, saying you are incredible. Can you show some love for Paige in the chat? Golly, are you kidding me? $100?
I need to start doing this. I could literally pay my tuition for the month if I went live consistently for 4 days.
I'm telling you, people are amazing. Yo, Paige, thank you for that's incredibly kind. Thank you, Paige. Can show some love for Paige in the chat. Give her some W's. Can we get at least 100 W's for Paige in the chat? Shout out, Paige. $100. That's crazy. Thank you, Paige. And Christina as well. Thank you for the $20. As a 69-year-old retired teacher and a regular listener, you are all doing great. A+ grades. And tell Chris his sermon about the experience of Gen Z was on fire.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Like that means the world.
You guys are awesome. See, that's why we love you guys, man. You guys are awesome.
Great people, the best people. Thank you guys so much. Truly, I want you to know, Harry and I don't take this stuff for granted ever. It means the world that you guys support us and are so kind. Steph, $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Huge W's for Steph. Steph reached out to me so long ago. It was so early on TikTok, and you're always so kind. I appreciate it. You're my favorite. Don't tell Harry. Well, trust me, I think most people, Harry kind of knows because most people tell, most of the time I talk to Harry, I'm like, yo, what's up, man? He's like, yo, what's up? What's going on? How's your day been? We just talk on the phone. And, Harry, he kind of gets the idea, he understands, it's okay. He'll be all right.
Really? Because I'm pretty sure I just read Alex saying people like you and Olivia have taught me not to make myself smaller.
Oh,
well, the thing is, Harry, you know a lot. Harry, you know a lot about small.
Chris. I don't. Yeah, see, Chris is just in a bad mood and he's projecting right now his insecurities on other people. It's a terrible thing that he does. When Chris gets in a really bad mood,
Harry drives a giant lifted truck and it makes tons of noise. That's what I heard.
Hey, not too much on lifted trucks.
Yo, Rebecca, $10 on Venmo. Huge W's for Rebecca. She's always so kind to me as well. Truly,
shout out Rebecca.
It means the world.
Rebecca.
She said, "It's okay. You can tell Harry. LOL. You're incredible." Oh wait, we got Kanechi maybe. Kanechi?
Yeah, listen to this. No, hold on now. Hold on. Wait.
Bro.
Nick Angel. Okay, Chris, I like you, but don't come for Harry. You hear her, Chris?
Excuse me. I really hope I'm saying this right. I'm really, really sorry, but from the bottom of my heart, it means the world. $10 on Venmo as well. Truly, thank you. Kaneki, maybe? Kanechi? To make Olivia jealous, love you too. LOL. $10 on Venmo. Let's fucking go. Huge W's in the chat. I want to follow you if you're down there. Everyone, I want to make sure I'm following
Ladies,
you.
if my jealousy
Kanechi? I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
if my jealousy could spur reactions like this all the time, we would have enough money to pay off the national debt, y'all.
Wow. Wow.
Sarah, thank you for the $5. Hold on now. Sarah, for the $5, sign up to be a volunteer for the Harris Walls campaign. So I'm going to be doing phone calls.
Huge W. Holy shit. We appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is incredible.
That's what Michelle Obama said during her DNC speech. Do something, she says. Do something.
That's right. I love
Crystal.
Crystal, I've constantly talked about how much I feel for Gen Z and their school experience. You said it beautifully. $7 on Venmo. Yo, huge W's for Crystal. I appreciate that so much. There's a book. It is called Power, I believe. That's like the big title. But then there's like Gen Z. It's a Gen Z book. It's called Power. But this guy goes around and he interviews every single generation like he has before. And he got to, the time to go around and interview Gen Z. And he interviewed Gen Z. And he noticed that they were the only generation that when they would be asked, when were you most proud to be an American? Every other generation had an answer. You have things like how together you were after 9/11, or even things like when the Berlin Wall fell, and all. Everybody had a moment. And Gen Z was the only one that he noticed didn't really understand the question. They'd look at him either blankly. Some of them would name a sports moment, but we're the only generation who's truly never seen America at peace. We've never had that moment, and I think it really defines us all together. Joe, thank you.
Oh, I have an answer for when I was most proud to be an American.
When's that?
The day Donald Trump lost, baby.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be like, Rowan Reigns taking the belt. Sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Bro, Harry, first of all, y'all can play your silly little football games. When you're ready to be a real man and play WWE 2K, you let me know, and I'll fire up the Xbox.
Nah, y'all be all right now. No. We're playing football out here.
If we were playing actual football, I would cook you.
Excuse me. Okay. Wrong. Christine, thank you so much for $1 on Venmo. It's so. Oh, I'm sorry, Daisy. It is so good to see you, Daisy. You're always so supportive of every platform. It means the absolute.
In front of me.
Excuse me. It means the absolute world. You're incredible. Just a quick bribe to remind you of your mod promise. That's right. Where are you down there? I'll make you mod anywhere. I have room now. I do.
Hold on.
Daisy, you're incredible. I love you truly from the bottom of my heart. Jacob, $3 on Venmo. Thank you so much. You're amazing, Jacob. Harry dusts you in NCAA, but hey, keep up the work. Excuse me, Jacob. First of all, I appreciate the kind words, but I promise you, not only is that not true, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Harry uses Alabama every time. This guy will be talking shit, and it's like our fourth game, and I'm Kennesaw State, which for the record, I'm taking a break, but I go to Kennesaw State University. I'm Kennesaw State, and this guy is Alabama. He's talking shit.
Really? Because
you have never used a team that's less than a 92 overall. Never.
I have a video. I have a video of you. I took a video all the way. Oh, really? I'll just mute you, buddy. Sorry. Oh no, Chris. Oh no, Chris. I have a video right here that I took all the way back when Chris was spreading these lies about me on NCAA, where he was LSU, a great team, a great college football team. I was Alabama. I'm up 38-21. Just got a pick. He quit the game. I won't show the video, but just understand that it's there. So when Chris talks his shit, remember this video exists. It's there, and it will be displayed if it needs to be.
Daisy, it's so good to see you. I'm not on my live, so I can't make you mod here, but I promise you. And Discord too. I didn't really hear anything you said. Hold on. I sounded like a giant lie.
Amanda, thank you for the $25 saying, 44 years old here. You guys are smarter than I'll ever be. Crush that one guy.
Wrong.
Seriously wish I had recorded that. Amanda, I bet you are way smarter than Chris.
Amanda,
I bet you're way smarter.
Amanda,
and I don't think it's close. Thank you, man. I appreciate you being here. Rebecca, thank you for the $10 as well, saying, sorry, I told Chris you could follow my daughter on Instagram.
Bro.
All right.
She said Rebecca said she wants to fly. Her daughter is a cheerleader for the Washington football team.
Olivia's in the background making like sound effects. She's doing the ad-libs right now.
Okay, wait. People are asking for my Venmo. I'm not going to give you my Venmo because I don't have one that is public. But what I will say is if you have money you want to give, please donate to Colin Allred. Don't give it to me. Donate to Colin Allred.
Or you could donate to like center races in Wisconsin, Nevada, and Pennsylvania.
Okay, bitch. This is the most vulnerable Republican incumbent in the country who only won by 2.6% in 2018.
All right, I don't need the spiel. I know. Just for the record, I'm just saying that if we elect all our Democratic incumbents, we keep the Senate.
Yo,
I'm just saying, donate to Colin Allred.
Zach, thank you for the $1 saying, can you and Chris run for president and vice president? Then Olivia can be the new Pelosi Secretary of State.
I'm okay with you. Wait, pause. Back up. Why Secretary of State?
I was gonna say I don't know why I'd make Olivia Secretary of State. I don't know how well that would go.
Do we have like what are my qualifications for that?
Elise.
Living in Texas.
Wait, I'm not.
Elise.
Golly.
Oh, wait, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll finish after. It's fine.
This guy's always so fucking triggered about something.
This guy's just, look at this guy, dude. He's so angry right now.
Elise, thank you so much for $5 on Venmo. It goes such a long way. You changed my perspective on Gen Z. Also, always love you. You're better than Harry.
Oh,
What?
Wait, you be making shit up.
Yo, Elise.
Nah, he's legit making stuff up, bro.
You want me to show you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't want to like expose her full name.
She goes to another school.
You changed my perspective on Gen Z. Elise, thank you so much for $5. It doesn't matter. You're incredible. Nick, $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Truly, it means the world. From a 51-year-old ex-rodeo guy, you guys have taught me more than anyone my own age. Nick, that's very kind. Appreciate you,
Rodeo.
Nick. Huge
that.
W's for Nick. Herbonian last name. That's a close name. I hate how mean Harry is to you. You're cuter anyways. Kissy face. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Guys, you should
Can I
hear-
get a
you
huge
should-
W here?
you
I
should
believe
hear
last
what this-
name-
oh my God.
Bro, yeah, I wish people knew how Chris was, like off the
I love
camera.
you.
About
You're
some of the
amazing.
crazy-
You guys are all like truly guys. Again, like that's like I don't
Look at
take
these, we're
the
talking
actual
now.
monetary value itself. I do not take for granted. You're
Guys,
amazing.
one time Chris
I love
FaceTimed me.
you.
He said, "What's up, my Latina queen?" Like, that's what
Yeah, I don't think that happened. I don't think that
No, that
happened.
definitely happened, and I want the people to know the truth about how you are offline. You're not as cool as you make yourself out to be. You're cooler. Let me make myself like one of the people Venmoing me. You're so much cooler, Chris.
Crystal, thank you for the $7 saying, I love how well you compose
I don't
yourself.
think that
Thank you for
happened,
speaking.
dude.
up.
I think
Can I
she just
finish, please?
I think she made that up.
Can you stop talking? Thank you for speaking on these difficult topics with grace. Crystal, I appreciate you. Jacqueline, Jacqueline, thank you for the $5 as well, saying, I didn't mean to steal Chris from Olivia, but of course I didn't forget about you. Jacqueline, it's too late. It's too late, Jacqueline. I'm joking. Thank you for the $5. Jacob, do you think that?
what the hell?
Can I please? Jacob, thank you for the $1 saying, do you think Parker beat Charlie Kirk? Yes, I do. I thought Parker did an amazing job. Charlie Kirk stood no chance. Felix, thank you for the $1. Love both you and Parker, but Parker better. Jesus Christ, I'm just getting beat up on tonight. My God. Trump lost. Thank you for the $20.24 saying you guys are so intelligent. I'm 54 years old, except for Chris. Well, I agree. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. Guy, thank you for the $6 saying, Harry, you make me not feel dumb for being a Democrat. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. And I'm glad that you're proud to be a Democrat. That's awesome. Sherry, thank you for the $15 saying, Olivia, I would watch your lives in a heartbeat. There you go.
Aw,
There you go,
that
Olivia.
was so nice.
Gunner, thank you for the $1 saying, who's Chris? Bro.
Wow.
Bro.
Hurts.
Bro.
Yo, really quick, this is actually crazy. Never had this happen to me before. Julie says, just came across you and Harry and Olivia. So glad there's so many people getting involved in cooking Gen X. Plus, first of all, Julie, thank you so much for $5. Plus, also, are we related, bro? LOL. Last name Mowrey. Mowrey. Julie, I'm not sure I've ever met another human being with my same last name as me. It's, I mean, what's up, Olivia?
Like your parents have your last name.
Well, yeah,
So, like,
thanks.
you have that.
Julia, what state? Bro, this does not say. Wait, I'm now. What? Wait, what the hell? I kind of just like looked you up online, and it says you do some really great work, but it also says you live in a city that my uncle lives in. Am I?
Oh man, there's something I want to say right now, but I cannot.
Did I just
say
find
it.
a cousin that? I don't know how I feel about all this. Wait, why does it say you live? You know what? I mean, maybe, bro. I don't know.
Bro, can you relax, dude? Venmo,
You're the one
Cash
not
App.
saying shit.
Venmo Cat. Wait, hold on, Chris. I'm identifying something. The Venmo people are asking in the chat. My Venmo and Cash App is in the link in my bio. You scroll all the way down. It's in my link tree. Chris's Venmo and Cash App is the exact same, letter for letter, as his TikTok username.
You guys are very kind. I
What's up,
appreciate
Z-Pack?
you
Thank you
so
for the $5
much.
saying, let me up to talk about PSU football. I think we can make that happen.
Dude,
I want to know the thoughts on the team, Z-Pack.
How
I
is
got
this
to
a
know. I
possibility?
was just speaking to Michael Cohen
My
the other day.
family
He
is
came up in the
hiding things from me.
conversation.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Can I?
Excuse me. I'm trying to have I'm talking to my cousin.
Can I talk to the people?
I'm talking to my cousin.
Sorry. Yeah, Z-Pack, I was just talking to Michael.
Guys, Olivia and I,
if you guys don't shut the hell up, I swear
Olivia
to
and I
God.
are not dating, chat.
If you guys don't shut the hell up, I swear to
Olivia,
God.
I love you, but excuse
Wait,
me.
I'm literally just trying to say goodbye.
Are you leaving?
Bye, Olivia.
Wow,
Yeah,
Olivia's
no,
abandoning everybody. Wow.
No, my sleeping medicine definitely kicked in because the filter's going away. So I need to go.
All right,
All right,
Olivia,
get off
be
live
safe.
while you
All right,
can.
it was good to see you.
Appreciate you,
Shut
Olivia.
up, Chris. No.
No, I kicked her. She's gone.
Dude.
Z-Pack. What I was saying, Z-Pack, is that Michael. I was speaking to Michael Cohen about you the other day. You came up in conversation. He is very fond of you. Mara says $1 Olivia is better than both of you.
Yo, I think JAS, maybe a Jason just subscribed to you. Just saying.
Oh, Jason, thank you for the subscription, man. I appreciate you. Carly, thank you for the $4. You're frozen right now, bro. Look at what Chris is frozen on. Look at this.
I'm not frozen. I'm not frozen.
Wait, somebody take a screenshot of this.
I'm not frozen on my screen. Oh,
You're
man.
frozen on ours, bro. You're frozen on ours. Come on. He's not frozen? Oh, well, he was frozen for me. Let me show you what I was looking at. Look at this.
Excuse me. Chat was saying. I was sad, bro. Look at everyone in the chat saying I'm not frozen. Looks like it's just
Whatever,
you.
bro. Whatever. Listen.
Shout out, chat. Yo,
Killer, thank you for the
Alana,
$5.
So good to see you. $5. Please have Harry raid Carbon when he ends. Yeah, that would be killer. I love you so much, Killer. You're incredible. Truly, I really appreciate the support. It's great to see you. Yeah,
Killer.
you got to raid Carbon, by the way. So get this. So Harry and I are in DC one time. Harry and I have we've met each other a good dozen, not dozen, a handful of times in person now, but we're walking the street in DC, chopping it up. And Harry and I, this time, we had a podcast. We did 25, 30 episodes. We took a break, right? Trying to figure things out. Maybe we'll revamp it. And we're walking DC. And this woman comes up super nice. And I think her 2 kids are with her, maybe her husband, something along those lines, a couple people. And they walk straight up to Harry and they say, and again, super nice, like all love. And they look at Harry and they're like, I love your TikTok. I love it. She's so sweet. I'm standing there, I'm smiling. And she goes, I love your podcast. It's just good. I love your podcast. It's so great. And the podcast, I remind you, is called Chris and Harry Unplugged. I'm the other guy. And I love her to death, super nice. And so she's like, can we get a picture? And I'm like, yeah. And then she looks at me and hands me a phone. I was like, do you think you could take a picture of us? And I was like, no idea who I am, right? And I'm just laughing my ass off. It was so great. It's so great. So sometimes they call me, they say, who's the other guy? Well, I'm the other guy. That's okay. No, I'm kidding. Everyone's very nice. All right. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for everything. I'll let Harry go here. I'm going to go over to Twitch in just a few minutes.
Everybody, Chris's Twitch link is in the link in his bio. So if you want to continue to watch live and see Chris talk about everything that happened today, go over to Twitch and give Chris a watch for a little bit. You should. All right, everybody. Carbon says, be sure to register to vote blue. Yeah, people seem to be a fan of Carbon. So I would, but as I mentioned, Chris is going live on Twitch right now, literally right now. So yeah. Have a great day tomorrow, guys. It's a Friday, end of the week. So enjoy your end of the week. Enjoy your day tomorrow. Have a good one, and we'll talk soon. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much.